Prefaces and Introduction to A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Christensen. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Prefaces and Introduction. Preface to New Edition. The excavations of Sir Arthur Evans at Knossos began in the year in which the first edition of this History of Greece appeared, 1900. His amazing discoveries there, followed and supplemented by the work of other explorers on many other prehistoric sites in Crete, have transformed our knowledge of the Agean civilization of the second millennium and placed in a new focus the problems of early Greece. In consequence of these discoveries, and of other researches, among which I may mention especially Professor Ridgway's Early Age of Greece and Mr. Leaf's Troy, it has been necessary to rewrite the greater part of Chapter 1. An account of Cretan civilization is included. The view that the pre-Achaean inhabitants of Greece were not Greeks, which it seems to me no longer possible to maintain, is abandoned, and the Trojan War is recognized to be an historical event. Outside Chapter 1, a few minor changes have been made. I need only mention that the accounts of the battles of Salamis and Plataea have been partly rewritten. J.B.B. End of Preface to New Edition. Preface to First Edition. In determining the form and character of this book, I have been prompted by two convictions. One is that while, in writing a history based on the original authorities and from one's own personal point of view, it is natural and certainly easier to allow it to range into several volumes, its compression into a single volume often produces a more useful book. In the case of a new history of Greece, it seemed worthwhile to undertake the more laborious task. The other opinion which I venture to hold is this. So far as history is concerned, those books which are capable of enlisting the interest of mature readers seem to me to be best also for informing younger students. Therefore, while my aim is to help education, this book has in view a wider circle than those merely who are going through a course of school or university discipline. It was a necessary consequence of the limitations of space which I imposed upon myself that literature and art, philosophy and religion should be touched upon only when they directly illustrate or come into some specially intimate connection with the political history. It will be found that I have sometimes interpreted this rule liberally, but it is a rule which could be the more readily adopted as so many excellent works dealing with the art, literature, and philosophy are now easily accessible. The interspersion, in a short political history, of a few unconnected chapters dealing, as they must deal, inadequately with art and literature, seems useless and inartistic. The existence of valuable handbooks, within the reach of all, on constitutional antiquities, has enabled me, in tracing the development of the Athenian state, or touching on the institutions of other cities, to omit minor details. The reader must also seek elsewhere for the sagas of Hellas, for a geographical description of the country, for the topography of Athens. On the topography of Athens, and on the geography of Greece, he will find excellent works to his hand. There are two cautions which I must convey to the reader, and it will be most convenient to state them here. The first concerns the prehistoric age, which is the subject of the first chapter of this work. The evidence gathered by the researches of archaeologists on the coasts and islands of the Aegean during the last 20 years as to the civilization of prehistoric Greece brought historians face to face with a set of new problems for which no solutions that can be regarded as certain have yet been discovered. The ablest investigators differ widely in their views. Fresh evidence may at any hour upset tentative conclusions and force us to seek new interpretations of the data. The excavations which are now to be undertaken in Crete, at last restored to its own Greek world, may lead to unexpected results that may transform the whole question. Thus, prehistoric Greece cannot be treated satisfactorily except by the method of discussion, and in a work like this, since discussion lies outside its scope, a writer can only describe the main features of the culture which excavation has revealed, and state with implied reserve the the chief general conclusions which he considers probable as to the correlation of the archaeological evidence with the literary traditions of the Greeks. He must leave much vague and indefinite. The difficulty of the problems is increased by the circumstance that the literary evidence concerning the doings and goings of the early Greek folks is largely embedded in myth and harder to extract from its bed than buried walls or tombs from their coverings of earth. The importance of the pre-Greek inhabitants of Greece, the mixed ethnical character of the historical Greeks, the comparatively early date of the Ionian migration, the continuity of Aegean civilization, the relation of the so-called Mycenaean culture to the culture described by Homer, these are the main points which I have been content to emphasize. This second caution applies to all histories of Greece that have been written since the days of Ephorus. The early portion of Greek history, which corresponds to the 7th and 6th centuries BC, is inevitably distorted and placed in a false perspective through the strange limitations of our knowledge. For at that time, as well as in the centuries immediately preceding, which are almost quite withdrawn from our vision, the cities of the western coast of Asia Minor formed the most important and enlightened part of the Hellenic world, and of those cities in the days of their greatness we have only some disconnected glimpses. Our knowledge of them hardly begins till Persia advances to the Aegean and they sink to a lower place in Greece. Thus, the pages in which the Greeks of Asia should have the supreme place are monopolized by the development of elder Greece, and the false impression is produced that the history of Hellas in the 7th and 6th centuries consisted merely or mainly of the histories of Sparta and Athens and their immediate neighbors. Darkness also envelops the growth of the young Greek communities of Italy and Sicily during the same period. The wrong, unfortunately, cannot be righted by a recognition of it. Athens and Sparta and their fellows abide in possession. Les absents ont toujours tort. In the notes and references at the end of the volume, I have indicated obligations to modern research on special points. Here I must acknowledge my more general obligations to the histories of Grote, Freeman, History of Sicily, Bousselt, Belloc, E. Meyer, Geschichte des Altertums, and Droysen. Though other histories of high reputation, both English and foreign, have been respectfully consulted, it is to those mentioned that I am chiefly indebted. But I owe perhaps a deeper debt to the writings of one who, though he has never written a formal history of Greece, has made countless invaluable contributions to its study, Professor U. von Wilhelmowitz-Moellendorff. With some of his conclusions I do not agree, but I would express here deep sympathy with his methods and admiration for the stimulating virtue of his writings. Several friends have been good enough to help me. The book has had the advantage of the criticisms of a master of the subject, Mr. Mahaffy, who most kindly read through the proof sheets. The first chapter is enriched by a small map of the Mycenaean sites of Crete, marked for me by Mr. J. L. Myers. Mr. Cecil Smith assisted me in the matter of illustrations taken from antiquities in the British Museum, and Professor Percy Gardner superintended the preparation of some photographs from busts in the Oxford galleries. All the plans, and many of the maps, including Bactria and northwestern India, were roughly sketched by myself and then properly drawn by the skilful cartographers Messrs. Walker and Botaw. In the case of a plan or map that is not current, I have stated in the list of illustrations to what work I am indebted. Nearly all the reproductions of coins are from coins in the British Museum. My obligations to Messrs. R. and R. Clark will be understood by those who have had the good fortune to have had works printed at their press. J. B. Bury. End of preface to first edition. Introductory. Greece and the Aegean. The rivers and valleys, the mountains, bays, and islands of Greece will become familiar as our story unfolds itself, and we need not enter here into any minute description. But it is useful at the very outset to grasp some general features which went to make the history of the Greeks what it was, and what otherwise it could not have been. The character of their history is so intimately connected with the character of their dwelling places that we cannot conceive it apart from their land and seas. Of Spain, Italy, and Illyricum, the three massive promontories of which southern Europe consists, Illyricum in the east would have closely resembled Spain in the west, if it had stopped short at the north of Thessaly, and if its offshoot Greece had been sunk beneath the waters. It would then have been no more than a huge block of solid land, at one corner almost touching the shores of Asia, as Spain almost touches the shores of Africa. But Greece, its southern continuation, has totally different natural features, which distinguish it alike from Spain, the solid square, and Italy, the solid wedge, and make the eastern basin of the Mediterranean strikingly unlike the western. Greece gives the impression of a group of nesses and islands. Yet in truth it might have been as solid and unbroken a block of continent, on its own smaller scale, as the massive promontory from which it juts. Greece may be described as a mountainous headland broken across the middle into two parts by a huge rift, and with its whole eastern side split into fragments. We can trace the ribs of the framework, which convulsion of nature bent and shivered, for the service, as it turns out, of the human race. The mountains which form Thessaly's eastern barrier, Olympus, Ossa, and Pelion, the mountains of the long islands of Euboea, and the string of islands which seem to hang to Euboea as a sort of tail, should have formed a perpetual mountainous chain, the rocky eastern coast of a solid promontory. Again, the ridges of Pindus which divide Thessaly from Epirus find their prolongation in the heights of Tymphestus and Corax, and then, in an oblique southeastward line, deflected from its natural direction, the chain is continued in Parnassus, Helicon, and Cithaeron, in the hills of Attica, and in the islands which would be part of Attica if Attica had not dipped beneath the waters. In the same way the mountains of the Peloponnesus are a continuation of the mountains of Epirus. Thus restoring the framework in our imagination and raising the dry land from the sea, we reconstruct, as the Greece that might have been, a lozenge of land, ribbed with chains of hills stretching southeastward far out into the Aegean. If nature had given the Greeks a land like this, their history would have been entirely changed, and by imagining it we are helped to understand how much they owed to the accidents of nature. In a land of capes and deep bays and islands it was determined that waterways should be the ways of their expansion. They were driven, as it were, into the arms of the sea. The most striking feature of continental Greece is the deep gulf which has cleft it asunder into two parts. The southern half ought to have been an island, as its Greek name, the island of Pelops, suggests, but it holds onto the continent by a narrow bridge of land at the eastern extremity of the great cleft. Now this physical feature had the utmost significance for the history of Greece, and its significance may be viewed in three ways, if we consider the existence of the dividing gulf, the existence of the isthmus, and the fact that the isthmus was at the eastern and not at the western end. 1. The double effect of the gulf itself is clear at once. It let the sea in upon a number of folks who would otherwise have been inland mountaineers, and increased enormously the length of the seaboard of Greece. Further, the Gulf constituted southern Greece a world by itself, so that it could be regarded as a separate land from northern Greece, an island practically, with its own insular interests. 2. But if the island of Pelops had been in very truth an island, if there had been no isthmus, there would have been from the earliest ages direct and constant intercourse between the coasts which are washed by the Aegean and those which are washed by the Ionian Sea. The eastern and western lands of Greece would have been brought nearer to one another, when the ships of trader or warrior, instead of tediously circumnavigating the Peloponnesus, could sail from the eastern to the western sea through the middle of Greece. The disappearance of the isthmus would have revolutionized the roads of traffic and changed the centers of commerce, and the wars of Grecian history would have been fought out on other lines. How important the isthmus was may perhaps be best illustrated by a modern instance on a far mightier scale. Remove the bridge which joins the southern to the northern continent of America, and contemplate the changes which ensue in the routes of trade and in the conditions of naval warfare in the great oceans of the globe. 3. Again, if the bridge which attached the Peloponnesus to the mainland had been at the western end of the gulf, the lands along either shore of the inlet would have been accessible easily, and sooner, to the commerce of the Aegean and the Orient. The civilization of northwestern Greece might have been more rapid and intense, and the history of Boeotia and Attica unhooked from the Peloponnesus, would have run a different course. The character of the Aegean basin was another determining condition of the history of the Greeks. Strewn with countless islands, it seems meant to promote the intercourse of folk with folk. The Cyclades, which, as we have seen, belong properly to the framework of the Greek continent, pass imperceptibly into the isles which the Asiatic coast throws out, and there is formed a sort of island bridge inviting ships to pass from Greece to Asia. The western coast of Lesser Asia belongs, in truth, more naturally to Europe than to its own continent. It soon became part of the Greek world, and the Aegean might be considered then as the true centre of Greece. The west side of Greece, too, was well furnished with good harbours, and though not as rich in bays and islands as the east, was a favourable scene for the development of trade and civilization. It was no long voyage from Corcyra to the heel of Italy, and the inhabitants of western Greece had a whole world open to their enterprise. But that world was barbarous in early times, and had no civilizing gifts to offer, whereas the peoples of the eastern seaboard looked towards Asia, and were drawn into contact with the immemorial civilizations of the Orient. The backward condition of western, as contrasted with eastern Greece in early ages, did not depend on the conformation of the coast, but on the fact that it faced away from Asia, and in later days we find the Ionian Sea a busy scene of commerce and lined with prosperous communities which are fully abreast of Greek civilization. The northern coast of Africa, confronting and challenging the three peninsulas of the Mediterranean, has played a remarkable part in the history of southern Europe. From the earliest times it has been historically associated with Europe, and the story of geology illustrates the fitness of this connection. Western Europe and northern Africa were once, in days long past, united together by bridges of continuous land, and this ancient continent, which we might call Europo-Libya, was perhaps inhabited by peoples of a homogeneous race, who were severed from one another when the ocean was let in and the Mediterranean assumed its present shape. Sicily, a remnant of the old land bridge, has always been for Italy a step to, or a step from, Africa, while Spain needs no island to bridge her strait. Greece is a land of mountains and small valleys. It has few plains of even moderate size, and no considerable rivers. It is therefore well adapted to be a country of separate communities, each protected against its neighbors by hilly barriers, and the history of the Greeks, a story of small independent states, could not have been wrought out in a land of dissimilar formation. The political history of all countries is in some measure under the influence of geography, but in Greece geography made itself preeminently felt, and fought along with other forces against the accomplishment of national unity. The islands formed states by themselves, but as seas, while like mountains they sever, may also, unlike mountains, unite. It was less difficult to form a sea than a land empire. In the same way, the hills prevented the development of a brisk land traffic, while, as we have seen, the broken character of the coast and the multitude of islands facilitated intercourse by water. There is no barrier to break the winds which sweep over the Euxine from the Asiatic continent towards the Greek shores and render Thrace a chilly land. Hence the Greek climate has a certain severity and bracing quality, which promoted the vigor and energy of the people. Again, Greece is by no means a rich and fruitful country. It has few well-watered plains of large size. The cultivated valleys do not yield the due crop to be expected from the area. The soil is good for barley, but not rich enough for wheat to grow freely. Thus the tillers of the earth had hard work, and the nature of the land had consequences which tended to promote maritime enterprise. On one hand, richer lands beyond the seas attracted the adventurous, especially when the growth of the population began to press on the means of support. On the other hand, it ultimately became necessary to supplement home-grown corn by wheat imported from abroad. But if Demeter denied her highest favors, the vine and the olive grew abundantly in most parts of the country, and their cultivation was one of the chief features of ancient Greece. End of Introductory.
Chapter 1, Parts 1 and 2 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Koskinen. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 1. The Beginnings of Greece and the Heroic Age. Section 1. The Origin of the Greeks. Our European civilization had its origin in Greece, and we must date its beginnings to more than 3,000 years ago. We know that in the 13th century BC the Greek tongue was spoken throughout the Greek peninsula, and that at the same time, or not much later, Greek minstrels were singing hexameter lays and bringing that marvelous meter to perfection. But when we try to reach further back and to discover whence the Greek-speaking folks came, and how long they had possessed their country, we find little that is certain. In our earliest written record, the Iliad of Homer, the Achaeans appear as the most prominent among the Greek peoples. There are reasons for believing that after the middle of the second millennium, invaders came down from the north, penetrated into the Peloponnesus, and founded or occupied those states which were afterwards glorified in Homeric poems, and that these invaders were the Achaeans. But various opinions may be held as to the significance of this event. It has been supposed that it was in fact the Greek conquest of Greece, that the Achaeans and their fellows were the original people who first spread the Greek tongue over the peninsula, hitherto inhabited by men who spoke no Aryan speech. Or we may hold that men of Greek speech were already in the land, and that the work of the conquerors, whether Greeks themselves or men speaking some other Aryan language, was not to create Greece, but to stimulate her and guide her peoples into new paths. For several reasons it seems probable that the second opinion is true, and that the Achaean invasion is to be compared not to the Anglo-Saxon occupation of Britain, but rather to the Norman conquest. There are no traces of the survival of an older pre-Greek language, and it is difficult to conceive that the conquered population could in a century or two have become, entirely and throughout, Greek like their conquerors. On the other hand, a small body of conquerors entering into possession of a civilization superior to their own might in a short time be assimilated to their subjects. The inhabitants of the hilly uplands of Arcadia boasted that they had lived among their mountains before the birth of the moon. Here there was no Achaean settlements, and if the inhabitants had not been already Greek, Arcadia must have remained, like Wales or Cornwall, a land of alien speech, long after the Achaean conquest. But although we conclude that it had become Greek centuries before the Achaeans appeared on the scene, the Greek peninsula was not always Greek. The original coming of the Greeks was utterly forgotten by their descendants, and we are unable to fix its date. The old home of the invaders is supposed to have lain in the northwest regions of the Balkan Peninsula. They must have come southward in such numbers as to extinguish utterly the native speeches which they found in their new country. The men whom the Greeks conquered learned the new tongue and forgot their own, but they had given to many a hill and rock the name which was to abide with it forever. Corinth and Tiryns, Parnassus and Olympus, Arna and Larissa, are names which the Greeks seem to have received from the ancient inhabitants. And some of these names, which are also found in the western parts of Asia Minor, suggest that the primeval people belonged to a race which was diffused on both sides of the Aegean. We shall not perhaps be far astray if we conjecture that the Greeks descended into Greece in the course of the third millennium. Their conquest may have been a gradual infiltration of people after people, rather than the single migration of a vast host, and may have extended over many years. But by 2000 B.C. Zeus, the great Indo-European Lord of Heaven, was probably invoked throughout the length and breadth of the land. The Greeks of history, who had completely forgotten this far distant past, were not exclusively the descendants of these Greek invaders, for it is not to be supposed that the conquered people was abolished or obliterated. The idea that the older inhabitants were entirely crushed out and a clear field left for the newcomers is due to exactly the same kind of false inference from language to race, which makes out Greeks and Romans, Celts and Germans, Slavs and Illyrians, Phrygians and Armenians, Persians and ancient Indians to be the posterity of common Aryan ancestors, because they all spoke kindred tongues. The Greek language is vigorous and masterful, as its subsequent history has shown. It made a complete conquest of the languages of the older inhabitants. In whatever land the Greeks settled, it became exclusively the language of the land. But the extermination of the older tongues does not mean the extermination of the older races. The men among whom the Greeks settled, or whom they conquered, learned the new tongue and forgot their own. There was fusion of the old and the new, and the Indo-European gods of the invaders had to make terms with the deities of the natives. Section 2. Aegean Civilization. Crete. If Greece, as we may fairly believe, was Greek since days to which we cannot reach back, there flourished close to its shores a great non-Greek civilization, which had a decisive influence on its fortunes, and of which we know far more than of the contemporary Greeks. It is only recently that we have become aware of this Aegean civilization, as it is called, which had grown steadily in Crete and in Melos and other islands of the Aegean, from remote beginnings in the Stone Age, until towards the end of the third millennium Crete entered upon a period of power and brilliancy which rivals in interest the more famous civilizations of Egypt and Babylon. The monuments which reveal the great age of Crete have been dug out of the earth, and although Greek tradition remembered that Crete was once a strong sea power, no one suspected that this island had been the home of a life and art highly developed and various, and the center of a culture which spread far over the Mediterranean Sea. In the course of the third millennium, Crete had passed from the age of stone into the age of metal. The remains of a homogeneous culture have been found all over the island, but the leading settlements, the seats of the most powerful rulers, were Knossos and Phaestus. Nearly at the middle of the north coast, the hill of Knossos is situated a few miles from the sea, close to the banks of a stream, Kairos. Before 2100 B.C., a great palace was erected on this hill, and at Phaestus, in the south of the island, a palatial residence arose much about the same time. These palaces endured for several centuries, and in this period the development of Cretan art was marked by the perfection of polychrome (many-colored) pottery. We have some beautiful examples of what Cretan artists could do, such as a fresco picture of a little boy, who is painted in blue, picking white crocuses, and placing them in a vase. The most interesting and important fact about the civilization of the Cretans is that they could write. We find first a method of picture writing, in which each pictorial symbol, such as an ox head, or a gate, or an eye, represented a word. But at a later period there was likewise used a system of linear signs, of which each probably stood for a syllable. A table of drink offerings, inscribed with signs of this kind, was found in the cave of Mount Dicta, already a holy place, and afterwards to be associated with the birth of Zeus. We have no clue to the language of these documents. It seems unlikely that it was Indo-European. It seems most likely that it was cognate with the tongues of the Lycians and other ancient peoples of western Asia Minor. In eastern Crete a strange language was still spoken in late times, when the rest of the island had become Greek. We have some slight records of it which can be read, but cannot be interpreted; and it would be natural to suppose that this was the same language which prevailed in the pre-Hellenic period. It was towards the year 1600 B.C. that the end of this period of Cretan history was marked by the partial destruction of the palace of Knossos. Everything points to the conclusion that this was the consequence of a revolution within the island, and not of foreign invasion. Perhaps there was war between Knossos and Phaestus. At all events, the early palace of Phaestus seems to have survived the early palace of Knossos. But a new dynasty was soon to take possession of the Cnossian hill, to develop further the native civilization, and inaugurate a still more brilliant period in the island's history. Aegean civilization attained its highest bloom in Crete, but it had developed independently in the islands of the archipelago, especially in Melos, where its continuous growth can be traced in the important settlement of Philakopi. Melos produces obsidian, which in the Stone Age and later was in great request for the manufacture of knives and spear points, and her export of this product, which was taken for instance to Egypt, may explain her early prosperity. Remains have been found which show that the eastern coast of Greece was not unaffected by this insular civilization. We have still to glance at a great stronghold which towards the end of the third millennium stood on the hill of Troy, commanding the entrance of the Hellespont. It was not the first city that had been reared on that illustrious hill, which rises to the height of about 160 feet, not far from the banks of the Scamander. The earliest settlement, fortified by a rude wall of unwrought stone, can still be traced, and some of its primitive earthenware and stone implements have been found. An axe head of white nephrite seems to show that in those remote days there was a line of traffic, however slow and uncertain, between the Mediterranean and the Far East, for this white jade must have come from Central Asia. On the ruins of this primeval city arose a great fortress, girt with a wall of sun-baked brick, built on strong stone foundations. There were 3 gates, and the angles of the walls were protected by towers. The inhabitants of this city lived in the Stone and Copper Age. Bronze was still a rarity. Their pottery was chiefly handmade, but a treasure of golden ornaments, wrought by skilful craftsmen, shows that the palace was wealthy. The most important feature to be noted is the outline of the palace in this ancient city. Here, at the very outset of Aegean civilization, we find the general plan of the main part of the house exactly the same as that which is described, more than 1,000 years later, in the poems of Homer. From an outer gate we pass through a courtyard, in which an altar stood, into a square preliminary chamber, and from it we enter the great hall, in the centre of which was the hearth. An enemy's hand destroyed the castle by fire, and no tradition of its existence has survived. When we come down 7 or 8 centuries to the famous city of which it was the precursor, we shall learn the probable secret of the prosperity of its kings. It may be asked how, without the guidance of literary records, we can fix the successive stages of Aegean civilization in an ordered series, and assign approximate dates to its periods. When we have started with the capital division of time, between the Age of Stone and the Age of Bronze, the potter's art is the chief clue for establishing a relative chronology within each of these ages. The clay vessels, from the most simple and primitive moulded by hand, to the most artistic and elaborate wrought by wheel, can be arranged in a definite series, and thus the things which are found in the same stratum as a particular class of sherds can be assigned to a definite place in this succession. Such things, found in association with particular stages in the development of pottery, may then become themselves additional criteria for dating remains. The history of Cretan civilization from the end of the Stone Age has by this means been arranged in three chief ages, called Early, Middle, and Late Minoan, and each of these has been subdivided into three periods. It is to the intercourse of Crete with Egypt that we are indebted for the means of determining roughly the absolute dates of its history, or, in other words, of correlating its chronology with the general chronology of the world. Thus, a polychrome Cretan vessel found in the tomb of King Senusert III, Sesostris, at Egyptian Abydos enables us to conclude that the second period of the Middle Minoan Age was approaching its close about B.C. 1880. Again, the statuette of an Egyptian in diorite stone, inscribed with his name in Egyptian characters, was found in a court of the Cnossian Palace, and its style makes it probable that it was wrought under the 12th or 13th dynasty, perhaps in the second half of the 19th century B.C. It was probably about 1600 B.C. that kings, perhaps of a new dynasty but not of a new race, began to rule on the hill of Knossos. The palace had been rebuilt on a grander scale, and adapted to more sumptuous needs, though there was no change in the general architectural style, and about 1500 B.C. it seems to have been extensively remodeled. It covered an area of about 5 acres. It was not fortified by an exterior wall. Its lords seem to have trusted to their ships for defence against foreign invaders. To the east and to the west of a great central court were extensive labyrinths of rooms and passages, and the remains of staircases show that in some parts the building rose to the height of 3 or 4 stories. The principal halls were lit at one end by open shafts or light wells, walled in on 3 sides, and on the 4th open to the hall from which they were separated by 2 or 3 columns. There were bathrooms, and there was an excellent system of drainage by pipes, superior perhaps to any of the contrivances that have been since in use till quite recent times. If the palace had merely served as the habitation of the royal household, it need not have been so large. But it was much more. It was the seat of a government which controlled not merely the neighbouring regions or even the island, but a maritime empire. The administration of this empire was conducted on careful business lines, as is shown by the financial documents found in the archives. We may fairly surmise that there existed a well-developed system of administrative machinery which needed considerable room for its offices. The rich tributes which the kings derived from their dependencies were stored in the palace, and various industries were carried on within its walls for the private needs of the monarch, and also probably for purposes of commerce. The discovery of an olive press and great jars for oil storage suggests that not only did the palace supply itself with the oil required for its cooking and its lamp fuel, but that the king himself may have traded in oil, which seems at this time to have been one of the principal Cretan exports. Then there was accommodation for the sculptors and painters who were employed in the royal service. There is evidence that the paints were manufactured on the spot, and a sculptor's workshop has been discovered. One of the most notable rooms in this spacious palace was the chamber of the throne, entered through an anteroom from the central court. The throne is a stone seat adorned with a painted design, and on either side are benches along the wall. Here the king may have sat in council with his ministers. Adjoining this apartment was a room open to the air, containing a tank, and its walls showed a picture of Egyptian character, a landscape with river, sedge, and palms. Most of the principal chambers and corridors were decorated with fresco paintings, representing solemn processions, gay groups of men and women, scenes of town life, less often of war. The fashions of the time are vividly portrayed in a series of miniature frescoes, showing us women, idling in courts or on balconies, with their hair elaborately dressed, wearing costumes which look as if they had been modelled on quite modern fashions: puffed sleeves, flounced skirts, bodices tightly drawn in round the waist. One of the most striking pictures which have survived is that of a tall, handsome cup-bearer, evidently belonging to the same race as the Cretans, Kephtiu, who are represented in a painting of Egyptian Thebes as bringing offerings to King Thothmes III in the 15th century. Near the northern entrance to their palace the later lords of Knossos constructed a theatre capable of holding about 400 spectators. This was not a new thing. A theatre of an earlier period has been discovered in the palace of Phaestus. The orchestral area in these early theatres was not circular, as in those of later times, but rectangular, and the performances were probably religious dances in honor of the great Cretan goddess, and perhaps boxing matches. The space was not large enough for bullfights, which seem to have been a favorite amusement of the Cretans, if we may judge from scenes depicted on wall paintings and gems, which present acrobats grappling with bulls. Women took part in this dangerous sport. In one painting we see a girl in the air caught on the horns of a bull. The kings had also quieter recreations. A magnificent inlaid gaming board of very beautiful design was found in the palace, made of pieces of ivory overlaid with gold foil, and crystals coloured alternately blue and white by means of blue paste (kyanos) and silver foil, on which they were set. Beneath the great palace, close to the river bank and about 130 yards east of the northern entrance gate, was a smaller palace which, it has been conjectured, may have been used by the king as a summer retreat. On its smaller scale it seems to have been as sumptuous as the greater dwelling. Here was found, fallen from a room on an upper story, a superb painted jar, showing the highest point to which the art of the Cnossian potters could attain in the 16th century. The decoration, displaying sprays of papyrus and rosettes, is effected by the combination of colour and relief. Here, too, there was a throne room, a remarkable pillared hall, more than 12 yards long, resembling in its arrangement the Roman basilica or law court. The rebuilding of the palace of Phaestus fell perhaps in the 16th century. Like that of Knossos, it was unfortified, and it was built on a very similar plan, and in the same fashion of architecture. Here, too, there was a large court in the centre, surrounded by pillared reception halls and storerooms, and a smaller court in the west of the building. The residence of Phaestus was distinguished by an imposing entrance, with a flight of 12 steps, 45 feet broad, and though it was much smaller in extent than the rival palace of Knossos, and its walls were not adorned with such rich and various paintings, its external appearance seems to have been more imposing, for it was built upon the slope of a hill, and rose, roof above roof, on different levels. About 2 miles off, at a place now called Hagia Triada, a well-built house has been found which seems to have served as a pleasure residence for the potentates of the neighbouring palace. Not far from the palace of Knossos there must have been a populous town. Whole Cretan towns have been excavated in eastern Crete, and much has been found to illustrate the town life of the common people and the artisans. For instance, the house of a carpenter, with all his tools, his chisels, saws, awls, and nails. But of the appearance of a flourishing town, such as Knossos must have been, we can better gain an idea from the facades of private houses, which are represented on mosaic plaques of porcelain, discovered in the palace. The houses were of several stories. Some had 2 doors, others 1. The windows above might have 4 or 6 panes, and there seemed to be unwindowed openings in the upper stories, which might serve the purposes of balconies. These Cretan houses show considerable likeness to contemporary houses in Egypt. There seems to be no evidence that there were public temples in Crete at this period. There were sanctuaries in the palaces, and perhaps the Cretans generally performed their religious duties in domestic shrines. The chief divinity whom they worshipped was a nature goddess, the goddess whom the Greeks called Rhea, and this indeed may have been her Cretan name. Scenes of worship were frequently depicted in art. The goddess is represented sometimes guarded by lions, sometimes associated with doves who were symbolic of the descent of a deity. She was served by priestesses. She was closely connected with a male divinity, whether her consort or her son, who seems to have been subordinate to her. In later times the Greeks conceived this god as Zeus, son of Rhea, and nurtured in the Agean cave. Both the goddess and the god were associated with the double axe, a fetish in which the deity was supposed to dwell. We find the same worship of the double axe in Western Asia Minor among the Carians. This symbol was so frequently represented on the walls of the Cnossian palace that it might almost be called the Palace of the Double Axe, and as the Carian name for the double axe was Labris, it has been suggested that the palace was known as the Labyrinthos. This would explain the origin of the curious Greek legend that Minos, king of Knossos, kept in a labyrinth the monstrous Minotaur, who devoured the tribute of youths and virgins brought from overseas. The intricate plan of the palace might well suggest a maze. We have seen that the art of writing was long familiar to the Cretans. In this later period a new and more advanced system of linear signs was in use. The kings kept accurate records and accounts. Hundreds of written documents have been found in the Cnossian palace, consisting of small rectangular tablets of clay, which were preserved in wooden boxes secured by seals. As we have no clue to the language, they cannot be read, but the numerical symbols can be identified. The arithmetical system was decimal, and there were signs for fractions. It has been inferred from the frequent occurrence of numerals, and from the insertion of figures representing objects, that many of the documents are accounts relating to the stores. The Cretans possessed a system of weights, and here they seem to have been indebted, through whatever intermediate channel, to the kingdom of Babylonia, for their standard was derived from what is known as the light Babylonian talent. And they had a metal currency. Pieces of gold and silver and bronze ingots have been found, which can only have been used for the purpose of exchange. The power and splendor of the kings of Knossos were at their height in the 15th century. These kings were undoubtedly the richest and most powerful in Crete, and it is not improbable that they now exercised overlordship over the rulers of Phaestus and over the other towns of the island, in many of which striking remains of Aegean civilization have been unearthed. Their fleets controlled the Aegean Sea. They dominated the islands, and their civilization spread, as we shall see, to the mainland of Greece. But Cretan influence radiated to more distant shores, by trade and even by colonization. The commercial intercourse with Egypt, which had existed from primitive times, became probably more regular and frequent. Oil and pottery were exported to the lands of the Nile. The kings of the country of the Keftiu and the isles of the Great Sea brought offerings to the great monarchs of the 18th dynasty, and the influence of Egypt can be traced in the Cretan culture of the time. The Philistines, who settled in southern Palestine, are now supposed to have been colonists from Crete, and remains found in Sicily and Spain testify that the island of Minos sent products and offshoots of its civilization far to the west. The later Greeks associated the Cretan supremacy in the Aegean with the name of the great sea lord, Minos. The most ancient tradition seems to have known two kings of this name, of whom one reigned towards the end of the 15th century, and the other about 200 years later. The earlier was confused and blended with the later figure, and in consequence of this confusion, the false belief arose that the Cretan thalassocracy was at its height towards the close of the 13th century. End of Chapter 1, Part 2.
Chapter 1, Part 3 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Berry. Chapter 1, Part 3. Mycenaean Civilization, 1600 to 1100 BC. The rise of a civilization on Greek soil, very similar to Cretan and undoubtedly under Cretan influence, began probably in the 16th century and lasted till the end of the 12th. Its records are monuments of stone which have remained for more than 3,000 years above the face of the earth, or have been brought to light by the spade, and the objects of daily use and luxury which are placed in the houses of the dead, and have been unearthed, chiefly in our days, by the curiosity of Europeans seeking the origins of their own civilization. And for the later stage of this period we have the Homeric poems. The most numerous and significant records have been found in the east of the Peloponnesus and the plain of Argos, at Mycenae, which keeps guard in the mountains at the northern end of the plain, and at Tiryns, its lowlier fellow close to the sea. The richest and strongest city on the coast of the Aegean seems for a long time to have been Mycenae. The memory of its wealth survived in the epithet golden, which distinguishes it in the Homeric poems. For want of an exact term, the whole civilization to which Mycenae's greatness belongs has been called Mycenaean. Tiryns was the older of the two fortresses, and had played its part in the earlier epoch before the Aegean peoples had yet emerged from the Stone Age. It stands on a long low rock about a mile and a half from the sea, and the land around it was once a marsh. From north to south the hill rises in height and was shaped by man's hand into 3 platforms, of which the southern and highest was occupied by the palace of the king. But the whole Acropolis was strongly walled round by a structure of massive stones, laid in regular layers but rudely dressed, the crevices being filled with a mortar of clay. This fashion of building has been called Cyclopean, from the legend that masons called Cyclopes were invited from Lycia to build the walls of Tiryns. The main gate of entrance, on the east side, was approached by a passage between the outer wall of the fortress and the wall of the palace. In the right, unshielded side of an enemy advancing to the gate was exposed to the defenders on the castle wall. On the west side there was a postern, from which a long flight of stone steps led up to the back part of the palace. But one curious feature in the castle of Tiryns sets it apart from all the other ancient fortresses of Greece. On the south side the wall deepens for the purpose of containing store chambers, the doors of which open out upon covered galleries, also built inside the wall, and furnished with windows looking outward. The stronghold of Mycenae, about 12 miles inland, at the northeastern end of the Argive plain, was built on a hill which rises to 900 feet above the sea level in a mountain glen. The shape of the citadel is a triangle, and the greater part of the wall is built in the same Cyclopean style as the wall of Tiryns, but of smaller stones. Another fashion of architecture, however, also occurs, and points to a later date than Tiryns. The gates and some of the towers are built of even layers of stone carefully hewn into rectangular shape. No storerooms or galleries like those of Tyrannus have been found at Mycenae, but on the northeast side a vaulted stone passage in the wall led by a downward subterranean path to the foot of the hill, where a cistern was supplied from a perennial spring outside the walls. Thus the garrison was furnished with water in case of a siege. Mycenae had 2 gates. The chief was on the west, ensconced in a corner of the wall, which at this point, running in southeastward, then turned outward due west, and thus enclosed and commanded the approach to the gate. The lintel of the doorway is formed by one huge square block of stone, and the weight of the wall resting on it is lightened by the device of leaving a triangular space. This opening is filled by a sculptured stone relief representing 2 lionesses standing opposite each other on either side of a pillar, on whose pedestal their forepaws rest. They are, as it were, watchers who ward the castle, and from them the gate is known as the Lion Gate. The ruins on the hill of Tyrannus enable us to trace the plan of the palace of its kings. One chief principle of the construction of the palaces of this age seems to have been the separation of the dwelling house of the women from that of the men, a principle which continued to prevail in Greek domestic architecture in historical times. But the striking characteristic of Tyrannus is that while the halls of the king and the halls of the queen are built side by side in the center of the palace, there is no direct communication between them, and they have different approaches. The halls of king and queen alike are built on the same general plan as the palace in the old brick city on the hill of Troy, and the palaces which are described in the poems of Homer. An altar stood in the men's courtyard, which was enclosed by pillared porticos, the portico which faced the gate being the vestibule of the house. Double-leafed doors opened from the vestibule into a preliminary hall, from which one passed through a curtained doorway over a great stone threshold into the men's hall. In the midst of it was the round hearth, the center of the house, encircled by 4 wooden pillars which supported the flat roof. The palace of Mycenae crowned the highest part of the hill, and its plan, though it cannot be traced so clearly or fully, was in general conception and in many details alike. The hearth, of which part remains, was ornamented by spiral and triangular patterns in red, blue, and white. The floors of the covered rooms were made of fine cement, and in the open courts the cement was hardened by small pebbles. Sometimes the floors are brightened with colored patterns. It was customary to embellish the walls by inlet sculptured friezes and by paintings. A brilliant alabaster frieze, inset with cyanus or paste of blue glass, decorated the vestibule of the hall at Tyrannus, and the men's halls in both palaces were adorned with mural pictures. The design and structure of these palaces differ in some notable respects from those of Crete. They were protected by strong exterior walls, while Knossos and Phaestus had no such fortifications. In the milder climate of Crete, portable braziers were sufficient for heating the rooms, and the architects could plan their houses without having to make holes in the roof for smoke to escape, whereas the severer weather of Greece rendered a fixed hearth necessary in the center of the chief hall, with a vent above for the smoke. This hall, with its pillared portico, became the most important part of the palace, and it was lit from above. The light wells, characteristic of Knossos and Phaestus, were not used in the castles of the mainland. Besides their castle and palace, the burying places of the kings of Mycenae are their most striking memorials. The men with whom we are now dealing bestowed their dead in tombs. There is no trace of the practice of burning corpses. At one time the lords of the citadel and their families were buried on the castle hill. Close to the western wall, south of the Lion Gate, the royal burial circle has been discovered, within which 6 tombs cut vertically into the rock had remained untouched by the hand of man since the last corpses were placed in them. Weapons were buried with the men, some of whose faces were covered with gold masks. The heads of the women were decked with gold diadems. Rich ornaments and things of household use were placed beside them. There was a stele or sepulchral stone over each tomb, and some of these slabs were sculptured. But a day came when this simple kind of grave was no longer royal enough for the rich princes of Mycenae, and they sought more imposing resting places, or else, as some believe, they were overthrown by lords of another race who brought with them a new fashion of sepulchre. 9 sepulchral domes, hewn in the opposite hillside, have been found not far from the Acropolis. The largest of them is generally known as the Treasury of Atreus, a name which arose from a false idea as to its purpose. These tombs, which are found, as we shall see, in other places in Greece, consist of 3 parts: the passage of approach, the portal, and the dome. A stone causeway leads up to the portal, which admits into a round vaulted chamber, built into the hollowed slope of a hill, and in some tombs, but this is exceptional, there is also a square side chamber. The portal of the Treasury of Atreus had a striking facade, being clad with slabs of colored marble and framed by dark gray alabaster pillars with zigzag and spiral patterns and carved capitals. The 2 massive lintel stones were relieved by the same device which was adopted in the architecture of the Lion Gate, and the triangle was filled by red porphyry. The vaulted room, of beehive shape, is formed by rings of well-joined and well-chiseled stones, which grow narrower as they rise, and a roof stone. The walls were adorned with bronze rosettes arranged in some pattern. A door, similar to that of the portal and framed with pillars, admits to the side chamber, which is hewn into the rock. Its walls were decorated with sculptured alabaster plates. The doorway of another tomb was framed by 2 alabaster columns, fluted like the columns of a Doric temple. But besides the stately burying places of the kings, the humbler tombs of the people have been discovered. The town of Mycenae, below the citadel, consisted of a group of villages, each of which preserved its separate identity. Each had its own burying ground. Thus Mycenae, and probably other towns of the age, represented an intermediate stage between the village and the city, a number of little communities gathered together in one place, and dominated by a fortress. The tombs in these village burying grounds resemble in plan the royal vaults. They are square chambers cut into the rock. They are approached by a passage which leads up to a doorway. The difference is that they are not round and have gabled roofs. Some of the things found in these sepulchres indicate that most of them are of later date than the royal tombs of the citadel and contemporary with the vaulted tombs below. We have seen how in the royal graves on the castle hill treasures of gold, long hidden from the light of day, revealed the wealth of the Mycenaean kingdom. Treasures would perhaps have been found also in some of the great vaulted tombs if they had not been rifled by plunderers in subsequent ages. But for us the works of the potter, and the implements of war and peace fashioned by the bronze smith, are of more value than the golden ornaments for studying this early civilization, and things of daily use have been found in the lowlier rock tombs as well as in the royal sepulchres of hill or plain. From the implements which the people used, and also from the representations which artists wrought, we can win a rough picture of their dress, armor, and ornaments, and form an idea of their capacity in art. Their civilization belonged to the age of bronze and copper. Even in its later period, iron was still so rare and costly that it was only used for ornaments, rings for instance, and possibly for money. And in its earlier period, the Stone Age had not quite been forgotten. Obsidian was still employed for the heads of arrows. But in general, bronze was used in Greece for all implements throughout this age. The arms with which the men of Mycenae attacked their foes were sword, spear, and bow. Their defensive armor consisted of huge helmets, probably made of leather, shields of oxhide reaching from the neck almost to the feet, complete towers of defense, but so clumsy that it was the chief part of a military education to manage them. The princes went forth to war in 2-horsed war chariots, which consisted of a board to stand on and a breastwork of wicker. The fragment of a silver vessel, found in one of the rock tombs of Mycenae, shows us a scene of battle in front of the walls of a mountain city, from whose battlements women watching the fight are waving their hands. Round shields came into use later. Among the pottery discovered at Mycenae there was a large jar, on one side of which we see a woman looking after 6 warriors with round shields, marching forth to battle armed from head to foot, and on the other, less clearly, men engaged in battle, black-brown figures on a yellow ground. On gems and seal stones we also find representations of armed men. One of the most striking pictures of the warriors of this age is a group of 5 spearmen with round shields on a painted gravestone. Men wore long hair, not however flowing freely, but tied or plaited in tresses. Razors have been found in the tombs, but in contrast with the Cretans, who always shaved, they often let the beard grow. It is not certain that they ever went naked with mere loin aprons like the Cretans. In later times they wore a close-fitting tunic and a cloak fastened by a clasp pin. High-born dames wore tight bodices and wide gown skirts. Frontlets, or bands around the brow, were a distinction of their attire, and they wore their hair high, coiled in rings, letting the ends fall behind. The ornaments which have been found in the royal tombs show that the queens of Mycenae appeared in glittering gold array. The Mycenaean pottery has given a clue for fixing the earlier and later epochs of the civilization which produced it, and enables us to say that, for instance, the vaulted sepulchres of the plain were subsequent to the shaft sepulchres on the castle hill of Mycenae. The painted vessels of the second millennium fall into 2 general classes, unglazed and glazed. The unglazed, ornamented chiefly with lines and spirals, were older, and when the glazed style attained its perfection, went almost entirely out of use. In the varnished jars, the development of the handicraft from the cruder work of the earlier potters can be traced through the best period into an age of decadence, when the Mycenaean comes into competition with other and newer styles. The color of these vessels in the best age is warm, varying from yellow to dark brown, and sometimes burnt into a rich deep red. A new impulse of decoration has come upon the potters. The ornaments are no longer lines and spirals, but vegetables and animals, especially of the sea kingdom, fishes, polypods, seaweeds. On the other hand, sphinxes, griffins, lotus flowers, and other Oriental and Egyptian subjects, though common elsewhere in Mycenaean ornament, are hardly ever copied by the workers in clay. The curious false-necked jars, which have no opening above the neck, but a spout at the side, are one of the most characteristic products of the potteries which we call Mycenaean. Other marks for fixing the relative dates of Mycenaean troves are stone tools and iron. If, for example, we find in one tomb obsidian spearheads and no trace of iron, and in another no stone implements but iron rings, it is a safe inference that the first is older than the second. The occurrence of iron is a mark of comparative lateness. It is by such marks as these that we are able to say that the kings of the shaft graves reigned before the kings who were buried in the vaulted tombs, and that remains which have been found in the island of Thura belong to the beginning of the Mycenaean age. The remains at Mycenae and Tiryns are, taken in their entirety, the most impressive of the memorials of the civilization of the Greek mainland in the Bronze Age. Close to Sparta, on high ground on the east bank of the Eurotas, there was an unwalled stronghold which perished in a conflagration, and in later times was associated with the name of King Menelaus. And not too far to the south, at Amyclae, which was in early ages perhaps the most important place in the Laconian Vale, there has been discovered a lordly tomb, which, unlike the treasury of Atreus, was never invaded by robbers. In this vault, among other costly treasures, were found the most precious of all the works of Cretan art that have yet been drawn forth from the earth: 2 golden cups on which a metal worker of matchless skill has wrought vivid scenes of the snaring and capturing of wild bulls. In Attica there are many relics. On the Athenian Acropolis there are a few stones supposed to belong to a palace of great antiquity, but we can look with more certainty on some of the ancient foundations of the fortress wall. This wall was called Pelargic or Pelasgic by the Athenians, and it seems likely that the word preserves the name of the ancient inhabitants of the place, the Pelasgoi. But the Pelasgians of Athens were not the only people of the Athenian plain. Towards the north end of this plain, a vaulted tomb seems to record ancient princes of Acharni. The lords of Thoricus had tombs of the same fashion, and at Eleusis there is similar evidence. In many other places in Attica, graves of this period have been found. At Persei, a number of remarkable rock tombs, resembling those in the lower town of Mycenae. In Boeotia there are some striking memorials. Remains of a palace, with some traces of wall paintings, have been found on Cadmea, the citadel of historic Thebes. On the western shores of the great Copaic marsh a people dwelled whose wealth was proverbial, and their city, Orchomenus, shared with Mycenae the attribute of golden in the Homeric poems. Paintings on the walls of their palace represented scenes from the sports of the bull ring, and pillar shrines, which must have been executed by artists of the same school as those who wrought at Knossos. One of their kings built a great sepulchral vault under the hill of the citadel, and later generations took it for a treasury. It approached, though it did not quite attain to, the size of the treasure house of Atreus itself, and it had a second chamber covered by a stone ceiling, which was adorned with a curious design in low relief, an arrangement of meandering spirals and fan-shaped leaves bordered by rosettes, producing the effect of a carpet. The same design which decked the burying place of Orchomenus in stone was used by the painters of some lord of Tiryns to adorn the walls of his palace, and one is tempted to see both in the ceiling and in the sepulchre the work of craftsmen from Crete. But in any case, the common design of ceiling and painting is borrowed from Egypt, for we find almost the same design on the ceilings of tombs at Egyptian Thebes. The lords of Orchomenus were probably the mightiest lords in Boeotia, but they had neighbours, were they rivals or friends, in another fastness of the Copaic marsh. While Orchomenus was situated by the western shores, this primeval stronghold was built on a rock rising out of the waters. The ruins of the mighty fortress walls which girded the edge of the rock are still there, and the foundations of the palace of these island princes, but the name of the place is unknown. To the lords of this nameless castle, and to the princes of Orchomenus, the curious habits of their spacious lake were a matter of perpetual concern. The lake or morass which fertilized their land has no river to bear its water to the sea, and its only outlets are underground clefts piercing Mount Toon, which rises on its northern banks, a barrier between the lake and the sea. To help the water to reach these passages, men made canals through the lake, and guarded them by fortresses. Remains have also been found, especially at Pylos and in Leucas and Cephallenia, which show that the coasts and islands of the Ionian Sea, which in Homeric poetry are associated with Nestor and Odysseus, were not outside the Mycenaean circle. At the extreme southwest of the Aegean there was a Mycenaean community at the beginning of the 14th century, at Ialysus and Rhodes. An old burying place has been dug out, and revealed horizontal rock graves with the arrangement of avenue, doorway, and four-sided chamber, resembling those of Mycenae. The vases found here belonged to the best kind of Mycenaean glazed ware, and the absence of earlier pottery suggests that this stage of civilization had not been reached by a gradual development in the place, but that settlers had brought their civilization with them. In Thessaly, the rude life of the Stone Age survived long after Cretan civilization had transformed southern Greece. The land remained comparatively barbarous, and even when, in the late Aegean period, the civilization of the south began to penetrate, it never throve. Thessaly can show no wealthy cities or mighty walls. A few small beehive tombs are the chief record of the heroic age. From this brief survey of the character and range of the Mycenaean civilization, it will be seen that it was an outgrowth of Cretan civilization, marked by peculiarities of its own. The period within which it flourished and declined fell between the 16th and the 11th centuries. The end came with the beginning of the Iron Age, and in Greece iron did not come into general use for weapons and ordinary purposes before the 11th century. Here too, as in Crete, Egypt supplies evidence bearing on the chronology. Early in the 16th century, Mycenaean vases were represented on a wall painting at Egyptian Thebes. At Gurab, a city which was built in the 15th century and destroyed 200 or 300 years later, a number of false neck jars imported from the Aegean have been found, and they belong not to the earlier but to the later period of Mycenaean pottery. And Egyptian evidence is found not only on Egyptian soil, but on both sides of the Aegean. 3 pieces of porcelain, one inscribed with the name, the 2 others with the cartouche of Amenhotep III of Egypt, and a scarab with the name of his wife, Taia, have been found in the chamber tombs of Mycenae. It is a curious coincidence that a scarab of the same Amenhotep was discovered in the burying place of Ialus in Rhodes. The single occurrence of such a scarab in one place might be an unsafe basis for an argument, but the coincidence seems to point to some special epoch of active intercourse with Egypt in this king's reign. It would follow that, early in the 14th century at latest, the period of the chamber tombs and the vaulted tombs began, but the earlier sepulchres also supply testimony to Egyptian influence. On an inlaid dagger blade, found in one of the rock tombs on the Mycenaean citadel, we see represented a scene from Egyptian life, ichneumons catching ducks in a river which can only be the Nile. The workmanship is Aegean, not Egyptian, but the Aegean artist knew Egypt. The simplest way of explaining the rise of this civilization is to suppose that the Cretans, when their power expanded after 1600 BC, descended on various parts of eastern Greece, and, establishing themselves especially in Argolis and Boeotia, planted their own culture among the Greeks. There is some evidence for Cretan settlements and Cretan lordships. For instance, the name of the island Manoa, opposite to Megara, seems to record its settlement from the island of Minos. In the legend of Cadmus and Europa, the founders of Thebes, Europa is the mother of Minos, daughter of Phoenix, and the tradition that Cadmus was the inventor of writing may commemorate the introduction of a Cretan script. Though the story represents Europa as a Phoenician, she was in the original version a Cretan princess. As a daughter of Phoenix, she was transferred to Phoenicia because the Greeks had forgotten that, long before they were acquainted with the traders of Tyre and Sidon, they had been wont to designate the brown-skinned Cretans as Phoenices, red men. The name of the hero Phoenix, whom we meet in Homer, may be explained by supposing that he descended from Cretan settlers in northern Greece. Probably some of the principalities which were founded under the aegis of Crete grew strong enough to fling off the authority of the Minoan sovereigns and refuse to pay tribute. But in all that concerns the relations of Knossos to Mycenae and her fellows, the history of the 15th century is hidden from us. Then about 1400 BC, Knossos fell and the glory of Crete departed. The splendid palace was destroyed by fire, and the other great settlements in the island seem to have been overwhelmed in the same catastrophe. This common destruction seems to show that the disaster was the work of invaders, and of invaders who had come simply to destroy and to sail away when the work of ruin was complete. But who the destroyers were we cannot say for certain. Some think that they were the Achaeans, who, as we shall see, rose to great power in Greece in the 13th century and also made settlements and bore rule in Crete. But although it is not impossible that the Achaeans may have left their northern homes in the regions of the Danube and reached North Greece in the 15th century, there is no convincing evidence that their coming was so early. No new palaces arose at Knossos and Phaestus. The old civilization was left to live on and decline. The site of Knossos was reoccupied, but its reoccupation does not suggest the abode of new conquerors. It is not impossible that the ruin of the Cretan power was wrought by the lords of the Argolid plain, who had become rivals of the Gnossian kings. At all events, after the fall of Knossos, pre-Achaean Argolis became the most powerful seat of Aegean civilization. We can make out little as to the mutual relations of the small kingdoms of the prehistoric Greek world. The eminent position of Golden Mycenae herself seems to be established. Her comparative wealth is indicated by the treasures of her tombs which exceed all treasures found elsewhere in the Aegean. But her lords were not only rich, their power stretched beyond their immediate territory. This fact may be inferred from the road system which connected Mycenae with Corinth, and must have been constructed by one of her kings. 3 narrow but stoutly built highways have been traced, the 2 western joining at Cleone, the eastern going by Tinea. They rest on substructions of Cyclopean masonry, streams are bridged and rocks are hewn through, and as they were not wide enough for wagons, the wares of Mycenae were probably carried to the isthmus on the backs of mules. If the glazed clayware, so abundantly found at Mycenae, was wrought there, and not, as some think, imported from the islands, then the industry of her potteries may have been a source of her wealth. It is not easy to determine whether Mycenae held sway over the whole Argive plain, and especially what was her relation to Tiryns. A road leading southward as far as a small hill, which was in later times famous for a great temple of Hera, may show that this site was under the dominion of Mycenae, and it was a place of some importance, for 3 vaulted hill tombs have been found hard by. Tiryns was an older place of habitation than Mycenae, and it has been suggested that it may have been Terinthian kings who first selected the Mycenaean hill as a strong post at the head of the plain and a bulwark against invaders from the north. Argos itself, under the hill of Larissa, must have been a place of importance, and in the 13th century Tiryns seems not to have belonged to Mycenae, but to the lords of Argos. Of the power and resources of the Aegean states, the monuments hardly enable us to form an absolute idea. They were small. It was an age when men might cross a kingdom in a day. The kings had slaves to toil for them. The fortresses and the large tombs were assuredly built by the hands of thralls. One fact shows in a striking way how small were these kingdoms, and how slender their means, compared with the powerful realms of Egypt and the Orient. If Babylonian or Egyptian monarchs, with their command of slave labor, had ruled in Greece, they would assuredly have cut a canal across the isthmus, and promoted facilities for commerce by joining the eastern with the western sea. That was an undertaking which neither the small primitive states nor the Greek states which came after ever had the means of carrying out. End of Chapter 1, Section 3. Chapter 1, Parts 4 through 6 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 1, Part 4. The Achaeans and the Trojan War. It is uncertain at what time the Achaeans made their first appearance in the Greek peninsula. They were a people of blonde complexion, of Indo-European speech, who came down from the regions of the Danube and made conquests in Thessaly and the plain of the Spercheius. In the course of time some of their chieftains won lordships in the Peloponnesus, in Argolis and Laconia, probably by marriages with daughters of the old Greek dynasties. It is not probable that the Achaean invaders came in great numbers. They formed a small ruling class who were soon assimilated in speech and manners to their Greek subjects. They did not work destruction. They won lordship and leadership, and their adventurous spirit guided Greece to great enterprises. They carried on the traditions of the civilization which they found. In Thessaly, poor and backward; in the Peloponnesus, wealthy and luxurious. In the later remains of Mycenaean civilization, their presence or influence can be recognized by some new features which they brought with them from the north, such as the use of long swords, round shields, and brooches. They also introduced the practice of burning the dead. Some think it was these northern invaders who destroyed the palaces of Knossos and Phaestus. In that case we must suppose that before B.C. 1400 they had settled in Thessaly. But we can only be certain that by the 13th century they had both risen to power in Argos and made settlements in Crete. The dynasty from which the Homeric kings, Agamemnon and Menelaus, sprang was founded, according to Greek tradition, early in the 13th century by Pelops, a Phrygian. Agamemnon and Menelaus represent the Achaean stock, and the meaning of this Phrygian relationship is not clear. At whatever time they came, the Achaeans had become true Greeks, and were the most prominent among Greek rulers in the 13th and 12th centuries, and the kings who held sway in Argolis were the most powerful. It is significant that the minstrels of the 12th century used both Achaeans and Argives to designate all the Greeks. They used also, in the same sense, the obscure name Danaoi, which legend associated especially with the Argolid, and which perhaps belonged to the original Greek inhabitants of that district. The Achaeans of northern Greece, of the land which was later to be Thessaly, seem to have been the great sea adventurers of the heroic age. With this country were connected the memories of early Greek exploration of the Euxine, in the legend of the ship Argo; and to the Achaeans of Thessaly we must probably refer the earliest notice which preserves the Achaean name in a historical document. An Egyptian writing tells us that they came in company with other peoples from the lands of the sea, and invaded Egypt in the year 1229 B.C., when Merneptah was king. But the great achievement which made the Achaeans illustrious was one in which southern and northern Greece combined, the expedition against Troy. The Achaean name is specially associated with the land of Phthia in southern Thessaly, and the country to the south, including the plain of the river Spercheius, as far as Mount Oeta. The Spercheius region has a particular interest as the original land of Hellas. Here dwelled the Hellenes, a small folk, who would one day give their name to all the Greeks. They were probably the old Greek population who had been subdued by the Achaean invaders. If we may judge from the ancient names of places which the Greeks preserved, it would seem that languages closely akin were at one time spoken on both sides of the Aegean and in the Isles. The coastmen and highlanders of western Asia Minor called their capes and hills and streams by names which resemble in root and formation names which we find on the coast and in the highlands of Greece, and in islands of the intermediate sea. But the strange thing is that the diffusion of the civilization which we have been examining stopped short at the margin of the Asiatic shore. It extended to Rhodes, and to small islands north and south of Rhodes, but it did not, until the days of its decline, touch the opposite continent. The people who held the seaboard of Asia Minor, between the Troad in the north and Lycia in the south, were the Meonians, the Carians, and the Leleges. It is a fact of importance that these lands lay outside the Mycenaean world, notwithstanding the affinities of race which bound the inhabitants of those countries to the folks of the Aegean islands and Greece. South of Troy, which stood quite by itself, there are no palaces or fortresses of the Mycenaean age along the East Aegean coast, nor in the large islands of Lesbos, Chios, and Samos. The relics even of commerce with the western Aegean, though one would expect such commerce to have been brisk and constant, are few and rare. There was, therefore, an obstinate resistance on the part of the inhabitants of these regions to the reception of the Aegean civilization of the Bronze Age. The most probable explanation of this fact is that a great inland power exercised control over Asia Minor down to the coast and excluded foreign settlements. This power was the empire of the Hittites. The ruins of their capital have been found at Bogaz Koi in northwestern Cappadocia. Their kingdom seems to have been lasted from about 2000 to 800 B.C., and about the time of the fall of Knossos they extended their power southward by conquering North Syria, where they established a second capital at Carchemish. They had close political relations with Babylonia, as is shown by the clay tablets in two languages, Hittite and Babylonian, which have been excavated at Bogaz Koi. Their lordship extended in some form to the Troad and the western coast of Asia Minor. The conjecture may be hazarded that they were the people who destroyed the great brick fortress of Troy. Many of the influences which passed to and fro between the Aegean world and Mesopotamia may have been transmitted through the Hittites. Their southward expansion meant wars with the Egyptians, who also aspired to dominate Syria. In a battle which was fought at Kadesh in 1287 B.C. between the two rival powers, we find the Lycians and the Dardanians of the Troad fighting for their Hittite lords. But about this very time the Hittite power was declining, and northwestern Asia Minor, as far as the valley of the Sangarius, was wrested from their rule by swarms of new invaders from Europe. These were the Phrygians, to whose race the Dardanians belonged, and who were so closely akin to the Thracians that we may speak of the Phrygo-Thracian division of the Indo-European family. After the destruction of early Troy, centuries had passed during which no attempt was made to restore its vanished splendor. 3 different settlements indeed succeeded one another on its site, but they were insignificant, villages rather than castles. We may account for this long interval by the jealous policy of the Hittite kings. At length, before the middle of the 13th century, one of the Phrygian leaders built a strong stone fortress on the hill of Troy. This too disappeared. Probably, as we shall see, it succumbed to an enemy, and then not long afterwards, built by the same people, arose the great stronghold of Priam, the Troy of legend and history. The new Troy, through whose glory the name of the spot was to become a household word forever throughout all European lands, was built on the levelled ruins of the older towns. The circuit of the new city was far wider, and within a great wall of well-wrought stone the citadel rose terrace upon terrace to a highest point. On that commanding summit, as at Mycenae, we must presume that the king's palace stood. The houses, of which the foundations have been disclosed within the walls, have the same simple plan that we saw in the older brick city and in the palaces of Mycenae and Tiryns. The wall was pierced by 3 or 4 gates, the chief gate being on the southeast side, guarded by a flanking tower. The builders were more skilful than the masons of the ruder walls of the fortresses of Argolis, which belonged to an earlier age. To the Trojan realm were reckoned not only the men of the Trojan plain, but the Dardanians in the upper valley of the Scamander, among the hills of Ida, the country of the Homeric Aeneas, and to the east the inhabitants of the plains of the Granicus and the Aesopus. And south of Mount Ida were a number of strongholds inhabited by Pelasgian tribes, who represented the original inhabitants of the country whom the Trojans had subdued. The lords of Troy, whether of the earlier fortress of brick or the later of stone, did not owe their power and wealth to the fertility of the soil or to any natural products of the region in which they had fixed their abode. The little plain, watered by the Scamander, has no advantages in itself to attract settlers, and its coasts, north and west, offer no good harbourage for ships. The fortune of Troy was due to the difficulties of navigation which beset mariners trading between the Aegean and the Euxine. The prevailing summer winds from north, northeast, and northwest used to detain sailing ships for days or weeks at the mouth of the Hellespont. The sailors wanted anchorage, and they wanted fresh water, which was to be got from the Scamander, and also on the west coast at Bashika Bay. These things the masters of the Scamander plain had it in their power to grant or withhold. Hence Troy was in a position to control the trade which passed through the Hellespont. And here a number of converging lines of traffic met. From Thrace and Paeonia came wine, swords, white horses, and perhaps gold. From Paphlagonia and the southern coast of the Euxine came timber, silver, vermilion, wild asses. Southward there was the commerce of the Meonians and Carians and Lycians. The Meonians, who were noted as slave dealers, dwelled in the land which was afterwards to be Lydia, on the banks of the Hermus and in the plain of Sardis. The Carians possessed Miletus, where there were skilful workers in ivory, and the districts of the Meander. The Lycians probably held much of the carrying trade from Egypt and Syria to northern Europe. The policy of Troy, which was, we may say, its very reason for existing, was to levy a toll upon all the traffic which converged on the Hellespontine shores. If there was, as has been supposed, a great yearly market in the Trojan plain, to which traders from all quarters came by sea or land with their merchandise, it was an arrangement which was not only profitable to the Trojan king who received the market dues, but may have been convenient to many of the merchants, sparing them longer journeys. Sacred Troy was thus a parasite which grew fat on the produce of others, and the Greeks, who desired to have access to the Euxine and to trade freely with all the world, determined to destroy it. We may conjecture that the fall of the fifth city in the course of the 13th century was the result of Achaean enterprise, and was the fact which suggested the legend of the sack of Troy by Heracles. This story is closely connected with the tale of the Argonauts, for Heracles embarked at Iolcus with the other heroes in the Argo, and left the ship during the voyage and destroyed Troy. It looks as if behind the whole legend there lurked the tradition of Greek attempts to navigate the Euxine between the fall of the fifth and the rise of the sixth city. So many legends of the heroic age of Greece have been proved by recent discoveries to have a historical basis, that there was nothing rash in supposing that here, too, imagination was not building in the void, but was working on the memory of definite events. It was probably at the beginning of the 12th century, as Greek tradition reckoned, that the Achaeans made ready a great expedition to exterminate the parasitic power which preyed upon the trade of the world. It is uncertain how far the Greek states of the time can be described as a federation or an empire, with a definite organization under the supremacy of Argos. But there seems no reason to doubt that the Achaean king of Argos, whose name in Greek tradition was Agamemnon, succeeded in enlisting the cooperation of the chief kings and princes of northern as well as southern Greece. It looks, indeed, as if the Achaean lords of Phthia and Thessaly, the country from which the Argo sailed, had a particular interest in the enterprise. All sailed to the plain of Troy. It was vain to hope that they could take by storm the well-walled castle of Priam. Their hope was to cut off all the trade on which Troy depended for her livelihood and to starve her out. The tradition that the siege was long, 9 years according to the poets, is therefore in accordance with the conditions of the war. The Greeks supported themselves by raids on the surrounding subjects and allies of the Trojans. Priam's city fell. Her fall was the necessary prelude to the opening of the Propontis and the Euxine Sea to Greek commerce and colonization. When the Greeks, in later days, established themselves securely on the Hellespont and the Bosphorus, the hill of Troy ceased to have any value as a site, and though it was again inhabited, it was little more than a place of famous memories. Part 5. The Homeric Poems. The later period of the heroic age, its manners of life, its material environment, its social organization, its political geography, are reflected in the Homeric poems. Although the poets who composed the Iliad and the Odyssey probably did not live before the 9th century, they derived their matter from older lays which must have belonged to the generations immediately succeeding the Trojan War. After the age of bronze had passed away, and the conditions of life and the political shape of the Greek world had been utterly changed, it would have been impossible for anyone, however imaginative, unless he were a scientific aquarian with an abundance of records at his command, to create a consistent picture of a vanished civilization. And the picture which Homer presents is a consistent picture, closely corresponding in its main features and in remarkable details to the evidence which has been recently recovered from the earth and described in the foregoing pages. The Homeric palace is built on the same general plan as the palaces that have been found at Mycenae and Tiryns, at Troy and in Boeotia. The equipment of the Homeric heroes and the man-screening Homeric shield received their best illustration from Mycenaean gems and jars. The blue inlaid frieze in the vestibule of the hall of Tiryns proves that the poet's frieze of Cyanus in the hall of Alcinous was not a fancy, and he describes as the cup of Nestor a gold cup with doves perched on the handles, such as one which was found in a royal tomb at Mycenae. The subjects wrought on the shield which the mastersmith made for Achilles may be illustrated by works of art found at Mycenae and in Crete. The shield, wrought in bronze, tin, silver, and gold, is round and has a ringed space in the center, encompassed by 3 concentric girdles. In the middle is the earth, the sea, and the heaven, with the unwearied sun and the moon at her full, and all the stars wherewith heaven is crowned. The subject of the first circle is peace and war. Here are scenes in a city at peace, banquets, brides borne through the streets by torchlight to their new homes, the elders dealing out justice. There is another city besieged, and scenes of battle. The second circle shows scenes from country life at various seasons of the year, ploughing in spring, the ploughman drinking a draught of wine as he reaches the end of the black furrow, a king watching reapers reaping in his meadows, and the preparations for a harvest festival. A bright vintage scene, young men and maids bearing the sweet fruit in wicker baskets, and dancing, while a boy plays a lyre and sings the song of Linus. Herdsmen with their dogs, pursuing two lions, which had carried off an ox from the banks of a sounding river. A pasture and shepherds' huts in the mountain glen. The whole was girded by the third, outmost circle, through which the great might of the river Oceanus flowed, rounding off as it were the life of mortals by its girdling stream. The whole conception is due to the imagination of the poet, but similar scenes of peace and war were depicted by the artists of the Aegean, as for instance on the Cretan plaques, which probably adorn the cover of a chest of cypress wood, on which we saw a city represented, and on a vase of steatite, decorated by a picture of what is probably a harvest festival. The siege is illustrated by the scene of the leaguered city on the silver beaker, and dagger blades discovered at Mycenae show brilliant examples of the art of inlaying on metal. The art of writing, too, is mentioned in the Iliad, in the story of Bellerophon, who carries from Argos to Lycia deadly symbols in a folded tablet. The fact, which was doubted till a few years ago, that writing was practised in the heroic age, shows that the poet was guilty of no anachronism. There is, indeed, one striking difference in custom. The Mycenaean tombs reveal few traces of the habit of burning the dead, which the Homeric Greeks invariably practised, while, beyond what is implied in a single mention of embalming, the poems completely ignore the practice of burial. In later times both customs existed in Greece side by side. The explanation of this discrepancy seems to be that cremation was a practice introduced by the Achaeans. Hexameter verse must have already been far on its way to perfection in the 12th century when the Greek bards used it to commemorate the Trojan War. The glorification of Achilles and other features of the Iliad point to northern Greece, where was the kingdom of Achilles and Phthia, as the home of one of these early minstrels. Southern Greece doubtless had its singers too, and here, we may suspect, the story of the homecoming of Odysseus took its first shape, marked as it is by a lively interest in the Peloponnesus and Crete. Part 6. Political and social organization of the early Greeks. The Homeric poems give us our earliest glimpse of the working of those political institutions which were the common heritage of most of the children, whether children by adoption or by birth, of the Aryan stock, of Greek, Roman, and German alike. They show us the king at the head, but he does not govern wholly of his own will. He is guided by a council of the chief men of the community whom he consults, and the decisions of the council and king, deliberating together, are brought before the assembly of the whole people. Out of these three elements, king, council, and assembly, the constitutions of Europe have grown. Here are the germs of all the various forms of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. But in the most ancient times this political organization was weak and loose. The true power in primitive society was the family. When we first meet the Greeks, they lived together in family communities. Their villages are habitations of a genos, that is, of a clan, or family in a wide sense, all the members being descended from a common ancestor and bound together by the tie of blood. Originally the chief of the family had the power of life and death over all who belonged to the family, and it was only as the authority of the state grew and asserted itself against the comparative independence of the family that this power gradually passed away. But the village communities are not, as they were in the Agean foreworld, isolated and independent. They are part of a larger community which is called the phyle or tribe. The tribe is the whole people of the kingdom, in the kingdom's simplest form, and the territory which the tribe inhabited was called its deme. When a king became powerful and won sway over the demes of neighboring kings, a community consisting of more than one tribe would arise, and while each tribe had to merge its separate political institutions in the common institutions of the whole state, it would retain its separate identity within the larger union. It was usual for several families to group themselves together into a society called a phratria or brotherhood, which had certain common religious usages. The organization of clan and tribe, with the intermediate union of the phratry, was a framework derived from the Aryan forefathers, shared at least by other Aryan races. For we find the same institutions among the Romans and among the Germans. The clan is the foundation of Roman society, and the Julian gens, for instance, has exactly the same social significance as the genos of the Achaemenids of Attica. The phyle is the Roman tribe, and the phratry corresponds to the Roman curia, and to our own English hundred. The importance of the brotherhood is illustrated by Homer's description of an outcast, as one who has no brothers and no hearth. The importance of the family is most vividly shown in the manner in which the Greeks possessed the lands which they conquered. The soil did not become the private property of individual freemen, nor yet the public property of the whole community. The king of the tribe or tribes marked out the whole territory into parcels, according to the number of families in the community, and the families cast lot for the estates. Each family then possessed its own estate. The head of the family administered it, but had no power of alienating it. The land belonged to the whole kin, but not to any particular member. The right of property in land seems to have been based, not on the right of conquest, but on a religious sentiment. Each family buried their dead within their own domain, and it was held that the dead possessed forever and ever the soil where they lay, and that the land round a sepulchre belonged rightfully to their living kinsfolk, one of whose highest duties was to protect and tend the tombs of their fathers. The king was at once the chief priest, the chief judge, and the supreme warlord of the tribe. He exercised a general control over religious ceremonies, except in cases where there were special priesthoods. He pronounced judgment, and dealt out justice to those who came to his judgment seat to have their wrongs righted. And he led forth the host to war. He belonged to a family which claimed descent from the gods themselves. His relation to his people was conceived as that of a protecting deity. He was revered as a god in the deme. The kingship passed from sire to son, but it is probable that personal fitness was recognized as a condition of the kingly office, and the people might refuse to accept a degenerate son who was unequal to the tasks that his father had fulfilled. The sceptred king had various privileges, the seat of honor at feasts, a large and choice share of booty taken in war, and of food offered at sacrifices. A special close of land was marked out and set apart for him as a royal domain, distinct from that which his family owned. The royal functions were vague enough, and a king had no power to enforce his will if it did not meet the approval of the heads of the people. He must always look for the consent and seek the opinion of the deliberative council of the elders. Strictly, perhaps, the members of the council ought to have been the heads of all the clans, and they would thus have represented the whole tribe, or all the tribes if there are more than one. But we must take it for granted, as an ultimate fact, which we have not the means of explaining, that certain families had come to hold a privileged position above the others, had, in fact, been marked out as noble, and claimed descent from Zeus, and the council was composed of this nobility. In the puissant authority of this council of elders lay the germ of future aristocracy. More important than either king or council for the future growth of Greece was the gathering of the people, out of which democracy was to spring. All the freemen of the tribe, all the freemen of the nation when more tribes had been united, met together not at stated times, but whenever the king summoned them, to hear and acclaim what he and his councillors proposed. To hear and acclaim, but not to debate or propose themselves. As yet the gathering of the folk for purposes of policy had not been differentiated from the gathering for the purpose of war. The host which the king led forth against the foe was the same as the folk which assented, by silence or applause, to the declarations of his will in the agora. The assembly was not yet distinguished as an institution from the army, and if Agamemnon summons his host to declare his resolutions in the plain of Troy, such a gathering is the agora in no figurative sense. It is no mere military assembly formed on the model of a political assembly. It is, in the fullest sense, the assembly of the people, the fellow institution of the Roman comitia, our own Gemote, derived all three from the same old Aryan gatherings. The king was surrounded by a body of companions, or retainers, who were attached to him by personal ties of service, and seem often to have abode in his palace. The companions are the same institution as the thanes of our English kings. And if kingship had held its ground in Greece, the companions might possibly, as in England, have developed into a new order of nobility, founded not on birth, but on the king's own choice for his service. Though the monarchy of this primitive form, as we find it reflected in the Homeric lays, generally passed away, it survived in a few outlying regions which lagged behind the rest of the Hellenic world in political development. Thus the Macedonian Greeks in the lower valley of the Axius retained a constitution of the old Homeric type till the latest times, the royal power continually growing. At the close of the tale of Greek conquest and expansion, which began on the Caister and ended on the Hyphasis, we shall come back by a strange revolution to the Homeric state. When all the diverse forms of the rule of the few and the rule of the many, which grew out of the primitive monarchy, have had their day, we shall see the Macedonian warrior, who is to complete the work that was begun by the Achaean conquerors of Troy, attended by his companions like Agamemnon or Achilles, and ruling his people like an Achaean king of men. The constitutional fabric of the Greek states was thus simple and loose in the days of Homer. Perhaps few large communities had come into Greece, but larger communities were constantly formed in the course of the conquest. In the later part of the royal period, a new movement is setting in which is to decide the future of Greek history. The city begins to emerge and take form and shape out of the loose aggregate of villages. The inhabitants of a plain or valley are induced to leave their scattered villages and make their dwellings side by side in one place, which would generally be under the shadow of the king's fortress. At first the motive would be to gain the protection afforded by joint habitation in unsettled times, just as we find in an earlier age villages grouped under the citadel of Mycenae. Sometimes the group of villages would be girt by a wall, sometimes the protection of the castle above would be deemed enough. The change from village to city life was general but not universal. Many communities continued to live in villages, and did not form cities till long afterwards. The movement was promoted by the kings, and it is probable that strong kings often brought it about by compulsion. But in promoting it, they were unwittingly undermining the monarchical constitution, and paving the way for their own abolition. A city-state naturally tends to be a republic. In the heroic age, then, the state had not fully emerged from the society. No laws were enacted and maintained by the state. Those ordinances and usages which guided the individual man in his conduct, and which are necessary for the preservation of any society, were maintained by the sanction of religion. There were certain crimes which the gods punished, but it was for the family, not for the whole community, to deal with the shedder of blood. The justice which the king administered was really arbitration. A stranger had no right of protection, and might be slain in a foreign community, unless he was bound by the bond of guest friendship with a member of that community, and then he came under the protection of Zeus the hospitable. Wealth in these ages consisted of herds and flocks, for though the Greeks were tillers of the soil, and had settled in a country which was already agricultural, the land was not rich enough to bestow wealth. The value of a suit of armor, for instance, or a slave, was expressed in oxen. Piracy was a common trade, as was inevitable in a period when there was no organized maritime power strong enough to put it down. So many practised this means of livelihood that it bore no reproach, and when seamen landed on a strange strand, the natural question to ask them was, "Outlanders, whence come ye? Are ye robbers that rove the seas?" End of Chapter 1, Parts 4 through 6.
Chapter 1, Part 7 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 1, Part 7. The Dorian Conquest. The heroic age of Greece may be said to have come to an end within 2 generations after the Trojan War. A dark period of about 2 centuries followed, which were marked by the disappearance of the old civilization, by the expansion of the Greek race over the Aegean, and by wide political changes in the mother country. The transition to the new period corresponds to the transition from the Bronze to the Iron Age. The old Aegean fashions of pottery are replaced by a style distinguished by geometrical decorations, and hence in the history of art the geometric age is often used as a convenient designation. The pressure of Illyrian peoples across the northern frontiers of Greece seems to have been the principal cause of the changes. The Dorians, who appear upon the scene and play the leading part in transforming Greece, were probably of Illyrian stock. Unlike the earlier northern invaders, the Aegeans, they destroyed instead of adopting the civilization which they found. The Dorians did not come with horses, they fought on foot, and their weapons were iron. The southward pressure of the Illyrians was fatal to Aetolia. In the Homeric poems we have a reflected glimpse of the prosperity of the Aetolian coastland. We see that Pleuron by the sea and rocky Calydon and the other strong cities of that region were abreast of the civilization of the heroic age, and the Aetolian myth of Meleager and the hunting of the Caledonian bear became a part of the heritage of the national legend of Greece. Maritime Aetolia was then a land of wine; its pride in its vineyards is displayed in the names of its mythic kings. But in the later ages of Greek history all this is changed. We find Aetolia regarded as a half-barbarous country, the abode of men who speak indeed a Greek tongue, but have lagged ages and ages behind the rest of Greece in science and civilization. And we find the neighbouring countries in the same case. Epirus, or the greater part of it, had been Hellenized when the worship of Zeus was introduced at Dodona, to become famous and venerable throughout the Greek world. Suddenly it lapses into comparative barbarism, and the sanctuary of Dodona remains a lonely outpost. The explanation of this falling away is the irruption and conquest of Illyrian invaders. It was not through laziness or degeneracy, or through geographical disadvantages, that the Greeks of Epirus and Aetolia fell out of the race. It was because they were overwhelmed by a rude and barbarous people, who swamped their civilization instead of assimilating it. The Aetolians and Epirots of later history are mainly of Illyrian stock. This invasion naturally drove some of the Greek inhabitants to seek new homes elsewhere. It was easy to cross the Gulf, and Aetolian immigrants made their way to the river Peneus, where they settled and took to themselves the name of Ilians or Dalesmen. They won dominion over the Epeans, the first Greek settlers, and gradually extended their power to the Alpheus. Their land was a tract of downs with a harbourless coast, and they never became a maritime power. The people in this western plain of the peninsula were distinguished by the veneration of the hero Pelops. His worship had taken deep root at Pisa on the banks of the river Alpheus. It was a spot which in a later age, when the Greeks had spread overseas into distant lands, was to become one of the holiest seats of Greek religion, where the greatest of the Aryan, the supremest of the Hellenic, gods was to draw to his sacred precinct men from all quarters of the Greek world to do him honour with the sacrifices and games. But even when Pisa had come to be illustrious as Olympia, even when the temple and altar of the Olympian Zeus had eclipsed all other associations of the place, Pelops still received his offering. But though Pelops himself was remembered only as a legendary figure, except in 1 or 2 places like Olympia where his old worship survived, His name is living still in one of the most familiar geographical names of Greece. It is in the regions near the mouth of the Corinthian Gulf, where the existence of the bridge at Corinth may be easily unremembered, that men would be most tempted to call the great peninsula an island. And so, when Pelops was still widely worshipped, the name Island of Pelops may have originated on that side, not probably in the peninsula itself, but on the opposite shores, in Aetolia, for example, and then it made its way into universal use, and clung henceforward to southern Greece. The pressure of the Illyrians in Epirus may be associated with two movements of great consequence, the Thessalonian and the Boeotian migration. A backward Greek folk named the Pethaloi, but called by men of the other districts Thessaloi, crossed the hills and settled in the western corner of the land which is bounded by Pelion and Pindus. They gained the upper hand and spread their sway over the whole plain. They drove the Achaeans southwards into the mountains of Phthia, and henceforward these Achaeans play no part of any note in the history of Greece. The Thessalian name soon spread over the whole country, which is called Thessaly to the present day. Cranon, Pagasae, Larissa, and Pherae became the seats of lords who reared horses and governed the surrounding districts. The conquered people were reduced to serfdom and were known as the laborers. They cultivated the soil, at their own risk, paying a fixed amount to their lords, and they had certain privileges. They could not be sold abroad or arbitrarily put to death. But they gained one victory over their conquerors: the Achaean language prevailed. The Thessalians gave up their own idiom and learned, not indeed without modifying, the speech of their subjects, so that the dialect of historic Thessaly bears a close resemblance to the tongue which we find spoken by the Achaean settlers in Asia Minor. When they had established themselves in the lands of the Peneus, the Thessalians pressed northward against the Pherae, eastward against the Magnates, and southward against the Achaeans of Phthia, and reduced them all to tributary subjection. We know almost nothing of the history of the Thessalian kingdoms. In later times we find the whole country divided into four great divisions: Thessaloitis in the southwest, the quarter which may have been the first settlement and home of the Thessalian invaders; Phthiotis of the Achaeans in the south; Pelasgoitis, a name which records the survival of the Pelasgians, one of the older peoples; and Histiaoitis, the land of the Histiaeans, who have no separate identity in history. All the lordships of the land were combined in a very loose political organization, which lay dormant in times of peace, but through which, to meet any emergency of war, they could elect a common captain, with the title of Tegos. But all the folk did not remain to fall under the thraldom imposed by the new lords. A portion of the Achaeans migrated southward to the Peloponnesus and founded settlements along the strip of coast which forms the southern side of the Corinthian Gulf, and was henceforth called Achaia. Thus there were two Achaean lands, the old Achaia in the north, now shrunk to the mountains of Phthia, and the new Achaia in the south. There was also apparently a movement to Euboea, in consequence of the Thessalian invasion. According to tradition, Histiaea in the north of the island and Eretria in the centre owed their origin to settlers from Thessaly, and there is independent evidence that there was truth in this tradition. The lands of Helicon and Kithaeron experienced a similar shock to that which unsettled and changed the lands of Olympus and Othrys, but the results were not the same. The old home of the Boeotians was in Mount Boan in Epirus. The mountain gave them their name. Their dialect was probably closely akin to the original dialect of the Thessalians, being marked by certain characters which enable us to distinguish roughly a northwestern group of dialects from those spoken by the earliest invaders of Greece. Coming from the west or north, the Boeotians first occupied places in the west of the land which they were to make their own. From Chaeronea and Coronia they won Thebes, the city of the Cadmeans. Thence they sought to spread their power over the whole land. They spread their name over it, for it was called Boeotia, but they did not succeed in winning full domination as rapidly as the Thessalians succeeded in Thessaly. The rich lords of Orchomenus preserved their independence for hundreds of years, and it was not till the 6th century that anything like a Boeotian unity was established. The policy of the Boeotian conquerors, who were perhaps comparatively few in number, was unlike that of the Thessalians. The conquered communities were not reduced to serfdom. On the other hand, they did not, like the Thessalians, adopt or adapt the speech of the older inhabitants, but the idioms of the conquerors and conquered coalesced and formed a new Boeotian dialect. The Boeotian conquest, there can be little doubt, caused some of the older peoples to wander forth to other lands, and it may explain the participation of the Cadmeans and the men of Labadia and others in some of the Ionian settlements in Asia Minor. Moreover, the coming of the Boeotians probably unsettled some of the neighbouring peoples and drove them to change their abodes. West of Boeotia, in the land of the Phocians, amid the regions of Mount Parnassus, there were dislocations of a less simple kind. Hither came the Dorians. For a while, it would seem, a large space of mountainous country between Mount Ota and the Corinthian Gulf, including a great part of Phocis, became Dorian land. The greater part of them soon went forth to seek fairer abodes in distant places. But a few remained behind in the small basin-like district between Mount Ota and Mount Parnassus, where they preserved the illustrious Dorian name throughout the course of Grecian history, in which they never played a part. It would seem that the Dorians also took possession of Delphi, the rocky threshold of Apollo, and planted some families there who devoted themselves to the service of the god. After the departure of the Dorian wanderers, the Phocians could breathe again, but Doris was lost to them, and Delphi, which, as we shall see, they often essayed to recover. And the Phocians had to reckon with other neighbours. In later times we found the Locrians split up into 3 divisions, and the Phocians wedged in between. One division, the Ozolian Locrians, are on the Corinthian Gulf, to the west of Phocis. The other 2 divisions are on the Euboean Sea, to the northeast of Phocis. The Oslians were one of the most backward peoples of Greece. The Locrians of the north play a part in the Iliad, under the leadership of their hero Ajax, who ruled over Thronion as well as over Opus, and Locris was probably a continuous strip along the coast of the Euboean Straits. The Phocians wanted an outlet to the sea and severed it into 2 parts. The departure of the Dorians from the regions of Parnassus was probably gradual, and it was accomplished by sea. They built ships, perhaps the name of Naupactus, the place of the shipbuilding, is a record of their ventures, and they sailed around the Peloponnesus to the southeastern parts of Greece. One band of adventurers brought a new element to Crete, the island of many races. Others settled in Thera and Melos. Others sailed away eastward, beyond the limits of the Aegean, and found a home on the southern coast of Asia Minor, where, surrounded by barbarians and forgotten by the Greek world, they lived a life apart, taking no share in the history of Hellas. But they preserved their Hellenic speech, and their name, the Pamphylians, recorded their Dorian origin, being the name of one of the 3 tribes by which the Dorians were everywhere recognized. The next conquests of the Dorians were in the Peloponnesus. They had found it impossible to attack on the north and west. They now essayed it on the south and east. There were 3 distinct conquests: conquest of Laconia, on the conquest of Argolis, the conquest of Corinth. The Dorians took possession of the rich vale of the Eurotas, and keeping their own Dorian stock pure from the mixture of alien blood, reduced all the inhabitants to the condition of subjects. It seems probable that the Dorian invaders who subdued Laconia were more numerous than the Dorian invaders elsewhere. The eminent quality which distinguished the Dorians from other branches of the Greek race was that which we call character, and it was in Laconia that this quality most fully displayed and developed itself, for here the Dorian seems to have remained more purely Dorian. In Argolis the course of things ran otherwise. The invaders, who landed under a king called Temenos, had doubtless a hard fight, but their conquest took the shape not of subjugation but of amalgamation. The Argive state was indeed organized on the Dorian system, with the 3 Dorian tribes, the Hillais, the Pamphyli, and the Damanists, but otherwise few traces of the conquest remained. It is to the time of this conquest that the overthrow of Mycenae is probably to be referred. Certain it is that both Mycenae and Tyrians were destroyed suddenly and set on fire. Henceforward Argos, under her lofty citadel, was to be undisputed queen of the Argive plain. Greater, indeed, was the feat which the Dorians wrought in their southern conquest, the feat of making lowly Sparta, without citadel or wall, the queen of the Laconian vale. Dorian ships were also rowed up the Saronic Gulf. It was the adventure of a prince whom the legend calls Arant, the son of Rider, and seized the high hill of Acrocorinth, the key of the peninsula. This was the making of Corinth. Here, as in Argolis, there was no subjection, no distinction between the conquerors and the conquered. The geographical position of Corinth between her seas determined for her people a career of commerce, and her history shows that the Dorians had the qualities of bold and skilful traders. From Argos the Dorians made two important settlements in the north, on the river Asopus, Sicyon on its lower, and Philius on its upper banks. And beyond Mount Geranea another Dorian city arose, we know not how, on the commanding hill which looks down upon the western shore of Salamis. Its name was Nisa. But the hill had been crowned by a royal palace in the heroic age, and so the place came to be known Megara, the palace, and in historical times no other name was known, though the old name lurked in the name of the Harmer Nisaea. In later days Dorian Megara was associated politically with the Peloponnesus, rather than with northern Greece. In pre-Dorian days it had been reckoned as part of Boeotia, separated though it was from that country by the western portion of the massive range of Katharon. The island, whose conical mountain in the midst of the Saronic waters is visible to all the coasts around, also was destined to become a Dorian land. Aegina was conquered by Dorian settlers from Epidaurus, but the conquest was perhaps not effected for 200 years or more after the subjugation of Argolis. In Aegina, too, there was doubtless a fusion of the old inhabitants and the new settlers, and we may be sure that it had been before, as it was after, the change, an island of bold and adventurous sailors. In Crete and Laconia we meet, as we shall see, some peculiar institutions, which seem to have been characteristically Dorian, but are not found in Argos or Corinth. Yet all the Dorian settlements remembered their common Dorian origin, and the conquerors of Laconia, at least, looked with emotions of filial piety towards the little obscure Doris in the highlands of Parnassus as their mother country. The evidence of the three Dorian tribes might help to maintain the consciousness of a Dorian section of Greece, but it was perhaps the rise of a new Doris, on the other side of the Aegean, that elevated the Dorian name into permanent national significance. End of Chapter 1, Part 7. Recording by Sibella Denton.
Chapter 1, Part 8 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 1, Part 8. The expansion of the Greeks over the Aegean islands and the plantation of Greek settlements along the western coast of Asia Minor began when the heroic age was drawing to a close, and continued for about a century and a half. This movement was promoted, and in some of its stages directly caused by the consequences of the Dorian invasion and the migrations in northern Greece. But it may have begun without any external pressure, perhaps on account of overpopulation, and partly in a spirit of enterprise which was tempted by the fertile river valleys and plains of the Asiatic coast, where there was now no great power to oppose them. The Hittite Empire had fallen back from the west, which it was never to reach again. It does not appear even on the distant horizon in the Homeric poems. Apart from the early settlements in the island of Rhodes, which were previous to the Trojan War, the first Greeks who sailed across the Aegean to find new homes were the Achaeans and their fellows from the hills and plains of Thessaly and the plain of the Spercheius. Their expeditions probably started from the landlocked bay of Pagasae, and tradition long afterwards associated the first sea ventures of the Greeks with the port of Iavolcos. Along with the Achaeans there sailed as comrades and allies the Aeolians. Some, indeed, believe that Aeolian was simply another name for Achaean. But it seems safer to regard the Aeolians as distinct from, though closely related to, the Achaeans. It is impossible to determine whether those who crossed the Aegean were settlers in Thessaly, and not rather some of the Aeolians who lived beyond the mountains by another seaboard on the northern shore of the Corinthian Gulf. We know that in early times these Aeolians were engaged in constant warfare with the Aetolians, who ultimately won the upper hand and gave their name to the whole country. And perhaps the pressure of these foes induced some of them to throw in their lot with the Achaeans, who were sailing in search of new homes beyond the sea. It was to the northern part of Asia Minor, the island of Lesbos and the opposite shores, that the Achaean and Aeolian adventurers steered their ships. Here they planted the first Hellenic settlements on Asiatic soil, the beginning of a movement which, before 1,000 years had passed away, was to carry Greek conquerors to the Indian Ocean. The coastlands of western Asia Minor are, like Greece itself, suitable for the habitations of a seafaring people. A series of river valleys are divided by mountain chains which run out into promontories so as to form deep bays, and the promontories are continued in islands. The valleys of the Hermus and the Caicus are bounded on the north by a chain of hills which run out into Lesbos. The valley of the Hermus is parted from that of the Caister by mountains which are prolonged in Chios, and the valley of the Caister is separated from the valley of the Meander by a chain which terminates in Samos. South of the Meander valley there are bays and islands, but the mountains of the mainland are broken by no rivers. The Greek occupation of the lower waters of the Hermus and Caicus is known to us only by its result. The invaders won the coastlands from the Mysian natives, and seized a number of strong places which they could defend: Pitana, Marina, Sima, Ege, Old Smyrna. They pressed up the rivers, and on the Hermus they founded Magnesia under Mount Sipylus. All this, needless to say, was not done at once. It must have been a work of many years, and of successive expeditions from the mother country. The Achaean wave of emigration was succeeded by another wave, flowing mainly from the coasts of Attica and Argolis, and new settlements were planted south of the elder Achaean settlements. The two-pronged peninsula between the Hermus and the Caister rivers, with the off-lying isle of Chios, the valleys of the Caister and Meander, with Samos and the peninsula south of Mount Latmos, were studded with communities which came to form a group distinct from the older group in the north. Each group of settlements came to be called by a collective name. As the Achaeans were the most illustrious of the settlers in the north, one might expect to find the northern group known as Achaean. But it is not thus that names are given in primitive times. A number of cities or settlements, which have no political union, and are merely associated together by belonging to the same race and speaking the same tongue, do not generally choose themselves a common name. It rather happens that when they get a common name it is given to them by strangers who, looking from the outside, regard them as a group, and do not think of the differences of which they are themselves more vividly conscious. And it constantly happens that the name of one member of the group is, by some accident, picked out and applied to the whole. Thus it befell that the Aeolian and not the Achaean name was selected to designate the northern division of the Greek settlements in Asia, just as our own country came to be called not Saxony, but England. The southern and larger group of colonies received the name of Iavones, or Iones, as they called themselves, when they lost the letter V. The Iavones were a people who had settled on the coasts of Argolis and Attica, but there the name fell out of use, and perhaps passed out of memory, until on Asiatic soil it attained celebrity and re-echoed with glory to their old homes. But it would probably be a mistake to regard these two groups as well defined from the first. To begin with, it is possible that they overlapped chronologically. The latest of the Aeolian settlements may have been founded subsequently to the earliest of the Ionian. In the second place, the original homes of the settlers overlapped. Though the Aeolian colonies mainly came from the lands north of Mount Ida, apart from those who came from Aetolia, they included some settlers from the coasts of Boeotia and Euboea. Thus Sima, in Aeolus, derived its name from Euboean seamen; and, on the other hand, though the Ionian colonies were chiefly derived from the coasts of Attica and Argolis, apart from some contingents from Crete and other places in the south, there were also some settlers from the north. Thirdly, the two groups ran into each other geographically. Phocaea, for example, which is geographically in Aeolus, standing on the promontory north of the Hermus River, was included in Ionia. Its name shows that some of the men who colonized it were Phocians, and some of the places in North Ionia, Teos, for instance, had received Achaean settlements first, and were then resettled by Ionians. In Chios, which was afterwards fully in Ionia, a language of Aeolic complexion was once spoken. Of the foundation of the famous colonies of Ionia, of the order in which they were founded, and of the relations of the settlers with the Lydian natives, we know as little as of the settlements of the Achaeans. Clazomene and Teos arose on the north and south sides of the neck of the peninsula which runs out to meet Chios, and Chios, on the east coast of her island, faces Erythrae on the mainland, Erythrae, the crimson, so called from its purple fisheries, the resort of Tyrian traders. Lepidus and Colophon lie on the coast as it retires eastward from Teos to reach the mouth of the Cayster, and there was founded Ephesus, the city of Artemis. By the streams of the Cayster was a plain called the Agean meadow, which destiny in some odd way selected to bestow a name upon one of the continents of the earth. South of Ephesus, and on the northern slope of Mount Mycale, was the religious gathering place of the Ionians, the temple of the Heliconian Poseidon, which, when once the Ionians became conscious of themselves as a sort of nation, and learned to glory in their common name, served to foster a sense of unity among all their cities from Phocaea in the north to Miletus in the south. Samos faces Mount Mycale, and the worship of Hera, which was the religious feature of Samos, is thought to point to men of Argos as participators in its original foundation. South of Mycale, the cities of Myus and Priene were planted on the Maeander. Then the coast retires to skirt Mount Latmos, and breaks forward again to form the promontory, at the northern point of which was Miletus with its once splendid harbour. There was one great inland city, Magnesia on the Maeander, which must not be confused with the inland Aeolian city, Magnesia on the Hermus. Though counted to Ionia, it was not of Ionian origin, for it was founded by the Magnetes of Thessaly, and settlers from Euboea and Boeotia took part in the colonization of Ionia, as well as the Ionians of Argolis and Attica. The old inhabitants, Leleges, Maeonians, Carians, probably offered no prolonged resistance to the invaders. The old inhabitants, Leleges, Maeonians, Carians, probably offered no prolonged resistance to the invaders, and in some places, as the Carians, for example, at Miletus, they mixed with the Greek strangers. The colonists carried with them into the new Greece beyond the seas traditions of the old civilization which, in the mother country, was being overwhelmed by the Dorian invaders. And those traditions helped to produce the luxurious Ionian civilization which meets us some centuries later, when we come into the clearer light of recorded history. And they carried with them their minstrelsy, their lays of Troy, celebrating the deeds of Achilles and Agamemnon and Odysseus. The epic poetry of Greece entered upon a new period in Ionia. It was perhaps in the 9th century that the Iliad as we know it came into being. A poet of supreme genius arose, and it may be that he was the singer whose name was actually Homer. This famous name has the humble meaning of hostage, and we may fancy, if we care, that the poet was carried off in his youth as a hostage in some local strife. He composed his poetry in rugged Chios, and he gives us a local touch when he describes the sun as rising over the sea. From him the Homerid family of the bards of Chios were sprung. He took as his main argument the older poem of the Wrath of Achilles, and expanded it into the shape and compass of the greater part of the Iliad, including one of the noblest episodes in the whole epic, Priam's ransoming of Hector. Tradition made Homer the author of both the great epics, the Odyssey as well as the Iliad. This is not probable, but no great length of time need separate the composition of the two poems. Homer did not give to the Iliad the exact shape in which it was ultimately transmitted, for it received from his successors in the art some additions and extensions which were not entirely to its advantage. He was no mere stringer together of ancient lays. He took the motives, he caught the spirit of the older poems. He wove them into the fabric of his own composition. But he was himself as divinely inspired as any of the elder minstrels, and he was the father of epic poetry in the sense in which we distinguish an epic poem with a large argument from a short heroic lay. His work was thoroughly artificial, conscious art, as the greatest poetry always is, and it is probable that he committed the Iliad to writing. As he and his successors sang in Ionia, at the courts of Ionian princes, he dealt freely with the dialect of the old Achaean poems. The Iliad was arrayed in Ionic dress, and ultimately became so identified with Ionia that the Achaean origin of the older poetry was forgotten. The transformation was not, indeed, perfect, for sometimes the Ionian forms did not suit the metre, and the Aeolian forms were used. But the change was accomplished with wonderful skill. It is probable that the Ionian poet also did much to adapt the epic material which he used to the taste and moral ideas of a more refined age. The Iliad is notably free from the features of crude savagery which generally mark the early literature of primitive peoples. Only a few slight traces remain to show that there was in the background ugly and barbarous things over which a veil has been drawn. In other respects, the Ionian poets have faithfully preserved the atmosphere of the past ages of which they sung. They preserved its manners, its environment, its geography. Only an occasional anachronism slips in, which in the otherwise consistent picture can easily be detected. Unwittingly, for instance, the poet of the Odyssey allows it to escape that he lived in the Iron Age, for such a proverb as "The mere gleam of iron lures a man to strife" could not have arisen until iron weapons had long been in use. But he is at pains to preserve the weapons and gear of the Bronze Age. Homer preserved the memory of the Trojan War as a great national enterprise. The Iliad was regarded as something of far greater significance than an Ionian poem. It was accepted as a national epic, and was, from the first, a powerful influence in promoting among the Greeks community of feeling and tendencies toward national unity. For 200 years after its birth the Iliad went on gathering editions, and the bards were not unready to make insertions in order to satisfy the pride of the princely and noble families at whose courts they sang. The Odyssey, affiliated as it was to the Trojan legend, became a national epic too, and the interest awakened in Greece by the idea of the Trojan War was displayed by the composition of a series of epic poems, dealing with those events of the siege which happened both before and after the events described in the Iliad, and with the subsequent history of some of the Greek heroes. These poems were anonymous, and passed under the name of Homer. Along with the Iliad and Odyssey, they formed a chronological series which came to be known as the epic cycle. The Ionic settlements did not complete the Greek colonizations of Asia Minor. The Dorian conquest of the eastern Peloponnesus was followed by a Dorian expansion beyond the seas and a colonization of the Asiatic coast, to the south of Ionia. The Carians had spread over this region down to the border of Lycia, and had pressed the older inhabitants into the promontory which faces the island of Calymna. Here the Lelages participated in the latest stages of the Aegean civilization, as we know by the pottery and other things which have been discovered at Termora and chamber tombs. These round tombs, not hewn out of the earth, like the vaulted sepulchres of Mycenae, but built above ground, are found in many parts of the peninsula, and remain as the most striking memorial of the Lelages. The bold promontories below Miletus, the islands of Kos and Rhodes, were occupied by colonists from Argolis, Laconia, Corinth, and Crete. On the mainland, Halicarnassus was the most important Dorian settlement, but it was formed in concert with the Carian natives, and was half Carian. This new Doris eclipsed in fame, and shed a new lustre on the old Doris under Mount Ada. All the settlements were independent, but they kept alive their communion of interest and sentiment by the common worship of the Triopian Apollo. The Carians were a vigorous people. They impressed themselves upon their land, and soon men began to forget that it had not always been Caria. They took to the sea, and formed a maritime power of some strength, so that in later ages a tradition was abroad that there was once upon a time a Carian sea supremacy, though no one could mention anything that it had achieved. The Carians also claimed to have made contributions to the art of war by introducing shield handles, and the crested helmet, and the emblazoning of shields, claims which we cannot test. The Greek fringe of Western Asia Minor was complete. It was impossible for Doris to creep round the corner and join hands with Pamphylia, for the Lycians presented an insuperable barrier. The Lycians were not a folk of Aryan speech, as a widely spread error supposes them to have been. Their language is related to the Carian. Their proper name was Tremili, but the name Lycian seems to have been given them by others as well as by the Greeks, who recognized in the chief Tremilian deity their own Apollo Lycios. But, though Lycia was not colonized, the Aegean was now entirely within the Greek sphere, excepting only its northern margin, where Greek enterprise in the future was to find a difficult field. It is important to observe that the process by which Asiatic Greece was created differs in character from the Dorian invasion of the Peloponnesus. The settlements of Ionia and Doris are examples of colonization. Bands of settlers went forth from their homes to find new habitations for themselves, but they left a home country behind them. The Dorian movements, on the other hand, partake of the character of folk wandering. The essential fact is that a whole people dispersed to seek new fields and pastures, for the paltry remnant which remained in the sequestered nook beyond Parnassus could not be called the parent people except by courtesy. The people, as a whole, had gone elsewhere. Before the completion of the Greek occupation of the western coast of Asia Minor, another migration left the shores of the Peloponnesus to seek a more distant home. Cyprus, an island whose geographical position marks it out to be contested between 3 continents, was now to receive European settlers. Throughout the Bronze Age it played an important part in supplying the Aegean countries with copper, and it exported timber, but it did not begin to share in the advanced civilization of the Aegean till the very last days of Cnosian supremacy. Then it received colonists from the Aegean, and developed an art which shows the characteristics of Cretan and Mycenaean art, with its own local peculiarities. At Salamis, in the east of the island, sepulchres have been found which show how Aegean culture flourished in Cyprus in the 14th century. The Cypriotes presently learned the craft of manufacturing iron, which was beginning to come into use. Their position, near Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt, gave them favorable opportunities for commerce, which brought them wealth. The island was destined, however, to play a part in the world's debate as a wrestling ground between the European and the Asiatic, and the first Europeans who went forth for the struggle were the Peloponnesian Greeks, whom, we may suspect, the events of the Dorian invasion incited to wander. Much about the same time, the Phoenicians also began to plant settlements in the island, mainly in the centre: Amathus, Sidon, Idalion, Tamasus, Lapathus, and some places seem to have been colonized jointly by Phoenicians and Greeks, just as on the coast of Asia Minor Greeks and Carians mingled. A new Cypriot culture arose out of the intermingling of the two races and the old inhabitants. The worship of the great mother goddess, attended by doves, was native to Cyprus as to Crete, and the Greeks identified her with Aphrodite, who became universally known as the Cyprian goddess. The settlers in Cyprus spoke the Arcadian dialect, but this does not prove that their old homes were in Arcadia. Before the Dorians came and developed new dialects, the Arcadian speech, with but slight variations, seems to have prevailed in the coastlands as well as in the centre of the peninsula, and some of the Cypriot Greeks went forth from Laconia and Argolis. Some sailed from Salamis in the Attic Bay and gave their name to Salamis in Cyprus. The colonists found already established a mode of linear writing which exhibits close resemblances to the Cretan system, and had probably been imported with the rest of Aegean civilization. This syllabic system was ill adapted to express the Greek language, but the colonists adapted it to their use. And although nothing is clumsier than a Greek writing in the Cypriot character, yet the Greeks of Cyprus clung to it when the rest of their race had learned the use of a finer instrument. If we look back now upon the early history of the Greeks, we see that though we can establish a probable chronology, there is only a single date which can lay claim to precision, and this concerns an event of minor importance, an Achaean raid on Egypt. For all the leading changes and movements we must be content with approximate limits. Greek-speaking peoples occupied Greece, 3rd millennium. Crete leading power in Aegean, circa 2200 to 1400 BC. Advanced Aegean civilization in Greece, from circa 1600 BC. Fall of Knossos, circa 1400 BC. Achaeans invade North Greece, before 1300 BC. Achaeans found principalities in Peloponnesus, 1300 to 1250 BC. Fall of 5th city of Troy, circa 1250 BC. Achaeans of Thessaly join in raid on Egypt, 1229 BC. Trojan War, early in 12th century. Thessalian conquest, Boeotian conquest, and beginnings of Achaean migration to Asia Minor towards end of 12th century. Ionian colonization in Asia Minor begins, Dorian conquests in Peloponnesus and Crete, Dorian colonization in Asia Minor begins, and Greek colonization of Cyprus, 11th century. Section 9. Fall of Greek monarchies and rise of the republics. Under their kings, the Greeks had conquered the coasts and islands of the Aegean, and had created the city-state. These were the two great contributions of monarchy to Grecian history. In forwarding the change from rural life in scattered thorps to life in cities, the kings were doubtless considering themselves as well as their people. They thought that the change would consolidate their own power by bringing the whole folk directly under their own eyes. But it also brought the king more directly under the eye of his folk. The frailties, incapacities, and misconduct of a weak lord were more noticed in the small compass of a city. He was more generally criticized and judged. City life, too, was less appropriate to the patriarchal character of the Homeric shepherd of the people. Moreover, in a city, those who were ill-pleased with the king's rule were more tempted to murmur together, and able more easily to conspire. Considerations like these may help us to imagine how it came about that throughout the greater part of Greece in the 8th century, the monarchies were declining and disappearing, and republics were taking their place. It is a transformation of which the actual process is hidden from us, and we can only guess at probable causes. But we may be sure that the deepest cause of all was the change to city life. The revolution was general, the infection caught and spread, but the change in different states must have had different occasions, just as it took different shapes. In some cases gross misrule may have led to the violent deposition of a king. In other cases, if the succession to the sceptre devolved upon an infant or a paltry man, the nobles may have taken it upon themselves to abolish the monarchy. In many places perhaps the change was slower. The kings who had already sought to strengthen their authority by the foundation of cities must have sought also to increase or define those vague powers which belonged to an Aryan ruler, sought, perhaps, to act of their own free will without due regard to the council's advice. When such attempts at magnifying the royal power went too far, the elders of the council might rise and gainsay the king, and force him to enter into a contract with his people that he would govern constitutionally. Of the existence of such contracts we have evidence. The old monarchy lasted into late times in remote Molosia, and there the king was obliged to take a solemn oath to rule his people according to law. In other cases the rights of the king might be strictly limited, in consequence of his seeking to usurp undue authority, and the imposition of limitations might go on until the office of king, although maintained in name, became in fact a mere magistracy, in a state wherein the real power had passed elsewhere. Of the survival of the monarchy in a limited form we have an example at Sparta. Of its survival as a mere magistracy we have an example at Athens. And it should be observed that the functions of the monarch were already restricted by limits which could easily be contracted further. Though he was the supreme giver of dooms, there might be other heads of clans or tribes in the state who could give dooms and judgment as well as he. Though he was the chief priest, there were other families than his to which certain priesthoods were confined. He was, therefore, not the sole fountain of justice or religion. There is a vivid scene in Homer which seems to have been painted when kings were seeking to draw tighter the reins of royal power. The poet, who is in sympathy with the kings, draws a comic and odious caricature of the bold Carl with the gift of fluent speech, who criticizes the conduct and policy of the kings. Such an episode could hardly have suggested itself in the old days before city life had begun. Thersites is assuredly a product of the town. Odysseus, who rates and beats him, announces, in another part of the same scene, a maxim which has become as famous as Thersites himself: "The sovereignty of many is not good. Let there be one sovereign, one king." That is a maxim which would win applause for the minstrel in the banquet halls of monarchs who were trying to carry through a policy of centralization at the expense of the chiefs of the tribes. Where the monarchy was abolished, the government passed into the hands of those who had done away with it, the noble families of the state. The distinction of the nobles from the rest of the people is, as we have seen, an ultimate fact with which we have to start. When the nobles assume the government and become the rulers, an aristocratic republic arises. Sometimes the power is won, not by the whole body of the noble clans, but by the clan to which the king belonged. This was the case at Corinth, where the royal family of the Bacchiads became the rulers. In most cases the aristocracy and the whole nobility coincided, but in others, as at Corinth, the aristocracy was only a part of the nobility, and the constitution was an oligarchy of the narrowest form. At this stage of society the men of the noble class were the nerve and sinew of the state. Birth was then the best general test of excellence that could be found, and the rule of the nobles was a true aristocracy, the government of the most excellent. They practised the craft of ruling, they were trained in it, they handed it down from father to son, and though no great men arose (great men are dangerous in an aristocracy), the government was conducted with knowledge and skill. Close aristocracies, like the Corinthian, were apt to become oppressive, and when the day approached for aristocracies in their turn to give way to new constitutions, there were signs of grievous degeneration. But on the whole the Greek republics flourished in the aristocratic age, and were guided with eminent ability. The rise of the republics is about to take us into a new epoch of history, but it is important to note the continuity of the work which was to be done by the aristocracies with that which was accomplished by the kings. The two great achievements of the aristocratic age are the planting of Greek cities in lands far beyond the limits of the Aegean Sea, and the elaboration of political machinery. The first of these is simply the continuation of the expansion of the Greeks around the Aegean itself. But the new movement of expansion is distinguished, as we shall see, by certain peculiarities in its outward forms, features which were chiefly due to the fact that city life had been introduced before the colonization began. The beginning of colonization belonged to the age of transition, from monarchy to republic. It was systematically promoted by the aristocracies, and it took a systematic shape. The creation of political machinery carried on the work of consolidation, which the kings had begun when they gathered together into cities the loose elements of their states. When royalty was abolished, or put, as we say, into commission, the ruling families of the republic had to substitute magistracies tenable for limited periods, and had to determine how the magistrates were to be appointed, how their functions were to be circumscribed, how the provinces of authority were to be assigned. New machinery had to be created to replace that one of the three parts of the constitution which had disappeared. It may be added that under the aristocracies the idea of law began to take a clearer shape in men's minds, and the traditions which guided usage began to assume the form of laws. In the lays of Homer we hear only of the single dooms given by the kings or judges in particular cases. At the close of the aristocratic period comes the age of the lawgivers, and the aristocracies had prepared the material which the lawgivers improved, qualified, and embodied in codes. End of Chapter 1, Part 9. Recording by Kalinda, in Dover, New Hampshire, on July 10th, 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Chapter 1, Part 10 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. The Greeks were destined to become a great seafaring people, but sea trade was a business which it took them many ages to learn. After they had reached the coast of the Agean, it was long before they could step into the place of the old sea kings of Crete. For several centuries after the Trojan War, the trade of the Aegean with the East was partly carried on by strangers. The men who took advantage of this opening were the traders of the city-states of Sidon and Tyre on the Syrian coast, men of that Semitic stock to which Jew, Arab, and Assyrian alike belonged. These coastlanders, born merchants like the Jews, seem to have migrated to the shores of the Mediterranean from an older home on the shores of the Red Sea. The Greeks knew these bronze Semitic traders by the same name, Phoenices, or red men, which they had before applied to the Cretans. This led to some confusion in their traditions. We have seen how the Cretan Cadmus and Europa were transferred to Phoenicia in the legend. We have no warrant for speaking of a Phoenician sea lordship in the Aegean. The evidence of the Homeric poems shows clearly that between the commercial enterprise of the heroic age and the commercial enterprise of the later Greeks, there was an interval of perhaps 200 years or thereabouts, during which no Greek state possessed a sea power strong enough to exclude foreign merchants from the Greek seas, and trade was consequently shared by Greek and Tyrian merchants. It was not only Phoenician carriers who came to Greece. The Greeks also sailed to Syria and Cyprus, and the Carians developed a considerable sea power. We shall see in the next chapter how the men of Tyre and Sidon made a new Phoenicia in the western Mediterranean, but on the shores of the Aegean they seem to have made no serious attempts, or at least to have succeeded in no attempts, to plant permanent settlements except at Camyrus in Rhodes, and possibly in the island of Cythera. It may be that they had stations at the purple fisheries of Kos and Nisyros and Erythrae and elsewhere. It has been supposed that they were the first to tap the gold mines of Sifnos and Thassos, and even the silver mines of Attica. It has been held that there were Phoenician settlements on the Isthmus of Corinth, under the Acropolis of Athens, and even at inland Thebes. There is no assurance or possibility that such settlements were ever made. The Phoenicians doubtless had marts here and there on coast or island, but there is no reason to think that Canaanites ever made homes for themselves on Greek soil or introduced Semitic blood into the population of Greece. It was not here that the struggle was to be fought out between Baal and Zeus. Their ships were ever winding in and out of the Aegean seas from south to north, bearing fair naperies from Syria, fine wrought bowls and cups from the workshops of Sidonian and Cypriot silversmiths, and all manner of luxuries and ornaments. And this constant commercial intercourse, lasting for 2 centuries, is amply sufficient to account for all the influence that Phoenicia exerted upon Greece. In the worship of Aphrodite and other Greek goddesses, we see the influence of the cult of Syrian Astarte, and the Phoenician god Melkart was not only taken into Greek mythology under the name of Melikertes, but was identified in many places with the Greek god Heracles. The briskest trade was perhaps driven with the thriving cities of Ionia, and the Phoenicians adopted the Ionian name and diffused it in Syria as the general designation of all the Greeks. These things were of slight concern compared with one inestimable service which the Phoenicians rendered to Hellas and thereby to Europe. They gave the Greeks the most useful instrument of civilization, alphabetic writing. It was perhaps at the beginning of the 9th century, hardly later, that the Phoenician alphabet was molded to the needs of the Greek language. In this adaptation, the Greeks showed their genius. The alphabet of the Phoenicians and their Semitic brethren is an alphabet of consonants. The Greeks added the vowels. They took some of the consonantal symbols, for which their own language had no corresponding sounds, and used these superfluous signs to represent the vowels. Several alphabets, differing in certain details, were diffused in various parts of the Hellenic world, but they all agree in the main points, and we may suppose that the original idea was worked out in Ionia. In Ionia, at all events, writing was introduced at an early period, and was perhaps used by poets of the 9th century. Perhaps the earliest example of a Greek writing that we possess is on an Attic jar of the 7th century. It says the jar shall be the prize of the dancer who dances more gaily than all others. But the lack of early inscriptions is what we should expect. The new art was used for ordinary and literary purposes long before it was employed for official records. It was the gift which the Semites gave to Europe. Section 11. Greek reconstruction of early Greek history. We must now see what the Greeks thought of their own early history. Their construction of it, though founded on legendary tradition and framed without much historical sense, has considerable importance, since their ideas about the past affected their views of the present. Their belief in their legendary past was thoroughly practical. Mythic events were often the basis of diplomatic transactions. Claims to territory might be founded on the supposed conquests or dominions of ancient heroes of divine birth. At first, before the growth of historical curiosity, the chief motive for investigating the past was the desire of noble families to derive their origin from a god. For this purpose they sought to connect their pedigrees with heroic ancestors, especially with Heracles or with the warriors who had fought at Troy. The Trojan War was, with some reason, regarded as a national enterprise, and Heracles, who seems originally to have been specially associated with Argolis, was looked on as a national hero. The consequence was that the Greeks framed their history on genealogies and determined their chronology by generations, reckoning 3 generations to 100 years. The later Homeric poets must have contributed a great deal to the fixing of the mutual relations of legendary events, but it was the poets of the school of Hesiod in the 7th century who did most to reduce to a historical system the legends of the heroic age. Their poems are lost, but they were worked up into still more complete and elaborate schemes by the prose logographers or story writers of the 6th and 5th centuries, of whom perhaps the most influential were Hecataeus of Miletus and Acusilaus of Argos. The original works of the logographers have also perished, but their teaching has come down to us fully enough in the works of later compilers and commentators. In the first place, it had to be determined how the various branches of the Greek race were related. As soon as the Greeks came to be called by the common name of Hellenes, they derived their whole stock from an eponymous ancestor, Hellene, who lived in Thessaly. They had then to account for its distribution into a number of different branches. In Greece proper, they might have searched long among the various folks speaking various idioms for some principle of classification which should determine the nearer and further degrees of kinship between the divisions of the race, and establish 2 or 3 original branches to which every community could trace itself back. But when they looked over to the eastern Greece on the farther side of the Aegean, they saw, as it were, a reflection of themselves, their own children, divided into 3 homogeneous groups, Aeolians, Ionians, and Dorians. This gave a simple classification: 3 families sprung from Aeolus, Ion, and Dorus, who must evidently have been the sons of Hellene. But there was one difficulty. Homer's Aegeans had still to be accounted for. They could not be affiliated two Aeolians or Ionians or Dorians, none of whom play a part in the Iliad. Accordingly, it was arranged that Hellene had 3 sons, Aeolus, Dorus, and Xuthus, and Ion and Echeus were the sons of Xuthus. It was easy enough then, by the help of tradition and language, to fit the ethnography of Greece under these labels, and the manifold dialects were forced under 3 artificial divisions. The 2 great events, on which everything turned, and to which all other events were related, were the Trojan War and the Dorian conquest of the Peloponnesus. A most curious version of the Dorian conquest was invented in Argos, and won its way into general belief. It is a striking illustration of the motives and methods of the Greeks in reconstructing their past. The Temenids, the royal family of Argos, derived themselves from Aegimeus, to whom the foundation of the Dorian institutions were ascribed. But as the fame and glory of Heracles waxed great, the Temenids desired to connect themselves with him. The problem was solved with wonderful skill. The eponymous ancestors of the 3 Dorian tribes, Helus, Pamphilus, and Demon, were naturally regarded as the sons of Aegimeus. According to the new story, Helus was really the son of Heracles. It was said that Heracles fought against the Lapiths for Aegimeus, who was a Dorian king in Thessaly, and that he received 1/3 of the kingdom as a reward for his valiant service. On his death his children were protected by Aegimeus, who adopted Helus and confirmed him in the possession of his father's 1/3. The sons of Helus failed in their attempts to recover the possessions of Heracles in the Peloponnesus. The achievement was reserved for his great-grandchildren, Temenus, Cresphontes, and Aristodemus. With a Dorian host they crossed from Naupactus under the guidance of a one-eyed Aetolian man named Oxylus, and conquered all the Peloponnesus except Arcadia. They gave Elis to Oxylus for his pains. Those of the Achaean inhabitants of the peninsula, who did not migrate beyond the sea, retreated to the northern coastland, the historical Achaia. The other 3 parts of the Peloponnesus fell by lot to the 3 brothers, Messenia to Cresphontes, Laconia to Aristodemus, and Argos to Temenus. An explanation was added how there were 2 royal houses at Sparta. Aristodemus died prematurely, and Laconia was divided between his twin sons, Eurysthenes and Procles. Thus the Dorian invasion was justified as a recovery of usurped rights, and the royal houses of Argos and Sparta renounced their Dorian origin and connected themselves by blood with Heracles, who was associated with the pre-Dorian lords of Argolis. Every place in Greece had its own local legends, which grew up quite independently. Sometimes they were adapted and modified to suit the legendary scheme of the poets and story-writers, but often they lived on, unscrupulously accepted notwithstanding all incompatibilities. In several cases we find, in the poems of Homer and Hesiod, legends which are inconsistent with those which became currently accepted. Thus Cadmus was the founder of Thebes, according to the current legend, but in the Odyssey Thebes is built by Amphion and Zethus. The origin of Corinth was traced on one hand to Ephir, the daughter of Ocean, on the other to Sisyphus, the son of Aeolus. The received genealogy of pre-Dorian Argos had no connection with Hellene and his sons. Argos derived its origin from Inachus, a personification of the stream of Inachus which flows by the town, who, like most rivers, was regarded as a son of Ocean. Argos was his great-grandson. Io, from whom the Danaoi were descended, was his daughter. Thus it emerges that the pre-Dorian Argives were not Hellenes, for they were not derived from Hellene. If the legend had been true to history, they should have been traced from Ion, as there was probably a large Ionian element in Argolis. But for most of the Greeks, connections with Hellene and his sons were manufactured. It was to Aeolus that most descents were traced. He had 7 sons and 5 daughters, and it was not difficult to work out more or less plausible connections. Aetolian legends fastened themselves onto his daughter Callike. His son Sisyphus founded Corinth. The Thessalian heroes Admetus and Jason were derived from another son, Cretheus. Perhaps the most interesting instance is the genealogy which was established for the Codrid families of Miletus and other cities of Ionia. They traced up their lineage to Poseidon, and at the same time derived themselves from Hellene. The story was that Salmoneus, son of Aeolus, had a daughter who bore to Poseidon twin sons, Peleus and Neleus. As Peleus won the Thessalian kingdom of Iolcus, Neleus went forth from the land and founded a kingdom for himself at Pylos, in the southwest of the Peloponnesus. He was succeeded by Nestor, who in his old age bore a part in the Trojan War. Nestor's 4th successor, Melanthus, was a ruler of Pylos, when the Dorians came down into the Peloponnesus, and he retreated before their attack to Athens, where he became king and was the father of Codrus. Then Neleus, a son of Codrus, led the Ionian migration to Asia Minor. Thus, a number of different traditions were wrought into a narrative, which, originating in Ionia, was accepted in Attica and influenced the ideas of the Athenians about a part of their own early history. The Greeks were not content that their legends should be confined to the range of their own country and their own race, and in curious contrast with that exclusive pride which drew a hard and fast line between Greek and barbarian, they brought their ancestors and their myths in connection with foreign lands. Thus the myth of Io made the Danaoi of Argos cousins of the Egyptians. By her amour with Zeus, Io became the grandmother of Danaus and Aegyptus, the eponymous ancestors of the two peoples. Cadmus, the namesire of the Cadmeans of Thebes, was represented as a Phoenician, who went forth from his own land in quest of his sister Europa, and settled in Boeotia. The tale which gained widest belief made Pelops son of the Phrygian Tantalus, king of Sipylus, whence he migrated to the Peloponnesus and founded the royal line of Argos, from which Agamemnon was sprung. A Corinthian legend brought the early history of Corinth into connection with Colchis, representing Aeetes, offspring of the sun, as the first Corinthian king, and his daughter Medea as heiress to the land. The true home of the Greeks before they won dominion in Greece had passed clean out of their remembrance, and they looked to the east, not to the north, as the quarter from which some of their ancestors had migrated. Of the legends which won sincere credence among the Greeks, and assumed, as we may say, a national significance, none is more curious or more obscure in its origin than that of the Amazons, a folk of warrior women, strong and brave, living apart from men, were conceived to have dwelt in Asia in the heroic age, and proved themselves worthy foes of the Greek heroes. An obvious etymology of their name, breastless, suggests the belief that they used to burn off the right breast that they might the better draw the bow. In the Iliad, Priam tells how he fought against their army in Phrygia, and one of the perilous tasks which are set to Bellerophon is to march against the Amazons. In a later Homeric poem, the Amazon Penthesilea appears as the dreaded adversary of the Greeks at Troy. To win the girdle of the Amazon queen was one of the labours of Heracles. All these adventures happened in Asia Minor, and, though this female folk was located in various places, its original and proper home was ultimately placed on the river Thermodon near the Greek colony of Amisus. But the Amazons attacked Greece itself. It was told that Theseus carried off their queen Antiope, and so they came and invaded Attica. There was a terrible battle in the town of Athens, and the invaders were defeated, after a long struggle. At the feast of Theseus, the Athenians used to sacrifice to the Amazons. There was a building called the Amazoneion in the western quarter of the city, and the episode was believed by such men as Isocrates and Plato to be as truly an historical fact as the Trojan War itself. The battles of Greeks with Amazons were a favourite subject of Grecian sculptures, and, like the Trojan War and the adventures of the Golden Fleece, the Amazon story fitted into the conception of an ancient and long strife between Greece and Asia. The details of the famous legends, the labours of Heracles, the Trojan War, the voyage of the Argonauts, the tale of Cadmus, the life of Oedipus, the 2 sieges of Thebes by the Argive Adrastus, and all the other familiar stories belong to the mythology and lie beyond our present scope. But we have to realize that the later Greeks believed them and discussed them as sober history, and that many of them had a genuine historical basis, however slender. The story of the Trojan War has more historical matter in it than any other, but we have seen that the Argonautic legend and the tale of Cadmus contain dim memories of actual events. It is quite probable that the heroic age witnessed rivalry and war between Thebes and Argos. 2 powerful generating forces of these historic myths had been the custom of families and cities to trace their origin to a god, and the instinct of the Greeks to personify places, especially towns, rivers and springs. Then, when men began both to become keenly conscious of a community of race and language, and to speculate upon the past, attempts were naturally made to bring the various myths of Greece into harmony. Since they were true, they must be reconciled. Ultimately, they were reduced into chronological systems, which were based upon genealogical reckonings by generations. Hecataeus of Miletus counted a generation as 40 years, but it was more usual to reckon 3 generations to 100 years. According to the scheme which finally won the widest acceptance, Troy was taken in 1184 BC, and the Dorians invaded the Peloponnesus under the leadership of the Heraclids in 1104 BC. And both these dates accord more closely than one might expect, considering the method by which they were obtained with the general probabilities of the case. Leading dates according to the system of Eratosthenes, circa 220 BC. Cadmus, 1313 BC. Pelops, 1283 BC. Heracles, 1261 to 1209. Argonauts, 1225. 7 against Thebes, 1213. Fall of Troy, 1184. Thessalian conquest and Boeotian and Aeolic migration, 1124 BC. Return of Heraclidae, 1104 BC. Death of Codrus, 1044. Ionic migration, 1044. Lycurgus at Sparta, 885. End of Chapter 1, Part 11.
Chapter 2, Parts 1 and 2 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 2, The Expansion of Greece. Part 1, Causes and Character of Greek Colonization. The expansion of the Greeks beyond Greece proper and the coasts of the Aegean, the plantation of Greek colonies on the shores of Thrace and the Black Sea, in Italy and Sicily, even in Spain and Gaul, began it is uncertain when, and was completed in the 6th century. But it must not be regarded as a single or isolated phenomenon. It was the continuation of the earlier expansion over the Aegean islands and the coast of Asia Minor, the details of which were forgotten by the Greeks themselves, and are consequently unknown to us. The cause of Greek colonization is not to be found in mere trade interests. These indeed were in most cases a motive, and in some of the settlements on the Black Sea they were perhaps a leading motive. But the great difference between Greek and Phoenician colonization is that, while the Phoenicians aimed solely at promoting their commerce, and only a few of their settlements, notably Carthage, became more than mere trading stations or factories, Greek colonization satisfied other needs than desire of commercial profit. It was the expression of the adventurous spirit which has been poetically reflected in the legends of the sailing of the Argo and the homecoming of Odysseus, the same spirit, not to be expressed in any commercial formula, which prompted English colonization. Trade, of course, sometimes paved the way. Colonists followed in the paths of trade, and the merchants of Miletus, who adventured themselves in the dangerous waters of the Euxine, observed natural harbours and inviting sites for cities, and when they returned home organized parties of settlers. The adventurous, the discontented, and the needy were always to be found, but in the case of the early colonies at least it was not overpopulation of the land so much as the nature of the land system that drove men to emigrate. In various ways, under the family system, which was ill-suited to independent and adventurous spirits, it would come about that individual members were excluded from a share in the common estate and separated from their kin. Such lacklands were ripe for colonial enterprise. Again, the political circumstances of most Greek states in the 8th and 7th centuries favoured emigration. We have seen that at this time the aristocratic form of government generally prevailed. Sometimes a king was formally at the head, but he was really no more than the first of peers. A body of nobles were the true masters. Sometimes there was an aristocracy within an aristocracy, or a large clan like the Bacchiads at Corinth held the power. In all cases the distinction between the members of the ruling class and the mass of free citizens was widened and deepened. It was the tendency of the rulers to govern in their own interest and oppress the multitude, and they cared little to disguise their contempt for the mass of the people. At Mytilene things went so far that the Penthilids, who had secured the chief power, went about in the streets armed with clubs, and knocked down citizens whom they disliked. Under these conditions there were strong inducements for men to leave their native city, where they were of little account and had to endure the slights, if nothing worse, of their rulers, and to join in the foundation of a new polis where they might themselves rule. The same inducement drew nobles who did not belong to the inner oligarchical circle. In fact, political discontent was an immediate cause of Greek colonization, and conversely it may be said that colonization was a palladium of aristocracy. If this outlet had not existed, or if it had not suited the Hellenic temper, the aristocracies might not have lasted so long, and they wisely discerned that it was their own interest to encourage colonization. But while we recognize the operation of general causes, we must not ignore special causes. We must, for instance, take into account the fact that Miletus and the South Ionian cities were unable to expand in Caria, as the North Ionian cities expanded in Lydia, because the Carians were too strong for them, and Lycia presented the same kind of barrier to Rhodes. Otherwise, perhaps neither Rhodes nor Miletus would have sent settlers to distant lands. Wherever the Greek went, he retained his customs and language, and made a Greek polis. It was as if a bit of Greece were set down on the remote shores of the Euxine, or in the far west on the wild coasts of Gaul or Iberia. The colony was a private enterprise, but the bond of kinship with the mother city was carefully fostered, and though political discontent might have been the cause which drove the founders forth, yet that solemn departure for a distant land, where a new city-state protected by the same gods was to spring up, always sealed a reconciliation. The emigrants took fire from the public hearth of their city to light the fire on that of their new home. Intercourse between colonies and the mother country was specially kept up at the great religious festivals of the year, and various marks of filial respect were shown by the daughter to the mother. When, as frequently befell, the colony determined herself in turn to throw off a new shoot, it was the recognized custom that she should seek the Aecist, or leader of the colonists, from the mother city. Thus the Megarian colony Byzantium, when it founded its own colony Mesembria, must have sought an Aecist from Megara. The political importance of colonization was sanctified by religion, and it was a necessary formality, whenever a settlement was to be made, to ask the approbation of the Delphic god. The most ancient oracular god of Greece was Zeus of Dodona. The Selli, his priests and interpreters, are mentioned in the Iliad, and in the Odyssey Dodona appears as a place to which a king of the West might go to ask the will of Zeus from the lofty oak, wherein the god was conceived to dwell. But the oak shrine in the highlands of Epirus was too remote to become the chief oracle of Greece, and the central position of Delphi enabled the astute priests of the Pythian Apollo to exalt the authority of their god as a true prophet to the supreme place in the Greek world. [Footnote: The Delphic oracle is also mentioned in the Odyssey in the passage of the legend of Oedipus, Book 19, line 296. End of footnote. There were other oracular deities who foretold the future. There was, not far off, Trophonius at Boeotian Lebadea. There was Amphiaraus in the land of the Graies, not yet Boeotian, but none of these ever became even a rival of the Delphian Apollo, who, by the 7th century at least, had won the position of adviser to Greece. [Footnote: The influence of the oracle is another question. End of footnote.] It is worthy of notice that colonization tended to promote a feeling of unity among the Greek peoples, and it did so in two ways. By the wide diffusion of their race on the fringe of barbarous lands it brought home to them more fully the contrast between Greek and barbarian, and, by consequence, the community of the Greeks. The Greek dwellers in Asia Minor, neighbours of not Greek peoples, were naturally impressed with their own unity in a way which was strange to dwellers in Boeotia or Attica, who were surrounded on all sides by Greeks, and were therefore alive chiefly to local differences. With the diffusion of their sons over various parts of the world, the European Greeks acquired a stronger sense of unity. In the second place, colonization led to the association of Greeks of different cities. An Aecist who decided to organize a party of colonists could not always find in his own city a sufficient number of men willing to take part in the enterprise. He therefore enlisted comrades from other cities, and thus many colonies were joint undertakings and contained a mixture of citizens of various nationality. This feature was not indeed confined to the later epoch of colonization. It is one of the few facts about the earlier settlements on the Asiatic coast of which we can be certain. End of chapter 2, part 1. Chapter 2, part 2, colonies on the coasts of the Euxine, Propontis, and North Aegean. The voyage of the Argonauts in quest of the Golden Fleece commemorates in a delightful legend the memorable day on which Greek sailors for the first time burst into the waters of the Euxine Sea. Accustomed to the island straits and short distances of the Aegean, they fancied that when they had passed the Bosphorus they were embarking on a boundless ocean, and they called it the Main, Pontos. Even when they had circumnavigated its shores, it might still seem boundless, for they knew not where the great rivers, the Ister, the Tanais, the Danapris, might lead. The little preliminary sea, into which the Hellespont widens, to contract again into the narrow passage of the Bosphorus, was appropriately named the vestibule of the Pontus, Propontis. Full of creeks and recesses, it is happily described by Euripides as the bayed water key of the boundless sea. The Pontus was a treacherous field for the barks of even experienced mariners, and it was supposed to have received for this reason its name Euxine, or hospitable, in accordance with the habit of the Greeks to seek to propitiate adverse powers by pleasant names. Footnote: but this explanation is by no means certain. End of footnote. It was when the compass of the Euxine was still unknown, and men were beginning shyly to explore its coasts, that the tale of the wanderings of Odysseus took form. He was imagined to have sailed from Troy into the Pontus, and after having been driven about in its waters to have at last reached Ithaca by an overland journey through Thrace and Epirus. In the Odyssey as we have it now, compounded of many different legends and poems, this is disguised. The island of Circe has been removed to the far west, and the scene of the descent to the underworld translated to the Atlantic Ocean. But Circe, the daughter of the sun, and sister of King Aeetes, who possessed the Golden Fleece, belongs to the seas of Colchis, and the world of shades beyond the Cimmerians is to be sought near the Cimmerian Bosphorus. The mention of Sicily in some of the later parts of the poem, and the part played by Ithaca, which, with the other islands of the Ionian Sea, lay on the road to the western Mediterranean, reflect the beginning of the expansion of Greece in that direction. But the original wanderings of Odysseus were connected not with the west, but with the exploration of the Euxine. A mist of obscurity hangs about the beginnings of the first Greek cities which arose on the Pontic shores. Here Miletus was the pioneer. Merchants carrying the stuffs which were manufactured from the wool of Milesian sheep may have established trading stations along the southern coast. Flax from Colchis, steel and silver, slaves, were among the chief products which their wool bought. But the work of colonization beyond the gate of the Bosphorus can hardly have fully begun until the gate itself was secured by the enterprise of Megara, which sent out men in the first part of the 7th century to found the towns of Chalcedon and Byzantium. Byzantium could command the trade of the Black Sea, but the great commercial and political importance of her situation was not fully appreciated until 1,000 years had passed, when she became the rival and successor of Rome, and took, in honour of her second founder, the name Constantinople. This is the first appearance of the little state of Megara in Greek history, and none of her contemporaries took a step that was destined to lead to greater things than the settlement on the Bosphorus. The story was that Chalcedon was founded first, before the Megarians perceived the striking advantages of the opposite shore, and the Delphic oracle, which they consulted as a matter of course, chid them as blind men. Westward from Byzantium they also founded Selymbria on the north coast of the Propontis. Eastward they established Heraclea in Pontus, on the coast of Bithynia. The enterprise of the Megarians stimulated Miletus, and she determined to anticipate others in seizing the best sites on the Pontic shore. At the most northerly point of the southern coast a straight-necked cape forms two natural harbours, an attractive site for settlers, and here the Milesians planted the city Sinope. [Footnote: This city claimed to date from the 8th century, to have been swept away in the invasion of the Cimmerians, and to have risen again in the 7th, but it is highly improbable that any of the Pontic cities were older than the towns of the Bosphorus and Propontis. End of footnote. Farther east, halfway to that extreme eastern point of the sea where the Phasis flows out at the foot of Mount Caucasus, arose another Milesian colony, Trapezus. At the Bosphorus the Milesians had been anticipated by Megara, but they partly made up for this by planting Abydos on the Hellespont opposite Sestos, and they also seized a jutting promontory on the south coast of the Propontis, where a narrow neck, as at Sinope, forms two harbours. The town was named Cyzicus, and the peninsula was afterwards transformed into an island. The tunny fish on the coins of the city shows what was one of the chief articles of her trade. Lampsacus, at the northern end of the Hellespont, once a Phoenician factory, was colonized by another Ionian city, Phocea, about the same time, and the winged seahorse on Lampsacene coins speaks of naval enterprise which led afterwards to wealth and prosperity. The foundation of Parion was due to a joint undertaking of Miletus and Erythrae, and Cladzomene joined Miletus in planting Cardia at the neck of the Thracian Chersonese, in the important position of an advance fort against Thrace. On the southern side of the Hellespont, the lands of the Scamander invited the Greeks of Lesbos, and a number of small Aeolian settlements arose. Greek settlements also sprang up in the more remote parts of the Euxine. Dioscurias and Phasis were founded in the far east, in the fabled land of Colchis. On the Tauric Chersonesus, or peninsula, now the Crimea, Panticapaeum was founded over against Phanagoria at the entrance to the Maeotic Lake, and Tanais at the mouth of the like-named river. Heraclea, or Chersonesus, on the western side of the peninsula, was destined to preserve the municipal forms of an old Greek city for more than 1,000 years. Olbia, at the mouth of the Dnieper, Odessus, Istrus, Mesembria, were only some of the Greek settlements which complete the circuit of the Black Sea. This sea and the Propontis were the special domain of the sea-god Achilles, whose fame grew greater by his association as a hero with the legend of Troy. He was worshipped along the coasts as Lord of the Pontus, and in Leuce, the shining island near the Danube's mouth, the lonely island where no man dwelled, he had a temple, and the birds of the sea were said to be its warders. If Miletus and Megara took the most prominent part in extending the borders of the Greek world eastward of the Hellespont, the northwestern corner of the Aegean was the special domain of Euboea. The barren islands of Cyathus and Peparethus were the bridge from Euboea to the coast of Macedonia, which, between the rivers Axius and Strymone, runs out into a huge three-pronged promontory. Here Chalcis planted so many towns that the whole promontory was named Chalcidice. Some of the chief cities, however, were founded by other states, notably Corinthian Potidæa on the most westerly of the three prongs, which was called Pallene. Sithonia was the central prong, and Acte, ending in Mount Athos, the eastern. Some of the colonies on Pallene were founded by Eretria, and those north of Acte by Andros, which was dependent on Eretria. Hence we may regard this group of cities as Euboean, though we cannot regard it as Chalcidian. On the west side of the Thamaic Bay 2 Euboean colonies were planted, Pydna and Methone, on Macedonian soil. End of chapter 2, part 2. Recording by Graham Redman. Chapter 2, Part 3 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 2, Part 3. Colonies in the Western Mediterranean. The earliest mention of Sicilian and Italian regions in literature is to be found in some later passages of the Odyssey, which should perhaps be referred to the 8th century. There we meet with the Sicels and with the island of Sicania, while Temesa, where Greek traders could buy Tuscan copper, has the distinction of being the first Italian place mentioned by name in a literary record. By the end of the 7th century, Greek states stood thick on the east coast of Sicily and round the sweep of the Tarentine Gulf. These colonies naturally fall into 3 groups. 1, the Euboean, which were both in Sicily and in Italy; 2, the Achaean, which were altogether on Italian soil; 3, the Dorian, which were, with few exceptions, in Sicily. The chronology is uncertain, and we cannot say whether the island or the mainland was first colonized. The oldest stories of the adventures of Odysseus were laid, as we have seen, in the half-explored regions of the Black Sea. Nothing shows more impressively the life of this poetry, and the power it had won over the hearts of the Greek folks, than the fact that when the navigation of the Italian and Sicilian seas began, these adventures were transferred from the east to the west, and in the further growth of this cycle of poems a new mythical geography was adopted. At a time when the Greeks knew so little of Italy that the southern promontories could be designated as sacred islands, [Footnote: The expression is preserved in the catalogue of the Hesiodic Theogony. End of footnote. The Straits of Messana were identified with Scylla and Charybdis. Lipara became the island of Aeolus. The home of the Cyclopes was found in the fiery mount of Etna. Then Scheria, the isle of the Phaeacians, was fancied to be Corcyra. An entrance to the underworld was placed at Cumae, and the rocks of the Sirens were sought near Sorrento. And not only did the first glimpses of Western geography affect the transmutation of the Odyssey into its final shape, but the Odyssey reacted on the geography of the West. That the promontory of Circeii in Latin territory bears the name of the sorceress of Colchis is an evidence of the spell of Homeric song. Odysseus was not the only hero who was borne westward with Greek ships in the 8th century. Cretan Minos and Daedalus, for example, had links with Sicily. Above all, the earliest navigation of the western seas was ascribed to Heracles, who reached the limits of the land of the setting sun, and stood on the ledge of the world looking out upon the stream of Oceanus. From him the opposite cliffs which form the gate of the Mediterranean were called the Pillars of Heracles. The earliest colony founded by Greek sailors in the western seas was said to have been Syme on the coast of Campania. Tradition assigned to it an origin before 1000 B.C., a date which modern criticism has called in question. But even if we place its origin much later, the tradition that it was the earliest Greek city founded in the middle peninsula of the Mediterranean may possibly be true. It was at all events one of the oldest, and it had an unique position. Chalcis, Eretria, and Syme, a town on the eastern coast of Euboea, which at that time had some eminence, but afterwards sank into the obscurity of a village, joined together and enlisted for their expedition some Grians who dwelled on the opposite mainland in the neighbourhood of Tanagra. The colonizers settled first on the island of Pithecusae, and soon succeeded in establishing themselves on a rocky height which rises above the sea just where the Italian coast is about to turn sharply eastward to encircle the Bay of Naples. The site was happily chosen. It was a strong post, and though there was no harbour, the strangers could haul up their ships on a stretch of sand below. Subsequently they occupied the harbour, which was just inside the promontory, and established there the town of Dicearchia, which afterwards became Puteoli. Farther east they founded Naples, the new city. The people in whose midst this outpost of Greek civilization was planted were the Opicans, one of the chief branches of the Italic race. The colonists were eminently successful in their intercourse with the natives, and the solitary position of Syme in these regions, for no Greek settlement could be made northward on account of the great Etruscan power, and there was no rival southward until the later plantation of Posidonia, made her influence both wide and noiseless. Her external history is uneventful. There are no striking wars or struggles to record, but the work she did holds an important and definite place in the history of European civilization. To the Euboeans of Syme we may say that we owe the alphabet which we use today, for it was from them that the Latins learned to write. The Etruscans also got their alphabet independently from the same masters, and having modified it in certain ways to suit themselves, passed it on to the Oscans and Umbrians. Again, the Cymians introduced the neighbouring Italian peoples to a knowledge of the Greek gods and Greek religion. Heracles, Apollo, Castor, and Polydeuces became such familiar names in Italy that they came to be regarded as original Italian deities. The oracles of the Cymian Sibyl, prophetess of Apollo, were believed to contain the destinies of Rome. To Syme, too, Western Europe probably owes the name by which she calls Hellas and the Hellenes. The Greeks, when they first came into contact with Latins, had no common name. Hellenes, the name which afterwards united them, was as yet merely associated with a particular tribe. It was only natural that strangers should extend the name of the first Greeks with whom they came in contact to others whom they fell in with later, and so to all Greeks whatsoever. But the curious circumstance is that the settlers of Syme were known not by the name of Chalcis or Eretria or Syme itself, but by that of Graia. Graiae was the term which the Latins and their fellows applied to the colonists, and the name Graecae is a derivative of a usual type from Graiae. It was doubtless some trivial accident which ruled that we today call Hellas Greece, instead of knowing it by some name derived from Syme, Eretria, or Chalcis. The West has got its Greece from an obscure district in Boeotia. Greece itself got its Hellas from a small territory in Thessaly. This was accidental, but it was no accident that Western Europe calls Greece by a name connected with that city in which Greeks first came into touch with the people who were destined to civilize Western Europe and rule it for centuries. The next settlement of the Euboean Greeks was on Sicilian, not Italian ground. The island of Sicily is geographically a continuation of Italy, just as the Peloponnesus is a continuation of the great eastern peninsula, but its historical importance depends much more on another geographical fact. It is the centre of the Mediterranean. It parts the eastern from the western waters. It has been thus marked out by nature as a meeting place of nations, and the struggle between European and Asiatic peoples, which has been called the eternal question, has been partly fought out on Sicilian soil. There has been in historical times no native Sicilian power. The greatness of the island was due to colonization, not migration, from other lands. Lying as a connecting link between Europe and Africa, it attracted settlers from both sides, while its close proximity to Italy always rendered it an object of acquisition to those who successively ruled in that peninsula. The earliest inhabitants of the island were the Sicans. They believed themselves to be autochthonous, and we have no record at what time they entered the island, or whence they came, or to what race they belonged. The nature of things makes it probable that they entered from Italy. From them the island was called Sicania. The next comers were the Sicels, of whom we can speak with more certainty. As we find Sicels in the toe of Italy, we know that tradition correctly described them as settlers from the Italian peninsula, and there is some slight evidence to show that they spoke the same language as that group of Italic peoples to which the Latins belonged. The likeness of the name Sicel and Sican has naturally led to the view that these two folks were akin in race and language. But likeness of names is deceptive, and it is a remarkable fact that the Greeks, who were only too prone to build up theories on resemblances of words, always carefully distinguished the Sican from the Sicel as ethnically different. Still, a connection is possible, if we suppose that the Sicels were Sicans who, remaining behind in Italy, had in the course of centuries become italicized by intercourse with the Latin and kindred peoples, and then, emigrating in their turn to the island, met without recognition the brethren from whom they had parted in the remote past. But all this is uncertain. The Sicels, however, wrested from the Sicans the eastern half of the island, which was thus cut up into two countries, Sicania in the west, Sicily in the east. In the Odyssey we read of Sicania. Perhaps the Greeks of Cyme knew it by this name. At a very early time Sicania was invaded by a mysterious people named Elymians, variously said to have come from Italy and from the north of Asia Minor. The probability is that they were of Iberian race. They occupied a small territory in the northwest of the island. These were the three peoples who inhabited this miniature continent, soon about to become the battlefield of Greek and Phoenician. The Sicels were the most numerous and most important. The only Sican town of any significance in historical times was Hycara on the northwest promontory. Minoa, originally Sican on the south coast, became Greek. Chamicus, at some distance inland in the same region, was in early days an important stronghold. The Elymian settlements at Segesta and Eryx became of far greater importance than the Sican. The eastern half of the isle, the original Sicilia, was thickly set with Sicel fortresses from Cephalidium, the modern Cefalù, at the centre of the northern coast, to Motica, an inland town in the southeastern corner. Among the most famous were Agirium, Centuripa, Morgantina, and, above all, Henna. At an early age merchants from Phoenicia planted factories on the coasts of the island. At first they did not make any settlements of a permanent kind, any that could be called cities. For Sicily was to them only a house to call at, lying directly on their way to the land of the farthest west, when they went forth to win the golden treasures of Tarshish, and planted their earliest colony, Gades, outside the straits which divide Europe from Africa. Their next colonies were on the coast of Africa, over against Sicily, and this settlement had a decisive influence on the destinies of the island. The Phoenician trading stations on the east coast of Sicily were probably outposts of old Phoenicia, but some at least of those in the west seem to have come from the new and nearer Phoenicia. The settlements of Hippo and Utica, older than Carthage, were probably the parents of the more abiding Phoenician settlements in Sicily.
Footnote: there is no clear evidence for the date of the Phoenician colonies in western Sicily. It might be argued that they were later than the Greek colonies, on the ground that the Phoenicians, if their colonization had begun earlier than Greek colonization, would have occupied the excellent sites which the Greeks seized. But this argument is not conclusive. For one thing, the Sicels had to be reckoned with. It was probably an easier task to gain a footing on Sican soil, and the Phoenicians may have tried and failed on Sicel soil, where the Greeks succeeded. Or again, if Phoenician city settlements grew out of mere factories, the Greeks may have abolished such factories, which might, if they had been left to themselves, have grown into cities. End of footnote.
In the east of the island the Phoenicians had no secure foothold. They were not able to dispossess the Sicel natives or to make a home among them. They appeared purely in the guise of traders. Hence, when the Greeks came and seriously set to work to plant true cities, the Phoenicians disappeared and left few traces to show that they had ever been there. Sicilian, like Italian history, really opens with the coming of the Greeks. They came under the guidance of Chalcis and the auspices of Apollo. It was naturally on the east coast, which faces Greece, that the first Greek settlement was made, and it is to be noticed that of the coasts of Sicily the east is that which most resembles in character the coastline of Greece. The site which was chosen by the Chalcidians and the Ionians of Naxos who accompanied them was not a striking one. A little tongue of land, north of Mount Etna, very different from the height of Syme, was selected for the foundation of Naxos. Here, as in the case of Syme, the Chalcidians who led the enterprise surrendered the honour of naming the new city to their less prominent fellow-founders. The first of all the Greek towns of Sicily, Naxos was not destined to live for much more than 300 years. It was to be destroyed not by the fire of the dangerous mountain which dominated it, but by a human foe. A sort of consecration was always attached to Naxos as the first homestead of the Hellenes in the island, which was to become a brilliant part of Hellas. To Apollo Archegetes an altar was erected on the spot where the Greeks first landed, driven, as the legend told, by contrary winds, through Apollo's dispensation to the Sicilian shores. It was the habit of ambassadors from old Greece, as soon as they arrived in Sicily, to offer sacrifice on this altar. In the fertile plain south of Etna, the Chalcidians soon afterwards founded Catani, close to the sea and protected by a low range of hills behind, but under the power of Etna, which was to unmake the place again and again; and inland Leontini, at the south end of her plain between two hills, with an eastern and a western acropolis. These sites, Leontini certainly, if not Catani, were wrested from the Sicels. The Chalcidians also won possession of the northeast corner, and thus obtained command of the straits between the island and the mainland. Here Cymbenians and Chalcidians planted Zancli, on a low rim of land which resembles a reaping hook, and gave the place its name. The haven is formed by the curving blade, and when Zancli came in after days to mint money, she engraved on her coins a sickle representing her harbour, and a dolphin floating within it. 100 years later the city was transformed by the immigration of a company of Messenians, and ultimately the old local name was ousted in favour of Messana. From Zancli the Euboeans established the fortress of Mylae on the other side of the northeastern promontory, and in the middle of the 7th century they founded Himera, the only Greek city on the northern coast, destined to live for scarce 2 centuries and a half, and then to be swept away by the Phoenician. It was important for Zancli that the land over against her, the extreme point of the Italian peninsula, should be in friendly hands, and therefore the men of Zancli incited their mother city to found Rhegion, and in this foundation Messenians took part. While this group of Chalcidian colonies was being formed in northeastern Sicily, Dorian Greeks began to obtain a footing in southeastern Sicily, which history decided should become the Dorian quarter. The earliest of the Dorian cities was also the greatest. Syracuse, destined to be the head of Greek Sicily, was founded by Corinthian emigrants under the leadership of Archias before the end of the 8th century. Somewhere about the same time Corinth also colonized Corcyra. The Ionian islands were halfway stations to the west. Which colony was the elder we know not. Tradition did not attempt to decide, for it placed both in the same year. But in both cases Corinth had to dispossess previous Greek settlers, and in both cases the previous settlers were Euboeans. Her colonists had to drive Eretrians from Corcyra and Chalcidians from Syracuse. The great haven of Syracuse, with its island and its hill, formed the most striking sight on the east coast, and could not fail to invite the earliest colonists. Chalcidians occupied the island of Ortygia, Isle of Quails, as it was called. They must have won it from the Sicel, or possibly from the Phoenician, and held it long enough to associate it forever with the name of a fountain in their old home, Arethusa. It is highly probable that the Chalcidian occupation was effected very soon after that of Naxos, and it is possible that the Corinthians did not supersede the Chalcidians till many years later. But when they once held Syracuse, they effectively prevented any Chalcidian expansion south of Leontini. At an early date Megarians also sailed into the west to find a new home. After various unsuccessful attempts to establish themselves, they finally built their city on the coast north of Syracuse, beside the hills of Hybla, and perhaps Sicel natives joined in founding the western Megara. It was the most northerly Dorian town on the east coast. But, like her mother, the Hyblean Megara was destined to found a colony more famous than herself. In the middle of the 7th century the Megarians sent to their metropolis to invite co-operation in planting a settlement in the southwestern part of the island. This settlement, which was to be the farthest outpost of Greek Sicily, was Selinus, the town named of wild celery, as its own coins boasted, situated on a low hill on the coast. Megara had been occupied with the good will of the Sicel. Selinus was probably held at the expense of the Sican. In the meantime the southeastern corner was being studded with Dorian cities, though they did not rise by any means so rapidly as the Chalcidian in the north. The Sicels seem to have offered a stouter resistance here. At the beginning of the 7th century, Gela, the name is Sicel, was planted by Rhodian colonists with Cretans in their train. This city was set on a long, narrow hill which stretched between the sea and an inland plain. At a later time Acre and Casmene were founded by Syracuse. They were overshadowed by the greatness of the mother city, and never attained as much independence as more distant Camarina, which was planted from the same metropolis about half a century later. The latest Dorian colony of Sicily was only less conspicuous than the first. The Geloans sought an east from their Rhodian metropolis and founded, halfway between their own city and Selinus, the lofty town of Acragas, which soon took the second place in Greek Sicily and became the rival of Syracuse. It was perched on a high hill near the sea-shore. The small poor haven was at some distance from the town, flock-feeding Akragas never became a maritime power. The symbols on its coins were the eagle and the crab. In planting their colonies and founding their domination in Sicily, the Greeks had mainly to reckon with the Sicels. In their few foundations in the farther west they had to deal with the Sicans. These older inhabitants were forced to retire from the coasts, but they lived on in their fortresses on the inland hills. The island was too large and its character too continental to invite the newcomers to attempt to conquer the whole of it. With the Phoenicians the Greeks had no trouble. Their factories and temples had not taken root in the soil, and on the landing of a stranger who was resolved to take root, they vanished. Traces of their worship sometimes remained, here as in the Aegean, but they did not abandon the western corner of the island where the Greeks did not attempt to settle. There they maintained 3 places which now assumed the character of cities. These were Panormus, Solus, and Motia, the haven, the rock, and the island. Panormus, or All Haven, in a fertile plain, is protected on the north by Mount Hercte, now the Pilgrim Mount, and on the east by Solus. Motia is on an island in a small bay on the west coast. The Elymian country lay between Motia and Panormus. The chief town of the Elymians, Segesta, which in Greek mouths became Egesta, was essentially a city, while Eryx, farther west, high above the sea but not actually on it, was their outpost of defence. On Eryx they worshipped some goddess of nature, soon to be identified with the Greek Aphrodite. The Elymians were on good terms with the Phoenicians, and western Sicily became a Phoenician corner. While the inland country was left to Sicel and Sican, the coasts were to be the scene of struggles between Phoenician and Greek. And here the natural position of the combatants was reversed, for the Asiatic power was in the west and the European in the east. In the 7th century this struggle was still a long way off. Sicily was still large enough to hold both the Greek and the Canaanite in peace. The name by which we know the central of the 3 great peninsulas of the Mediterranean did not extend as far north as the Po in the time of Julius Caesar, and originally it covered a very small area indeed. In the 5th century Thucydides applies the name Italy to the modern Calabria, the western of the 2 extremities into which the peninsula divides. This extremity was inhabited when the Greeks first visited it by Sicels and Oenotrians, but the heel was occupied by peoples of that Illyrian race which had played, as we dimly see, a decisive part in the earliest history of the Greeks. The Illyrian was now astride of the Adriatic. He had reached Italy before the Greek. The Calabrians, who gave their name to the heel, were of Illyrian stock, and along with these were the Messapians, some of whose brethren on the other side of the water seem to have thrown in their fortunes with the Greeks and penetrated into Locris and Boeotia, and perhaps into the Peloponnesus. It was on the seaboard of the Sicels and Oenotrians that the Achaeans of the Peloponnesus, probably towards the close of the 8th century, found a field for colonization. It has been already remarked that the Ionian Islands are a sort of stepping stone to the west, and just as we find Corinthians settling in Corcyra, so we find Achaeans settling in Zacynthus. The first colonies which they planted in Italy were perhaps Sybaris and Croton, famous for their wealth and their rivalry. Sybaris, on the river Crathis, in an unhealthy but most fruitful plain, soon extended her dominion across the narrow peninsula, and, founding the settlements of Laos and Sidros on the western coast, commanded 2 seas. Thus, having in her hands an overland route to the western Mediterranean, she could forward to her ports on the Tyrrhenian Sea the valuable merchandise of the Milesians, whom Chalcidian jealousy excluded from the straits between Italy and Sicily. Thus both agriculture and traffic formed the basis of the remarkable wealth of Sybaris, and the result was an elaboration of luxury which caused the Sybarite name to pass into a proverb. Posidonia, famous for its temples and its roses, was another colony on the western sea, founded from Sybaris. It is said to have been formed by Trezenians, who were driven out from that city by the Achaeans. A good way to the south of Sybaris you come to Croton, before the coast, in its southern trend, has yet reached the Licinian promontory, on which a stately temple of Hera formed a central place of worship for the Greek settlers in Italy. Unlike the other Achaean colonies, Croton had a good harbour, the only good harbour on the west side of the Gulf, but her prosperity, like that of her fellows, rested not on maritime traffic, but on the cultivation of land and the rearing of cattle. The Delphic god seems to have taken a more than wonted interest in the foundation of this city, if we may judge from the Delphic tripod which appears on its earliest coins. Like Sybaris, Croton widened its territory and planted colonies of its own. On the Tyrrhenian Sea, Tyrrhena and Temesa were to Croton what Laos and Cydros were to Sybaris.
[Footnote: Another colony of Croton was Pandosia, and it conquered the Ionian town of Seletion or Silesium. End of footnote.]
Corlonia, perhaps also a Crotoniate settlement, was the most southerly Achaean colony, and was the neighbour of the western Locriae. This town was founded in the territory of the Sicels, it is not certain by which of the three Locrian states. Perhaps it was a joint enterprise of all three. It was agricultural, like its Achaean neighbours, and like them it pushed over to the western sea and founded Medma and Hipponion on the other coast. The Achaeans and Locrians might quarrel among themselves, but they had more in common with each other than either had with the Dorians, and we may conveniently include Locriae in the Achaean group. Thus the southern coast of Italy would have been almost a homogeneous circle if a Dorian colony had not been established in a small sheltered bay at the extreme north point of the Gulf, to which it gave the name it still bears, Taras or Tarentum. Taras was remarkable as the only foreign settlement ever made by the greatest of all the Dorian peoples. The town, called like Sybaris after the name of a neighbouring stream, was founded by the Parthenii, a name which has not yet been explained. There are reasons for thinking that these first founders were pre-Dorian Greeks from the Peloponnesus, but Laconian settlers occupied the place at some unknown date and made of it a Dorian city. A legend then grew up which connected the Parthenii with Sparta, and a historical episode taking various forms was manufactured. It was said that in a war with the Messenians, when the Spartans were for many years absent from home, the women bore sons to Helots, and that this progeny, called Parthenii, or maidens' children, conspired against the state, and, being driven out of the country, were directed by the oracle to settle at Taras. The hero Phalanthus, who seems to have been originally a local sea god, degraded to the rank of a hero at the coming of Poseidon, was worshipped by the Tarentines, and his ride overseas on a dolphin was represented on their coins. The framers of the story of the Parthenii made him the leader of the colonists from Laconia. The prosperity of the Tarentines depended partly on the cultivation of a fruitful territory, but mainly on their manufacturing industry. Their fabrics and dyed wools became renowned, and their pottery was widely diffused. Taras, in fact, must be regarded as an industrial rather than as an agricultural state. Her position brought her into contact with inhabitants of the Calabrian peninsula, and she had a foe in the Messapian town of Brentesian. She founded the colonies of Callipolis and Hydrus on the eastern coast, where she had no Greek rivals. But on the other side her possible advance was foreseen and hindered by the prudence of the Sybarites. They feared lest the Dorian city might creep round the coast and occupy the fertile lands which are watered by the Bradanus and the Siris. So they induced the Achaeans of Old Greece to found a colony at Metapontion on the Bradanus, a place which had derived its name from Messapian settlers, and this, the most northerly of the Achaean cities, flourished as an agricultural community and cut off the westward expansion of Taras. But in the meantime another rival seized the very place from which the Achaeans had desired to exclude the Dorians. In the middle of the 7th century Colophonians planted a colony at Cyrus, and this Ionian state threatened to interrupt the Achaean line of cities and cut off Metapontion from her sisters. This solitary instance of an Ionian attempt to found a colony at this period in these regions is rendered interesting through the probability that the poet Archilochus took part in the expedition. But the attempt seems to have failed. There are reasons for thinking, though the evidence is not clear, that the place was seized by its Achaean neighbours and became an Achaean town. Cyrus, like Sybaris, Croton, and Locri, had her helpmate, though not a daughter, on the Tyrrhenian Sea. By the persuasion of common interest she formed a close connection with Pixus. The two cities issued common coins, and perhaps organized a rival overland route. Thus the western coast of the Tarentine Gulf was beset with a line of Achaean cities, flanked at one extremity by western Locri, on the other by Dorian Taras. The common feature which distinguished them from the cities settled by the men of Chalcis and Corinth was that their wealth depended on the mainland, not on the sea. Their rich men were landowners, not merchants. It was not traffic, but rich soil that had originally lured them to the far west. The unwarlike Sicels and Enotrians seem to have laid no obstacles in the way of their settlements, and to have submitted to their rule. The Iapygians and Messapians of Calabria were of different temper, and it is significant that it was men from warlike Sparta who succeeded in establishing Taras. These cities, with their dependencies beyond the hills, on the shores of the Tyrrhenian Sea, came to be regarded as a group, and the country came to be called Great Hellas. We might rather have looked to find it called Great Achaia, by contrast to the old Achaean lands in Greece. But here, as in other cases, it is the name of a lesser folk which prevails. If the Hellenes, the old Greek inhabitants of the plain of the Spercheius, had been conquered by the Achaeans, the conquest was forgotten, and the two peoples had gone forth together to found new cities in the west. And here the Hellenic name rose to celebrity and honour. It was no small thing in itself that the belt of Greek settlements on the Tarentine Gulf should come to be called Great Hellas, but it was a small thing compared with the extension of the name Hellenes to designate all peoples of Greek race. There was nothing to lead the Greeks of their own accord to fix on Hellenes as a common name. If they had sought such a name deliberately, their natural choice would have been Achaeans, which Homer had already used in a wide sense. The name must have been given to them from without. Just as the barbarian peoples in central Italy had taken hold of the name of the Graees, so the barbarians in the southern peninsulas took hold of the name of the Hellenes, and used it to denote all settlers and strangers of the same race. Such a common name, applied by barbarian lips to them all alike, brought home to Greek traders the significance of their common race, and they adopted the name themselves as the conjugate of barbarians. So the name Hellenes, obscure when it had gone forth to the west, travelled back to the east in a new sense, and won its way into universal use. The fictitious ancestor Hellene became the forefather of the whole Greek race, and the fictitious ancestors of the Dorians, Ionians, and Aeolians were all derived from him. The original Hellenes lost their separate identity as completely as the original Aeolians and Ionians had lost theirs, but their name was destined to live for ever in the speech of men, while those of their greater fellows had passed into a memory. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Recording by Graham Redman. Chapter 2, Parts 4 to 8 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 2, Part 4. Growth of Trade and Maritime Enterprise. The age of the aristocratic republics saw the face of the Greek world completely transformed. The colonial expansion of Greece eastward and westward was itself part of this transformation, but it also helped signally to bring about other changes. For while the colonies were politically independent of their mother states, they reacted in many ways on the mother country. We have seen how the system of family property was favourable to colonial enterprise. But the colonists who had suffered under that system were not likely to introduce it in their new settlements, and thus the institution of personal land ownership was probably first established and regulated in the colonies. Their example reacted on the mother country, where other natural causes were also gradually undermining the family system. In the first place, as the power of the state grew greater, the power of the family grew less, and when the head of the state, whether king or republican government, was felt as a formidable authority, the prestige of the head of the family, overshadowed by the power of the state, became insensibly weaker. In the second place, it was common to assign a portion of an estate to one member of the family to manage and enjoy the undivided use of it, and although it did not become his and he had no power of disposing of it, yet the natural tendency would have been to allow it on his death to pass to his son on the same conditions. It is clear that such a practice tended to the ultimate establishment of personal proprietorship of the soil. Again, side by side with the undivided family estate, personal properties were actually acquired. At this period there was much wild, unallotted land, which wild beasts haunt, especially on the hill slopes, and when a man of energy reclaimed a portion of this land for tillage, the new fields became his own, for they had belonged to no man. We can thus see generally how inevitable it was that the old system should disappear, and the large family estates break up into private domains. But the change was not accomplished by legislation, and the gradual process by which it was brought about is withdrawn from our eyes. It was only when private land ownership had become an established fact that the law came in and recognized it by regulating sales of land and allowing men to bequeath it freely. The Boeotian poet Hesiod has given us a picture of rural life in Greece at this period. He was a husbandman himself near Astra, where his father, who had come as a stranger from Syme in Aeolis, had put under cultivation a strip of waste land on the slopes of Helicon. The farm was divided between his two sons Perses and Hesiod, but in unequal shares, and Hesiod accuses Perses of winning the larger moiety by bribing the lords of the district. But Perses managed his farm badly, and it did not prosper. Hesiod wrote his poem, The Works, to teach such unthrifty farmers as his brother true principles of agriculture and economy. His view of life is profoundly gloomy, and suggests a condition of grave social distress in Boeotia. This must have been mainly due to the oppression of the nobles, gift-devouring princes, as he calls them. The poet looks back to the past with regret. The Golden Age, the Silver, and the Bronze have all gone by, and the age of the heroes who fought at Troy. And mankind is now in the Iron Age, and will never cease by day or night from weariness and woe. Would that I did not live in this generation, would that I had died before, or were born hereafter. The poem gives minute directions for the routine of the husbandman's work, the times and tides of sowing and reaping, and the other labours of the field, the fashion of the implements of tillage. And all this is accompanied by maxims of proverbial wisdom. Apart from the value of his poem as a social picture, Hesiod has a great significance as the first spokesman of the common folk. In the history of Europe his is the first voice raised from among the toiling classes and claiming the interest of mankind in their lot. It is a voice indeed of acquiescence, counselling fellow toilers to make the best of an evil case. The stage of revolt has not yet been reached. But the grievances are aired, and the lords who wield the power are exhorted to deal just judgments, that the land may prosper. The new poet is, in form and style, under the influence of the Homeric poems, but he is acutely conscious that he is striking new notes and has new messages for men. He comes forward, unlike Homer, in his own person. He contrasts himself with Homer when he claims that the Muses can teach truth as well as beautiful fiction. In his other poem, the Theogony, he tells us that the daughters of Zeus taught Hesiod as he fed sheep on the hillsides of Helicon. They gave him for staff a branch of bay. The staff was now the minstrel's emblem, for the epic poems were no longer sung to the lyre, but were recited by the rhapsode, standing with a staff in his hand. Then the Muses breathed into the shepherd of Askra the wizard power of declaring the future and the past, and set him the task of singing the race of the blessed gods. In the Theogony he performs this task. He sings how the world was made, the gods and the earth, the rivers and the ocean, the stars and the heaven, how in infinite space which was at the beginning there arose earth and Tartarus, and love, the cosmic principle. And it is notable how he introduces amongst the eldest-born powers of the world such abstractions as love itself, memory, sleep. These speculations on the origin of the universe and the attempt to work up the popular myths into a system mark a new stage in the intellectual development of Greece. The Theogony produced a whole school of bards, who merged their identity under the name of Hesiod, and as we have seen, these Hesiodic poems had a decisive influence in moulding the ideas of the Greeks as to the early history of their race. Boeotia was always an unenterprising country of husbandmen, and Hesiod had no sympathy with trade or foreign venture, though his father had come from Aeolis. But the growth of trade was the most important fact of the time, and here too the colonies reacted on the mother country. By enlarging the borders of the Greek world they invited and facilitated the extension of Greek trade, and promoted the growth of industries. Hitherto the Greeks had been mainly an agricultural and pastoral people. Many of them were now becoming industrial. They had to supply their western colonies with oil and wool, with metal and pottery, and they began to enter into serious competition with the Phoenician trader, and to drive eastern goods from the market. Greek trade moved chiefly along waterways, and this is illustrated by the neglect of road-making in Greece. There were no paved roads, even in later times, except the sacred ways to frequented sanctuaries, like that from Athens to Eleusis and Delphi, or that from the sea-coast to Olympia. Yet the Greeks were still timorous navigators, and it was deemed hazardous to sail even in the most familiar waters except in the late summer. Hesiod expresses in vivid verses the general fear of the sea. For 50 days after the solstice till the end of the harvest is the tide for sailing. Then you will not wreck your ship, nor will the sea wash down your crew, unless Poseidon or Zeus wills their destruction. In that season winds are steady and ocean kind. With mind at rest launch your ship and stow your freight. But make all speed to return home, and await not the new wine and the rain of the vintage tide, when the winter approaches, and the terrible south wind stirs the waves, in fellowship with the heavy autumnal rain of Zeus, and makes the sea cruel. About this time, however, an important advance was made in seacraft by the discovery of the anchor. Seafaring states found it needful to build warships for protection against pirates. The usual type of the early Greek warship was the Pentaconta, or 50-oar, a long, narrow galley with 25 benches, on each of which 2 oarsmen sat. The Pentaconta hardly came into use in Greece before the 8th century. The Homeric Greeks had only smaller vessels of 20 oars, but we can see in the Homeric poems the Pentaconta coming within their ken as a strange and wonderful thing. The ocean deity Briareos, called by the name of the Agean, appears in the Iliad, and he is probably no other than the new racer of the seas sped by 100 hands. In the Odyssey the Phaeacians, who are the kings of seacraft, have ships of 50 oars. But before the end of the 8th century a new idea revolutionized shipbuilding in Phoenicia. Vessels were built with 2 rows of benches, one above the other, so that the number of oarsmen and the speed were increased, without adding to the length of the ship. The bireme, however, never became common in Greece, for the Phoenicians had soon improved it into the trireme by the superposition of another bank of oars. [Footnote: The secret of building this kind of galley has been lost. Modern shipwrights cannot reproduce a trireme. In later times the Greeks built ships of many banks, 5, 10, even 40. End of footnote. The trireme, propelled by 170 rowers, was ultimately to come into universal use as the regular Greek warship, though for a long time after its first introduction by the Corinthians the old Pentacontas were still generally used. But the unknown shipwright who invented the bireme deserves the credit of the new idea. Whatever naval battles were fought in the 7th century were fought mainly, we may be sure, with Pentacontas, but Pentacontas and triremes alike were affected by the new invention of the bronze ram on the prow, a weapon of attack which determined the future character of Greek naval warfare. The Greeks believed that the first regular sea fight between 2 Greek powers was fought before the middle of the 7th century, between Corinth and her daughter city Corcyra. If the tradition is true, we may be sure that the event was an incident in a struggle for the trade with Italy and Sicily and along the Adriatic coasts. The chief competitors, however, with Corinth in the west, were the Euboean cities, Chalcis and Eretria. In the traffic in eastern seas, the island city of Aegina, though she had no colonies of her own, took an active part, and became one of the richest mercantile states of Greece. Athens too had ships, but her industries were still on a comparatively small scale, and it was not till a much later period that her trade was sufficient to involve her in serious rivalry with her neighbours. But the most active of all in industry and commerce were the Greeks of Ionia. End of Chapter 2, Part 4. Chapter 2, Part 5. Influence of Lydia on Greece. The Greeks of the Asiatic coast were largely dependent, for good or evil, on the adjacent inland countries. The inland trade added to their prosperity, but at any moment, if a strong barbarian power arose, their independence might be gravely menaced. At the beginning of the 7th century active intercourse was maintained between the Greeks and the kingdoms of Phrygia and Maeonia. The Phrygian king Midas dedicated a throne to the god of Delphi. Both the Phrygians and the Lydians adopted the Greek alphabet, while the Greeks adopted their modes of music and admitted Phrygian legends into Greek mythology. A considerable Phrygian element had won its way into Lydia and had gained the upper hand. In the Homeric poems we nowhere read of Lydians, but only of Maeonians, and there can be no doubt that this name represents the Phrygian settlers or conquerors. A Maeonian dynasty ruled in Lydia at the beginning of the 7th century, and the king bears a Maeonian name, Candoles, hound-choker. The Aryan conquerors, that is, who spoke an Aryan tongue, had occupied the throne for centuries, and Greek tradition afterwards derived the origin of the family of Candoles from Heracles himself. But they had become degenerate, and Gyges, a native Lydian of the clan of the Myrmidai, succeeded in slaying Candoles and seizing the crown. This revolution ushered in a new period for the Lydian, as it was now called, no longer Maeonian, kingdom. The dominion of the Maeonian sovereign had probably extended southward to the valley of the Meander. Gyges extended his power northward to the shores of the Propontis, where he founded Deucalion and conquered the Troad. But he also designed to make the Aegean his western boundary and bring the Greek cities under his lordship. He pressed down the valley of the Hermus against Smyrna, down the valley of the Caister against Colophon, down the valley of the Meander against Miletus and Magnesia. Of these enterprises only the faintest hints have come down to us. It may be that Colophon was actually captured, and perhaps Magnesia, but the other cities beat back the enemy. The poet Mimnermus sings how a warrior, perhaps his own grandfather, wrought havoc in the ranks of the Lydian horsemen in the plain of the Hermus. But the plans of Gyges against his Greek neighbours were suddenly interrupted by a blow which descended as it were from the other side of the world upon Greeks and Lydians alike. The regions round about Lake Meotis on the northern coast of the Black Sea were inhabited by the Cimmerians, who appear in the marvellous wanderings of Odysseus. They were now driven forth from their abodes, to which, however, their name clung and still clings, by a Scythian folk, the Scoloti, who came from the east. Homeless, the Cimmerians wandered to the opposite side of the Euxine, but whether they travelled by the eastern or the western route, by the Caucasus or by the Danube, is not known for certain. On one hand, they seem to have appeared first in eastern Asia Minor; on the other, they seem to have associated with themselves some Thracian peoples, the Triarians, Edonians, and Thynians. The truth may be that they came round by the eastern coast, and that afterwards, when they made their incursions into western Asia Minor, they invited allies from Thrace to help them. Having defeated the Milesians of Sinope, they chose this place to be their chief settlement. They ventured to attack the great Assyrian Empire, and King Esarhaddon himself tells how "I smote the Cimmerian Teucer with all his army." But they overthrew the realm of Phrygia under its last king Midas, and towards the middle of the 7th century they attacked Lydia. To meet this danger, Gyges sought help from Assyria. The warlike Asarhaddon had been succeeded at Nineveh by Assurbanipal, a peaceful and literary prince, whose refined luxury is caricatured in the Greek conception of Sardanapalus. The lord of Lydia acknowledged the overlordship of the lord of Assyria. He gained a victory over the Cimmerians, and sent their chiefs in chains to Nineveh. But he did not long brook to be the vassal of another sovereign. He threw off his allegiance to Assyria, and sent Ionian and Carian mercenary soldiers to Egypt to help that country also to free itself from Assyrian dominion. At this moment perhaps Gyges was at the height of his power. His wealth was famous, and he too, like Phrygian Midas, sent gifts, among them 6 golden mixing bowls, to the Delphian god. The poet Archilochus, who witnessed his career, sings defiantly that he cares not for the wealth of golden Gyges. But the Cimmerians presently renewed their attack, and fortune changed. Gyges was slain in battle, his capital Sardis was taken except the citadel, and it was some satisfaction to Assurbanipal to record that Lydia was in the hands of the Cimmerians. It was not long before they swooped down upon the Greek cities. Calinus, a poet of Ephesus, heard the trample of their horses and roused his fellow citizens to battle. Ephesus defied their attack, but the temple of Artemis outside the walls was burned down. They and their allies from Thrace destroyed Magnesia on the Meander. The barbarians made a deep impression. The swords which they swept down upon their enemies were enormous. They were equipped with large quivers and wore the curved caps of the Scythians. Fierce hounds ran with their horses. Such was their appearance as they were portrayed by a Greek artist of a later generation on a painted sarcophagus found at Cladzomini. But the danger passed away. Ardys succeeded Gyges on the Lydian throne, and he finally not only drave out the Cimmerians from the land, but perhaps succeeded in extending his power into Cappadocia as far as the Halys. In the meantime Lydia had made an invention which revolutionized commerce. It is to Lydia that Europe owes the invention of coinage. The Babylonians, Phoenicians, and Egyptians made use of weighed gold and silver as a medium of exchange, a certain ratio being fixed between the two metals. A piece of weighed metal becomes a coin when it is stamped by the state and is thereby warranted to have its professed weight and purity. This step was first taken in Lydia, where the earliest money was coined somewhere about the beginning of the 7th century, probably by Gyges. These Lydian coins were made of the native white gold, or electron, a mixture of gold and silver in which the proportion of gold was greater. A bar of the white gold of Sardis was regarded as 10 times the value of a silver bar, and 3/4 of the value of a gold bar of the same weight. [Footnote: The Lydians had 2 scales, one for domestic intercourse based on a standard which they derived from Babylonia, and one for foreign commerce based on a standard derived from Phoenicia through the Greeks. End of footnote. Miletus and Samos soon adopted the new invention, which then spread to other Asiatic towns. Then Aegina and the 2 great cities of Euboea instituted monetary systems, and by degrees all the states of Greece gave up the primitive custom of estimating value in heads of cattle, and most of them had their own mints. As gold was very rare in Greece, not being found except in the islands of Sifnos and Thasos, the Greeks coined in silver. This invention, coming at the very moment when the Greeks were entering upon a period of great commercial activity, was of immense importance, not only in facilitating trade, but in rendering possible the accumulation of capital. Yet it took many generations to supersede completely the old methods of economy by the new system. The Greeks had derived their systems of weight from Babylonia and Phoenicia, but when Aegina and the Euboean cities fixed the standard of their silver coinage, they did not adopt the silver standard of either of those countries. The heavier statia, as the standard silver coin was named of Aegina, weighed 192 grains, and slightly exceeded a florin in value, and this system was adopted throughout the Peloponnese and in northern Greece. The lighter statia of Euboea weighed 130 grains, which was the Babylonian standard of gold. This system, at first confined to Euboea, Samos, and a few other places, was adopted in the 7th century by Corinth in a modified form, and afterwards by Athens. It was highly characteristic of the Greeks that their coinage was marked from the beginning by religious associations, and it has been supposed that the priests of their temples had an important share in initiating the introduction of money. It was in the shrines of their gods that men were accustomed to store their treasures for safe keeping. The gods themselves possessed costly dedications, and thus the science of weighing the precious metals was naturally studied by the priesthoods. Every coin which a Greek state issued bore upon it a reference to some deity. In early times this reference always took the shape of a symbol. In later times the head of the god was often represented. The Lydian coins of Sardis, the coins of Miletus and other Ionian cities bore a lion. Those of Eretria showed a cow with a sucking calf. Aegina displayed a tortoise, and Cyzicus a tunny fish. And all these tokens were symbols of the goddess who, whether under the name of Aphrodite or Hera or Artemis, was identified by the Greeks with Astarte of Phoenicia. End of chapter 2, part 5. Chapter 2, part 6. The opening of Egypt. Thus the merchants of Miletus and her fellows grew rich. They were the intermediaries between Lydia and the Mediterranean, while the Lydians carried their wares to the interior parts of Asia Minor and the Far East. Their argosies sailed to the far west as well as to the coasts of the Euxine. But a new field for winning wealth was opened to them, much about the same time as the invention of coinage revealed a new prospect to the world of commerce. The jealously guarded gates of Egypt were unbarred to Greek trade. The greatest exploit of the Assyrian monarch Esarhaddon was the conquest of Egypt. The land had been split up into an endless number of small kingdoms, and the kings continued to govern as vassals of Assyria. But the foreign domination did not last for much more than a quarter of a century. One of the kings, Psammetichus of Sais in Lower Egypt, probably of Libyan stock, revolted against Assurbanipal, who, in the last year of his reign, was occupied in subduing an insurrection of the Elamites of Susiana. We have seen how mail-clad soldiers of Ionia and Caria were sent by the lord of Lydia to assist Psammetichus. With the help of these bronze men who came up from the sea, he reduced the other kings and brought the whole of Egypt under his sway. This Libyan dynasty kept Sais as their capital, and their power was supported by foreign mercenaries, Greeks and Carians, Syrians and Phoenicians. Psammetichus built the fortress of Daphne, for so Greek speech graciously altered into Greek shape the Egyptian name Dephene, and entrusted it to his Greek soldiers. Relics of this foreign garrison have been dug up among the ruins of Daphne. Psammetichus and his successors completely departed from the narrow Egyptian policy of the pharaohs, and were the forerunners in some respects of the Greek dynasty of the Ptolemies, who 3 centuries hence were to rule the land. They opened Egypt to the trade of the world, and allowed Greeks to settle permanently in the country.
Necho, the son of Psammetichus, connected the Red Sea with the Nile by a canal, and began a work which it was reserved for our own time to achieve, the cutting of a channel through the isthmus which parts the Red Sea from the Mediterranean. His war fleet sailed both in the Cypriot and in the Arabian seas, and a party of Phoenician explorers sent out by him accomplished the circumnavigation of Africa, a feat which 2,000 years later was regarded as a wild dream. The Milesians founded a factory on the western or Canobic channel of the Nile, not very far from Sais, and around it a Greek city grew up, which received the name of Naucratis, Sea Queen. This colony became the haven of all Greek traders, for though at first they seem to have moved freely, restrictions were afterwards placed upon them, and they were not permitted to enter Egypt except by the Canobic mouth. At Naucratis the Milesians, the Samians, and the Aegianetans had each their own separate quarter and their own sanctuaries. All the other Greek settlers had one common enclosure called the Hellenion, girt by a thick brick wall and capable of holding 50,000 men. Here were their market-place and their temples. All the colonists of Naucratis were Greeks of the Asiatic coast, whether Ionians, Dorians, or Aeolians, excepting alone the Aegianetans. Egypt, as we see, offered a field not only for traders but for adventurous soldiers, and thus helped to relieve the pressure of overpopulation in Ionia. At Abu Simbel in Upper Egypt we have a relic of the Greek mercenaries who accompanied King Psammetichus II, Necho's successor, in an expedition against Ethiopia. Some of them scratched their names on the colossal statues of the temple, and the very triviality of this relic at such a distance of time perhaps makes it the more interesting. End of chapter 2, part 6. Chapter 2, part 7. Cyrene. Not long after Egypt was thrown open to Greek trade, there arose to the west of Egypt a new Greek city. Civil dissension in the island of Thera between the older population, who called themselves by the obscure name of Mainyi, and the later Dorian settlers, led to an emigration of the Mainyi, some Dorians among them, and the exiles, having increased their band by Cretan adventurers, sailed for the shores of Barca. They made their first settlement on the little island of Plataea off the coast, their second on the opposite coast of the mainland, and when this too proved a failure, they founded their abiding settlement about 8 miles from the sea, near an abundant spring of water, on 2 white hills which commanded the encompassing plain. The city was named Cyrene, and it was the only Greek colony on the coast of Africa which attained to eminence and wealth. The man who led the island folk to their new home became their king. His name seems to have been Aristoteles, but he took the strange name of Battus, which is said to mean king in the Libyan language, while its resemblance to the Greek word for stammer gave rise to the legend that Battus I stammered in his speech. His son was Archesilas, and in the line of the Cyrenian kings Battus and Archesilas succeeded each other in alternation. Under Battus II the new city was reinforced by a large incoming of new settlers whom he invited chiefly from the Peloponnese and Crete, and this influx changed the character of the place, since the original Mainian element was outnumbered. The lands which the Greeks took from the Libyan inhabitants were made fruitful by the winter rains. Pindar describes them as plains over which dark clouds hover. There was excellent pasturage, and the men of Cyrene became famous for rearing horses and for skill as riders and charioteers. They were naturally the intermediaries between Greek merchants and the Libyan natives. But the chief source of the wealth of the Cyrenian kings was the export of Silphium, a plant which acquired a high repute for medicinal virtues.
In those days it grew luxuriantly in the regions of Barca. Now it is extinct. The sale of Silphion was a monopoly of the king, and on a fine Cyrenian cup we can see Archesilaus II himself watching the herb being weighed and packed. It was in the reign of this king that Barca was founded farther west. He quarrelled with his brothers, and they left Cyrene and founded a town for themselves. Cyrene held her head high in the Greek world, though she was somewhat apart from it. A Cyrenian poet arose and continued the Odyssey and described the last adventures of Odysseus. His poem was accepted by Greece as winding up the epic cycle which was associated with the name of Homer. His work was distinguished by local pride and local colouring. He gave Odysseus a son, Archesilaus, and connected the royal line of Cyrene with the great wanderer. And he introduced a flavour of those Libyan influences which modified Cyrenian civilization, just as the remote cities of the Euxine received influences from Scythia. End of chapter 2, part 7. Chapter 2, part 8. Popular discontent in Greece. The advance of the Greeks in trade and industry produced many consequences of moment for their political and social development. The manufactures required labour, and a sufficient number of free labourers was not to be had. Slaves were therefore indispensable, and they were imported in large numbers from Asia Minor and Thrace and the coasts of the Euxine. The slave trade became a profitable enterprise, and the men of Chios made it their chief pursuit. The existence of household slaves, generally war captives, such as we meet in Homer, was an innocent institution which would never have had serious results. But the new organized slave system, which began in the 7th century, was destined to prove one of the most fatal causes of disease and decay to the states of Greece. At first the privileged classes of the aristocratic republics benefited by the increase of commerce, for the nobles were themselves the chief speculators. But the wealth which they acquired by trade undermined their political position, for, in the first place, their influence depended largely on their domains of land, and when industries arose to compete with agriculture, the importance of land necessarily declined. In the second place, wealth introduced a new political standard, and aristocracies resting on birth tended to transform themselves into aristocracies resting on wealth. The proverb, "money makes the man," now came into vogue. As nobility by birth cannot be acquired, whereas wealth can, such a change is always a step in the direction of democracy. On the other hand, the poorer freemen at first suffered. How heavily the transition from the old systems of exchange to the use of money bore upon them, we shall find illustrated when we come to the special history of Athens. But their distress and discontent drove them into striving for full political equality, and in many cases they strove with success. The second half of the 7th century is marked in many parts of Greece by struggles between the classes, and the wiser and better of the nobles began themselves to see the necessity of extending political privileges to their fellow citizens. The centralization in towns, owing to the growth of industries and the declining importance of agriculture, created a new town population, and doubtless helped on the democratic movement. In this agitated period lived a poet of great genius, Archilochus of Paros. It has been truly said that Archilochus is the first Greek of flesh and blood whom we can grasp through the mists of antiquity. Son of a noble by a slave mother, he tried his luck among the adventurers who went forth to colonize Cyrus in Italy, but he returned having won an experience of seafaring which taught him to sing of the bitter gifts of Poseidon, and the mariners' prayers for "sweet home." Then he took part in a Parian colonization of Thasos, and was involved in party struggles which rent the island. It must have been at Thasos that he witnessed an eclipse of the sun at noontide, which he describes, and this gives us, as a date in the Thasian period of his life, the 6th of April 648 B.C., the first exact date we have bearing on the history of Greece. "All the evils of all Hellas are here," he exclaims, "and Thasos is not a fair place nor a desirable, like the land round the stream of Cyrus." He announces that he is "the servant of the Lord of battle, and skilled in the delicious gift of the Muses." But when he fought in a war which the Thasians waged with the Thracians of the opposite coast, he ran for his life and dropped his shield. "Never mind," he said, "I will get me another as good." Poor, with a stain on his birth, tossed about the world, soured by adversity, Archilochus in his poetry gave full expression to his feelings, and used it to utter his passionate hatred against his enemies, such as the Parian Lycambes, for instance, who refused him his daughter Neobule. Had fortune favoured him, he would have been a noble of the nobles. Ill luck drove him to join the movement against aristocracy. His poems present a complete contrast to the epic style, and even to Hesiod. He addressed himself to the people, sang to the flute instead of the lyre, used colloquial language, and perfected iambic and trochaic measures for literary purposes. His influence may be judged from the fact that his poems were recited by the rhapsodes along with Homer and Hesiod. The ills of Greece, which were reflected in the poems of Archilochus, were to lead to the development of equality and freedom. But success in the struggle would in most cases depend on military efficiency, and a revolution in the art of warfare, which was brought about at the same period, was therefore of immense importance. This takes us to the history of Sparta. End of Chapter 2, Part 8. Recording by Graham Redman.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 3. The Growth of Sparta and the Fall of the Aristocracies. Part 1. Sparta and her Constitution. The Dorian settlers from the north, who took possession of the valley of the Eurotas, established themselves in a number of village communities throughout the land, and bore the name of Lacedaemonians. In the course of time a city-state grew up in their midst, and won dominion over the rest. The town was formed by the union of 5 villages, which, after their union, still continued to preserve their identity as separate units within the larger unity. The city was called Sparta, and took the dominant place in Laconia, which had been formerly held by Amclea. The other Lacedaemonian communities were called the Parisii, or dwellers round about the ruling city, and though they were free and managed their local affairs, they had no political rights in the Spartan state. There is some evidence that in later times they were under the supervision of Spartan Harmosts, but even this evidence chiefly concerns the island of Cythera, which from a military point of view required special arrangements.
The chief burdens which fell on them were military service and the farming of the royal dominions. The Spartans were always noted for their conservative spirit. Hence we find in their constitution, which was remarkable in many ways, survivals of an old order of things which existed in the days of Homeric poetry, but has passed away in most places when trustworthy history begins. The most striking of these survivals was royalty. Sparta was nominally ruled by kings. This conservative spirit of the Spartans rendered them anxious to believe, and others willing to accept the view, that their constitution had existed from very ancient times, in just the same shape and feature which it displayed in the days of recorded history. We are, however, forced to suspect that this was not the case. There can be little doubt that the Spartan state developed up to the end of the 7th century, on the same general lines as other Greek states, though with some remarkable peculiarities. There can be little doubt that, like most other states, it passed through the stages of royalty and aristocracy, and that the final form of the constitution was the result of a struggle between the nobles and the people. The remarkable thing was, that throughout these changes, hereditary kingship survived. The machine of the Spartan constitution, as we know it when it was fully developed, had 4 parts: the kings, the council, the assembly, and the ephors. The first 3 are the original institutions, which were common, as we saw, to the whole Greek race. The ephors were a later institution, and were peculiar to Sparta. We saw that towards the end of the Homeric period, the powers of the king were limited, and that this limited monarchy then died out, sometimes leaving a trace behind it, perhaps in the name of a magistracy, like the King Archon at Athens. In a few places it survived, and Sparta was one of them. But if it survived here, its powers were limited in a twofold way. It was limited not only by the other institutions of the state, but by its own dual character. For there were 2 kings at Sparta, and had been since the memory of men. It seems possible that the origin of this double kingship lay in the coalition of 2 distinct communities, each of which had its own king. One tribe dwelt about Sparta, and its kings belonged to the clan of the Agidae. The other tribe, we may guess, was settled somewhere in southern Laconia, and its royal clan was that of the Eurypontid. These 2 tribes must have united to form a large city-state at Sparta, and the terms of the union may have been that neither tribe should give up its king, but 2 kings with co-equal authority should rule over the joint community. The kingship passed from father to son in the 2 royal houses of the Agids and the Eurypontids, and if the Agid kings possessed a slight superiority in public estimation over their colleagues, this may have been due to the fact that the Eurypontids were the strangers who migrated to Sparta. According to a pedigree which was made out for them in later days, when the myth of the return of the Heraclidae had become current, both dynasties trace themselves back to Hercules. It seems probable that it was partly because there were 2 kings, the one a check upon the other, that kingship was not abolished in Sparta, or reduced to a mere magistracy. But the powers of the kings were largely curtailed, and we may suppose that the limitations were introduced by degrees during that epoch in which, throughout Greece generally, monarchies were giving way to aristocratic republics. Of the religious, military, and judicial functions which belonged to them and to all other Greek kings, they lost some and retained others. They were privileged to hold certain priesthoods. They offered solemn sacrifices for the city every month to Apollo. They prepared the necessary sacrifices before warlike expeditions and battles. They were priests, though not the sole priests of the community. They were supreme commanders of the army. They had the right of making war upon whatever country they chose, and penalties were laid on any Spartan who presumed to hinder them. In the field they had unlimited right of life and death, and they had a bodyguard of 100 men. It is clear that these large powers were always limited by the double nature of the kingship, but at a later period it was defined by law that only one of the kings, to be chosen on each occasion by the people, should lead the army in time of war, and moreover they were made responsible to the community for their conduct in their campaigns. But while they enjoyed this supreme position as high priests and leaders of the host, they could hardly be considered judges any longer. The right of dealing out dooms like the Homeric Agamemnon had passed away from them. Only in 3 special cases had they still judicial or legal powers. They presided at the adoption of children. They decided who was to marry an heiress whose father had died without betrothing her, and they judged in all matters concerning public roads. There were royal domains in the territory of the Parisii, from which the kings derived their revenue. But they also had perquisites at public sacrifices. On such occasions they were, like Homeric kings, given the first seat at the banquet, were served first, and received a double portion of everything, and the hides of the slaughtered beasts. The pious sentiment with which royalty, as a hallowed institution, was regarded, is illustrated by the honours which were paid to the kings when they died. Horsemen, says Herodotus, carry round the tidings of the event through all Laconia, and in the city women go about beating a cauldron, and at this sign 2 free persons of each house, a man and a woman, must put on mourning garb, and if any fail to do this, great pains are imposed. The funeral was attended by a fixed number of the Parisii, and it was part of the stated ceremony that the dead king should be praised by the mourners as better than all who had gone before him. Public business was not resumed for 10 days after the burial. The king was succeeded by his eldest son, but a son born before his father's accession to the kingship had to give way to the eldest of those who were born after the accession. If there were no children, the succession fell to the nearest male kinsman, who was likewise the regent in the case of a minority. The Gerontes, or elders, whom we find in Homer advising the king, and also acting as judges, have developed at Sparta into a body of fixed number, forming a definite part of the constitution, called the Gerousia. This council consisted of 30 members, including the 2 kings, who belonged to it by virtue of their kingship. The other 28 must be over 60 years of age, so that the council was a body of elders in the strict sense of the word. They held their office for life, and were chosen by acclamation in the general assembly of citizens, whose choice was supposed to fall on him whose moral merits were greatest. Membership of the council was described as a prize for virtue. The council prepared matters which were to come before the assembly. It exercised as an advising body a great influence on political affairs, and it formed a court of justice for criminal cases. But though the councillors were elected by the people, they were not elected from the people. Nobility of birth retained at Sparta its political significance, and only men of the noble families could be chosen members of the council. And thus the council formed an oligarchical element in the Lacedaemonian constitution. Every Spartan who had passed his 30th year was a member of the Apella, or assembly of citizens, which met every month between the bridge of Babyca and the stream of Cachion. In old days, no doubt, it was summoned by the kings, but in historical times we find that this right has passed to the ephors. The assembly did not debate, but having heard the proposals of kings or ephors, signified its will by acclamation. If it seemed doubtful to which opinion the majority of the voices inclined, recourse was had to a diversion. The people elected the members of the Gerousia, the ephors, and other magistrates, determined questions of war and peace and foreign politics, and decided disputed successions to a kingly office. Thus, theoretically, the Spartan constitution was a democracy. No Spartan was excluded from the appella of the people, and the will of the people expressed at their appella was supreme. To the people, runs an old statute, shall belong the decision and the power. But the same statute granted to the executive authorities, the elders and magistrates, a power which restricted this apparent supremacy of the people. It allowed them to be seceders if the people make a crooked decree. It seems that the will of the people, declared by the acclamations, did not receive the force of law, unless it were then formally proclaimed before the assembly was formally dissolved. If the elders and magistrates did not approve of the decision of the majority of the assembly, they could annul the proceedings by refusing to proclaim it, seceding and dissolving the meeting, without waiting for the regular dissolution by king or euphor. The 5 euphors were the most characteristic part of the political constitution of Sparta. The origin of the office is veiled in obscurity. It was supposed to have been instituted in the first half of the 8th century. The Alexandrians seem to have a euphor list, reaching as far back as 757 B.C., but we cannot build much on this. It is perhaps of more importance that the Euphrote existed in the Laconian colony at Thera, but what most of all proves its antiquity is its close interconnection with the whole framework of the Spartan constitution. But we must distinguish between the first institution of the office and the beginning of its political importance. It is probable that, in the course of the 8th century, the kings, finding it impossible to attend to all their duties, were constrained to give up the civil jurisdiction, and that the euphors, or overseers, were appointed for this purpose. The number of the euphors would seem to be connected with the number of the 5 dems or villages whose union formed the city, and perhaps each one of the euphors was assigned originally to one of the villages. But it cannot have been till the 7th century that the euphors won their great political power. They must have won that power in a conflict between the nobility who governed in conjunction with the kings, and the people who had no share in the government. In that struggle the kings represented the cause of the nobility, while the euphors were the representatives of the people. A compromise, as the result of such a conflict, is implied in the oaths which were every month exchanged between the kings and the euphors. The king swore that he would observe the laws of the state in discharging his royal functions; the euphor that he would maintain the royal power undiminished, so long as the king was true to his oath. In this ceremony we have the record of an acute conflict between the government and the people. The democratic character of the euphorate appears from the fact that any Spartan might be elected. The mode of election, which is described by Aristotle as very childish, was practically equivalent to an election by lot. When the 5 euphors did not agree among themselves, the minority gave way. The euphors entered upon their office at the beginning of the Laconian year, which fell on the first new moon after the autumnal equinox. As chosen guardians of the rights of the people, they were called upon to watch jealously the conduct of the kings. With this object 2 euphors always accompanied the king on warlike expeditions. They had the power of indicting the king, and summoning him to appear before them. The judicial functions which the kings lost passed partly to the ephors, partly to the council. The ephors were the supreme civil court. The council, as we have seen, formed the supreme criminal court. But in the case of the Parisii, the ephors were criminal judges also. They were moreover responsible for the strict maintenance of the order and discipline of the Spartan state, and when they entered upon office, they issued a proclamation to the citizens to shave their upper lips and obey the laws. This unique constitution cannot be placed under any general head, cannot be called kingdom, oligarchy, or democracy, without misleading. None of these names is applicable to it, but it participated in all three. A stranger who saw the kings going forth with power at the head of the host, or honoured above all at the public feast in the city, would have described Sparta as a kingdom. If one of the kings themselves had been asked to define the constitution, it is probable that he would have regretfully called it a democracy. Yet the close council, taken from a privileged class, exercising an important influence on public affairs, and deferring to an assembly which could not debate, might be alleged to prove that Sparta was an oligarchy. The secret of this complex character of the Spartan constitution lies in the fact that, while Sparta developed on the same general path as other states, and had to face the same political crises, she overcame each crisis with less violence, and showed a more conservative spirit. When she ought to have passed from royalty to aristocracy, she diminished the power of the kings, but she preserved hereditary kingship as a part of the aristocratic government. When she ought to have advanced to democracy, she gave indeed enormous power to the representatives of the people, but she still preserved both hereditary kings and the council of her nobles. Part II. Spartan conquest of Messenia. In the growth of Sparta the first and most decisive step was the conquest of Messenia. The southern portion of the Peloponnesus is divided into two parts by Mount Taygetus. Of these the eastern part is again severed by Mount Parnon into two regions, the vale of the river Eurotas and the rugged strip of coast between Parnon and the sea. The western country is less mountainous, more fruitful, and blessed by a milder climate, nor is it divided in the same way by a mountain chain. The hills rise irregularly, and the river Parmesus waters the central plain of the Steinclaris, where the Greek invaders are said to have fixed their abode. The natural forces of the country was the lofty rock of Ithome, which rises to the west of the river. It is probable that under its protection a town grew up at an early period, whose name Messenia was afterwards transferred to the whole country. The fruitful soil of Messenia, good to plant and good to ear, as the Spartan poet sang, could not but excite the covetousness of her martial neighbours. It is impossible to determine the date of the first Messenian war with greater precision than the 8th century. Legends grew up freely as to its causes and its course. All that we know with certainty is that the Spartan king, under whose auspices it was waged, was named Theopompus; that it was decided by the capture of the great fortress Ithome, and that the eastern part of the land became Laconia. A poet writing at the beginning of the 7th century would have naturally spoken of Messenia, or Pheræ, as being in Lacedaemon. When the second war broke out towards the end of the 7th century, it was either history or legend that the previous war had lasted 20 years. Legends grew up around it, in which the chief figure was a Messenian hero, named Aristodemus. The tale was that he offered his daughter as a sacrifice to save his country, in obedience to the demand of an oracle. Her lover made a despairing effort to save her life by spreading a report that the maiden was about to become a mother, and the calumny so incensed Aristodemus that he slew her with his own hand. Afterwards, terrified by evil dreams and portents, and persuaded that his country was doomed, he killed himself upon his daughter's tomb. As the object of the Spartans was to increase the number of the lots of land for their citizens, many of the conquered Messenians were reduced to the conditions of helots, and servitude was hard though their plight might have been harder. They paid to their lords only 1/2 of the produce of the lands which they tilled, whereas in Attica, at the same period, the free tillers of the soil had to pay 5/6. The Spartan poet, Tyrtaeus, describes how the Messenians endured the insolence of their masters. As asses worn by loads intolerable, so them did stress of cruel force compel. Of all the fruits the well-tilled land affords, the moiety to bear to their proud lords. For some generations they submitted patiently. But at length, when victorious Sparta felt secure, a rebellion was organized in the northern district of Andania. The rebels were supported by their neighbors in Arcadia and Pisatis, and they are said to have found an able and ardent leader in Astraminus, sprung from an old Messenian family. The revolt was at first successful. The Spartans fared ill, and their young men experienced the disgrace of defeat. The hopes of the serfs rose, and Sparta despaired of recovering the land. But a leader and a poet arose amongst them. The lame Tyrtaeus is recorded to have inspired his countrymen with such martial vigor that the tide of fortune turned, and Sparta began to retrieve her losses and recover her reputation. Some scraps of the poems of Tyrtaeus have been preserved, and they supply the only trustworthy material we have for the history of the Messenian wars. And he won such fame by the practical success of his art, that at a later time the Athenians sought to claim him as one of their sons, and give out that Sparta, by the counsel of an oracle, had sent for him. The warriors advanced to battle singing his marches, to the sound of flutes, while his elegies, composed in the conventional epic dialect, are said to have been recited in the tents after the evening meal. But we learn from himself that his strategy was as effective as his poetry, and the Messenians were presently defeated in the battle of the Great Fosse. They then retired to the northern stronghold of Air on the river Nedon, which plays the same part in the second war that Ithome played in the first, while Astraminus takes the place of Astrademus. As to Air, indeed we possess no record on the contemporary authority of Tyrtaeus, whose extant fragments notice none of the adventures, nor even the name, of the hero Astraminus. Yet Air may well have been the place where the last stand was made, for the Spartans had raised the fortifications of Ithome, which is not mentioned in connection with the second war. At Air the defenders were near the Arcadian supporters, and within reach of Pylos, which seems not to have been yet Lacedaemonian. But Air fell. Legend says that it was beleaguered for 8 years. Astraminus was the soul of the defence, and his wonderful escapes became the argument of a stirring tale. On one occasion he was thrown, with 50 fellow countrymen, captured by the Spartans, into a deep pit. His comrades perished, and Astraminus awaited certain death. But by following the track of a fox he found a passage in the rocky wall of his prison, and appeared on the following day at Air. When the Spartans surprised that fortress, he made his escape wounded to Arcadia. He died in Rhodes. But 250 years later, on the field of Leuctra, he reappeared against the Spartans to avenge his defeat. Those Messenians who were left in the land were mostly reduced again to the condition of helots, but the maritime communities, and even a few in the interior, remained free, as Parisii, in the possession of their estates. Many escaped to Arcadia, while some of the inhabitants of the coast towns may have taken ship and sailed to other places. At this time Sparta, like most other Greek states, suffered from domestic discontent. There was a pressing land question, with which Tyrtaeus dealt in a poem named Eunomia, or law and order. These questions were partly solved by the conquest of the whole land of Messenia, and doubtless the foundation of the colony in Taurus, in southern Italy, was undertaken for the purpose of relieving an excessive population. The Messenian war, as recorded by Tertius, shows us that the power of the privileged classes had already been undermined by a great change in the method of warfare. The fighting is done, and the victory won, by regiments of mailed foot-lancers, who march and fight together in close ranks. The secret had been discovered that such well-drilled spearsmen, hoplites as they were called, were superior to cavalry, and much about the same period in Ionia we find the infantry of Smyrna holding their own against the Lydian horsemen of Gyges. The recognition of serried bodies of foot as a useful weapon in battle can be traced in the later parts of the Iliad. But it was in Sparta first that their value was fully appreciated. There they became the main part of the military establishment. The city no longer depended chiefly on her nobles in times of war, she depended on her whole people. The progress of metalsmiths in their trade, which accompanied the general industrial advance of Greece, rendered possible the transformation in the art of war. Every well-to-do citizen could now provide himself with an outfit of armor, and go forth to battle in panoply. The metal breastplate had been introduced. Metal greaves were worn, and thigh-pieces. The round shield borne on the arm had superseded the clumsy shoulder-swing shield of the heroic period. The transformation was distinctly levelling and democratic, for it placed the noble and the ordinary citizen on an equality in the field. We shall not be wrong in connecting this military development with those aspirations of the people for a popular constitution, which resulted in the investment of the Euphrates with its great political powers. From Sparta, where it was brought to a perfection which in the days of Tertius it had not yet attained, the institution of the heavy foot-lancers spread throughout Greece, and its natural tendency everywhere was to promote the progress of democracy. It is significant that in Thessaly, where the system of hoplites was not introduced, and cavalry was always the kernel of the army, democratic ideas never made way. Chapter 3 Parts 3 and 4 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. By John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 3, Part 3. Internal Development of Sparta and Her Institutions. In the 7th century one could not have foretold what Sparta was destined to be. Her nobles lived luxuriously, like the nobles of other lands. The individual was free, as in other cities, to order his life as he willed. She showed some promise of other than military interests. Lyric poetry was transported from its home in Lesbos to find for a while a second home on the banks of the Eurotas. Songs to be sung at banquets, at weddings, at harvest festivals, and at festivals of the gods, by single singers or choirs of men or maidens, were older than memory could reach. But with the development of music, and the improvement of musical instruments, the composition of these songs became an art, and lyric poetry was created. The introduction of a lyre of 7 strings, instead of the old tetrachord, was attributed to Terpander of Lesbos, who was at all events an historical person, and both a poet and a musician. He visited Sparta, and is said to have instituted the musical contest at the Carnea, the great festival of Lacedaemon. His music was certainly welcomed there, and Sparta soon had a poet who, though not her own, was at least her adopted son. Alcman from Lydian Sardis made Sparta his home, and we have some fragments of songs which he composed for choirs of Laconian maidens. Sparta had her epic poet too in Cynaphian, but this promise of a school of music and poetry was not to be fulfilled. When Sparta emerges into the full light of history, we find her under an iron discipline, which invades every part of a man's life and controls all his actions from his cradle to his deathbed. Everything is subordinated to the art of war, and the sole aim of the state is to create invincible warriors. The martial element was doubtless, from the very beginning, stronger in Sparta than in other states, and as a city ruling over a large discontented population of subjects and serfs, she must always be prepared to fight. But we shall probably never know how and under what influences the single Spartan discipline which we have now to examine was introduced. Nor can we, in describing the Spartan society, distinguish always between older and later institutions. The whole Spartan people formed a military caste. The life of a Spartan citizen was devoted to the service of the state. In order to carry out this ideal it was necessary that every citizen should be freed from the care of providing for himself and his family. The nobles owned family domains of their own, but the Spartan community also came into possession of common land, which was divided into a number of lots. Each Spartan obtained a lot, which passed from father to son, but could not be either sold or divided. Thus a citizen could never be reduced to poverty. The original inhabitants, whom the Lacedaemonians dispossessed and reduced to the state of serfs, cultivated the land for their lords. Every year the owner of a lot was entitled to receive 70 midamini of corn for himself, 12 for his wife, and a stated portion of wine and fruit. All that the land produced beyond this, the helot was allowed to retain for his own use. Thus the Spartan need take no thought for his support. He could give all his time to the affairs of public life. Though the helots were not driven by taskmasters, and had the right of acquiring private property, their condition seems to have been hard. At all events they were always bitterly dissatisfied and ready to rebel whenever an occasion presented itself. The system of helotry was a source of danger from the earliest times, but especially after the conquest of Messenia; and the state of constant military preparation in which the Spartans lived may have been partly due to the consciousness of this peril perpetually at their doors. The Crypteia, or secret police, was instituted, it is uncertain at what date, to deal with this danger. Young Spartans were sent into the country and empowered to kill every helot whom they had reason to regard with suspicion. Closely connected with this system was the remarkable custom that the ephors, in whose hands lay the general control over the helots, should every year on entering office proclaim war against them. By this device the youths could slay dangerous helots without any scruple or fear of the guilt of manslaughter. But, notwithstanding these precautions, serious revolts broke out again and again. A Spartan had no power to grant freedom to the helot who worked on his lot, nor yet sell him to another. Only the state could emancipate. As the helots were called upon to serve as light armed troops in times of war, they had then an opportunity of exhibiting bravery and loyalty in the service of the city, and those who conspicuously distinguished themselves might be rewarded by the city with the meed of freedom. Thus arose a class of freedmen called Neodamodes, or new demesmen. There was also another class of persons, neither serfs nor citizens, called Methones, who probably sprang from illegitimate unions of citizens with helot women. Thus relieved from the necessity of gaining a livelihood, the Spartans devoted themselves to the good of the state, and the aim of the state was the cultivation of the art of war. Sparta was a large military school. Education, marriage, the details of daily life, were all strictly regulated with a view to the maintenance of a perfectly efficient army. Every citizen was to be a soldier, and the discipline began from birth. When a child was born it was submitted to the inspection of the heads of a tribe, and if they judged it to be unhealthy or weak, it was exposed to die on the wild slopes of Mount Taygetus. At the age of 7 years the boy was consigned to the care of a state officer, and the course of his education was entirely determined by the purpose of inuring him to bear hardships, training him to endure an exacting discipline, and instilling into his heart a sentiment of devotion to the state. The boys, up to the age of 20, were marshalled in a huge school formed on the model of an army. The captains and prefects who instructed and controlled them were young men who had passed their 20th year, but had not yet reached the 30th, which admitted them to the rights of citizenship. Warm friendships often sprang up between the young men and the boys whom they were training, and this was the one place in Spartan life where there was room for romance. At the age of 20 the Spartan entered upon military service and was permitted to marry, but he could not yet enjoy home life. He had to live in barracks with his companions, and could only pay stolen and fugitive visits to his wife. In his 30th year, having completed his training, he became a man, and obtained the full rights of citizenship. The Homoioi, or peers, as the Spartan citizens were called, dined together in tents in the Hyacinthine street. These public messes were in old days called Andreae, or men's meals, and in later times Feidatia. Each member of a common tent made a fixed monthly contribution, derived from the produce of his lot, consisting of barley, cheese, wine, and figs, and the members of the same mess tent shared the same tent in the field in time of war. These public messes are a survival, adapted to military purposes, of the old custom of public banquets, at which all the burghers gathered together at a table spread for the gods of the city. Of the organization of the Spartan hoplites in early times we have no definite knowledge. 300 horsemen, chosen from the Spartan youths, formed the king's bodyguard, but though, as their name shows, they were originally mounted, in later times they fought on foot. The light infantry was supplied by the Parisii and Helots. Spartan discipline extended itself to the women too, with the purpose of producing mothers who should be both physically strong and saturated with the Spartan spirit. The girls, in common with the boys, went through a gymnastic training, and it was not considered immodest for them to practise their exercises almost nude. They enjoyed a freedom which was in marked contrast with the seclusion of women in other Greek states. They had a high repute for chastity, but if the government directed them to breed children for the state, they had no scruples in obeying the command, though it should involve a violation of the sanctity of the marriage tie. They were proverbially ready to sacrifice their maternal instincts to the welfare of their country. Such was the spirit of the place. Thus Sparta was a camp in which the highest object of every man's life was to be ready, at any moment, to fight with the utmost efficiency for his city. The aim of every law, the end of the whole social order, was to fashion good soldiers. Private luxury was strictly forbidden. Spartan simplicity became proverbial. The individual man, entirely lost in the state, had no life of his own. He had no problems of human existence to solve for himself. Sparta was not a place for thinkers or theorists. The whole duty of man and the highest ideal of life were contained for a Spartan in the laws of his city. Warfare being the object of all the Spartan laws and institutions, one might expect to find the city in a perpetual state of war. One might look to see her sons always ready to strive with their neighbours without any ulterior object, war being for them an end in itself. But it was not so. They did not wage war more lightly than other men. We cannot rank them with barbarians who care only for fighting and hunting. We may attribute the original motive of their institutions, in some measure at least, to the situation of a small dominant class in the midst of ill-contented subjects and hostile serfs. They must always be prepared to meet a rebellion of Parisii, or a revolt of Helots, and a surprise would have been fatal. Forming a permanent camp in a country which was far from friendly, they were compelled to be always on their guard. But there was something more in the vitality and conservation of the Spartan constitution than precautions against the danger of a possible insurrection. It appealed to the Greek sense of beauty. There was a certain completeness and simplicity about the constitution itself, a completeness and simplicity about the manner of life enforced by the laws, a completeness and simplicity too about the type of character developed by them, which Greeks of other cities never failed to contemplate with genuine, if distant, admiration. Shut away in hollow, many-clefted Lacedaemon, out of the world and not sharing in the progress of other Greek cities, Sparta seemed to remain at a standstill. And a stranger from Athens or Miletus, in the 5th century, visiting the straggling villages which formed her unwalled, unpretentious city, must have had a feeling of being transported into an age long past, when men were braver, better, and simpler, unspoiled by wealth, undisturbed by ideas. To a philosopher like Plato, speculating in political science, the Spartan state seemed the nearest approach to the ideal. The ordinary Greek looked upon it as a structure of severe and simple beauty, a Dorian city stately as a Dorian temple, far nobler than his own abode, but not so comfortable to dwell in. If this was the effect produced upon strangers, we can imagine what a perpetual joy to a Spartan peer was the contemplation of the Spartan constitution, how he felt a sense of superiority in being a citizen of that city, and a pride in living up to its ideal and fulfilling the obligations of his nobility. In his mouth, not beautiful meant contrary to the Spartan laws, which were believed to be inspired by Apollo. This deep admiration for their constitution, as an ideally beautiful creation, the conviction that it was incapable of improvement, being in truth wonderfully effective in realizing its aims, is bound up with the conservative spirit of the Spartans, shown so conspicuously in their use of their old iron coins, down to the time of Alexander the Great. It was inevitable that, as time went on, there should be many fallings away, and that some of the harder laws should, by tacit agreement, be ignored. The other Greeks were always happy to point to the weak spots in the Spartan armor. From an early period it seems to have been a permitted thing for a citizen to acquire land in addition to his original lot. As such lands were not, like the original lot, inalienable, but could be sold or divided, inequalities in wealth necessarily arose, and the communism which we observed in the life of the citizens was only superficial. But it was specially provided by law that no Spartan should possess wealth in the form of gold or silver. This law was at first eluded by the device of depositing money in foreign temples, and ultimately became a dead letter. Spartans even gained throughout Greece an evil reputation for avarice. By the 4th century they had greatly degenerated, and those who wrote studies of the Lacedaemonian constitution contrasted Sparta as it should be and used to be with Sparta as it was. There is no doubt that the Spartan system of discipline grew up by degrees, yet the argument from design might be plausibly used to prove that it was the original creator of a single lawgiver. We may observe how well articulated and how closely interdependent were its various parts. The whole discipline of the society necessitated the existence of helots, and on the other hand the existence of helots necessitated such a discipline. The euphorite was the keystone of the structure, and in the dual kingship one might see a cunning intention to secure the powers of the euphors by perpetual jealousy between the kings. In the whole fabric one might trace an artistic unity which might be thought to argue the work of a single mind, and until lately this was generally believed to be the case. Some still maintain the belief. A certain Lycurgus was said to have framed the Spartan institutions and enacted the Spartan laws about the beginning of the 9th century. But the grounds for believing that a Spartan lawgiver named Lycurgus ever existed are of the slenderest kind. The earliest statements as to the origin of the constitution date from the 5th century, and their discrepancy shows that they were mere guesses, and that the true origins were buried completely in the obscurity of the past. Pindar attributed the Lacedaemonian institutions to Agean, the mythical ancestor of the Dorian tribes. The historian Hellenicus regarded them as the creation of the two first kings of Sparta, Procles and Eurysthenes. The more critical Thucydides, less ready to record conjectures, contents himself with saying that the Lacedaemonian constitution had existed for rather more than 400 years at the end of the Peloponnesian War. Herodotus states that the Spartans declared Lycurgus to have been the guardian of one of their early kings, and to have introduced from Crete their laws and institutions. But that aversion to accounts of this historian's contemporaries, who ignore Lycurgus altogether, prove that it was simply one of many guesses, and not a generally accepted tradition. It may be added that if the old Spartan poet Tyrtaeus had mentioned Lycurgus as a lawgiver, his words would certainly have been quoted by later writers, and we may fairly conclude that he knew nothing of such a tradition. Lycurgus, or to give him his name in its true form, Lycovorgus, was not a man, he was only a god. He was an Arcadian deity or hero, perhaps some form of the Arcadian Zeus Lycaeus, god of the Wolf Mountain, and his name meant wolf repeller. He was worshipped at Lacedaemon, where he had a shrine, and we may conjecture that his cult was adopted by the Spartans from the older inhabitants whom they displaced. He may also have been connected with Olympia, for his name was inscribed on a very ancient quoit, the so-called quoit of Iphitus, which was preserved there, and perhaps dated from the 7th century. The belief that this deity was a Spartan lawgiver, inspired by the Delphic oracle, gradually gained ground, and in the 4th century generally prevailed. Aristotle believed it, and made use of the old quote, to fix the date of the Lycurgian legislation to the first half of the 8th century. But while everybody regarded Lycurgus as unquestionably an historical personage, candid investigation confessed that nothing certain was known concerning him, and the views about his chronology were many and various. Part IV. The Cretan Constitutions. Ancient Greek students of constitutional history were struck by some obvious and remarkable resemblances between the Spartan and the Cretan states, and it was believed by many that the Spartan constitution was derived from Crete, though there are notable differences as well as notable likenesses. It will be convenient to glance here at the political condition of this island, to which we shall seldom have to recur, since, owing to its geographical situation and the lack of political union, it was isolated and withdrew from the main course of Greek history. In a passage in the Odyssey, the inhabitants of Crete are divided into 5 classes: Achaeans, Eteocretans, Sidonians, Dorians, and Pelasgians. Of these the Eteocretans may represent the original people who dwelled in the island before the Greeks came, like the Eto-Carpathians of Carpatheus. They survived chiefly in the eastern part of the island, and they continue to speak their own tongue in historical times, writing it, however, not in their ancient linear script, but in Greek characters. A specimen of it, but we have no key to the meaning, has been preserved in some inscriptions, found at Prasius, their most important city. The people of Sidonia were perhaps also a remnant of the old population. The Achaeans and Pelasgians point to Thessaly, and there are some links which seem to connect Cretan towns with Perrhaebia. We may consider it probable that early settlers from Thessaly found their way to Crete. But the most important settlers belonged to the Dorian branch of the Greek race, easily recognized by the 3 tribes, Helias, Pamphyli, and Daimans, which always accompanied its migrations. These 3 tribes can be traced in many Cretan cities, and we saw that this island was one of the first places to receive the Dorian wanderers. But at a later time there seems to have been a further infusion of the Dorian element. New settlers came from Argolis and Laconia, and mingled with the older inhabitants, refounding many cities. Thus Goitin, in the south of the island, in the valley of the river Letheus, was resettled, and her neighbour Phaestos, distinguished by a mention in Homer, was invaded by newcomers from Argolis. Well-built Litus, in its central side, also of Homeric fame, and Polyrrhenion, rich in sheep, in the northwestern corner, a haunt of the divine huntress Dictyana, were both colonized from Laconia. Knossos, the great city of Minos, Knossos the Broad, was repopulated by Dorians, and though it never attained to its former splendor, it remained the leading city in Crete. The island, then, colonized first by a folk closely akin to those who conquered Lacedaemon and Argos, colonized again by those very conquerors, may be said to be doubly Dorian, and there is thus a double reason for resemblances between Laconian and Cretan institutions. In the Cretan cities themselves there were of course many local divergences, but the general resemblances are so close, wherever we can trace the facts, that for our purpose we may safely follow the example of the ancients in assuming a general type of Cretan policy. The population of a Cretan state consisted of 2 classes, warriors and serfs. In a few cases, where one city had subjugated another, the people of the subject city held somewhat the same position as the Laconian Persei, and formed a 3rd class, but these cases were exceptional. In general, one of the main differences between a Cretan state and Sparta was that the Cretan state had no Persei. There were 2 kinds of serfs, Noietai and Aphamiotai. The Noietais belonged to the state, while the Aphamiotai, also called Klerotes, or lotmen, were attached to the lots of the citizens, and belonged to the owners of the lots. These bondsmen cultivated the land themselves, and could possess private property, like the Spartan helots, but though we do not know exactly what their obligations were, they seem to have been in some ways in a better condition than the bondsmen of Laconia. If the pastas, or lord of a Cretan serf, died childless, the serf had an interest in his property. he could contract a legal marriage, and his family was recognized by law. The two privileges from which he was always jealously excluded were the carrying of arms and the practice of athletic exercises in the gymnasia. Unlike the Helots, the Cretan serfs found their condition tolerable, and we never hear that they revolted. The geographical conditions of the Cretans enabled them to excuse their slaves from military service. Of the monarchical period in Crete we know nothing. In the 6th century we find that monarchy had been abolished by the aristocracies, and that the executive governments are in the hands of boards of 10 annual magistrates, entitled kosmoi. The kosmoi were chosen from certain important clans, statai, and the military as well as the other functions of the king had passed into their hands. They were assisted by the advice of the council of elders, which was elected from those who had filled the office of kosmos. The resolves of the kosmoi and council were laid before the agorai, or general assemblies of citizens, who merely voted and had no right to propose or discuss. There is a superficial resemblance between this constitution, which prevailed in most Cretan cities, and that of Sparta. The Cretan agora answers to the Spartan apella, the Cretan to the Spartan gerousi, and the kosmai to the euphors. The most obvious difference is that in Crete there was no royalty, but there is another important difference. The democratic feature of the Spartan constitution is absent in Crete. While the euphors were chosen from all the citizens, in a Cretan state only certain noble families were eligible to the office of kosmos, and as the gerousi was chosen from the kosmoi, it is clear that the whole power of the state resided in a privileged class, consisting of those families or clans. Thus the Cretan state was a close aristocracy. The true likeness between Sparta and Crete lies in the circumstance that the laws and institutions of both countries aimed at creating a class of warriors. Boys were taught to read and write, and to recite certain songs ordained by law, but the chief part of their training was bodily, with a view to making them good soldiers. At the age of 17 they were admitted into herds, agelai, answering to the Spartan buai, which were organized by sons of noble houses, and supported at the expense of the state. The members of these associations went through a training in the public gymnasia, or dromoi, and hence were called dromias. Great days were held, in which sham fights took place between these herds, to the sound of lyres and flutes. The dromius was of age in the eyes of the law, and he was bound to marry, but his wife continued to live in the house of her father or kinsman until he passed out of the state of dromius and became a man. The men dined at public messes called andrei, corresponding to the Spartan fedatia, but the boys were also permitted to join them. These meals were not defrayed altogether, as at Sparta, by the contributions of the members, but were partly at least paid for by the state, and the state also made provision for the sustenance of the women. The public income, which defrayed these and other such burdens, and maintained the worship of the gods, must have been derived from public land cultivated by the Noetai, and distinct from the land which was apportioned in lots among the citizens. We see then that in the discipline and education of the citizens, in the common meals of the men, in general political objects, there is a close and significant likeness between Sparta and Crete. But otherwise there are great differences. 1. In Crete there were, as a rule, no parisii. 2. The Cretan serfs lived under more favourable conditions than the Helots, and were not a constant source of danger. 3. Kingship did not survive in Crete, and consequently 4. The functions which in Sparta were divided between kings and euphors, were in Crete united in the hands of the kosmoi. 5. The Cretan state was an aristocracy, while Sparta, so far as the city itself was concerned, was a limited democracy, a difference which clearly reveals itself in the modes of electing Cosmoi and Euphors. 7. There is a more advanced form of communism in Crete, in so far as state stores contribute largely to the maintenance of the citizens. If one city had become dominant in Crete, and reduced the others to subjugation, the resemblance between Laconia and Crete would have been much greater. A class of Cretan Persei would have forthwith been formed. End of Chapter 3, Parts 3 and 4.
Chapter 3, Part 5 and 6 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1 by John Bagnell. Chapter 3, Part 5. The Supremacy and the Decline of Argos, the Olympian Games. The rebellion of Messenia had been especially formidable to Sparta because the rebels had been supported by two foreign powers, Arcadia and Pisa. Part of Arcadia seems to have been united at this time under the lordship of the king of the Arcadian or Comnenus. The king of Pisa on the Alpheus had recently risen to newer power and honor with the help of Argos, and Argos itself had been playing a prominent part in the peninsula under the leadership of her king Phidon. The reign of this king was the last epoch of Argos as an active power of the first rank. We know little about him, but his name became so famous that in the later times the royal house of the distant Macedonia, when it reached the height of its success in Alexander the Great, was anxious to connect its line of descent with Phidon. Under his auspices, a system of measures was introduced to Argos and the Peloponnesus. These measures were called after his name Phidonian and were likewise adopted at Athens. They seem to have been closely connected with the Aegian system of weights, but the only clear action of Phidon is his expedition to the west. He led an Argive army across Arcadia to the banks of the Alpheus and presided there over the celebration of the Olympian festival, which is now for the first time heard of in the history of Greece. The Altus, or sacred grove of Olympia, lay under the wooded mount of Cronus, where the river Clydus flows into the Alpheus in the angle between the two streams. It was dedicated to the worship of Zeus, but the spot was probably sacred to Pelops before Zeus claimed it for himself, and Pelops, degraded to a rank of a hero, kept his own sacred precinct within the larger enclosure. The sanctuary was in the territory of Pisa, and it is possible that the care of the worship and the conduct of the festivals belonged originally to the Pisan community. But the men of Elis, northern neighbors of Pisa, set their hearts on having control of the Olympian sanctuary, which, though it is not once mentioned as Delphi and Dodona are mentioned in the poems of Homer, must by the 7th century have won a high prestige in the Peloponnesus and drawn many visitors. As Elis was stronger than Pisa, the Eleans finally succeeded in usurping the conduct of the games. Games were the chief feature of the festival, which was held every 4th year at the time of the second full moon after Midsummer's Day. The games at first included foot races, boxing and wrestling. Chariot races and horse races were added later. Such contests were an ancient institution in Greece. We know not how far back they go or in what circumstances they were first introduced, but the funeral games of Patroclus described in the Iliad permit us to infer that they were a feature of Ionian life in the 9th century. We can see but dimly into the political relations of Phidon's age. We can discern at least that Sparta lent her countenance to Elis in this usurpation, and that Argos, jealous of the growing power of Sparta, espoused the cause of Pisa. This was the purpose of King Phidon's expedition to Olympia. He took the management of the games out of the hands of Elis and restored it to Pisa, and for many years Pisa maintained her rights. She maintained them so long as Sparta, absorbed in the Messenian strife, had no help to spare for Elis, and during that time she did what she could to help the foes of Sparta. But when the revolt was suppressed, it was inevitable that Elis should again, with Spartan help, win the control of the games, for Argus, declining under successors of Phidon, could give no aid to Pisa. When King Phidon held his state at Olympia, the most impressive shrine in the Altis was the temple of Hera and Zeus, and this is the most ancient temple, of which the foundations are still preserved on the soil of Hellas. It was built of sun-baked bricks upon lower courses of stone, and the Doric columns were of wood. The days of stone temples were at hand, but it was not till 2 centuries later that the elder shrine was overshadowed by the great stone temple of Zeus. The temple of Hera is supposed by some to have been founded in the 11th or 10th century. It is hardly likely to be so old, but it was certainly very old, like the games of the place. The mythical institution of the games was ascribed to Pelops or to Heracles, and when the Aeolians usurped the presidency, the story gradually took shape that the celebration had been revived by the Spartan Lycurgus and the Aeolian Iphitus in the year 776 BC, and this year was reckoned as the first Olympiad. From that year until the visit of Phidon, the Aeolians professed to have presided over the feast, and their account of the matter won its way into general belief. It is possible that King Phidon reorganized the games and inaugurated a new stage in the history of the festival. At all events, by the beginning of the 6th century, the festival was no longer an event of the merely Peloponnesian interest. It had become famous wherever the Greek tongue was spoken, and when the feast tide came round in each cycle of 4 years, there thronged to the banks of Alpheus from all quarters of the Greek world athletes and horses to compete in the contest, and spectators to behold them. During the celebration of the festival, a sacred truce was observed, and the men of Elis claimed that in those days their territory was inviolable. The prize of victory in the games was a wreath of wild olive, but rich rewards always waited the victor when he returned home in triumph, and laid the Olympian crown in the chief temple of his city. It may seem strange that the greatest and the most glorious of all Pan-Hellenic festivals should have been celebrated near the western shores of the Peloponnesus. One might have looked to find it nearer the Aegean, but situated where it was, the scene of the great games was all the nearer to the Greeks beyond the western sea, and none of the people of the mother country vied more eagerly or more often in the contests of Olympia than the children who had found new homes far away on Sicilian and Italian soil. This nearness of Olympia to the western colonies comes into one's thoughts when, standing in the sacred Altis, one beholds the terrace of the northern side of the precinct, and the scanty remains of the row of 12 treasure houses which once stood here. For those 12 treasuries, 5 at least were dedicated by Sicilians and Italian cities. Thus, the Olympian festival helped the colonies of the West to keep in touch with the mother country. It furnished a center where Greeks of all parts met and exchanged their ideas and experiences. It was one of the institutions which expressed and quickened the consciousness of fellowship among the scattered folks of the Greek race, and it became a model, as we shall see, for other festivals of the same kind, which concurred in promoting a feeling of national unity. The final success of Sparta in the long struggle with Messenia marks the period at which the balance of power among the Peloponnesian states began to shift. In the 7th century, Argos is the leading state. She has reduced Mycenae, she has annihilated Essene, she has made Tiryns an Argive fort, she has defeated Sparta at Hysia. There can be little doubt that Phidon's authority extended over all Argolis. Possibly, his influence was felt in the Aegina, and the Laconian islands of Cythera may have been an Argive possession, as well as the whole eastern coast of Laconia. But his reign is the last manifestation of the greatest of the southern Argos. 50 years after the subjugation of Messenia, the Spartans become the strongest state in the Peloponnesus, and the Argives sink into the position of a second-rate power, always able to maintain their independence, always a thorn in the side of Sparta, always to be reckoned with as a foe and welcomed as a friend, but never leading, dominant, or originative. Part 6. Democratic movements, lawgivers and tyrants. It is clear that there is no security that equal justice will be meted out to all, so long as the laws by which the judge is supposed to act are not accessible to all. A written code of laws is a condition of just judgment, however just the laws themselves may be. It was therefore natural that one of the first demands of the people in Greek cities pressed upon their aristocratic governments, and one of the first concessions these governments were forced to make, was a written law. It must be borne in mind that in old days deeds which injured only the individual and did not touch the gods or the state were left to the injured person to deal with as he chose or could. The state did not interfere. Even in the case of bloodshedding, it devolved upon the kinsfolk of the slain man to wreak punishment upon the slayer. Then, as social order developed along with centralization, the state took justice partly into its own hands, and the injured man, before he could punish the wrongdoer, was obliged to charge him before a judge who decided the punishment. But it must be noted that no crime could come before the judge unless the injured person came forward as accuser. In case of bloodshedding was exceptional, owing to the religious ideas connected with it. It was felt that the shedder of blood was not only impure himself, but had also defiled the gods of the community, so that as a consequence of this theory, manslaughter of every form came under the class of crimes against the religion of the state. The work of writing down the laws and fixing customs in legal shape was probably, in most cases, combined with the work of reforming, and thus the great codifiers of the 7th century were also lawgivers. Among them the most famous were the misty figures of Zaleucus, who made laws for the western Locrians, and Chardonus, the legislator of Catane. The clearer figure of the Athenian Dracon, of whom more will be said hereafter, and most famous of all, Solon the Wise. But cities under the elder Greece had their lawgivers too, men of knowledge and experience. The names of some were preserved, but they are mere names. It is probable that the laws of Sparta herself, which she afterwards attributed to a god, were first shaped and written down at this period. The cities of Crete too were affected by the prevalent spirit of law shaping, and some fragments are preserved of the early laws of Gortyn, which were the beginning of an epoch of legislative activity, culminating in the Gortynian Code, which has come down to us on tablets of stone. In many cases, the legislation was accompanied by political concessions to the people, and it was part of the lawgiver's task to modify the constitution. But for the most part, this was only the beginning of a long political conflict. The people striving for freedom and equality, the privileged classes struggling to retain their exclusive rights, the social distress touched on in a previous chapter was the sharp spur which drove the people on in this effort towards popular government. The struggle was in some cases to end in the establishment of a democracy. In many cases, the oligarchy succeeded in maintaining itself and keeping the people down. In most cases, perhaps the result was a perpetual oscillation between oligarchy and democracy, an endless series of revolutions, too often sullied by violence. But though democracy was not everywhere victorious, though even the states in which it was most firmly established were exposed to the danger of oligarchical conspiracies, yet everywhere the people aspired to it. And we may say that the chief feature of the domestic history of most Greek cities from the end of the 7th century forward is an endeavor, here successful, yonder frustrated, to establish or maintain popular government. In this sense, when we have now reached a period in which the Greek world is striving and tending to pass from the aristocratic to the democratic commonwealth, the movement passed by some states like Thessaly, just as there had been some exceptions like Argos to the general fall of monarchies, while remote kingdoms like Macedonia and Molossia were not affected. As usually, or at least frequently happens in such circumstances, the popular movement received help from within the camp of the adversary. It was help indeed for which there was no reason to be grateful to those who gave it, for it was not given for the love of the people. In many cities, feuds existed between some of the power-holding families, and when one family was in the ascendant, its rivals were tempted to make use of the popular descent in order to subvert it. Thus, discontented nobles came forward to be in the leaders of the discontented masses. But when the government was overthrown, the revolution generally resulted in a temporary return to monarchy. The noble leader seized the supreme power and maintained it by armed might. The masses of the people were not yet ripe for taking the power into their own hands, and they were generally glad to entrust it to the man who had helped them to overthrow the hated government of the nobles. This new kind of monarchy was very different from the old, for the position of the monarch did not rest on hereditary right but on physical force. Such illegitimate monarchs were called tyrants to distinguish them from the hereditary kings, and this form of monarchy was called a tyrannies. The name tyrant was perhaps derived from Lydia and first used by Greeks in designating the Lydian monarchs. Archeologus, in whose fragments we first meet tyrannies, applied to the sovereignty of Agean. The word in itself, morally neutral, did not imply that the monarch was bad or cruel. There was nothing self-contradictory in a good tyrant, and many tyrants were beneficent. But the isolation of these rulers, who being without the support of legitimacy depended on armed force, so often urged them to be suspicious and cruel that the tyrannies came into bad odor. Arbitrary acts of oppression were associated with the name, and tyrant inclined to the evil sense in which modern languages have adopted it. For the Greek dislike of the tyrannies, there was, however, a deeper cause than the fact that many tyrants were oppressors. It placed in the hands of an unconstitutional ruler arbitrary control, whether he exercised it or not, over the lives and fortunes of the citizens. It was thus repugnant to the Greek love of freedom, and it seemed to arrest their constitutional growth. As a matter of fact, this temporary arrest during the period when the first tyrannies prevailed may have been useful, for the tyrannies, though its direct political effect was retarding, forwarded the progress of the people in other directions, and even from a constitutional point of view, it may have had its uses at this period. In some cases, it secured an interval of repose and growth during which the people won experience and knowledge to fit them for self-government. The period which saw the fall of the aristocracies is often called the Age of the Tyrants. The expression is unhappy because it might easily mislead. The tyrannies first came into existence at this period. There was a large crop of tyrants much about the same time in different parts of Greece. They all performed the same function of overthrowing aristocracies, and in many cases they paved the way for democracies. But on the other hand, the tyrannies was not a form of government which appeared only at this transitional crisis and then passed away. There is no age in the subsequent history of Greece which might not see, and did not actually see, the rise of tyrants here and there. Tyranny was always with the Greeks. It, as well as oligarchy, was a danger by which the democracies were threatened at all periods. Ionia seems to have been the original home of the tyrannies, and this may have been partly due to the seductive example of the rich court of the Lydian tyrants at Sardis. But of the Ionian tyrannies we know little. We hear of factions and feuds in the cities of aristocratic houses overthrown and despotisms established in various states. A tyrant of Ephesus marries the daughter of the Lydian monarch Elytis. The most famous of these tyrants was Thrasybulus of Miletus, under whose rule that city held a more brilliant position than ever. Abroad, he took part in planting some of the colonies on the Black Sea and successfully resisted the menaces of Lydia. At home, he developed the craft of tyranny to a fine art. In Lesbian Mytilene, we see the tyrannies and also a method by which it might be avoided. Mytilene had one great commercial prosperity. Its ruling nobles, the Pentelids, were wealthy and luxurious and oppressed the people. Tyrants rose and fell in rapid succession. The echoes of hatred and jubilation still ring to us from the relics of the lyric poems of Alcaeus. Let us drink and reel, for Marcellus is dead. The poet was a noble and a fighter, but in a war with the Athenians on the coast of the Hellespont, he threw away his shield like Archilochus, and it hung as a trophy at Sigeum. He plotted with Pittacus against the tyrant, but Pittacus was not a noble, and his friendship with Alcaeus was not enduring. Pittacus, however, who distinguished himself for bravery in the same war with Athens, was to be the savior of the state. He gained the trust of the people and was elected ruler for a period of 10 years in order to heal the sores of the city. Such a governor, possessing supreme power, but for a limited time, was called Asymetes. Pittacus gained the reputation of a wise lawgiver and a firm, moderate ruler. He banished the nobles who opposed him. Among those others, the two most famous of all lesbians, the poets Alcaeus and Sappho. At the end of 10 years, he laid down his office to be enrolled after his death in the number of the 7 wise men. The ship of state had reached the haven, to apply a metaphor of Alcaeus, and the exiles could safely be allowed to return. This was the brilliant period of the history of Lesbos, and a few surviving fragments of its 2 great poets who struck new notes and devised new cadences of lyrics give a glimpse of the free and luxurious life of Aeolian islands. The radiant genius of Sappho was inspired by her passionate attachments to young lesbian maidens. The songs of Alcaeus, mirroring the commotions of party warfare, rang with the clatter of arms and the clinking of drinking cups. End of chapter 3, part 5 and 6.
Chapter 3, Parts 7 and 8 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 3, Parts 7 and 8. Chapter 3, The Growth of Sparta and the Fall of the Aristocracies. Part 7. The Tyrannies of Central Greece. About the middle of the 7th century, 3 tyrannies arose in central Greece in the neighborhood of the Isthmus, at Corinth, at Sicyon, and at Megara. In each case the development was different, and is in each case instructive. In Sicyon the tyranny is brilliant and beneficent, in Corinth brilliant and oppressive, in Megara short-lived and followed by long intestine struggles. The ruling clan of the Bacchiads at Corinth was overthrown by Cypselus, who had put himself at the head of the people. A characteristic legend was formed at an early time about the birth of Cypselus, suggested by the connection of his name with a jar. His mother was a Bacchiad lady named Labda, who, being lame and consequently compelled to wed out of her own class, married a certain Agean, a man of the people. Having no children, and consulting the Delphic oracle on the matter, Agean received this reply: High honour is thy due, Agean, yet no man doth thee honour as were right. Labda thy wife will bear a huge millstone, destined to fall on them who rule alone, and free thy Corinth from their rightless might. The prophecy came to the ears of the Bacchiads, and was confirmed to them by another oracle. So, as soon as Labda's child was born, they sent 10 men to slay it. When the men came to the court of Agean's dwellings, they found that he was not at home, and they asked Labda for the infant. Suspecting nothing, she gave it to one of them to take in his arms, but as he was about to dash it to the ground, the child smiled at him, and he had not the heart to slay it. He passed it on to the second, but he too was moved with pity, and so it was passed round from hand to hand, and none of the 10 could find it in his heart to destroy it. Then, giving the infant back to the mother, and going out of the courtyard, They reviled each other for their weakness, and resolved to go in again and do the deed together. But Labda, listening at the door, overheard what they said, and hid the child in a jar, where none of them thought of looking. Thus the boy was saved, but the men falsely reported to the Bacchiads that they had performed their errand. The Bacchiads were banished and their property confiscated, dangerous persons were executed, and Cypselus took the reins of government into his own hands. Of the rule of Cypselus himself we know little. He is variously represented as harsh and mild. His son Periander succeeded, and of him more is recorded. The general features of the Cypselid tyrannies were a vigorous colonial and commercial policy, and the encouragement of art. One of the earliest triumphs of Cypselus was probably the reduction of Corcyra, which had formed a fleet of its own, and had grown to be a rival of its mother in the Ionian seas. It has already been mentioned that the earliest battle of ships between two Greek states was supposed to have been fought between Corinth and Corcyra. The attempt of Corinth to form a colonial empire was an interesting experiment. The idea of Cypselus corresponded to our modern colonial system, in which the colonies are in a relation of dependence to the mother, and not to that of the Greeks, in which the colony was an independent sovereign state. Geographical conditions alone rendered it out of the question to apply the new principle to Syracuse, but the success at Corcyra was followed up by a development of Corinthian influence in the northwest of Greece. The Arcadian peninsula of Leucas was occupied and made into an island by piercing a channel through the narrow isthmus. Anactorion was founded on the south side of the Ambracian Gulf, and inland on the north side Ambracia. Apollonia was planted on the coast of Epirus, and farther north Corcyra, under the auspices of her mother city, colonized Epidamnus. At a later period, and in another quarter of the Greek world, a son of Periander founded Potidaea in the Chalcidic peninsula. Cypselus and Periander did their utmost to promote the commercial activity of their city. In the middle of the 7th century the rival Eubonian cities, Chalcis and Eretria, were the most important merchant states of Greece. But 50 years later they had somewhat declined. Corinth and Aegina were taking their place. Their decline was brought about by their rivalry, which led to an exhausting war for the Lelantine plain. It is said that this struggle assumed the larger proportion of a Greek mercantile war, involving on the one side Corinth and Samos as allies of Chalcis, on the other Megara and Miletus as allies of Eretria. The dates are uncertain, but the fact seems to be that the strife was protracted and interrupted, and at some points in its course it may have led to consequences beyond Euboea. Archilochus saying how Euboea's spear-famed lords shoot not with slings or bows, but smite with swords. And Theognis of Megara at a much later date speaks of the end of the war as a recent event. Cerinthus fallen, the Lelantine plain waste, and the vineyards, all the good have fled, the city in the power of evil men. Oh, might the Cypselids even be sped! An utterance which shows that the end of the war was complicated by domestic factions. Eretria suffered most in the struggle. She lost her share in the Lelantine plain, and she presently lost also her continental territory, the plain of Oropus, which in the course of the 6th century passed under the power of Thebes. Moreover, her sway over the island of Andros, Tenos, and Ceos was undermined, and they came after a while under Athenian influence. The decline of Chalcis was perhaps promoted by a radical change in the foreign policy of Corinth. This city had formerly cultivated the alliance of Samos. She now deserted this alliance and formed a friendship with her old foe Miletus. The cause of this change was, at least in great measure, the natural sympathy of tyrannies. Thrasybulus, the powerful tyrant of Miletus, sympathized with Periander, the powerful tyrant of Corinth. This change in policy is connected with the change in the balance of mercantile power. Corinth is more prosperous than ever, and Aegina is beginning to share with her the place which was hitherto held by the cities of Euboea. The foreign relations of Periander extended to Egypt, and there are two indications of his intercourse with the Egyptian monarchs Necho and Psammetichus II. His nephew and successor was called after the last named king. Moreover, we may guess that the canal works of Necho suggested to Periander undertakings of the same kind, the small canal which he actually cut at Leucas, and the great canal which he designed to cut through the Isthmus of Corinth itself. But a Greek tyrant had not at his command the slave labor of which an Egyptian king disposed, and the design fell through. An enterprise more than once attempted since, but not accomplished till our own day. Had Periander had the resources to carry out his idea, the subsequent history of Greek military and naval operations would have been largely changed. While the most successful of the tyrants, like Periander, furthered material civilization, they often manifested an interest in intellectual pursuits, and did something for the promotion of art. A new form of poetry, called the dithyramb, was developed at Corinth during this period, the rude strains which were sung at vintage feasts in honor of Dionysus being molded into an artistic shape. The discovery was attributed to Agean, a mythical minstrel, who was said to have leaped into the sea under the compulsion of mariners who robbed him, and to have been carried to Corinth on the back of a dolphin, the fish of Dionysus. In architecture, Corinthian skill had made an important contribution to the development of the temple. In the course of the 7th century, men began to translate into stone the old shrine of brick and wood, and stone temples arose in all parts of the Greek world, the lighter Ionic form in Ionia, the heavier Doric in the elder Greece. By the invention of roof tiles, Corinthian workmen rendered it practicable to give considerable inclination to the roof, and thus in each gable of the temple a large triangular space was left, inviting the sculptor to fill it with a story in marble. The pediment, as we name it, was called by the Greeks the eagle, and thus it was said that Corinth had discovered the eagle. 7 great columns of limestone, which till the other day were almost the only sign that marked the site of ancient Corinth, are probably a relic of the reign of Periander. They belonged to the colonnade of a large Doric temple, with 2 separate chambers. It was a sanctuary of Apollo, and the second chamber was perhaps a treasury. The dedicatory offerings of the Cypselids at Delphi and Olympia were rich and remarkable. The treasure house of the Corinthians at Delphi was ascribed to Cypselus. More famous, on account of the legend which was in later times attached to it, was a large chest of cedar wood, which was dedicated, probably by Periander, in the shrine of Hera at Olympia. It was called the chest of Cypselus, and was said to have been the place in which Labda hid her child. This story overlooked the fact that a chest was an obvious place to search in, and fabricated the theory that the Corinthians called a chest a jar. 3 sides of the chest were ornamented with mythological scenes which ran around in 5 hands. It was still in existence 8 centuries later, and a traveller who saw it then has left a minute description, which enables us to form a notion how Greek art in the days of Periander attempted the treatment of legend. Judged by a modern standard, the government of Periander was strict, though in accordance with the practice in other cities and with the Greek views of the time. There were laws forbidding men to acquire large numbers of slaves or to live beyond their income, suppressing excessive luxury and idleness, hindering country people from fixing their abode in the city. In his home life Periander was unlucky. He married Melissa, the daughter of Procles, who had made himself tyrant of Epidaurus. It was believed that he put her to death, and this led to an irreconcilable quarrel with his son, Lycophron. The story is that Procles invited his 2 grandchildren, Lycophron and an elder brother, to his court. When they were departing, he said to them, "Do you know, boys, who killed your mother?" The elder was dull and did not understand, but the words sank into the heart of Lycophron, and henceforward he showed dislike and suspicion towards his father. Periander, pressing him, discovered what Procles had said, and the affair ended, for the time, in a war with Epidaurus in which Procles was captured and the banishment of Lycophron to Corcyra. As years went on and Periander was growing old, seeing that his elder son was dull of wit, he desired to hand over the government to Lycophron. But the son was implacable, and did not deign even to answer his father's messenger. Then Periander sent his daughter to intercede, but Lycophron replied that he would never come to Corinth while his father was there. Periander then decided to go himself to Corcyra and leave Corinth to his son, but the Corcyraeans were so terrified at the idea of having the tyrant among them that they slew Lycophron in order to foil the plan. For this act Periander chastised them heavily. The great tyrant died and was succeeded by his nephew Psammetichus, who, having ruled for a few years, was slain. With him the tyranny of the Cypselids came to an end, and an aristocracy of merchants was firmly established. At the same time the Cypselid colonial system partly broke down, for Corcyra became independent and hostile, while the Ambraciots set up a democracy. But over her other colonies Corinth retained her influence, and was on friendly terms with all of them. The natural sympathy of tyrannies affected the relations of Corinth and Megara. Some time after the inauguration of the Cypselid tyranny, a similar constitutional change occurred at Megara, and a friendship sprang up between the two cities. The mercantile development of Megara, famous for her weavers, had enriched the nobles, who held the political power and oppressed the peasants with a grinding despotism. Then Theagenes arose as a deliverer and made himself tyrant. The example of Cypselus, and probably his direct influence and help, had something to do with the enterprise of Theagenes. A connection between the tyrannies of Corinth and Megara seems implied in the rancorous reference which the Megarian poet Theognis makes to the Cypselids. Having obtained a bodyguard, Theagenes surprised and massacred the aristocrats. His term of tyranny was marked by one solid work, the construction of an aqueduct. He was overthrown, and did not, like Cypselus, transmit his power to his descendants. Then followed a political struggle between the aristocracy, which had regained its power, and the people. But the time for an unmitigated aristocracy had gone by. The demos could not be ignored or brushed aside. Concessions were wrung from the government. The economical conditions of the peasants was relieved by a measure which forced the capitalists to pay back the interest which they had extorted, while the political disabilities were relieved by extending citizenship to the country population and admitting the tillers of the soil to the assembly. These conflicts and social changes are reflected in the poems of Theognis, who meditated and lamented them. He sang in the early part of the 6th century, pouring out his heart to Cyrnus, a young noble of the Polypaeid family. He had made an unsuccessful voyage, lost his land and fortune, and consequently his influence. He judges severely the short-sighted, greedy policy of his own caste, and sees that it is likely to lead to another tyranny. On the other hand, his sympathies are with an aristocratic form of government, and he discerns with dismay the growth of democratic tendencies and the changed condition of the country folk, whom he regarded with true aristocratic contempt. The exclusiveness of the nobility was breaking down in the new circumstances, and mixed marriages were coming in. He cries, "Unchanged the walls, but ah, how changed the folk! The base, who knew erstwhile nor law nor right, but dwelled like deer, with goatskin for a cloak, are now ennobled, and oh, sorry plight! The nobles are made base in all men's sight." It was not long before the importance of Megara as a power in Greece dwindled. The war with Athens, which resulted in the loss of the island of Salamis, was decisive for her own decline and for the rise of her rival. The rise of a tyranny in agricultural Sicyon seems to have occurred much about the same time as at mercantile Corinth. We know nothing of the circumstances. The name of the first founder, who was of low birth, is said to have been Orthogoras. The first of the house of whom we have any historical records is Cleisthenes, who ruled in the first quarter of the 6th century. His hostility to Argos, which claimed lordship over Sicyon, the part he took in the sacred war of Delphi, and the splendor of his court, are the chief facts of which we know. He was engaged in an Argive war. He would not permit rhapsodists to recite the Homeric poems at Sicyon, because there was so much in them about Argos and the Argives, and he did away with the worship of the Argive hero Andristus, whose cult in Sicyon had been conspicuous. It is also stated that, not wishing the tribes of Sicyon and Argos should have the same names, he substituted for the Dorian tribes, Helias, Pamphyli, Damoneus, the insulting names Swinites, Assites, and Pigites, and called his own tribe Archeloi, rulers, and that this nomenclature endured for 60 years after his death, when the old Dorian names were restored, and Archeloi changed to Aegelius. In this form the story seems highly unlikely, for such a change would have been a greater slight to the masses of Sicilians than to the Argives. But it is quite possible that the tyrant changed the name of his own tribe, Aegelius, to Archeloi, and we can understand how the story might have arisen out of a word spoken in jest. I have changed my goats into rulers of the folk. I have a mind to change those Argive Hellas into the rest of them into swine and asses. Cleisthenes married his daughter Argarista to an Athenian noble, of the famous family of the Alcmaeonids. A legend is told of the wooing of Argarista, which illustrates the tyrant's wealth and hospitality and the social ideas of the age. On the occasion of an Olympian festival at which he had himself won in the chariot race, Cleisthenes made proclamation to the Greeks that all who aspired to the hand of his daughter should assemble at Sicyon 60 days hence, and be entertained at his court for a year. At the end of the year he would decide who was most worthy of his daughter. Then there came to Sicyon all the Greeks who had a high opinion of themselves or of their families. From Sybaris and Cyrrhus in the far west, from Epidamnus and Aetolia, Arcadia and Elis, Argos and Athens, Euboea and Thessaly, the suitors for the hand of Argarista came. Cleisthenes tested their accomplishments for a year. He tried them in gymnastic exercises, but laid most stress on their social qualities. The two Athenians, Hippocleides and Megacles, pleased him best, but to Hippocleides of these two he most inclined. The day appointed for the choice of the husband came, and Cleisthenes sacrificed 100 oxen and feasted all the suitors and all the folk of Sicyon. After the dinner, the wooers competed in music and general conversation. Hippocleides was the most brilliant, and as his success seemed assured, he bade the flute player strike up and began to dance. Cleisthenes was surprised and disconcerted at his behavior, and his surprise became disgust when Hippocleides, who thought he was making a decisive impression, called for a table and danced Spartan and Athenian figures on it. The host controlled his feelings, but when Hippocleides proceeded to dance on his head, he could no longer resist, and called out, "O son of Tisander, you have danced away your bride." But the Athenian only replied, "Hippocleides careth not," and danced on. Megacles was chosen for Argarista, and rich presents were given to the disappointed suitors. Section 8. The Sacred War, the Panhellenic Games. The most important achievement of Cleisthenes, and that which won him most fame in the Greek world, was his championship of the Delphic oracle. The temple of Delphi, or Pytho, lay in the territory of the Phocian town of Crisa. A Delphic hymn tells how Apollo came to Crisa, a hill facing to westward, under snowy Parnassus, a beetling cliff overhangs it, beneath is a hollow, rugged glen. "Here," he said, "I will make me a fair temple, to be an oracle for men." The poet's picture is perfect. The sanctuary of rocky Pytho was terraced on a steep slope, hard under the bare, sheer cliffs of Parnassus, looking down upon the deep glen of the Pleiades, an austere and majestic scene, supremely fitted for the utterance of the oracles of God. The city of Crisa lay on a vine-tressed hill to the west of the temple, and commanded its own plain which stretched southward to the sea. The men of Crisa claimed control over the Delphinians and the oracle, and levied dues on the visitors who came to consult the deity. The Delphinians desired to free themselves from the control of the Crisaeans, and they naturally looked for help to the great league of the north, in which the Thessalians, the ancient foes of the Phocians, were now the dominant member. The folks who belonged to this religious union were the dwellers around the shrine of Demeter at Anthela, close to the pass of Thermopylae, and hence they were called the Amphictyones of Anthela or Philae. The league was probably old; it was formed, at all events, before the Thessalians had incorporated Achaean Pythotius in Thessaly, for the people of Pythotius were an independent member of the league, which included the Locrians, Phocians, Boeotians, and Athenians, as well as the Dorians, Malians, Dolopians, Aeneanes, Thessalians, Perrhaebians, and Magnetes. The members of the League were bound not to destroy, or cut off running water from, any city which belonged to it. The Amphictyons espoused warmly the cause of Apollo and his Delphian servants, and declared a holy war against the men of Crisa who had violated the sacred territory. And Delphi found a champion in the south as well as in the north. The tyrant of Sicyon across the Gulf went forth against the impious city. It was not enough to conquer Crisa and force her to make terms or promises. As she was situated in such a strong position, commanding the road from the sea to the sanctuary, it was plain that the utter destruction of the city was the only conclusion of the war which could lead to the assured independence of the oracle. The Amphictyons and Sicyonians took the city after a sore struggle, razed it to the ground, and slew the indwellers. The Crisian plain was dedicated to the god, solemn and heavy curses were pronounced against whosoever should till it. The great gulf which sunders northern Greece from the Peloponnesus, and whose old name, Chrysaean, testified to the greatness of the Phocian city, received after this its familiar name, Corinthian, from the city of the Isthmus. One of the consequences of this war was the establishment of a close connection between Delphi and the Amphictynary of Anthela. The Delphic shrine became a second place of meeting, and the league was often called the Delphic Amphictyony. The temple was taken under the protection of the league. The administration of the property of the gods was placed in the hands of the Hieronemenes, or sacred councillors, who met twice a year in spring and autumn, both at Anthela and at Delphi. 2 Hieronemenes were sent as its representatives by each member of the league. The oracle and the priestly nobles of Delphi thus won a position of independence. Their great career of prosperity and power began. The Pythian games were now reorganized on a more splendid scale, and the ordering of them was one of the duties of the Amphictyons. The festival became, like the Olympian, a 4-yearly celebration, being held in the middle of each Olympiad. Gymnastic contests were introduced, whereas before there had been only a musical competition, and money prizes were abolished for a wreath of bay. Cleisthenes won the laurel in the first chariot race in the new hippodrome which was built in the plain below the ruins of Crisa. Hard by was the stadium or race course in which the athletes ran and wrestled, and it was not till after many years had passed that the new stadium was built high up above Delphi itself, close under the cliffs. Cleisthenes was remembered as having taken a prominent part both in the sacred war and in the institution of the games, and he commemorated the occasion of his victory by founding a Pythian games at Sicyon, which afterwards, by a stroke of the irony of history, became associated with the hated hero Adrastus. Before the sacred war it would seem that Sicyon had a treasure house within the Delphic precinct. Some traces of its round form, some traces possibly of its primitive sculptures, have been discovered, but not long after the war the old building had to make way for a larger house in the shape of a Doric temple, and it is hard not to believe that it was Cleisthenes himself who erected this lordlier treasury for Sicyon. Much about the same time 2 other Panhellenic festivals were instituted at Isthmus and Nemea. It is uncertain whether the Isthmian games in honor of Poseidon were founded by Periander, or in commemoration of the abolition of tyranny at Corinth after the death of Psammetichus. The games in honor of Nemean Zeus were administered by the little town of Cleonae, and seem to have been established by the influence of Argos. Both the Isthmian and the Nemean festivals were 2 yearly. Thus from the beginning of the 6th century 4 Panhellenic festivals are celebrated, 2 in the Peloponnesus, 1 on the Isthmus, 1 in the north, and throughout the course of Grecian history the prestige of these gatherings never wanes. These 4 Panhellenic festivals helped to maintain a feeling of fellowship among all the Greeks, and we may suspect that the promotion of this feeling was the deliberate policy of the rulers who raised these games to Panhellenic dignity. But it must not be overlooked that the festivals were themselves only a manifestation of a tendency toward unity, which had begun in the 8th century. We have already seen how this tendency was promoted by colonization, and confirmed by the introduction of a common name for the Greek race. About the middle of the 7th century we meet the name Panhellenes in a poem of Archeologus, and the phrase Panhellenes and Achaeans occurs in a passage, which may be still earlier, in the Homeric catalogue of the ships. The Pan-Hellenic idea, the conception of a common Hellenic race with common interests, was encouraged by the poetical records of the heroic age. The Trojan War was remembered as a common enterprise, in which northern and southern Greece had joined, and the ancient poets had called the whole host Achaeans or Argives indifferently. The Homeric poems were a bond among all men of Greek speech, and the memory of Troy was an ingredient in a sentiment which, though we cannot call it national, was distinctly a sentiment of community. The feeling of community was also displayed in the recognition of the Pythian Apollo as the chief and supreme oracle of Greece. The growth of the prestige of the Delphic god might almost have been used as a touchstone for measuring the growth of the feeling of community. As a meeting place for pilgrims and envoys from all quarters of the Greek world, Delphi served to keep distant cities in touch with one another, and to spread news, purposes which were effected in a lesser degree by the Pan-Hellenic festivals. The tendencies to unity were also shown by the leagues, chiefly of a religious kind, which were formed among neighbouring states. The Maritime League of Caloria is an instance, the Northern Amphictyony of Anthela is another, and we shall presently have a glimpse of the Ionic Federation of Delos. Early in the 6th century we find the cities of Italy bound together by a sort of commercial league, which was indicated in the character of their coinage. We shall soon see Sparta uniting a large part of the Peloponnesus in a confederacy under her presidency. These tendencies to unity never resulted in a political union of all Hellas. The Greek race never became a Greek nation, for the Pan-Hellenic idea was weaker than the love of local independence. But an ideal unity was realized. It was realized in those beliefs and institutions which we have just been considering. They fostered in the hearts of the Greeks a lively feeling of fellowship and a deep pride in Hellas, though there was no political tie. And it is to be noted that the Delphic oracle made no efforts to promote political unity, though unintentionally it promoted unity of another kind. If it had made any such efforts, they would certainly have failed, for the oracle had little influence in initiation. Greek states did not ask Apollo to originate or direct their policy, they only sought his authority for what they had already determined. We saw that the Boeotians were a member of the Northern Amphictyony. The unity of Boeotia itself had taken the form of a federation, in which Thebes was the dominant power, being not only the federal capital, but, at all events in later times, being represented by 2 members on the board of the Boeotarchs, as the federal magistrates were called, whereas each of the other cities returned only 1 Boeotarch. Its religious centre, for like all old Greek federations it was religious before it became political, was the sanctuary of Poseidon at Onchestus. In the 7th century it did not yet include all Boeotia. Orchomenus still resisted. But at length Thebes forced Orchomenus to join, and in the course of the 6th century the Grecian land of Oropus was annexed. The unity of Boeotia, thus completed, had its weak points. Its maintenance depended upon the power of Thebes. Some of the cities were reluctant members. Above all, Plataea chafed. She had kept herself pure from mixture with the Boeotian settlers, and her whole history, of which some remarkable episodes will pass before us, may be regarded as an isolated continuation of the ancient struggle between the elder Greek inhabitants of the land and the Boeotian conquerors. End of Chapter 3, Parts 7 and 8.
Chapter 4, Parts 1 and 2 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 4. The Union of Attica and the Foundation of the Athenian Democracy. Section 1. The Union of Attica. When recorded history begins, the story of Athens is the story of Attica. The inhabitants of Attica are Athenians. But Attica, like its neighbour Boeotia and other countries of Greece, was once occupied by a number of independent states. Some of these little kingdoms are vaguely remembered in legends, which tell of the giant Pallas who ruled at Pellene, under the north-eastern slopes of Hymettus, of the dreaded Cephalus, lord of the southern region of Thoricus, or of Porphyrion of mighty stature, whose domain was at Athmonon, under Mount Pentelicus. The hill of Munichia was, in the distant past, an island, and was crowned by a stronghold. The name Piraeus has been supposed to preserve the memory of days when the lords of Munichia looked across to the mainland and spoke of the opposite shore. At a later stage we find neighbouring villages uniting themselves together by political or religious bonds. Thus in the north, beyond Pentelicus, Marathon and Oini and 2 other towns formed a tetrapolis. Again Piraeus, adjacent Phaleron, and 2 other places joined in the common worship of the god Hierocles, and were called the 4 villages. Of all the lordships between Mount Cithaeron and Cape Sunium, the 2 most important were those of Eleusis and Athens, severed from one another by the hill chain of Aegaleus. It was upon Athens, the stronghold in the midst of the Cephisian plain, 5 miles from the sea, that destiny devolved the task of working out the unity of Attica. This Cephisian plain on the south side, open to the Saronic Gulf, is enclosed by hills, on the west by Aegaleus, on the north-west by Parnes, on the east by Hymettus, while the gap in the north-east between Parnes and Hymettus is filled by the gable-shaped mass of Pentelicus. The river Cephisus flows not far from Athens to the westward, but the Acropolis was girt by 2 smaller streams, the Ilissus and the Eridanus. We have seen that it had been occupied as an abode of men in the 3rd millennium, and that in the Bronze Age it was one of the strong places of Greece. There still remain pieces of the wall of grey-blue limestone with which the Pelasgian lords of the castle secured the edge of their precipitous hill. The old wall was called the Pelagikon, but in later times this name was specially applied to the ground on the northwestern slope. The Acropolis is joined to the Areopagus by a high saddle which forms its natural approach, and on this side walls were so constructed that the main western entrance to the citadel lay through 9 successive gates. At the northwestern corner a covered staircase led down to the well of Clepsydra, which supplied the fortress with water, and on the north side there were 2 narrow postern descents into the plain, much steeper than that at Tiryns. We may take it that all these constructions were the work of the Pelasgians, and were inherited by their Greek successors. The first Greeks who won the Pelasgic Acropolis were probably the Cecropes, and, though their name was forgotten as the name of an independent people, it survived in another form. For the later Athenians were always ready to describe themselves as the sons of Cecrops. This Cecrops was numbered among the imaginary prehistoric kings of Athens. He was nothing more than the fabulous ancestor of the Cecropes. But the time came when other Greek dwellers in Attica won the upper hand over the Cecropes, and brought with them the worship of Athena. It was a momentous day in the history of the land, when the goddess, whose cult was already established in many other Attic places, took possession of the hill which was to be pre-eminently and for all time associated with her name. The Acropolis became Athenae. The folks, whether Cecropes or Pelasgians, who dwelled in the villages around it on the banks of the Ilissus and the Eridanus, became Athenians. The god whom the Cecropes worshipped on the hill Poseidon Erechtheus was forced to give way to the goddess. Legend told that Athena and Poseidon had disputed the possession of the Acropolis, and that each had set a token there, the goddess her sacred olive tree, the god a salt spring. The dethroned deity was not banished. There was a conciliation, characteristic of the Greek temper between the old and the new. Erechtheus, in the shape of a snake, is permitted still to live on the hill of Athena, and the oldest temple that was built for the goddess harboured also the god. In later times, Athenian history transformed Erechtheus into a hero, and regarded him, like Cecrops, as one of the early kings. There was another god who was closely associated in Attic legend with Athena, and Athens was distinguished by the high honour in which she held him. This was Hephaestus, the divine smith, the master and helper of handicraftsmen, the cunning giver of wealth. But we cannot say how far back his worship in Attica goes, or when his special feasts were instituted. It is probable that his honour grew along with the prosperity of the craftsmen. An Athenian poet calls his countrymen sons of Hephaestus, and, according to one myth, it was from his seed that all the earth-born inhabitants of Attica were sprung. At the feast of Apatoria in the last days of autumn, when children were admitted into the phratries by a solemn ceremony, the fathers used to light torches at the hearth and sing a hymn to the Lord of Fire. The next great step in Attic history was the union of the land. We cannot be certain at what time this union took place. It recedes beyond the beginnings of recorded history, and we can only dimly discern how it was brought about. When the lords of the Acropolis had subdued their own Cephisian plain, from Mount Parnes to the hill of Munichia, from the slopes of Hymettus to Agales, they were tempted to extend their power eastward into the Midlands beyond Mount Hymettus, and subdue the southern Acte, or wedge of land, which ends in the lofty cape of Sunium. The completion of this conquest was possibly the first great achievement of Athens, and the second was probably the subjugation of the northeastern plain of Marathon and the Tetrapolis. Thus the first stage in the union of Attica is the reduction of the small independent sovereignties throughout all the land, except the Eleusinian plain in the west, under the loose overlordship of Athens. In the course of time the feeling of unity in Attica became so strong that all the smaller lordships, which formed part of the large state, but still retained their separate political organizations, could be induced to surrender their home governments, and merge themselves in a single community, with a government centralized in the city of the Cephisian plain. The man of Thoricus, or Aphidnae, or Icaria, now became a citizen of Athens, and his political rights must be exercised there. The memory of this Synoikism was preserved in historical times by an annual feast, and it was fitting that it should be so remembered, for it determined the whole history of Athens. From this time forward she is no longer merely the supreme city of Attica. She is neither the head of a league of partly independent states, nor yet a despotic mistress of subject communities. She is not what Thebes is to become in Boeotia, or what Sparta is in Laconia. If she had been, and she might well have been, either of these things, her history would have been gravely altered. She is the central city of a united state, and to the people of every village in Attica belong the same political rights as to the people of Athens herself. The man of Marathon, or the man of Thoricus, is no longer an Attic, he is an Athenian. It is generally supposed that the Synoikism was the work of one of the kings. It was undoubtedly the work of one man, but it is possible that it belongs to the period immediately succeeding the abolition of royal power. In after times the Athenians thought that the hero Theseus, whom they had enrolled in the list of their early kings, was the author of the union of their country. But at the period when that union was brought about, Theseus was not a national hero. He was a local god, worshipped in the Marathonian district and in the east coastlands of Attica. He had not yet won the importance which he was to possess hereafter in Athenian myth and history. Section 2. Foundation of the Athenian Commonwealth. The early history of the Athenian constitution resembles that of most other Greek states, in the general fact that a royalty, subjected to various restrictions, passes into an aristocracy. But the details of the transition are peculiar, and the beginning of the Republic seems to have been exceptionally early. The traditional names of the Attic kings who came after the hero Theseus are certainly in some cases, and it may be in most cases, fictitious, the most famous of them being the Nereid Codrus, who was said to have sacrificed himself to save his country on the occasion of an attack of invaders from the Peloponnesus. The Athenians said that they had abolished royalty on the death of Codrus because he was too good to have a successor, a curious reversal of the usual causes of such a revolution. But this story is a late invention. The first limitation of the royal power effected by the aristocracy was the institution of a polemarch, or military commander. The supreme command of the army, which had belonged to the king, was transferred to him, and he was elected from and by the nobles. The next step seems to have been the overthrow of the royal house by the powerful family of the Medontids. The Medontids did not themselves assume the royal title, nor did they abolish it. They instituted the office of archon, or regent, and this office usurped the most important functions of the king. Acastus, the Medontid, was the first regent. We know that he was an historical person. The archons of later days always swore that they would be true to their oath, even as Acastus. He held the post for life, and his successors after him, and thus the Medontids resembled kings, though they did not bear the kingly name. But they fell short of royalty in other way too, for each regent was elected by the community. The community was only bound to elect a member of the Medontid family. The next step in weakening the power of this kingly magistrate was the change of the regency from a life office to an office of 10 years. This reform is said to have been effected about the middle of the 8th century. It is uncertain at what time the Medontids were deprived of their prerogative, and the regency was thrown open to all the nobles. With the next step we reach firmer ground. The regency became a yearly office, and from this time onward an official list of the archons seems to have been preserved. But, meanwhile, there were still kings at Athens. The Medontids had robbed the kings of their royal power, but they had not done away with the kings. There was to be a king at Athens till the latest days of the Athenian democracy. It seems probable that, as some historical analogies might suggest, the Medontids allowed the shadow of royalty to remain in the possession of the old royal house, so that for some time there would have been life kings existing by the side of the life regents. It is not likely that from the very first the kingship was degraded to a yearly office filled by election. This, however, was what it ultimately became. The whole course of the constitutional development is uncertain, for it rests upon traditions of which it is extremely hard to judge the value. But, whatever the details of the growth may have been, two important facts are to be grasped. One is that the fall of royalty, which does not imply the abolition of the royal name, happened in Athens at an earlier period than in Greece generally. The other is that the Medontids were not kings but archons, the chiefs of an aristocracy. The great work of the Medontids was the foundation of the Athenian Commonwealth, and perhaps one of their houses to be remembered for another achievement, no less great, which has already been described, the union of Attica. That union need not be older than the 9th century, and it is possible that the same republican movement which led to the downfall of the old royal house of the Acropolis led to the synoikism of Attica. The political union of a country demands a system of organization, and the statesmen who united Attica sought their method of organization from one of those cities of Ionia which Athens came to look upon as her own daughters. All the inhabitants were distributed into 4 tribes, which were borrowed from Miletus. The curious names of these tribes, Geleontes, Argedes, Aigikores, and Hoplates, seem to have been derived from the worship of special deities, for instance, Geleontes from Zeus Geleon, but the original meanings of the names has entirely passed away, and the tribes were affiliated to Apollo Patros, the paternal Apollo from whom all Athenians claimed descent. The brotherhoods seem to have been reorganized and arranged under the tribes, 3 to each tribe, so that there were 12 brotherhoods in the Attic state. At the head of each tribe was a tribe king. We can see the clan organization at Athens better than elsewhere. The families of each clan derived themselves from a common ancestor, and most of the clan names are patronymics. The worship of this ancestor was the chief end of the society. All the clans alike worshipped Zeus Herkeios and Apollo Patros. Many of them had a special connection with other public cults. Each had a regular administration and officers, at the head of which was an archon. To these clans only members of the noble families belonged, but the other classes, the peasants and the craftsmen, formed similar organizations founded on the worship not of a common ancestor, for they could point to none, but some deity whom they chose. The members of these were called Orgeones. This innovation heralds the advance of the lower classes to political importance. The brotherhoods, composed of families whose lands are joined, united their members in the cult of Zeus Fratrios and Athena Fratria. In early times only clansmen belonged to the brotherhoods, but here again a change takes place in the 7th century, and Orgeones are admitted. The organization was then used for the purposes of census. Every child whose parents were citizens must be admitted into a brotherhood, and, if this right is neglected, he is regarded as illegitimate. It should be observed that illegitimacy at Athens did not deprive a man of political rights, but he could not lay claim by right of birth to his father's inheritance. At a much later time the constitutional historians of Athens made out that the clans were artificial subdivisions of the brotherhoods. They said that each tribe was divided into 3 brotherhoods, each brotherhood into 30 clans, and it was even added that each clan comprised 30 men. This artificial scheme is true so far as the relation of the tribe to the brotherhood is concerned, but it is not true in regard to the clan, and is refuted by the circumstance that the tribes consisted of others than clansmen. End of Chapter 4, Sections 1 and 2.
Chapter 4, Part 3 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Christensen. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell. Chapter 4, Part 3. The Aristocracy in the 7th Century. Early in the 7th century, then, the Athenian Republic was an aristocracy, and the executive was in the hands of 3 annually elected officers, the archon, the king, and the polemarch. The archon was the supreme judge in all civil suits. When he entered an office, he published a declaration that he would, throughout the term of his archonship, preserve the property of every citizen intact. At a later time this sphere of judicial power was limited, and he judged mainly cases in which injured parents, orphans, heiresses were involved. He held the chief place among the magistrates, having his official residence in the Prytaneum, where was the public hearth, and his name appeared at the head of official lists, whence he was called Eponymus. Though the archonship was a later institution than that of Polemarch, as is shown by the fact that no old religious ceremonies were performed by the archon, such as devolved upon the Polemarch as well as upon the king. But the conduct of festivals instituted at later times were entrusted to him. Such was the Thargelia, the late May feast of the firstfruits, the chief Athenian feast of Apollo, introduced from Delos probably in the 7th century. Such was the great Dionysia, which, as we shall see, were founded in the 6th. The Polemarch had judicial duties, besides being commander-in-chief of the army. He held a court in the Epilakaion on the banks of the Ilissus, and judged there all cases in which non-citizens were involved. Thus what the archon was for citizens, the Polemarch was for the class of foreign settlers who were called medics. The king had his residence in the royal stoa in the agora. His functions were confined to the management of the state religion and the conduct of certain judicial cases connected with religion. He was president of the council, and thus had considerable power and responsibility in the conduct of the judicial functions of that body. The boule or council was the political organization through which the nobles carried out, at Athens as elsewhere, the gradual abolition of monarchy. This council of elders, a part as we saw of the Aryan inheritance of the Greeks, came afterwards to be called at Athens the Council of the Areopagus, to distinguish it from other councils of later growth. This name was derived from one of the council's most important functions. According to early custom, which we find reflected in Homer, murder and manslaughter were not regarded as crimes against the state, but concerned exclusively the family of the slain man, which might either slay the slayer or accept a compensation. But gradually, as the worship of the souls of the dead and the deities of the underworld developed, the belief gained ground that he who shed blood was impure and needed cleansing. Accordingly, when a murderer satisfied the kinsfolk of the murdered by paying a fine, he had also to submit to a process of purification, and satisfy the Scythian gods, and the Erinyes or Furies, who were, in the original conception, the souls of the dead clamoring for vengeance. This notion of manslaughter as a religious offense necessarily led to the interference of the state. For when the member of a community was impure, the stain drew down the anger of the gods upon the whole community, if the unclean were not driven out. Hence it came about that the state undertook the conduct of criminal justice. The council itself formed the court, and the proceedings were closely associated with the worship of the Semni. These Scythian goddesses had a sanctuary, which served as a refuge for him whose hand was stained with bloodshed, on the northeast side of the Areopagus, outside the city wall. It is possible that the association of this hill with the god Ares is merely due to popular etymology, for he had no shrine here, but the correct explanation of the name Ariespagus. On this rugged spot, apart from, but within sight of the dwellings of men, the council held sittings for cases of murder, violence with murderous intent, poisoning, and incendiarism. The accuser stood on the stone of insolence, the accused on the stone of recklessness, each a huge unhewn block. This function of the council, which continued to belong to it after it had lost its other powers, procured it the name of the Areopagus. During the period of the aristocracy, the council was the governing body of Athens. We may be certain that the magistrates were always members, but otherwise we do not know how it was composed, and therefore can form no clear idea how the constitution worked. The council doubtless exercised direct control over the election of the chief magistrates, but we need have small doubt that the king, the archon, and the polemarch were either elected by the ecclesia, consisting of the whole body of citizens entitled to vote, or at all events were chosen by the council out of a limited number nominated by the assembly. As an achievement of the aristocracy we may regard the annexation of Eleusis, the Eleusinian kingdom bounded by Athens on one side and Megara on the other. Its little bay blocked by Megarian Salamis did not play any part in any portion of Greek history of which we have the faintest record, but of its independent existence we have a clear echo in a hymn which tells the Eleusinian story of Demeter. That goddess, wandering in quest of her lost daughter, Persephone, came to Eleusis, where she was hospitably entertained by the king, and would have made his infant son immortal but for the queen's want of faith. This poem is thought to have been composed in the 7th century, and, if so, the days when Eleusis was independent had not yet passed out of men's memories then. The middle of the 7th century is marked by a further constitutional change, which is the result of various social changes. The aristocracy of birth is forced to widen into an aristocracy of wealth. The general causes of this change are to be found in the new economical conditions, which have been already pointed out as affecting the whole Greek world in the 7th century. But to understand their operation and political consequences at Athens, we must look more closely into the classes of the Attic population and the social structure. Under the rule of the kings and the aristocracies, the free population fell into 3 classes: the Eupatridae, or nobles, Gorgai, or peasants who cultivated their own farms, and the Demiurgi, public workers, those who lived by trade or commerce. The Eupatrids originally lived in the country, and many Attic places were called from their families, such as Paeonidae or Butidae. After the Sinoicism, many of them came to live in the city. The Demiurgi had their settlements in the neighborhood of the city. For example, there was the quarter of the Potters north of the Areopagus, and also in the country, such as Pelakes or Darolidae. But besides these classes of citizens, who had the right of attending the assembly, there was a mass of freemen who were not citizens. Among these we can distinguish the agricultural laborers who, having no land of their own, cultivated the estates of the nobles. In return for their labor they retained 1/6 of the produce, and were hence called six-parters, hectomoroi. There were also the craftsmen who were employed and paid by the demiurgi, and doubtless small retail dealers and others. Although Attica seems to have taken no part in the colonizing movement of the 8th and 7th centuries, the Athenians shared in the trading activities of the period and were profoundly affected by the economical revolution of the Greek world. The cultivation of the olive was becoming a feature of Attica, and its oil a profitable article of exportation. At the same time, Attic potters were actively developing their industry on lines of their own, and Attic pottery was in the course of another century to become disseminated throughout Mediterranean countries, from Tuscany to Cyprus. Jars of this age have been found in tombs near the Dipylon Gate on the northwest side of Athens, and these Dipylon vases, as they were called, give us a glimpse of the Attic civilization of the period. We not only see a new style of vase painting, with geometrical ornament and a symmetrical arrangement of the space at the painter's disposal, but in the picture of funeral processions we can observe with what pomp and cost the Attic nobles buried their dead. In the graves where these vases were found, offerings were laid beside the dead, pottery and sometimes gold ornaments, and this sepulchral pit was surmounted not by a mound, but by a tall clay jar with an opening below, through which drink offerings could be poured. But it must be noticed that soon after this epoch the influence of Ionia made itself felt in Attica, and the custom was introduced of burning the dead. Burial, however, was not discontinued. The two customs subsisted side by side. Ionia also influenced Athenian dress. The woolen peplos fastened with a pin was given up, and the Ionian sleeved tunic, or chiton, of linen took its place. It would be interesting if we might see in the rude representation of ships on some of the Diplaion vases an illustration of the beginnings of Attic seamanship. The sea traffic at Athens must have been rapidly growing in the first half of the 7th century. It is easy to see how the active participation of Athens in trade began to undermine the foundations of the aristocracy of birth, but introducing a new standard of social distinction. The nobles engaged in mercantile ventures with various success, some becoming richer and others poorer, and the industrial folk increased in wealth and importance. The result would ultimately be that wealth would assert itself as well as birth, both socially and politically. And in the second half of the 7th century we find that, though the aristocracy has not been fully replaced by a timocracy, or constitution, in which political rights depend entirely on wealth, all the conditions are present for such a transformation, for we find the people divided into 3 classes according to their wealth. The principle of division was the annual yield of landed property, in corn, oil, or wine. The highest class was the pentacosio mendimni. Before this name had any official meaning, it was perhaps in popular use to designate those large proprietors whose income reached 500 medimni of corn, at a time when oil and wine had not been much cultivated. When it acquired an official sense, it was defined to include those whose land produced at least so many measures medimni of corn, and so many measures metritai of oil or wine, as together amounted to 500 measures. The second class included those whose property produced more than 300, but less than 500 such measures. These were called knights, and so represented roughly those who could maintain a horse and take their part in war as mounted soldiers. The minimum income of the third class was 200 measures, and their name, teamsters, shows that they were well-to-do peasants who could till their land with a pair of oxen. The chief magistracies of archon, king, and polemarch were confined to the first class, but the principle was admitted that a successful man, though not a eupatrid, was eligible for the highest offices if his income amounted to 500 medimni. It was natural that the rating should be expressed in terms of wealth derived from land, but it is not a necessary inference that the handed craftsmen were entirely excluded, or that in order to win political rights they were forced to purchase estates. At first this concession of the eupatrids to their fellow citizens did not practically amount to much. Most of the richest men in the state still belonged to the old clans. But the recognition of wealth as a political test could not fail to undermine ultimately the privileges of birth. The organization of the lower classes into bodies resembling the clans of the nobles, and their admission into the brotherhoods, have been mentioned. It is probable that the institution of the thesmothetai also marks a step in self-assertion of these classes. The thesmothetai were a college of 6 judges who managed the whole judicial system of Athens. It was their duty to examine and call attention to defects in the laws, and to keep a record of judicial decisions, and they seem to have taken cognizance of all cases which belonged to the scope of the Council of Areopagus, except trials for murder. In fact, it looks as if they were practically a committee of that council. They were elected annually, and it has been plausibly supposed that the number of 6 was determined by the fact that they originated in a compromise between the orders, 3 being eupatrids, 2 gorgai, and 1 demiurgos. They were soon associated with the 3 chief magistrates, the archon, the basileus, and the polemarch, and the 9 came to form a sort of college and were called the 9 archons. Each of the 9, when he entered on his office, took an oath that he would act in accordance with the laws, and vowed that if he committed any injustice he would dedicate in gold a man's statute of life size. It was a penalty which no archon could have discharged. Outside these classes were the smaller peasants who had land of their own, of which, however, the produce did not amount to 200 measures of corn or oil, and the humbler handicraftsmen. These were called thetes, the name being perverted from its proper meaning of laborers. The thetes were citizens but had no political rights, yet they were beginning to win a certain public importance. The conditions of a growing maritime trade led to the development of a navy. As the sea power grew, a new organization was found necessary, and there can be little doubt that the duty of serving as marines in the pentaconters mainly devolved upon the thetes. This gave them a new significance in the state, a significance which would strengthen their claim to political rights when the time for pressing that claim should come. We shall see hereafter how closely connected was the democracy of Athens with her sea power, and we can hardly be wrong in surmising the faint foreshadowings of that connection at the very beginning of her naval history. Each of the 4 tribes was divided, for this purpose, into 12 districts called Nacrarii. Each Nacrarii was probably bound to supply a ship. Thus the fleet consisted of 48 ships. The administration was directed by a body of Nacrarii, at the head of which were presidents, and the organization might be found convenient for other than naval purposes. Thus the Nacrarii formed an important administrative council. We see, then, that, in the middle of the 7th century, society in Attica is undergoing a change which is transforming the face of all the progressive parts of Hellas. Wealth is competing with descent as a political test, and the aristocracy of birth seems to be passing into a timocracy. The power is in the hands of the 3 chief archons, who always belong to the class of wealthy nobles, and the Council of Areopagus, which is certainly composed of Eupatridae. But the classes outside the noble clans, the smaller proprietors and the merchants, are beginning to assert themselves and make their weight felt. Possibly the institution of the Thesmothetai is due to their pressure. They also obtain admission into the brotherhoods, which had been hitherto exclusive. Attic trade is rapidly growing. The commercial development promotes these democratic tendencies, and has also led to the creation of a fleet, which, since the poorest class of citizens are required to man it, renders that class important, and prepares the way for its political recognition. As yet, however, the naval establishment of Athens was but small compared with her neighbors Chalcis and Corinth, or her daughter cities of Ionia and Aegina, which had come for a while under the influence of Argos, outstripped her. It is interesting to find these 2 cities, Athens and Aegina, which were in later times to be bitter rivals for the supremacy in their gulf, in the 7th century taking part in an association for maintaining the worship of Poseidon in the little island at Calara, over against Troezen. Other coast towns of the Saronic and Argolic bays, Epidaurus, Troezen, Hermion, Nauplia, Prosaic, belong to the Sacred Union, and the Boeotian Archomenos, by virtue of the authority which she still possessed under the sailors of Anthedon, was also a member. There was no political significance in the joint Calarian worship of these maritime towns. Their seamen propitiated Poseidon at Calaria, just as they sacrificed to Panhellenic Zeus on the far-seen mountain of Aegina. And these were not grudging votaries. They built a house for the sea-god in his island. Its foundations have been recently uncovered, and it is one of the earliest stone temples whose ruins have been found in Greece. Attica, like the rest of the Greek world, was disturbed in her economic development by the invention of money. She had naturally been brought into close commercial relations with her neighbor, Aegina, which at this time began to take a leading part in maritime enterprise. Accordingly, we find Athens adopting the Aeginetan coinage, and using a system of weights and measures which was almost, if not quite, identical with the Aeginetan. The introduction of money, which was at first very scarce, and led to the accumulation of capital in the chests of successful speculators, was followed by a period of transition between the old system of the direct exchange of commodities and the new system of a metallic medium. And this transitional period was trying to all men of small means. But the inevitable economic crisis did not come at once, though all conditions of social distress were present, and a conflict between the rich and the poor was drawing steadily near. An event happened about 30 years before the end of the century which shows that the peasants were still loyal to the existing constitution. The example of tyranny was infectious, and, as it flourished at the very door of Athens, in Megara and Corinth, it was unlikely that some attempt should not be made at Athens too. A certain Cylon, of noble family, married the daughter of Theagenes, tyrant of Megara, and under Megarian influence and with Megarian help, he tried to make himself master of the city. Consulting the Delphic oracle, he was advised to seize the Acropolis on the greatest festival of Zeus. Cylon, an Olympic victor himself, had no doubt that the feast of Olympia was meant. But when his plot failed, it was explained that the oracle referred to the Athenian feast Diatia, in March, which was celebrated outside the city. Cylon enlisted in his enterprise a number of noble youths, and a band of Megarian soldiers were sent by Theagenes. He had no support among the people. He succeeded in seizing the Acropolis, but the sight of foreign soldiers effectually quenched any lurking sympathy that any of the Athenians might have felt for an effort to overthrow the government. The council of the Naucraries summoned the husbandmen from the country, and the summons was readily obeyed. Cylon was blockaded in the citadel, and after a long siege, when food and water began to fail, he escaped with his brother from the fortress. The rest were soon constrained to capitulate. They sought refuge in the temple of Athena Polias, and left it when the archons promised to spare their lives. But Megacles, of the Alcmonid family, was archon this year, and at his instigation the pledge was disregarded and the conspirators were put to death. Some feud among the clans may have been at work here. The city was saved from a tyrant, but it had incurred a grave pollution. Such a violation of a solemn pledge to the suppliants who had trusted in the protection of the gods was an insult to the gods themselves, and the city was under a curse till the pollution should be removed. This view was urged by the secret friends of Cylon and those who hated Achaemenids, and so it came to pass that while Cylon, his brother, and their descendants were condemned to disenfranchisement and perpetual banishment, the Achaemenids and those who had acted with them were also tried on the charge of sacrilege and condemned to a perpetual exile, with the confiscation of their property. And the bodies of those of the clan who had died between the deed of sacrilege and the passing of the sentence were exhumed and cast beyond the boundaries of Attica. The banishment of the Achaemenids had consequences in the distant future, and we shall see how it comes into the practical politics of Athens 200 years later. The tale is also told that the city required a further purification, and that a priest named Epimenides came from Crete and cleansed it. But it has been thought doubtful whether Epimenides is more than a mythical name like Orpheus, since another story brings him to Athens again, for similar purposes of atonement, more than a century afterwards. And then both tales are conciliated by ascribing to the seer a miraculous sleep of 100 years. In the course of the next 10 years, the state of the peasants seems to have changed considerably for the worse. The outbreak of a war with Megara, in consequence of the plot of Cylon, aggravated the distress of the rural population, for the Attic coast suffered from the depredations of the enemy, and the Megarian market was closed to the oil trade. Whether the peasants, who groaned under the existing system, found leaders and extorted concessions from the government, or whether the ruling classes themselves saw the danger and tried to prevent it by a timely concession, it was at all events decided that a code of law should be drawn up and written down. Probably men had been clamoring long to obtain the security for life and property, and what the Thesmothetai may have already done by recording judicial decisions in writing was not enough. Drakon was appointed, an extraordinary legislator, Thesmothetes, and empowered to codify and rectify the existing law. We know only the provisions of that part of his criminal law which dealt with the shedding of blood, for these provisions were not altered by subsequent legislation. In later times it was thought that Drakon revealed to the Athenians how harsh their laws were, and his name became proverbial for a severe lawgiver. An Athenian orator won credit for his epigram that Drakon's laws were written not in ink but in blood. This idea arose from the fact that certain small offences, such as stealing cabbage, were punished by death. A broader view, however, of Drakon's code will modify this view. He drew careful distinctions between murder and various kinds of accidental or justifiable manslaughter. In Drakon's laws we meet a body of 51 judges, called the Ephetai. They were chosen from the Eupatrids, but it is not clear whether they formed a part of the council of the Areopagus or were a wholly distinct body. Those cases of bloodshed which did not come before the court of the Areopagus were tried by the Ephetai in case the shedder of blood was known. According to the nature of the deed, the Ephetai held their court in different places: in the temple of the Delphinian Apollo, in the Palladian at Phaleron, or at Phrato, a tongue of land on the Munician peninsula. This last court was used in the case of those who were tried for manslaughter committed abroad, and as they might not set foot on the soil of their country, they had to answer the charge standing in a boat drawn up near the shore. When the shedder of blood was not known, the case came before the king in the Prytaneum. It is unfortunate that we are not informed of Drakon's other legislation. We know that the laws relating to debtors were stringent. the creditor could claim the person of the insolvent debtor. In general, he was bound to provide for the interests of the rich power-holding classes. But it was at all events an enormous gain for the poor that those interests should be defined in writing. End of Chapter 4, Part 3.
Chapter 4, Part 4 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 4, Part 4, The Legislation of Solon and the Foundation of Democracy. Dracon's code was something, but it did not touch the root of the evil. Every year the oppressiveness of the rich few and the impoverishment of the small farmer were increasing. Without capital, and obliged to borrow money, the small proprietors mortgaged their lands, which fell into the hands of capitalists who lent money at ruinous interest. It must be remembered that money was still very scarce, and that the peasants had now to purchase all their needs in coin. Footnote: the value of silver at this time may be judged from the fact that a sheep cost a drachma, a bushel of barley a drachma, an ox 5 drachmae. A drachma equals about a franc. End of footnote. Even in Attica the small peasant could not cope with the larger proprietor. Thus the little farms of Attica were covered with stones on which the mortgage bonds were written. The large estates grew apace. The black earth, as Solon said, was enslaved. The condition of the free labourers was even more deplorable. The sixth part of the produce, which was their wage, no longer sufficed, under the new economical conditions, to support life, and they were forced into borrowing from their masters. The interest was high, the laws of debt were ruthless, and the person of the borrower was the pledge of repayment, and forfeited to the lender in case of inability to pay. The result was that the class of free labourers was being gradually transformed into a class of slaves, whom their lords could sell when they chose. Thus, while the wealthy few were becoming wealthier and greedier, the small proprietors were becoming landless, and the landless freemen were becoming slaves. And the evil was aggravated by unjust judgments and the perversion of law in favour of the rich and powerful. The social disease seemed likely to culminate in a political revolution. The people were bitter against their remorseless oppressors, and only wanted a leader to rebel. To any student of contemporary politics, observing the development in other states, a tyranny would have seemed the most probable solution. A tyranny had already, once at least, and probably more than once, been averted. And now, as it happened, the masses obtained a mediator, not a demagogue, a reform, not a revolution. The tyranny, though it was ultimately to come, was postponed for more than 30 years. The mediator in the civil strife was Solon, the son of Execestides, a noble connected with the house of the Medontids. He was a merchant, and belonged to the wealthiest class in the state. But he was very different from the Attic Eupatrids, rustic squires, of old fashions and narrow vision. We may guess that he had not been a home-keeping youth, but had visited the eastern coasts of the Aegean, whither mercantile concerns might have taken him. At all events he had learned much from progressive Ionia. He had imbued himself with Ionic literature, and had mastered the art of writing verse in the Ionic idiom, so that he could himself take part in the intellectual movement of the day and become one of the sages of Greece. He was a poet, not because he was poetically inspired,
like the Parian Archilochus of an earlier, or the Lesbian Sappho of his own generation, but because at that time every man of letters was a poet, there was no prose literature. 100 years later Solon would have used prose as the vehicle of his thoughts. His moderate temper made him generally popular, his knowledge gave him authority, and his countrymen called upon him at last to set their house in order. We are fortunate enough to possess portions of poems, political pamphlets, which he published for the purpose of guiding public opinion, and thus we have his view of the situation in his own words. He did not scruple to speak plainly. The social abuses and the sad state of the masses were clear to everybody, but Solon saw another side of the question, and he had no sympathy with the extreme revolutionary agitators who demanded a redistribution of lands. The more moderate of the nobles seem to have seen the danger and the urgent need of a new order of things, and thus it came to pass that Solon was solicited to undertake the work of reform. He definitely undertook the task, and was elected Archon, with extraordinary legislative powers for the purpose of healing the evils of the state and conciliating the classes. [Footnote: The year of Solon's archonship is either 594-3 or 592-1 BC. There is evidence for both. Perhaps the earlier is the more probable. In any case, it seems certain that Solon's legislative activity extended over more than a single year, and likely that he was commissioned as an extraordinary lawgiver, nomothetes, to revise the constitution. End of footnote. Instead of making the usual declaration of the chief magistrate that he would protect the property of all men undiminished, he made proclamation that all mortgages and debts by which the debtor's person was pledged were annulled, and that all those who had become slaves for debt were free. By this proclamation in that summer, memorable for the rescue of hundreds of poor wretches into liberty and hope, the Athenians shook off their burdens, and this first act of Solon's social reform was called the Seisechtheia. The great deliverance was celebrated by a public feast. The character of the remedial measures of Solon is imperfectly known. After the cancelling of old debts, he passed a law which forbade debtors to be enslaved. He fixed a limit for the measure of land which could be owned by a single person, so as to prevent the growth of dangerously large estates. And he forbade the exportation of Attic products except oil. For it had been found that so much corn was carried to foreign markets, where the prices were higher, that an insufficient supply remained for the population of Attica. It is to be observed that at this time the Athenians had not yet begun to import Pontic corn. All these measures hit the rich hard, and created discontent with the reformer, while, on the other hand, he was far from satisfying the desires and hopes of the masses. He would not confiscate and redistribute the estates of the wealthy, as many wished, and though he rescued the free labourer from bondage, he made no change in the sixth part system, so that the condition of these landless freemen was improved only in so far as they could not be enslaved, and in so far as the law limiting exportation affected prices. And Solon was too discreet to attempt to interfere seriously with the conditions of the money market by artificial restrictions. He fixed no maximum rate of interest, and his monetary reforms must be kept strictly apart from his social reforms. Hitherto the Athenians did not coin money of their own. They used the Aegianetan currency. Solon inaugurated a native coinage, but he adopted the Eubeic, not the Aegianetan standard. Thus 100 of the new Attic drachmae were equivalent in value to about 70 Aegianetan drachmae. The Attic coinage introduced by Solon is to be brought into connection not with the domestic reform, but with the foreign policy of Athens, to which new prospects were opening. The old coinage attached her to Aegina, with which her relations were strained, and to her foe Megara. The new system seemed to invite her into the distant fields beyond the sea, where Chalcis and Corinth had led the way in opening up a new world. A generation later, a new monetary reform introduced a distinct Attic standard, slightly higher than the Eubaic. What Solon did to heal the social sores of his country entitled him to the most fervent gratitude, but it was no more than might have been done by any able and honest statesman who possessed men's confidence. His title to fame as one of the great statesmen of Europe rests upon his reform of the constitution. He discovered a secret of democracy, and he used his discovery to build up the constitution on democratic foundations. The Athenian Commonwealth did not actually become a democracy till many years later, but Solon not only laid the foundations, he shaped the framework. At first sight, indeed, the state as he reformed it might seem little more than an aristocracy of wealth, a timocracy, with certain democratic tendencies. He retained the old graduation of the people in classes according to property. But he added the Thetes as a fourth class, and gave it certain political rights. On the three higher classes devolved the public burdens, and they served as cavalry or as hoplites. The Thetes were employed as light-armed troops or as marines. It is probable that Solon made little or no change in regard to the offices which were open to each class. Pentacosia Medimni were alone eligible to the archonship, and for them alone was reserved the financial office of treasurer of Athena. Other offices were open to the Hippies and the Zeugiti, but the distinction in privilege between them is unknown. [Footnote: The offices of the Poletae, who farmed out public contracts, for example mines; the 11, heads of the executive of justice; the Colacritae, financial officers. End of footnote. The Thetes were not eligible to any of the offices of state, but they were admitted to take part in the meetings of the ecclesia, and this gave them a voice in the election of the magistrates. The opening of the assembly to the lowest class was indeed an important step in the democratic direction, but it may have been only the end of a gradual process of widening which had been going on under the aristocracy. The radical measure of Solon, which was the very cornerstone of the Athenian democracy, was his constitution of the courts of justice. He constituted a court out of all the citizens, including the Thetes, and as the panels of judges were enrolled by lot, the poorest burgher might have his turn. Any magistrate on laying down his office could be accused before the people in these courts, and thus the institution of popular courts invested the people with a supreme control over the administration. The people, sitting in sections as sworn judges, were called the Heliaea, as distinguished from the ecclesia, in which they gathered to pass laws or choose magistrates, but were required to take no oath. Having in its hands both the appointment of the magistrates and the control of their conduct, the people possessed theoretically the sovereignty of the state, and the meting out of more privileges to the less wealthy classes could be merely a matter of time. At first the archons were not deprived of their judicial powers, and the Heliaea acted as a court of appeal, but by degrees the competence of the archons was reduced to the conduct of the proceedings preliminary to a trial, and the Heliaea became both the first and the final court. The constitution of the judicial courts out of the whole people was the secret of democracy which Solon discovered.
It is his title to fame in the history of the growth of popular government in Europe. Without ignoring the tendencies to a democratic development which existed before him, and without, on the other hand, disguising the privileges which he reserved to the upper classes, we can hardly hesitate to regard Solon as the founder of the Athenian democracy. It must indeed be confessed that there is much in the scope and intention of his constitution which it is difficult to appreciate, because we know so little of the older constitution which he reformed. Thus we have no definite record touching the composition of the Council of the Areopagus, touching its functions as a deliberative body and its relations to the Assembly, or touching the composition of the Assembly itself. We can, however, have little doubt that under the older Commonwealth the Council of Elders exerted a preponderant influence over the Assembly, and that the business submitted to the Assembly, whether by the magistrates or in whatever way introduced, was previously discussed and settled by the Council. The founder of popular government could not leave this hinge of the aristocratic republic as it was. He must either totally change the character of the Council and transform it into a popular body, or he must deprive it of its deliberative functions in regard to the Assembly. Solon deprived the Council of Elders of these deliberative functions, so that it could no longer take any direct part in administration and legislation, but on the other hand he assigned to it a new and lofty role. He constituted it the protector of the Constitution and the guardian of the laws, giving it wide and undefined powers of control over the magistrates and a censorial authority over the citizens. Its judicial and religious functions it retained. In order to bring it into harmony with the rest of his constitution, Solon seems to have altered the composition of the council. Henceforward, at least, the 9 archons at the end of their year of office became life members of the Council of the Areopagus, and this was the manner in which the council was recruited. Thus the Areopagites were virtually appointed by the people in the assembly. Having removed the Council of the Areopagus to this place of dignity, above and almost outside the constitution, Solon was obliged to create a new body to prepare the business for the assembly. Such a body was indispensable, as the Greeks always recognized, and it is clear that in its absence enormous powers would have been placed in the hands of the magistrates, on whom the manipulation of the assembly would have entirely devolved. The probulitic council which Solon instituted consisted of 400 members, 100 being taken from each of the 4 tribes, either chosen by the tribe itself or more probably picked by lot. All citizens of the 3 higher classes were eligible, the Thetes alone were excluded. In later days this council, or rather a new council which took its place, gained a large number of important powers, which made it to all intents an independent body in the state, but at first its functions seem to have been purely probulitic, and it has therefore rather the aspect of being merely a part of the organization of the assembly. It must always be remembered that it does not represent the Council of Elders of the Aryan foreworld, it does not correspond to the Gerousia of Sparta or the Senate of Rome, but it takes over certain functions which had before formed part of the duty of the Council of Elders. It discusses beforehand the public matters which are to be submitted to the assembly. The use of lot for the purpose of appointing public officers was a feature of Solon's reforms. According to men's ideas in those days, lot committed the decision to the gods, and was thus a serious method of procedure, not a sign of political levity as we should regard it now. But a device which superstition suggested was approved by the reflections of philosophical statesmen, and Lot was recognized as a valuable political engine for security against undue influence and for the protection of minorities. It was doubtless as a security against the undue influence of clans and parties that Solon used it. He applied it to the appointment of the chief magistrates themselves. But, religious though he was, he could not be blind to the danger of taking no human precautions against the falling of the lot upon an incompetent candidate. He therefore mixed the two devices of lot and election. 40 candidates were elected, 10 from each tribe, by the voice of their tribesmen, and out of these the 9 archons were picked by lot. It is probable that a similar mixed method was employed in the choice of the 400 councillors. Solon sought to keep the political balance steady by securing that each of the 4 tribes should have an equal share in the government. He could hardly have done otherwise, and yet here we touch on the weak point in the fabric of his constitution. The gravest danger ahead was, in truth, not the strife of poor and rich, of noble lord and man of the people, but the deep-rooted and bitter jealousies which existed between many of the clans. While the clan had the tribe behind it, and the tribe possessed political weight, such feuds might at any moment cause a civil war or a revolution. But it was reserved for a future lawgiver to grapple with this problem. Solon assuredly saw it, but he had no solution ready to hand, and the evil was closely connected with another evil, the local parties which divided Attica. For these dangers Solon offered no remedy, and therefore his work, though abiding in the highest sense, did not supply a final or even a brief pacification of the warring elements in the state. He is said to have passed a law, so clumsy, so difficult to render effective, that it is hard to believe that such an enactment was ever made, that in the case of a party struggle every burgher must take a side under pain of losing his civic rights. Solon, if he was indeed the author of such a measure, sought to avert the possible issues of political strife by forcing the best citizens to intervene. It was a safeguard, a clumsy safeguard, against the danger of a tyranny. It is interesting to observe that in some directions Solon extended and in others restricted the freedom of the individual. He restricted it by sumptuary laws and severe penalties for idleness. He extended it by an enactment allowing a man who had no heirs of his body to will his property as he liked, instead of its going to the next of kin. [Footnote: This measure, we may probably assume, simply legalized an usage which had been introduced in practice long before. End of footnote. One of Solon's first acts was to repeal all the legislation of Dracon, except the laws relating to manslaughter. His own laws were inscribed on wooden tables set in revolving frames called axones, which were numbered, and the laws were quoted by the number of the axon. These tablets were kept in the public hall. But copies were made on stone pillars, called in the old Attic tongue kurbais, and kept in the portico of the king. Every citizen was required to take an oath that he would obey these laws, and it was ordered that the laws were to remain in force for 100 years. Solon had done his work boldly, but he had done it constitutionally. He had not made himself a tyrant, as he might easily have done, and as many expected him to do. On the contrary, one purpose of his reform was to forestall the necessity and prevent the possibility of a tyranny. He had not even become an Aesimnetes, a legislator like Pittacus, who for a number of years supersedes the constitution in order to reform it, and rules for that time with the absolute power of a tyrant. He had simply held the office of archon, invested indeed with extraordinary powers. To a superficial observer, caution seemed the note of his reforms, and men were surprised, and many disgusted, by his cautiousness. His caution consisted in reserving the highest offices for men of property, and the truth probably is that in his time no others would have been fitted to perform the duties. But Solon has stated his own principle that the privileges of each class should be proportional to the public burdens which it can bear. This was the conservative feature of his legislation, and, seizing on it, democrats could make out a plausible case for regarding his constitution as simply a timocracy. When he laid down his office he was assailed by complaints, and he wrote elegies in which he explains his middle course and professes that he performed the things which he undertook without favour or fear. "I threw my stout shield," he says, "over both parties." He refused to entertain the idea of any modifications in his measures, and thinking that the reforms would work better in the absence of the reformer, he left Athens soon after his archonship and travelled for 10 years, partly for mercantile ends, but perhaps chiefly from curiosity to see strange places and strange men. Though the remnants of his poems are fragmentary, though the recorded events of his life are meagre, and though the details of his legislation are dimly known and variously interpreted, the personality of Solon leaves a distinct impression on our minds. We know enough to see in him an embodiment of the ideal of intellectual and moral excellence of the early Greeks, and the greatest of their wise men. For him the first of the virtues was moderation, and his motto was "Avoid excess." He was in no vulgar sense a man of the world, for he was many-sided, poet and legislator, traveller and trader, noble and friend of the people. He had the insight to discern some of the yet undeveloped tendencies of the age, and could sympathize with other than the power-holding classes. He had meditated too deeply on the circumstances of humanity to find power a temptation. He never forgot that he was a traveller between life and death. It was a promising and characteristic act for a Greek state to commit the task of its reformation to such a man, and empower him to translate into definite legislative measures the views which he expressed in his poems. Solon's social reforms inaugurated a permanent improvement, but his political measures, which he intended as a compromise, displeased many. Party strife broke out again bitterly soon after his archonship, and only to end after 30 years in the tyranny which it had been his dearest object to prevent. Of this strife we know little. It took the form of a struggle for the archonship, and 2 years are noted in which, in consequence of this struggle, no archons were elected, hence called years of anarchy. Then a certain archon, Damasias, attempted to convert his office into a permanent tyranny, and actually held it for over 2 years. This attempt frightened the political parties into making a compromise of some sort. It was agreed that 10 archons should be chosen, 5 eupatrids, 3 georgi, and 2 demiurgi, all of course possessing the requisite minimum of wealth. Footnote: we learn this from Aristotle's Athenaeon Politeia, and there is no longer any doubt about the reading. This unique arrangement superseded the Solonian constitution. End of footnote. It is unknown whether this arrangement was repeated after the year of its first trial, but it certainly did not lead to a permanent reconciliation. The 2 great parties were those who were in the main satisfied with the new constitution of Solon, and those who disliked its democratic side and desired to return to the aristocratic government which he had subverted. The latter consisted chiefly of Eupatrids, and were known as the Men of the Plain. They were led by Lycurgus, and numbered among them the clan of the Philaidii, distinguished as the clan of Hippocleides, the wooer of Agarista, and destined to become more distinguished still, as that of more than one Cymon and Miltiades. The opposite party of the coast included not only the population of the coast, but the bulk of the middle classes, the peasants as well as the demiurgi, who were bettered by the changes of Solon. They were led by Megacles, son of Alcmaeon, the same Megacles who married Agarista. For one of Solon's measures was an act of amnesty which was couched in such terms that, while it did not benefit the descendants of Cylon, it permitted the return of the Alcmaeonidae. Their position severed them from the rest of the Eupatrids, and associated them with the party which represented Solon's views. End of Chapter 4, Part 4. Recording by Graham Redman. Chapter 5, Parts 1 and 2 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 5, Growth of Athens in the 6th Century. Part 1, The Conquest of Salamis and Nicaea. In the midst of these domestic troubles and party struggles, there were a few statesmen who found time to attend to foreign affairs, and saw that the time had come for Athens to take a new step in her political career. Under her aristocracy, Athens had enjoyed a long period of development which may be called peaceful, if we compare the growth of some other states. And this prepared her to take her place in the general scene of Greek history. Though Attica was a poor country, scantily watered and with light soil, her prosperity in the oil trade might encourage her to look forward to becoming rich. But if she was ever to become a political power, there was one thing to be achieved at all hazards. Every Athenian who stood on his strong hill and looked south-westward could see what this was. He descried, lying close to his own shore, an island which was not his own. And, if he walked across Mount Aegaleios, he saw how this foreign island blocked up the bay of what was now his own Eleusis. Almost equally distant from Athens and Megara, parted by a narrow water from both, Salamis in the hands of either must be a constant menace to the other. The possession of Salamis must decide the future history of both Megara and Athens. At this period Megara, with her growing colonial connections, was a strong state and a formidable neighbour, and her expanding trade must have been viewed with alarm and jealousy by Athenian statesmen. A struggle with Megara sooner or later was inevitable, and the Cylonian conspiracy, as we saw, furnished an occasion of war. Theagenes could not easily brook the slaughter of his men in violation of the promise which had been given to them, and he sent his ships to harry the Attic coasts. The Athenians sought to occupy Salamis, but all their efforts to gain a permanent footing failed, and they abandoned the attempt in despair. Years passed away. At length Solon saw that the favourable hour had come. It was, perhaps, a quarter of a century after the year of his law-giving. He had returned from his travels and was living at Athens, one of the council of the Areopagus. Megara was now weaker than in the days of the Agenes, and, whether she had given any new cause of offence to Athens or not, Solon and his friends decided that it was time to strike. The great legislator came forward now, not as before to assuage strife, but to stir up to conquest. He composed a stirring poem which began, "I came myself as a herald from lovely Salamis, but with song on my lips instead of common speech." He blamed the peace policy of the "men who let slip Salamis" as dishonourable, and cried, "Arise and come to Salamis to win that fair island and undo our shame." The poem of Solon was intended to have the effect which in later times, when common speech had been perfected to a fine art, would have been wrought by the eloquence of an orator in the assembly. His appeal moved the hearts of his countrymen to a national effort, and an Athenian army went forth to lay the first stone of their country's greatness. An intimate friend of Solon took part in the enterprise, Pisistratus, son of Hippocrates, whose home and estates were near Brauron. It has been thought that Pisistratus was the polemarch of the year, but it is more probable that he was only a general subordinate to the polemarch. He helped the expedition to a successful issue. Not only was the disputed island wrested from Megara, but he captured the port of Nicaea over against the island. We may conjecture that Nicaea was surprised first, and that its capture enabled the Athenians to occupy Salamis. Thus, though Pisistratus was associated with the conquest of Nicaea, not with the conquest of Salamis, it was to him, along with his friend Solon, who inspired the enterprise, that the great achievement was really due. The seizure of her port was a great shock to the trade of Megara. It was indeed afterwards restored, when peace was made through the mediation of Sparta, but the hopes of Athenian policy, which its possession aroused, are reflected in the legend, created at this time, that Nisus, the Megarian hero, was a son of Pandion, an early Athenian king. Shortly afterwards the text of the Iliad, which assumed, as we shall see, its final shape at Athens, was tampered with. The Athenians entered in that venerable record the political geography which they desired. In the catalogue of the ships, where Megara has no independent place, she is counted as a city of Boeotia, 2 verses were inserted, implying that Salamis belonged to Athens in the time of the Trojan War. There is no reason to suppose that there was any truth in this prehistoric claim, but Salamis now became permanently annexed to Attica. The island was afterwards divided in lots among Athenian citizens, who were called kleroux, or lot holders. Salamis, unlike Eleusis, was not incorporated in Attica, though it was nearer Athens. There have been found fragments of a document inscribed on a stone pillar, perhaps, but it is difficult to judge the dates of early Attic writings, not many years later than the conquest, a decree of the people which concerns the settlement of Salamis, one of the earliest scriptured stones of Athenian history, and the earliest example we possess of a decree of the Athenian people. The old inhabitants of the island were to pay the same taxes as the Athenians, and to serve in the army, but they were to dwell on their farms in the island, and were not to let their lots to others under pain of a fine. The conquest of Salamis was a decisive event for Athens. Her territory was now rounded off. She had complete command of the landlocked Eleusinian Bay. It was she who now threatened Megara. End of chapter 5, part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2, Athens under Pisistratus. The conqueror of Nicaea was the hero of the day. By professing democratic doctrines and practising popular arts, he ingratiated himself with those extreme democrats who, being bitterly opposed to the nobles, and not satisfied by the Solonian compromise, were outside both the plain and the coast. Pisistratus thus organized a new party, which was called the Hill, as it largely consisted of the poor hillsmen of the highlands of Attica, but it also included the Hectimores, for whom Solon had done little, and many discontented men, who, formerly rich, had been impoverished by Solon's measure of cancelling old debts. With this party at his back, Pisistratus aimed at no less a thing than grasping the supreme power for himself. One day he appeared in the Agora, wounded, he said, by a foul attack of his political foes, his foes because he was a friend of the people, and he showed wounds which he bore. In the assembly, packed by the hillsmen, a bodyguard of 50 clubsmen was voted to him on the proposal of Aristion. We have a monument, which we may associate with the author of this memorable act, in a sepulchral slab discovered near Broron, on which is finely wrought in very low relief the portrait of Aristion, standing armed by his tombstone; and it is hardly too bold to recognize in this contemporary sculpture the friend of Pisistratus, when we remember that the home of the Pisistratid family was at Broron. Having secured his bodyguard, the first step in the tyrant's progress, Pisistratus seized the Acropolis and made himself master of the state. It was the fate of Solon to live long enough to see the establishment of the tyranny which he dreaded. We know not what part he had taken in the troubled world of politics since his return to Athens. The story was invented that he called upon the citizens to arm themselves against the tyrant, but called in vain, and that then, laying his arms outside the threshold of his house, he cried, "I have aided so far as I could my country and the constitution, and I appeal to others to do likewise." Nor has the story that he refused to live under a tyranny and sought refuge with his Cyprian friend, the king of Soli, any good foundation. We know only that in his later years he enjoyed the pleasures of wine and love, and that he survived but a short time the seizure of the tyranny by Pisistratus, who at least treated the old man with respect. The discord of parties had smoothed the way for the schemes of Pisistratus, but his success led in turn to the union of the two other parties, the plain and the coast, against him, and at the end of about 5 years they succeeded in driving him out. But new disunion followed, and Megacles, the leader of the coast, seems to have quarrelled not only with the plain but with his own party. At all events he sought a reconciliation with Pisistratus, and undertook to help him back to the tyranny on condition that the tyrant wedded his daughter. The legend is that the partisans of Pisistratus found in Paeania, an Attic village, a woman of loftier than common stature, whom they arrayed in the guise of the goddess Athena. Her name was Phae. Then heralds, on a certain day, entered Athens, crying that Pallas herself was leading back Pisistratus. Presently a car arrived bearing the tyrant and Phae, and the trick deceived all the common folk. But the coalition of Pisistratus with Megacles was not more abiding than that of Megacles with Lycurgus. By a former wife, [Footnote: Her name is unknown. Pisistratus had also married Timonassa, an Argive woman, whom, being a foreigner, Attic law did not recognize as a legal wife. The sons of Timonassa, Iophon and Hegesistratus, were therefore technically illegitimate, but socially doubtless no stain was attached to them. Hegesistratus seems to have been afterwards legitimized and made a citizen. Perhaps it was on this occasion that he received his other name, Thessalus. Pisistratus had 2 sons, Hippias and Hipparchus, and as he desired to create a dynasty, he feared that if he had offspring by a second wife, the interests of his older sons might be injured, and family dissensions ensue. So, though he went through the form of marriage with the daughter of Megacles as he had promised, he did not treat her as his wife. Megacles was enraged when the tyrant's neglect reached his ears. He made common cause with the enemies of Pisistratus, and succeeded in driving him out for the second time, perhaps in the same year in which he had been restored. The second exile lasted for about 10 years, and Pisistratus spent it in forming new connections in Macedonia. On the Thamaic Gulf he organized the inhabitants of the neighbourhood of Resalus into some sort of a city-state. He exploited the gold mines of Mount Pangaeus near the Strymon, and formed a force of mercenary soldiers, thus providing himself with money and men to recover his position at Athens. He was supported by Lygdamis, the tyrant of Naxos, and by the friendship of other Greek states, such as Thessaly, which he had cultivated in the days of his power. The aristocracy of Eretrian horsemen were well disposed to him, and their city was an admirable basis for an attack upon Athens. When he landed at Marathon, his adherents flocked to his standard. The citizens who were loyal to the constitutional government marched forth, and were defeated in battle at Pellene. Resistance was at an end, and once more Pisistratus had the power in his hands. This time he kept it. The rule of Pisistratus may be described as a constitutional tyranny. He did not stop the wheels of the democracy, but he guided the machine entirely at his own will. The constitution of Solon seems to have been preserved in its essential features, though in some details the lapse of time may have brought modifications. Thus it is possible that even before the first success of Pisistratus, the assessment according to measures of corn and oil had been converted into an assessment in money, and as money became cheaper, the earlier standards for the division of classes ceased to have the old significance. A man who at the beginning of the 6th century just reached the standard of the first class was passing rich. 50 years later he would be comparatively poor. But it was not to the interest of the tyrant to raise the census for political office. Various measures of policy were adopted by him to protect his position, while he preserved the old forms of government. He managed to exert an influence on the appointment of the archons, so as to secure personal adherence, and one of his own family generally held some office. This involved the suspension or modification of the system of lot introduced by Solon. The tyrant kept up a standing force of paid soldiers, among them perhaps Scythian archers, whom we see portrayed on Attic vases of the time. And he kept in his power as hostages the children of some noble families which he suspected. Most, indeed, of his more prominent opponents, including the Alcmaeonids, had left Attica, and the large estates which they abandoned were at his disposal. These estates gave him the means of solving a problem which Solon had left unsolved, and of satisfying the expectations of a large number of his supporters. He divided the vacant lands into lots, and gave them to the labourers who had worked on these and other estates. Thus the way was prepared for the total abolition of the hectamores. They became practically peasant proprietors, and they had to pay only the land tax amounting to 1/10 of the produce. Land was also given to many needy people who idled in the city, and loans of money to start them. The tax of 1/10, imposed on all estates, formed an important source of the tyrant's revenue, and it is generally supposed that he introduced it. But this is not probable. We may take it that this land tax was an older institution, which continued under Pisistratus until either he or his sons were able, through an increase of revenue from other sources, to reduce it to 1/20. It has been plausibly suggested that this increase of revenue came from the silver mines of Laurion, which now perhaps began to be more effectively worked. His possessions on the Strymon were another mainstay of the finance of Pisistratus. He exerted himself to improve agriculture, and under his influence the olive, which had long ago found a home in Attica, was planted all over the land. Under Pisistratus, Athens rested from the distractions of party strife, and the old parties gradually disappeared. The mass of discontented hectomores was absorbed in the class of peasant proprietors. Thus the people enjoyed a tranquil period of economical and political development; and as the free forms of the constitution were preserved, the masses, in the assembly and in the law courts, received a training in the routine at least of public affairs, which rendered them fit for the democracy which was to ensue when the tyranny was overthrown. Abroad it was the consistent policy of Pisistratus to preserve peaceful relations with other states. Aegina indeed was openly the rival of Athens, and humbled Megara could hardly be aught save sullen; but Athens was on friendly terms with both the rival powers of the Peloponnesus, Sparta and Argos, and Thebes and Thessaly and the Eretrian knights had helped the tyrant in the days of his adversity. His influence extended to the banks of the Strymon and the coast of Macedonia, as we have already seen, and he had a subservient friend in Lygdamis of Naxos, whom he had installed as tyrant over the Naxian people. It was doubtless with the object of injuring the Megarian trade in Pontic corn, and gaining some counterpoise to Megarian power in the region of the Propontis, that Athens made her first venture in distant seas. It was about 40 years before Pisistratus became tyrant that Athens seized the Lesbian fortress of Sigeum on the shore of the Troad at the entrance to the Hellespont. The friendship of Miletus, mother of many Pontic colonies, favoured this enterprise, which, however, involved Athens in a conflict with Mytilene, whose power and settlements extended along the shores of the straits. Mytilene, failing to recover the fortress, built another, the Achillean, close by, which cut off the Athenians from the sea. It has been already told how the statesman Pittacus was engaged in this war, and slew an Athenian commander in single combat, and how the poet Alcaeus threw away his shield. It would seem that while Athens was absorbed in her party conflicts at home, Sigeum slipped from her hands, and that the recapture of it was one of the achievements of Pisistratus. The tyrant showed the importance he attached to it by installing one of his sons as governor. The statesman who first sent Athenian soldiers to the shores of the Hellespont had, in truth, opened up a new path for Athenian policy, and Pisistratus pursued that path. It was not long before a much greater acquisition than Sigeum was made in the same region, but this acquisition, though made with the good will and even under the auspices of Pisistratus, was made by one who was his political rival and opponent. Miltiades, son of Cypselus, belonged to the noble family of the Philiids, and was one of the leaders of the plain. It was after the usurpation of Pisistratus that, as he sat one day in the porch of his country house at Lassiadae on the road from Athens to Eleusis, he saw a company of men in Thracian dress and armed with spears passing along the road. He called out to them, invited them into his house, and proffered them hospitality. They were Dolonsai, natives of the Thracian Chersonese, and they had come to Greece in search of a helper who should have the strength and skill to defend them against their northern neighbours, who were pressing them hard in war. They had gone to Delphi, and the oracle had bidden them invite the man who first offered them entertainment after they left the shrine. Miltiades, thus designated by the god, obeyed the call of the Thracians, not reluctant to leave his country, fallen under a tyrant's rule. The circumstances of the foundation of Athenian power in the Chersonese were thus wrought by the story-shaping instinct of the Greeks into a picturesque tale. The simple fact seems to have been that the Dolonsai applied directly to Athens, inviting the settlement of an Athenian colony in their midst. Pisistratus was well pleased to promote Athenian influence on the Hellespontine shores, and the selection of Miltiades was not unwelcome to him, since it removed a dangerous subject. We may feel no doubt that it was as an aecist duly chosen by the Athenian people that Miltiades went forth, blessed by the Delphic oracle, to the land of his Thracian guests. But the aecist who went forth, as it was said, to escape tyranny, became absolute ruler in his new country. He ruled as a Thracian prince over the Dolonsai, he ruled as a tyrant over his Athenian fellow settlers. He protected the peninsula against invasions from the north by a wall which he built across the neck from Cardia to Pactii. We hear of his war with Lampsacus and his friendship with the king of Lydia. It is not too much to say that Pisistratus took the first steps on the path which led Athens to empire. That path had indeed been pointed out to him by nameless predecessors, but his sword conquered Salamis. Under his auspices Athens won a footing on both shores of the Hellespont. We cannot estimate too highly the statesmanship which sought a field for Athenian enterprise in the regions of the Propontis. The Ionian cities had forestalled Athens in venturing into the vast spaces of the eastern sea and winning the products of its shores. But though she entered into the contest late, she was destined to outstrip both her friend Miletus and Megara her foe. Many years indeed were still to run before her ships dominated the Euxine, but it was much that she now set her posts as a watcher on either side of the narrow gate, where the sea ridge of Helle hangs heavier, and east upon west waters break. Pisistratus strongly asserted the claim of Athens to be the mother and leader of the Ionian branch of the Greek race. The temple of Apollo in Delos, the island of his mythical birth, had been long a religious centre of the Ionians on both sides of the Aegean. There, as an ancient hymn sang, the long-robed Ionians gather, with their children and their wives, to honour Apollo with dance and song and games. A stranger who came upon the Ionians in their throng, seeing the men and the fair-girdled women and the swift ships and all their wealth, would say that they were beings free for ever from death and eld. Pisistratus purified the sacred spot by digging up all the tombs that were within sight of the sanctuary and removing the bones of the dead to another part of the island. And Athens took not only the Ionian festival under her special care, but also the great Ionian epics. It was probably towards the end of his reign that Pisistratus and his son Hipparchus took in hand the work of arranging and writing down the Homeric poems. Since the poet of Chios had composed the Iliad, Since another Ionian poet had framed the Odyssey, new parts had been added by their successors, such as the catalogue of the ships and the poem of Dolon. The minstrels who recited Homer at the Delian festival, for example, adhered to no very strict order of parts in their recitations, and discrepancies were inevitable both in the order and in the text. At the instance of Pisistratus, some men of letters undertook the task of fixing definitely the text of both poems, and wrote them down in the old Attic alphabet. Thus Athens became one of the birth cities of Homer. The Iliad and Odyssey assumed their final shape there. But what the Athenians did for Homer was entirely an achievement in literary criticism. It was in no way a work of original composition. We may say that the Pisistratian revision of Homer was the beginning of literary criticism in Europe. Some liberties, indeed, were taken with the text. A line or two were added, a line or two may have been omitted, for the sake of the political interest or the vanity of Athens. We have met an instance in regard to Salamis. The Homeric enterprise of Pisistratus was thoroughly successful. Athens grew to be the centre of the Greek book trade, and the Athenian text was circulated through the whole Greek world. But before this circulation began, it had been copied out in a new shape. About half a century later, Athenian poets began to give up the old Attic alphabet and use the more convenient Ionic alphabet instead. Homer was then copied out of the Attic letters into the Ionic, and our texts are still disfigured by some errors which arose in the process. The immediate purpose of the revision of Pisistratus was to regulate the Homeric recitations which he had made a feature of the great Panathenaic festival. This feast had been remodelled, if not founded, shortly before he seized the tyranny, and on the pattern of the national gatherings at Olympia and Delphi was held every 4th year. It was celebrated with athletic and musical contests, but the centre and motive of the feast was the great procession which went up to the house of Athena on her hill to offer her a robe woven by the hands of Athenian maidens. The rich fane of Athena, wherein she accorded Erechtheus a place, had the distinction of passing into the Homeric poems. It was situated near the northern cliff, and to the south of it a new house had been reared for the goddess of the city to inhabit, close to the ruins of the palace of the ancient kings. It had been built before the days of Pisistratus, but it was probably he who encompassed it with a Doric colonnade. From its length this temple was known as the House of the 100 Feet, and many of the lowest stones of the walls, still lying in their places, show us its site and shape. The triangular gables displayed what Attic sculptors of the day could achieve. Hitherto the favourite material of these sculptors had been the soft marly limestone of the Piraeus, and by a curious stroke of luck some striking specimens of such work, Zeus encountering the three-headed Typhon, Heracles destroying the Hydra, have been partly preserved, the early efforts of an art which 150 years would bring to perfection. But now, in the second half of the 6th century, Greek sculptors have begun to work in a nobler and harder material, and on one of the pediments of the renovated temple of Athena Polias the battle of the gods and giants was wrought in Parian marble. Athena herself, in the centre of the composition, slaying Enceladus with her spear, may still be seen and admired. But the tyrant planned a greater work than the new sanctuary on the hill. Down below, southeastward from the citadel, on the banks of the Ilissus, he began the building of a great Doric temple for the Olympian Zeus. He began, but never finished it, nor his sons after him. So immense was the scale of his plan that Athens, even when she reached the height of her dominion and fulfilled many of the aspirations of Pisistratus, never ventured to undertake the burden of completing it. A full completion was indeed to come, though in a shape far different from the old Athenians' plan, but not until Athens and Greece had been gathered under the wings of a power which had all Europe at its feet. The richly ornamented capitals of the few lofty pillars which still stand belong to the work of the Roman emperor, but we must remember that the generations of Athenians, with whom this history has to do, saw only plain Doric columns there, the monument of the wealth and ambition of the tyrant who had done more for their city than they cared to think. Pisistratus was indeed scrupulous and zealous in all matters concerned with religion, and his sons more than himself. But no act of his was more fruitful in results than what he did for the worship of Dionysus. In the marshes on the south side of the Areopagus, the Bacchic god had an ancient sanctuary, of which the foundations have been recently uncovered, but Pisistratus built him a new house at the foot of the Acropolis, and its ruins have not yet wholly disappeared. In connection with this temple, Pisistratus instituted a new festival, called the Great Dionysia of the city, and it completely overshadowed the older feast of the winepress, Lenia, which still continued to be held in the first days of spring at the Temple of the Marshes. The chief feature of the Dionysiac feasts was the choir of satyrs, the god's attendants, who danced around the altar clothed in goat-skins and sang their goat song. But it became usual for the leader of the dancers, who was also the composer of the song, to separate himself from his fellows and hold speech with them, assuming the character of some person connected with the events which the song celebrated, and wearing an appropriate dress. Such performances, which at the rural feasts had been arranged by private enterprise, were made an official part of the great Dionysia, and thus taken under state protection in the form of a tragic contest, 2 or more choruses competing for a prize. It was the work of a generation to develop these simple representations into a true drama by differentiating the satiric element. Legends not connected with Dionysus were chosen for representation, and the dancers appeared not in the Bacchic goat dress, but in the costume suitable for their part in the story. This performance was divided into 3 acts. The dancers changed their costumes for each act, and only at the end did they come forward in their true goat guise and perform a piece which preserved the original satiric character of tragedy. Then their preponderant importance was by degrees diminished, and a second actor was introduced, and by a development of this kind, hidden from us in its details, the goat song of the days of Pisistratus grew into the tragedy of Aeschylus. The popularity of the worship of Dionysus at Athens in the days of Pisistratus might be observed in the workshops of the potters. No subject was more favoured than Dionysiac scenes by the artists, Exechias and his fellows, who painted the black-figured jars of this period. There is another thing which the student of history may learn among the graceful vessels of the potters of Athens. On the jars of the Pisistratian age the deeds of Heracles are a favourite theme, while Theseus is little regarded. But before the golden age of vase painting sets in, about the time of the fall of the Pisistratids, Theseus has begun to seize the popular imagination as the great Attic hero, and this is reflected in paintings on the cups of Euphronius and the other brilliant masters of the red-figured style. If we remember that Theseus was specially associated with the hill country of North Attica, which was the stronghold of the Pisistratian party, we may be tempted to infer that the glorification of Theseus was partly due to the policy of Pisistratus. But besides caring for the due honours of the gods, the tyrant busied himself with such humbler matters as the improvement of the water supply of Athens. West and southwest of the Acropolis, in the rocky valley between the Areopagus and the Pnyx, his waterworks have recently come to light. A cistern there received the waters which an aqueduct conveyed from the upper stream of the Ilissus. It is indeed on this side of Athens, south and west of the oldest Athens of all, that the chief stone memorials of the age of Pisistratus stood, apart from what he may have built on the Acropolis itself. But he not only built, he also demolished. He pulled down the old city wall, and for more than half a century Athens was an unwalled town. End of chapter 5, part 2. Recording by Graham Redman. Chapter 5, parts 3, 4, and 5 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 5, Part 3. Growth of Sparta and the Peloponnesian League. While a tyrant was moulding the destinies of Athens, the growth of the Spartan power had changed the political aspect of the Peloponnesus. About the middle of the 6th century Sparta won successes against her northern neighbours, Tegea and Argos, and in consequence of these successes she became the predominant power in the peninsula. Eastern Arcadia is marked by a large plain, high above the sea level. The villages in the north of this plain had coalesced into the town of Mantinea, those in the south had been united in Tegea. Sparta had gradually pressed up to the borders of the Tegean territory, and a long war was the result. This war is associated with an interesting legend based on the tradition that the Laconian hero Orestes was buried in Tegea. When the Spartans asked the Delphic oracle whether they might hope to achieve the conquest of Arcadia, they received a promise that the god would give them Tegea. Then, on account of this answer, they went forth against Tegea with fetters, but were defeated. And bound in the fetters which they had brought to bind the Tegeates, were compelled to till the Tegean plain. Herodotus professed that in his day the very fetters hung in the temple of Athena Alea, the protectress of Tegea. War went on, and the Spartans, invariably defeated, at last consulted the oracle again. The god bade them bring back the bones of Orestes, but they could find no trace of the hero's burying place, and they asked the god once more. This time they received an oracle couched in obscure, enigmatic words. Among Arcadian hills a level space holds Tegea where blow two blasts perforce, and woe is laid on woe, and face to face, striker and counter-striker, there the course thou seekest lies, even Agamemnon's son. Convey him home, and victory is won. This did not help them much, but it befell that, during a truce with the Tegeates, a certain Lycas, a Spartan man, was in Tegea, and entering a smith's shop, saw the process of beating out iron. The smith, in conversation, told him that, wishing to dig a well in his courtyard, he had found a coffin 7 cubits long, and within it a corpse of the same length, which he replaced. Lycas guessed at once that he had won the solution of the oracular enigma, and returning to Sparta communicated his discovery. The courtyard was hired from the reluctant smith, the coffin was found, and the bones brought home to Laconia. Then Tegea was conquered, and here we return from fable to fact. The territory of the Arcadian city was not treated like Messenia. It was not incorporated in the territory of Lacedaemon. It became a dependent state, contributing a military contingent to the army of its conqueror, and it bound itself to harbour no Messenians within its borders. At this period the councils of Sparta seem to have been guided by Cylon, whose name became proverbial for wisdom. It was much about the same time, perhaps shortly after the victory over Tegea, that Sparta at length succeeded in rounding off the frontier of Laconia on the northeastern side by wresting the disputed territory of Thyreatis from Argos. The armies of the two states met in the marchland, but the Spartan kings and the Argive chiefs agreed to decide the dispute by a combat between 300 chosen champions on either side. The story is that all the 600 were slain except 3, 1 Spartan and 2 Argives, and that while the Argives hurried home to announce their victory, the Spartan, Othryodes was his name, remained on the field and erected a trophy. In any case, the trial was futile, for both parties claimed the victory, and a battle was fought in which the Argives were utterly defeated. Thyreatis was the last territorial acquisition of Sparta. She changed her policy, and instead of aiming at gaining new territory, she endeavoured to make the whole Peloponnesus a sphere of Lacedaemonian influence. This change of policy was exhibited in her dealing with Tegea. The defeat of Argos placed Sparta at the head of the peninsula. All the Peloponnesian states except Argos and Achaea were enrolled in a loose confederacy, engaging themselves to supply military contingents in the common interest, Lacedaemon being the leader. The meetings of the confederacy were held at Sparta, and each member sent representatives. Corinth readily joined, for Corinth was naturally ranged against Argos, while her commercial rival, the island state of Aegina, was a friend of Argos. Periander had already inflicted a blow upon the Argives by seizing Epidaurus and thus cutting off their nearest communications with Aegina. The other Isthmian state, Megara, in which the rule of the nobles had been restored, was also enrolled. Everywhere Sparta exerted her influence to maintain oligarchy. Everywhere she discountenanced democracy, so that her supremacy had important consequences for the constitutional development of the Peloponnesian states. In northern Greece the power of the Thessalians was declining, and thus Sparta became the strongest state in Greece in the second half of the 6th century. She was on the most friendly terms with Athens throughout the reign of Pisistratus, but the tyrant was careful to maintain good relations with Argos also. With Argos herself, indeed, Athens had no cause for collision, but the rivalry which existed between Athens and Aegina naturally ranged Athens and Argos in opposite camps. It was perhaps not long before the accession of Pisistratus that the Athenians had landed forces in Aegina and had been repulsed with Argive help. The policy of Pisistratus avoided a conflict with his island neighbour and courted the friendship of Argos. But the deeper antagonism is shown by the embargo which Argos and Aegina placed upon the importation of Attic pottery. The excavations of the temple of the Argive Hera have illustrated this hostile measure. Hardly any fragments of Attic pottery dating from the period of Pisistratus or 50 years after his death have been found in the precinct. End of chapter 5, part 3. Chapter 5, Part 4, Fall of the Pisistratids and Intervention of Sparta. When Pisistratus died, his eldest son Hippias took his place. Hipparchus helped him in the government, while Phasaelus took little or no share in politics. The general policy of Pisistratus, both in home and foreign affairs, was continued. But the court of Athens seems to have acquired a more distinctive literary flavour. Hippias, who was a learned student of oracles, and Hipparchus were abreast of the most modern culture. The eminent poets of the day came to their court. Simonides of Chios, famous for his choral odes; Anacreon of Chios, boon companion, singer of wine and love; Lasus of Hermione, who made his mark by novelties in the treatment of the dithyramb, and amused his leisure hours by composing hissless hymns, in which the sound s did not occur. All these were invited or welcomed by Hipparchus. One of the most prominent figures in this society was Onamacritus, a religious teacher, who took part in preparing the new edition of Homer. The first serious blow aimed at the power of the tyrants was due to a personal grudge, not to any widespread dissatisfaction, but nevertheless it produced a series of effects which resulted in the fall of the tyranny. It would seem, but conflicting accounts of the affair were in circulation, that Hipparchus, or, according to another story, Thessalus, gave offence to a comely young man named Harmodius and his lover Aristogiton. It is said that Hipparchus was in love with Harmodius, and, when his wooing was rejected, avenged himself by putting a slight on the youth's sister, refusing to allow her to bear a basket in the Panathenic procession. Harmodius and Aristogiton then formed the plan of slaying the tyrants, and chose the day of that procession because they could then, without raising suspicion, appear publicly with arms. Very few were initiated in the plot, as it was expected that when the first blow was struck the citizens would declare themselves for freedom. But as the hour approached, it was observed that one of the conspirators was engaged in speech with Hippias in the outer Ceramicus. His fellows leapt hastily to the conclusion that their plot was betrayed, and, giving up the idea of attacking Hippias, rushed to the market-place and slew Hipparchus near the Leochorion. Harmodius was cut down by the mercenaries, and Aristogiton, escaping for the moment, was afterwards captured, tortured, and put to death. At the time no sympathy was manifested, perhaps little felt, for the conspirators. But their act led to a complete change in the government of Hippias. Not knowing what ramifications the plot might have, or what dangers might still lurk about his feet, he became a hard and suspicious despot. He fortified Minicia to have a post on the shore from which he might at any hour flee overseas, and he began to turn his eyes towards Persia, where a new power had begun to cast its shadow over the Hellenic world. Then many Athenians came to hate him and longed to shake off the reins of tyranny, and they began to cherish the memory of Harmodius and Aristogiton as tyrant-slayers. The overthrow of the tyranny was chiefly brought about by the Alcmaeonids, who desired to return to Athens, and could not win their desire so long as the Pisistratids were in power. They had taken care to cultivate an intimacy with the priesthood of Delphi, which they now turned to account. The old sanctuary of Apollo had been burned down by a mischance, and it was resolved to build a new temple at an enormous cost. [Footnote: 300 talents, perhaps £100,000, which, in those days when money was scarce and the fortunes of the richest were small, would correspond to 6 or 7 times as much nowadays. End of footnote. A Pan-Hellenic subscription was organized, and by this means about a quarter of the needed money was raised. The rest was defrayed from the resources of Delphi. The Alcmaeonids undertook the contract for the work, and the story went that a frontage of Parian marble was added at their own expense, porous stone having been specified in the agreement. The temple was not unworthy of the greatest shrine of Hellas. An Athenian poet has sung of the glancing light of the 2 fair faces, of the pillared house of Loxias, and has vividly described sculptured metopes with heroes destroying monsters, and a pediment with the gods quelling the giants. [Footnote: Euripides in the Ion, line 185 et sequentes. End of footnote.] It must have been about the time when the new temple was approaching its completion, or soon after, that to the holy buildings of Delphi was added one of the richest of all. The islanders of Sifnos spent some of the wealth which they dug out of their gold mines in making themselves a treasury at the mid-centre of the earth, and its remains, recently recovered, show us the richness of its decoration. Perhaps this building marks the height of Sifnian prosperity. Before 100 years had passed, their supply of precious metal was withdrawn. Their miners had got below the sea level, and the water filtering in cut them off from the sources of their wealth. Large sums of money passed through the hands of the Alcmaeonids during the building of the temple, and their enemies said that this enabled them to hire mercenaries for their design on Attica. Their first attempt was a failure. They and other exiles seized Leipsidrion, a strong position on a spur of Mount Parnes, looking down on Paeanidi and Acani, but they were too few to take the field by themselves, and the people had no desire to drive out the tyrant for the sake of setting up an oligarchy of nobles. They were soon forced to abandon their fortress and leave Attica. Convinced that they could only accomplish their schemes by foreign help, they used their influence with the Delphic oracle to put pressure on Sparta. Accordingly, whenever the Spartans sent to consult the god, the response always was, "First free Athens." It has already been said that the Pisistratids cultivated the friendship of Sparta, and after his brother's murder Hippias was more anxious than ever not to break with her. But the diplomacy of the Alcmaeonids, of whose clan Cleisthenes, son of Megacles, was at this time head, supported as it was by the influence of Delphi, finally prevailed, and the Spartans consented to force freedom upon Athens. Perhaps they thought the dealings of Hippias with Persia suspicious. He had married his daughter Archidice to a son of the tyrant of Lampsacus, who was known to have influence at the Persian court. A first expedition of the Spartans under Anchimolius was utterly routed with the help of a body of Thessalian cavalry. But a second, led by King Cleomenes, defeated the Thessalians, and Hippias was blockaded in the Acropolis. When his children, whom he was sending secretly into safety abroad, fell into the hands of his enemies, he capitulated, and, on condition that they were given back, undertook to leave Attica within 5 days. He and all his house departed to Sigeum, and a pillar was set up on the Acropolis recording the sentence which condemned the Pisistratids to perpetual disfranchisement, atimia. Thus the tyrants had fallen, and with the aid of Sparta Athens was free. It was not surprising that when she came to value her liberty she loved to turn away from the circumstances in which it was actually won, and linger over the romantic attempt of Harmodius and Aristogiton, which might be considered at least the prelude to the fall of Hippias. A drinking song, breathing the spirit of liberty, celebrated the two friends who slew the tyrant. Harmodius and Aristogiton became household words. A skilful sculptor, Antenor, wrought a commemorative group of the two tyrant slayers, and it was set up not very many years later above the marketplace. The Athenian Republic had to pay, indeed, something for its deliverance. It was obliged to enter into the Peloponnesian League, of which Sparta was the head, and thus Sparta acquired a certain right of interference in the affairs of Athens. This new obligation was destined to lead soon to another struggle. End of Chapter 5, Part 4. Chapter 5, Part 5. King Cleomenes and the Second Spartan Intervention. It is necessary here to digress for a moment to tell of the strange manner of the birth of King Cleomenes, who liberated Athens. His father, King Anaxandridas, was wedded to his niece, but she had no children. The Ephors, heedful that the royal family of the Agids should not die out, urged him to put her away, and when he gainsaid, they insisted that he should take a second wife into his house. This he did, and Cleomenes was born. But soon afterwards his first wife, hitherto childless, bore a son, who was named Dorius. When the old king died, it was ruled that Cleomenes as the eldest should succeed, and Dorius, who had looked forward to the kingship, was forced to leave Sparta. He went forth to seek his fortune in lands beyond the sea. Having attempted to plant a settlement in Libya, he led an expedition of adventure to the west. He took part in a war of Croton with Sybaris, and then fared to Sicily, with the design of founding a new city in the south-west country, yet he did not bring his purpose to pass, for he fell in a battle against the Carthaginians and their Elymian allies. It must also be told that after the birth of Dorius his mother brought Anaxandridas 2 other sons, Leonidas and Cleombrotus, both of whom we shall meet hereafter. After the expulsion of the tyrant, the Athenians had to deal with the political problems whose solution 50 years before had been postponed by the tyranny. The main problem was to modify the constitution of Solon in such a way as to render it practicable. The old evils which had hindered the realization of Solon's democracy reared their heads again as soon as Hippias had been driven out and the Spartans had departed. The strife of factions led by noble and influential families broke out, and the coast and plain seem to have risen again in the parties of the Alcmaeonid Cleisthenes and his rival Isagoras. As Cleisthenes had been the most active promoter of the revolution, Isagoras was naturally supported by the secret adherents of the tyrant's house. The struggle at first turned in favour of Isagoras, who was elected to the chief magistracy, but it was only for a moment. Cleisthenes won the upper hand by enlisting on his side superior numbers. He rallied to his cause a host of poor men who were outside the pale of citizenship by promising to make them citizens. Thus the victory of Cleisthenes, and the victory of Cleisthenes was the victory of reform, was won by the threat of physical force. And in the year of his rival's archonship he introduced new democratic measures of law. Isagoras was so far outnumbered that he had no recourse but appeal to Sparta. At his instance the Lacedaemonians, who looked with disfavour on democracy, demanded that the Alcmaeonids, as a clan under a curse, should be expelled from Attica, and Cleisthenes, without attempting resistance, left the country. But this was not enough. King Cleomenes entered Attica for the second time. He expelled 700 families pointed out by Isagoras, and attempted to dissolve the new constitution and to set up an oligarchy. But the whole people rose in arms. Cleomenes, who had only a small band of soldiers with him, was blockaded with Isagoras in the Acropolis, and was forced to capitulate on the third day, in spite of his Spartan spirit. [Footnote: Homos Laconicon Pneon. Aristophanes, Lysistrata, line 276. End of footnote. Cleisthenes could now return with all the other exiles and complete his work. The event was a check for Lacedaemon. It was the first, but it was not the last, time that Athenian oligarchs sought Spartan intervention, and Spartan men-at-arms held the hill of Athena. End of Chapter 5, Part 5. Recording by Graham Redman.
Chapter 5, Part 6 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 5, Part 6. The Reform of Cleisthenes. Solon created the institutions and constructed the machinery of the Athenian democracy. We have seen why this machinery would not work. The fatal obstacle to its success was the political strength of the clans, and Solon, by retaining the old Ionic tribes, had therewith retained the clan organization as a base of its constitution. In order therefore to make a democracy a reality, it was indispensable to deprive the clans of political significance and substitute a new organization. Another grave evil during the past century had been the growth of local parties. Attica had been split up into political sections. The memorable achievement of Cleisthenes was the invention of a totally new organization, a truly brilliant, and, as the event proved, practical scheme, which did away with the Ionic tribes, abolished the political influence of the phratries and clans, and superseded the system of the nocraries, thus removing the danger of the undue preponderance of social influence or local parties, and securing to the whole body of citizens a decisive and permanent part in the conduct of public affairs. Taking the map of Attica as he found it, consisting of between 100 and 200 demes, or small districts, Cleisthenes distinguished three regions: the region of the city, the region of the coast, and the inland. In each of these regions he divided the demes into 10 groups called trites, so that there were 30 such trites in all, and each tritus was named after the chief deme which was included in it. Out of the 30 trites he then formed 10 groups of 3, in such a way that no group contained 2 trites from the same region. Each of these groups constituted a tribe, and the citizens of all the demes contained in its 3 trites were fellow tribesmen. Thus Kaidathenion, a treatise of the city region, was combined with Paeania, a treatise of the inland, and Marinus, a treatise of the coast, to form the tribe of Pandionis. The 10 new tribes thus obtained were called after eponymous heroes chosen by the Delphic priestess. [Footnote: Names of the 10 tribes: Erechtheus, Ageas, Pandionis, Leontis, Acamantis, Aeneas, Cecropus, Hippothontus, Aeantus, Antiochus.] End of footnote. The heroes had their priests and sanctuaries, and their statues stood in front of the senate houses in the agora. Both the tribes and the demes were corporations with officers, assemblies, and corporate property. The demarch, or president of the deme, kept the burgess list of the place, in which was solemnly entered the name of each citizen when he reached the age of 17. The organization of the army depended on the tribes, each of which contributed a regiment of hoplites and a squadron of horse. The tritus had no independent constitution of this kind, no corporate existence, and consequently it appears little in official documents. But it was the scarce visible pivot on which the Cleisthenic system revolved, the link between the demes and the tribes. By its means a number of groups of people in various parts of Attica, without community of local interest, were brought together at Athens, and had to act in common. The old parties of plain, hill, and coast were thus done away with. There was no longer a means of local political action. Thus an organization created for a purely political purpose was substituted for an organization which was originally social and had been adapted to political needs. The 10 new tribes, based on artificial geography, took the place of the 4 old tribes, based on birth. The incorporate tritus, which had no independent existence, but merely represented the relation between the tribe and the deme, took the place of the independent and active phratry, and the deme, a local unit, replaced the social unit of the clan. This scheme of Cleisthenes, with the artificial trites and the artificially formed tribe, might seem almost too artificial to last. The secret of its permanence lay in the fact that the demes, the units on which it was built up, were natural divisions, which he did not attempt to reduce to a round number. It must have taken some time to bring this reform into full working order. The first list of demesmen on the new system decided the deme of all their descendants. A man might change his home and reside in another deme, but he still remained a member of the deme to which he originally belonged. Henceforward, in official documents, men were distinguished by their demes instead of, as heretofore, by their fathers' names. [Footnote: At a later period it became customary to give the father's name as well as the deme. End footnote. All Attica was included in this system, except Eleutherae and Oropus on the frontier, which were treated as subject districts and belonged to no tribe. The political purpose and significance of this reorganization, which entitles its author to be called the second founder of the democracy, lay in its connection with the reformed council. As the existing council of 400 had been based on the 4 Ionic tribes, Cleisthenes devised a council of 500 based on his 10 new tribes. Each tribe contributed 50 members, of which each deme returned a fixed number according to its size. They were probably appointed by a lot from a number of candidates chosen by each deme, but the preliminary election was afterwards abolished, and 40 years later they were appointed entirely by lot. All those on whom the lot fell were proved, as to the integrity of their private and public life, by the outgoing council, which had the right of rejecting the unfit. They took an oath when they entered upon office that they would advise what is best for the city, and they were responsible for their acts when they laid it down. This council, in which every part of Attica was represented, was the supreme administrative authority in the state. In conjunction with the various magistrates, it managed most of the public affairs. An effective control was exerted on the archons and the other magistrates, who were obliged to present reports to the council and receive the council's orders. All the finances of the state were practically in its hands, and 10 new finance officers called apodectai, one from each tribe, acted under its direction. It seems, moreover, from the very first to have been invested with judicial powers in matters concerning the public finance, and with the right of fining officials. Further, the council acted as a ministry of public works, and even as a ministry of war. It may also be regarded as the ministry of foreign affairs, for it conducted negotiations with foreign states and received their envoys. It had no powers of declaring war or concluding a treaty. These powers resided solely in the sovereign assembly. But the council was not only an administrative body, it was a deliberative assembly, and had the initiative in all law-making. No proposal could come before the ecclesia unless it had already been proposed and considered in the council. Every law passed in the ecclesia was first sent down from the council in the form of a probuloma, and on receiving a majority of votes in the ecclesia, became a psephisma. Again, the council had some general as well as some special judicial functions. It formed a court before which impeachments could be brought, as well as before the assembly, and in these cases it could either pass sentence itself or hand them over to another court. It is obvious that the administrative duties could not conveniently be conducted by a body of 500 constantly sitting. Accordingly, the year of 360 days was divided into 10 parts, and the councillors of each tribe took it in turn to act as a committee for carrying on public business during a tenth of the year. In this capacity, as members of the acting committee of 50, the councillors were called prytanes, or presidents. The tribe to which they belonged was said to be the presiding, and the divisions of this artificial year were called prytanies. It was incumbent on the chairman, along with one tritus of the committee, to live permanently during his prytany in the tholos, a round building, where the presidents met and dined at the public expense. The tholos, or skias, was on the south side of the agora, close to the council hall. The old prytanion still remained in use as the office of the archon and the hearth of the city. Cleisthenes invented an ingenious arrangement for bringing his official year into general harmony with the civil year, so that the beginning of the one should not diverge too far from the beginning of the other. The civil year was supposed to begin as nearly as possible to the first new moon after the summer solstice, and the difference between the lunar 12-month year and the solar revolution was provided for by a cycle of 8 years, in the first, third, and sixth of which additional months were intercalated. The ordinary year consisted of 354, the intercalated of 384 days. Cleisthenes, taking 360 as the number of days in his official year, was also obliged to intercalate, but not so often. He adopted a cycle of 5 years, and once in each cycle an intercalary month of 30 days was introduced. But this month was not always inserted in the same year of the cycle. It was here that Cleisthenes brought his quinquennial into line with the octennial system. The extraordinary official month was intercalated in the first year of the official cycle that coincided with an intercalary year of the civil cycle. The new institution of Cleisthenes began to work in 503–2 B.C., the first year of an octennial cycle. The first Cleisthenic year began on the 1st of Hecatombeon, the first month of the civil calendar. It would not begin on that day again till 40 years hence. Footnote: It is convenient to observe that the first year of a Cleisthenic quinquennium begins always in a year B.C. ending in 3 or 8, 503, 498, 493 B.C., etc. In opening the citizenship to a large number of people who had hitherto been excluded,
Cleisthenes was only progressing along the path of Solon. He seems to have retained the Solonian restrictions on eligibility for the higher offices of state. It is just possible that he may have set the knights, in this respect, on a level with the Pentacosiomednomini. But the two lower classes were still excluded from the archonship. The third class remained ineligible for another half-century. (Footnote: In the appointment of archons, the Solonian method had been discontinued above, page 195, and Cleisthenes does not seem to have reintroduced it.) But this conservatism of Cleisthenes might be easily misjudged. We must remember that since the days of Solon, time itself had been doing the work of a democratic reformer. The money value of 500 medimni was a much lower rating at the end than it had been at the beginning of the 6th century. Trade had increased, and people had grown richer. The new tribes of Cleisthenes led to a change in the military organization. Each of the 10 tribes was required to supply a regiment of hoplites and a squadron of horsemen, and the hoplites were commanded by 10 generals, whom the people elected from each tribe. (Footnote: The office of strategos, as commander of a taxis, was much older, but the institution of the 10 strategoi (501 B.C.) was a consequence of the reforms of Cleisthenes.) The office of general was destined hereafter to become the most important in the state, but at first he was merely the commander of the tribal regiment. The Athenian council, instituted by Cleisthenes, shows that the Greek statesmen understood the principle of representative government. That council is an excellent example of representation with a careful distribution of seats according to the size of the electorates, and it was practically the governing body of the state. But though Greek statesmen understood the principle, they always hesitated to entrust to a representative assembly sovereign powers of legislation. The reason mainly lay in the fact that, owing to the small size of the city-state, an assembly which every citizen who chose could attend was a practicable institution, and the fundamental principle that supreme legislative power is exercised by the people itself could be literally applied. But while we remember that the council could not legislate, although its co-operation was indispensable to the making of laws, we may say that its function will be misunderstood if it be either conceived as a sort of second chamber or compared to a body like the Roman Senate. It was a popular representative assembly, and from it were taken, though on a totally different principle, committees which performed in part the administrative functions of our government. It had a decisive influence on legislation, and here the influence of the council on the ecclesia must be rather compared to the influence of the government on our House of Commons. But the ratification given by the assembly to the proposals sent down by the council was often as purely formal as the ratification by the crown of bills passed in Parliament. Section 7. First victories of the democracy. The Athenian republic had now become a democracy in the fullest sense, and the new government was hardly established before it was called upon to prove its capacity. King Cleomenes, who was the greatest man in Greece at the time, could not rest without attempting to avenge the humiliation which he had recently endured at the hands of the Athenian people. The man who had pulled down one tyrant now proposed to set up another. Isagoras, who had hitherto aimed at establishing an oligarchy, now, it would seem, came forward as an aspirant to the tyrannus. Cleomenes arranged with the Boeotians and the Chalcidians a joint attack upon Attica. While the Lacedaemonians and their allies invaded from the south, the Boeotians were to come down from the Mount Cithaeron, and the men of Chalcis were to cross the Euripus, and the land was to be assailed on 3 sides at the same moment. The Peloponnesian host under the 2 kings, Cleomenes and Demaratus, passed the isthmus and occupied Eleusis, and the Athenians marched to the Eleusinian plain. But the peril on this side passed away without a blow. The Corinthians, on second thoughts, disapproved of the expedition as unjust, and returned to Corinth. At this time Aegina was the most formidable commercial rival of Corinth, and it therefore suited Corinthian interests to encourage the rising power of Aegina's enemy. This action of the Corinthians disconcerted the whole army, and the situation was aggravated by the discord between the Spartan leaders Cleomenes and Demaratus. In the end the army broke up, and there was nothing left for Cleomenes but to return home. His attempt to thrust a tyranny had been as unsuccessful as his previous attempt to thrust an oligarchy upon Athens. For the second time the Athenian democracy had been saved from Spartan coercion. 100 years hence, indeed, that coercion was to befall her. Cleomenes is the forerunner of Lysander, who will amply avenge him. The Theban leaders of Boeotia had readily concurred in the Spartan plan, for they had a recent cause of offence against Athens. The town of Plataea, on the Boeotian slope of Mount Cithaeron, was determined to retain her independence and hold aloof from the Boeotian League, which was under the supremacy of Thebes. The Plataeans applied in the first instance to Sparta, but as Sparta was unwilling to interfere, they sought and obtained the help of Athens. This was the beginning of a long friendship between Athens and Plataea, based on mutual interest. Plataea depended on the support of Athens to maintain her independence in Boeotia, while it suited Athens to have a small friendly power on the other side of Cithaeron, a sort of watch-tower against Thebes. The Athenians went to the protection of Plataea, but the threatened conflict was averted by the intervention of Corinth. The Corinthian arbitration ruled that Boeotian cities which did not wish to join the league must not be coerced. But as they were departing, the Athenians were treacherously attacked by the Thebans, and, winning a victory, they fixed the river Asopus as the southern boundary of the territory of Thebes. The Athenians acquired, by this expedition, a post in Boeotia herself, the town of Hysiae, on the northern slope of Cithaeron. On the approach of the Peloponnesian army, the Boeotians had seized Hysiae, and crossing the path of Cithaeron above it, had taken Ono, on the upper Attic slopes. When Cleomenes and the Peloponnesians retreated, the Athenian army marched northward to check the knights of Chalcis, who were ravaging the northern demes of Attica. The Boeotian forces then withdrew into their own land, and moved northwards too, in order to join the Chalcidians. But the Athenians, who must have been generalled by an able pole march, succeeded in encountering their two foes singly. They intercepted the Boeotians near the straits, and won a complete victory. Then they crossed the straits, for the Chalcidians had retired to their island, and fought another battle, no less decisive, with the horsemen of Chalcis. The defeat of the Chalcidians was so crushing that they were forced to cede Athens a large part of that rich Lelantine plain, whose possession in old days they had disputed so hotly with Eretria. But this was not all. A multitude of Chalcidians and Boeotians had been made prisoners. They were kept fettered in bitter bondage until their countrymen ransomed them at 2 minas a man. We cannot withhold our sympathy from the Athenian people if they dealt out hard measure to those whom the Spartan king had so unjustly stirred up against them. The gloomy iron chains in which they quenched the insolence of their foes were proudly preserved on the Acropolis, and with a tithe of the ransom they dedicated to Athena a bronze chariot. A portico commemorative of this victory was set up within the sanctuary of Delphi. The Athenians dedicated the portico with the arms and figureheads which they took from their foes. So runs the dedicatory inscription found in recent years on a step of the ruined building. It would appear from this that the Athenians captured and destroyed the ships of Chalcis. If the victory had been some 20 years later, Athens would have added them to her own fleet, but she had not yet come to discern that her true element was the sea. The democracy had not only brilliantly defended itself, but had won a new territory. The richest part of the Chalcidian plain was divided into lots among 2,000 Athenian citizens, who transported their homes to the fertile region beyond the straits, probably under the same conditions as the clerics of Salamis. These outsettlers retained all their rights as citizens; they remained members of their demes and tribes. The Salaminians were so near Athens that it was easier for them than for most of the inhabitants of Attica to attend a meeting of the ecclesia, and the plain of Chalcis was not farther than Sunium from Athens. And not only beyond the sea was new territory acquired, but on the borders of Attica itself. This at least is the only occasion to which we can well assign the annexation of the March district of Oropus, the land of the people who gave to the Hellenic race its European name. It had come under the sway of Eretria, had adopted the Eretrian dialect, which it was to retain throughout all future vicissitudes, and was the last part of Boeotia to be annexed by the Boeotian power of Thebes. This fertile little plain was destined to be a constant subject of discord between Boeotia and Athens, as it had before been a source of strife between Eretria and Boeotia, but it was now to remain subject to Athens for nearly 100 years. Subject to Athens, not Athenian. The men of Oropus, like the men of Eleutherae, never became Athenian citizens. End of Chapter 5, Part 7. Recording by Kalinda, in Raymond, New Hampshire, on November 14th, 2007.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Berry. Chapter 6, Part 1. While the Greeks were sailing their own seas and working out in their city-states the institutions of law and freedom, untroubled by any catastrophe beyond the shores of the Mediterranean, great despotic kingdoms were waxing and waning in the east. In the 7th century, the mighty empire of Assyria was verging to its end. The power destined to overthrow it had arisen. But the story of Assyria lies outside the story of Greece, since the Greeks, except in one outlying corner, came into no immediate contact with the lords of Nineveh. The Greeks, as well as the Phoenician communities of Cyprus, were involved in the fortunes of the Syrian coastland. When, in the last quarter of the 8th century, Sargon, under whose sceptre Assyria reached the summit of her power, had conquered the lands of the sea-coast, the Phoenicians and the Philistines, 7 kings who lived at a distance of 7 days in the middle of the Western Sea, trembled before him and offered their submission. They were the kings of Yatnan, as the Assyrians called Cyprus, and their act of fealty is recorded for us by Sargon himself on a pillar which he set up in a valley of the land of Yatnan. Among the monarchs who submitted there were doubtless Greeks as well as Phoenicians, and a generation later we had the names of 10 Cypriot kings who were subject to Esarhaddon and to Ashurbanipal. Ashurhaddon, the great conqueror who voluntarily abdicated his throne, and Ashurbanipal, the peace sovereign, whom the Greeks remembered as Sardanapalus. Among the names of the vassals whom inscriptions of these 2 kings enumerate are those of Eteandros of Paphos and Pelagoras of Kition. But if the story of Assyria touches only a remote fringe of the Hellenic world, it is otherwise with the story of those who destroyed the Assyrian Empire. The Medes and Persians, folks of Aryan speech like the Greeks, were marked out by destiny to be the adversaries of the Greeks throughout the 2 chief centuries of Grecian history. The land of Media lies east of Assyria. Its ancient history is shrouded in mist, but there are some reasons for guessing that in the 2nd millennium it was part of the great Aryan kingdom, which stretched far northeastwards over the plains of Bactria, peopled by the Iranian branch, as it is called, of the Aryan stock. The Iranians worshipped the same gods of heaven and light as the other folks of their kindred, but their sun worship developed into a very different shape from religion of Zeus. They regarded the element of fire with deeper reverence than other sun worshippers. They dreaded to pollute it by the touch of a dead body or the overflow of boiling water. Their land was full of temples with altars of perpetual fire. But the religion of the fire worshippers had been moulded into an almost philosophical form by their prophet Zoroaster, who, though his name is encompassed with legend, and it is uncertain when he lived, was assuredly a real man and not a creation of myth. He diffused among the Iranians the doctrine that the world is the perpetual scene of a deadly strife between the powers of light and darkness, between Ormuzd, the great lord, and Ahriman, the principle of evil. It was towards the end of the 8th century that the Medes rebelled against the yoke of Assyria. They were led by Deioces, and after a struggle Media gained her independence, and the deliverer was elected king by the free vote of his people. He had not only freed, but had united his countrymen, and he set the seal on the union of Media by building the great city of Ecbatana. His treasury and palace were in the centre of a fortress girdled by 7 walls, and he is said to have lived in this stronghold, withdrawn from the sight of his people, who would approach him only by written petitions. The first successor of Deioces had enough to do in resisting the efforts of Assyria to recover her power over Media, but presently a king arose who was strong enough to extend his sway beyond the borders of his own land. Phraortes conquered the hilly land of Persia in the south, and thus a large Aryan realm was formed stretching from the Caspian to the Persian Gulf, east of Assyria and Babylonia. The next step was to conquer Assyria itself, and Cyaxares, the successor of Phraortes, prepared for the enterprise by a new organization of the Median army. It was no hopeless task, for the Assyrian Empire had been breaking up. Egypt had thrown off the yoke of the kings of Nineveh, and Nabopolassar had just risen to do for Babylonia what Deioces had done for Media. Nabopolassar and Cyaxares joined hands, and the united forces of Media and Babylonia defeated the Assyrian army. The conquerors divided the empire. The southwestern portion up to the borders of Egypt went to Babylonia. Assyria itself and the land stretching westward into Asia Minor were annexed to Media. The restored kingdom of Babylonia, under Nebuchadnezzar, the successor of its founder, rose into wonderful fame and brilliance. He drove the Egyptians out of Syria, smiting them in the great battle of Carchemish. He stormed Jerusalem and carried the Jews into captivity. He made Tyre on its rock tremble, though he failed to take it. He invaded and overran Egypt. But more famous than in conquests abroad were his mighty works in his own land. He made Babylon the greatest city in the world, and the stray Greeks who visited it came back with amazing stories of the palaces and temples, and the hanging gardens, a terraced park which was constructed by Nebuchadnezzar. The report ascribed it to the mythical queen Semiramis. But the gigantic walls which girt the city were the mightiest monument of Nebuchadnezzar. Greek travellers said the circuit was more than 50 miles. It seems certain that few men have done more than this lord of Babylon to increase the sum of human misery. If we imagine the lives of countless thralls forced under the pitiless lash to spend their flesh and blood in unceasing and unsparing labour. Nebuchadnezzar went down to his grave full of honours after a long reign. He knew well on what side danger was to be feared for his kingdom. One of his works of fortification was a wall from the Tigris to the Euphrates, north of Babylon, to defend Babylonia against Media, her northern neighbour. The exploits of the great Babylonian king affected Greece little. The Greeks of Cyprus must have caught the echoes of the clash of arms at Carchemish. They must have been stirred by the tidings of the storming of Jerusalem, and excited by the siege of Tyre. But the changes which had befallen the East were brought nearer to the ken of Greece by the advance of Media. Saxares drew under his power the eastern parts of Asia Minor as far as the banks of Halys, and this river became the boundary between Media and Lydia. The conquest of Lydia was the next aim in the expansion of the Median power, and a pretext was found for declaring war. In the 6th year of the war, a battle was fought. But in the midst of the combat, the day was turned suddenly to night, and the darkening of the sun made such a deep impression on the minds of the combatants that they laid down their arms, and a peace was concluded. But the solar obscuration of this May day has another association which has a deeper interest for Europe than the warfare of the Lydian and Mede. It was the first eclipse of which European science foretold when it should betide. Thales of Miletus, the father of Greek and therefore of European philosophy and science, had studied astronomy in Egypt, and he was able to warn the Ionians that before such a year had passed, his law could not tell the day or the hour, the sun would be darkened. Thales was not only the first man of science, he was also the first philosopher. Science and philosophy were not yet separated. If he looks over the ages of Copernicus, Newton, and Laplace, he looks likewise to Descartes, Berkeley, and Kant. He sought for a common substance, a single principle which should explain the variety of nature, and reduce the world to unity and system. It is a small matter that he found this principle in water. It is his eternal merit to have sought it. The Lydian king Aleates wedded his daughter to Astyages, who succeeded to the throne of Media, and the kingdom of Lydia was saved for a generation to enjoy the most brilliant period of its history. When Lydia recovered from the Cimmerian invasion, King Ardys renewed the efforts of Gyges to reduce the Greek cities of the coast. His chief success seems to have been the capture of Priene. His successors, Sadiates and Aleates, carried on a wary war against Miletus. They harried the Milesian territory every year, destroying the corn crops, and defeated the Milesians in 2 battles, but the strong walls of the coast city defied them, as they had no fleet. At length Aleates made peace with Miletus. Possibly it was the outbreak of the war with Media that forced him to this step. At all events, he seemed to have behaved liberally to his foes. He built 2 temples to Athena, in the place of one which had been burned down when he was devastating the Milesian land. This act of reparation was quite in accordance with the reverence for the gods of Greece, which the Lydian monarchs invariably displayed. The story is that when Aleates fell ill, and consulted Apollo at Delphi, the oracle enjoined him to restore the temple. Ionian Miletus was saved, but the famous Achaean city of Smyrna was not only captured but destroyed, and in this volume its name will occur no more. Aleates also conquered Bithynia, and drove out the remnant of the Cimmerians out of Asia. He might think that Lydia would now take rank with one of the great monarchies of the south or the east, and he built himself an enormous sepulchre, an earth mound on stone foundations, which in size at least might match the monuments of Egyptian or Babylonian kings. It was reserved for Croesus, the son of Aliates, to carry out fully the design of subjugating the cities of eastern Greece. He attacked and subdued the cities, Ionian and Aeolian, one after another, all except Miletus, whose treaty with his father he respected, while Miletus on her part saved her freedom by withholding all help from her sister cities. The Dorian states of Caria also forced to submit, and the empire of Croesus extended from the Halys to the Aegean. We saw before that Lydia exercised a distinct influence on the Greeks of Asia, but perhaps their influence upon her was even greater. The Greek language spread in Lydia, and we may well suspect that it was heard in Sardis as much as the native idiom. The Greek gods were revered, the Greek oracles were appealed to. The kings were benefactors of Hellenic sanctuaries. In the new temple of Artemis, which arose at Ephesus during his reign, Croesus was the donor of the sculptured reliefs which encircled the Ionic pillars, and fragments of the 3 words which recorded the gift, dedicated by King Croesus, can still be read on the bases of the columns. Hence the Greeks never regarded the Lydians as utter barbarians, and they always cherished a curious indulgence and sympathy for Croesus, though he had enslaved and ruled as despot the cities of Asiatic Hellas. The court of Sardis was, in truth, more oriental than Hellenic, not only in wealth and luxury, but also in its customs, for instance polygamy, and the infliction of cruel punishments. Croesus carded alive a man who had opposed his succession to the throne. The Ionians had marvelled at the treasures of the golden Gyges, but the untold wealth of Croesus became proverbial. It was furnished largely by the tributes of the Greek cities, as well as by the white gold of Pactolus, and the products of the mines of Pergamon. Croesus was the first to introduce, instead of the white gold money, a coinage of 2 metals, pure gold and silver, bearing to each other the fixed proportions of 3 to 40. There is no more striking proof of the political importance of the oracle of Delphi at this period than the golden offerings dedicated by Croesus, offerings richer than even the priestly avarice of the Delphians could have hoped for. Wealthy though the lord of Lydia was, genuine as was his faith in the inspiration of the oracle, he might hardly have sent such gifts if he had not wished to secure the political support of Apollo, and believed that Apollo's support was worth securing. His object was to naturalize himself as a member of the Greek world, to appear not as an outsider, but as an adopted son of Hellas, ruling over the Greeks whom he had subdued, and those whom he still hoped to subdue. Nothing would be more helpful than the good word of the Delphic oracle to compass such a reputation. Moreover, if one of the Asiatic cities contemplated rebellion, a discouraging reply from the oracle, which would assuredly be consulted, might stand the despot in good stead. Having extended his sway to the coast, Croesus conceived the idea of making Lydia a sea power and conquering the islands. It was a perfectly feasible plan, and it was not till unforeseen events had frustrated it that the islanders could have found much comfort in the epigram that a Lydian king sailing against them with a fleet would be like themselves advancing against Lydia with a host of cavalry. The tale afterwards shaped itself that one of the wise men of Greece, it mattered little whether he was alive at the time or not, used this witticism to dissuade Croesus from the enterprise. But Croesus was diverted from his western designs by something graver than an epigram. Events of great moment were happening in the east. His brother-in-law Astyages was hurled from the throne of Media by a hero, who was to become one of the world's mightiest conquerors. The usurper was Cyrus the Great, of the Persian family of the Achaemenids. The revolution signified indeed little more than a change of dynasty. The Persians and Medes were peoples of the same race and the same faith. The realm remained Iranian as before, but the Persians seemed to have been the noblest part of the Iranian race. Their bravery, temperance, and love of truth extorted the admiration of the Greeks. The fall of Astyages was an opportunity for the ambitious Lydian to turn his arms to the east. The restoration of his brother-in-law was indeed a sufficient plea, and he might have good cause to fear that if he were not the first to strike, the Persian usurper would soon advance to the conquest of Lesser Asia. But Croesus certainly cherished hopes of extending the Lydian power into the interior parts of Asia, if not of succeeding himself to the Median throne. In undertaking such an enterprise, he had to fear his Greek subjects, who might take advantage of his absence to throw off his yoke, and might even intrigue with the Persian. That the Greeks of Ionia had long been accustomed to regard Media as a resort against Lydia, and to intrigue with the Median kings, is shown by the word Medism. For if such intriguing had first come into fashion after the rise of Persia and the fall of Lydia, the names chosen to designate it would naturally have been Persism. The preparations of Croesus for an expedition to the east were welcome news to the lands of the Aegean. Desirous of probing the hidden events of the future, he consulted some of the oracles of Greece. There can be no question that the Delphic god gave him an answer which was meant to encourage him in his enterprise. It is said that the answer was that if he crossed the Halys, he would destroy a mighty empire. An answer which need not have been that which was actually given, but may have been circulated afterwards to justify the oracle when the expedition failed. But it is the policy of the oracle, not its methods of evasion, which has historical significance. The spirit of Delphi was favourable to Hellenic freedom, and it saw in the proposed expedition the probability of a long war with Persia, and a chance for the Eastern Greeks of retaining their independence. It did not foresee the complete conquest of Lydia and the subjection of the Greeks to a power which was utterly barbarian. The oracle took the occasion, however, to bring about a union between Croesus and the Lacedaemonians, by bidding him seek the aid of the most powerful state of Greece. An alliance was concluded, but led to nothing, and Lacedaemon sent no help. Croesus, at the head of an army, which included a force of Ionian Greeks, crossed the fateful Halys and invaded Cappadocia. He took the ancient city of Pteria, and in its neighbourhood fought an indecisive battle with the host of Medes and Persians which Cyrus had led against him. But the host of Cyrus seems to have been far superior in numbers, and Croesus retired before him into Lydia. Under the walls of the capital the invader won a decisive victory, and after a short siege Sardis was stormed and plundered. The life of Croesus was spared. Cyrus had given strict injunctions that he was on no account to be slain in the struggle of the capture, and the story went that a soldier, not recognizing him, was about to cut him down when the king's son, who had been dumb from birth, suddenly burst out into speech, "O man, slay not Croesus!" This was not the only tale which adorned the fall of the Lydian king. The capture of Sardis was an eventuality of which no one had seriously thought. So great had been the wealth and might of Croesus, so dizzy the height of his power, that none deemed his overthrow possible, and the sheer and sudden fall into nothingness made perhaps a deeper and more abiding impression on the imagination of Hellas than any other historical event. It was the most illustrious example that the Greeks had ever witnessed of their favourite doctrine, that the gods visit with jealousy men who enjoy too great prosperity. And the personality of Croesus himself crept into their sympathies, the admirer of Hellenic art and wisdom, the adorer of Hellenic gods, the generous giver out of his abundant wealth. Never more than for the memory of Croesus did Greece put forth the power of that genius which she possessed in such full measure, of weaving round an event of history tales which have a deep and touching import as lessons for the life of men. Cyrus built a great pyre, so the story is told by Herodotus, and placed thereon Croesus bound in chains, with 14 Lydian boys. And as Croesus was standing on the pile in this extreme pass, there came into his mind a word which Solon had sent to him, that no man could be called happy so long as he was alive. For the Athenian statesman had visited the court of Sardis in his travels. The art of the tale-weaver had no precise regard for the facts of time, and when he had seen the royal treasures and the greatness of the kingdom, Croesus asked him whom he deemed the happiest of men. Solon named some obscure Greeks who were dead, and when the king, unable to hide his wonder and vexation, exclaimed, "Is our royal fortune so poor, O Athenian stranger, that you set private men before me?" the wise Greek had discoursed on the uncertainty of life and the jealousy of the gods. Then Croesus, remembering this, groaned aloud, and called thrice on the name of Solon. But Cyrus heard him call, and bade the interpreters ask him on whom he was calling. For a while Croesus would not speak. Then he said, "One whom I would that all tyrants might meet and converse with." Pressed further, he named Solon the Athenian, and repeated the wise man's words. The pyre was already alight. But when Cyrus heard the answer of his prisoner, he reflected that he too was a man, and he commanded that the fire should be quenched and the victims set free. The flames were already blazing so strong and high that the men could not quench them. Then Croesus cried to Apollo for help. and the gods sent clouds into the clear sky, and a tempestuous shower of rain extinguished the fire. Such is the tale as we read it in the history of Herodotus, who may have heard it at Athens, but we can almost see the story in the making, for before the episode of Solon was woven in, the fate of Croesus had been wrought into a legend. The legend is related in a poem of Bacchylides. When the day of doom surprised the king, he would not abide to enjoy the bitterness of bondage, but he raised a pyre before the palace court, and sat him upon thereon with his wife and his weeping daughters. He bade the slippered thrall kindle the timber buildings. The maidens screamed, and stretched their arms to their mother. But as the might of the fire was springing through the wood, Zeus set a sable cloud above it, and quenched the yellow flame. Then Apollo bore the old man with his daughters to the land of the Hyperboreans, to be his abiding place, for his piety's sake, because his gifts to Pytho were greater than all men's gifts. The moral of the tale clearly was, bring gifts to Delphi, and we can hardly doubt that it was originated under Delphic influence. But in the city of Solon, it was transformed by a touch of genius into one of the great stories of the world. As for Croesus, it is certain that his life was spared, and it is possible that he spent his remaining days in Media, unconscious that a mythical association with the famous Athenian lawgiver would be his best assured claim on the memory of future ages. End of Chapter 6, Part 1.
Chapter 6, Parts 2, 3, and 4 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury, Chapter 6, Part 2, The Persian Conquest of Asiatic Greece. The kingdom of Lydia had performed a certain function in the development of Greece. Besides the invention of coinage, which was its one great contribution to the civilization of mankind, besides the influence which its luxury and tyranny exercised on Ionia, the mere existence of the Lydian realm in its intermediate position between Greece and the East was of considerable importance as a bulwark against the great Oriental empires. It kept Greece from coming into direct contact with the empire of Assyria. It kept Greece for 60 years from coming into direct contact with the empire of Media. When the barrier is swept away, a new period is opened in Grecian history. The Greeks now stand face to face with the power of a monarch whose dominion stretches far away beyond the Euphrates, beyond the Tigris, into lands which are totally unknown to them. The Asiatic Greeks are now to exchange subjection to a lord of Sardis for subjection to a potentate who holds his court in a city so distant that the length of the journey is told by months. The distance of the centre from the extremities of the empire was of the utmost significance. The king was obliged to leave his conquests in Asia Minor to the government of his satraps, and the Greeks were unable to exercise any influence upon him, as they might have done if he had ruled from Sardis or some nearer capital. This was all the more unfortunate on account of another difference which distinguished the Persian from the Lydian kingdom. While the Lydians were outside the Aryan family, the Persians and Medes spoke a language of the same stock as that of the Greeks. It may be thought that if the Persians had come under Greek influence, Iranian history would have taken a different course. For the Persians were a people marked out to fall under the influence of others, and not to hew an independent path for themselves. In their own highlands, like the Spartans in the Laconian Vale, they might live unspotted from the world, a valiant, simple, and truthful race. But when they once went forth to conquer and to rule, it was their inevitable doom to be led captive by their captives, and to adopt the manners and ideals of more intellectual and original peoples. If Cyrus had transported the centre of his empire to the west, the Greeks might have been the teachers of their Persian speech-fellows. But such an idea would have occurred to no Mede or Persian. Consequently, the new Iranian kingdom fell under the relaxing influences of the corrupt Semitic civilizations of Babylonia and Assyria, and it had soon become a despotism so typically Oriental that it is hard to remember that the ruling peoples spoke a tongue akin to the Greek. Hence the struggle of 200 years, upon which we are now entering, between Greece and Persia, though strictly and literally it was a struggle between Aryan peoples, that is, of Aryan speech, assumes the larger character of strife between Europe and Asia, between East and West, between Aryan and non-Aryan, and takes its place as the first encounter in that still unclosed debate which has arrayed Europe successively against Babylonian, Phoenician, Saracen, and Turk. At the beginning of the campaign against Lydia, Cyrus had invited the Ionians who were in the army of Croesus to change sides. They had refused to Medize, not perhaps from loyalty to the rule of the Lydian, under which they chafed, but because they did not anticipate his utter overthrow, and therefore feared his vengeance. This refusal annoyed Cyrus, and when after the fall of Sardis the Greek cities made overtures to the conqueror, he declined to make any conditions. Only with Miletus, which had not been subject to Lydia and had stood aloof from the contest, did he conclude a sort of treaty like that in which Croesus had recognized her independence. The others prepared to defend themselves. Cyrus himself had greater projects which recalled him to the Far East, and he committed the lesser task of reducing the Asiatic Greeks to the lieutenants whom he left in Lydia. The want of unity among the Ionians was disastrous. They might meet in their Panionic assembly, but they seem to have been without the ability or the organization to carry out any plan of common action. The most powerful of all the states, Miletus, had gone her own path and stood quite apart. One of her citizens, Thales, the astronomer and philosopher, whom we have met before, is said to have ventured himself into the speculations of political as well as of celestial science. He saw the weakness of Ionia in its disunion, and the futility of the loose league of the Panionian, and he made the remarkable proposal that Ionia should form itself into an united nation, with one hall of council as well as one place of assembly, each city surrendering her sovereignty and becoming merely a town or deme of the state, and he suggested Chios as the fitting place for the capital. The idea, whether it was put forward by Thales or not, was assuredly suggested by the political development of Attica, the mother country of the Ionians. It was an idea which the proposer can hardly have hoped to persuade the Ionians to adopt, but it had its value as a comment on the disunion of the Greeks in the one part of Greece where, above all others, there was needed a closer unity and a solid, serried front to resist the aggression of the great barbarian powers. Another proposal, which was made in one of the ineffectual meetings of the Panionian, receives the approval of the historian Herodotus. Bias, a statesman of Priene, advised all the Ionians to sail forth together to the west, to the great island of Sardinia, and there found an Ionian city-state, and live happy and free. This proposal illustrates the terror and despair of Ionia at the prospect of Persian rule. Disunited, the Asiatic Greeks were an easy prey. Harpagus, the general of Cyrus, reduced them one after another. Tribute was imposed upon them, and the burden of serving in the Persian armies when such service was required, but no restrictions were placed upon the freedom of their commerce. To the inhabitants of two cities, exile seemed more endurable than this new slavery, and they acted in the spirit of Bias. The people of Phocea, or the more part of them, embarked in their penteconters and sailed to the island of Corsica, where their own settlement of Eulalia received them. The Chians did likewise, but found a nearer home on the coast of Thrace, where they founded Abdera. One common effort, indeed, the Aeolians and Ionians made for their defence. They made a common appeal to the most powerful state in the mother country. They sent an embassy to Lacedaemon, but the Spartans, whose horizon was bounded by the Peloponnesus, did as little for them as they had done for Croesus. Sparta had the curiosity, however, to send a ship to Ionia to spy out the condition of the country and the power of Cyrus. The story is that one of her reconnoitrers went up to Sardis, and standing before the Persian king forbade him to work harm to any Greek community, since the Lacedaemonians will not permit it. The anecdote was doubtless invented by those who like to jest at the expense of Sparta, but if Cyrus might well ask, "Who are the Lacedaemonians?" his successors learned the answer to their cost. The conqueror of Lydia returned to the east to subdue the mightier power of Babylon. The conquest occupied some years, then the greatest city on earth was taken, and Cyrus took to himself the title of King of Babel, Sumer, and Akkad, and of the 4 quarters of the world, thus formally entering into the Babylonian inheritance. The dominion of Cyrus the Great extended in the east over Armenia and Hyrcania, Parthia and Bactria, and into the midst of Afghanistan, from the coasts of the Aegean to the banks of the Jaxartes. But his conquests lie outside our history. His last enterprise was the subjugation of the Massagetae, a Scythian folk near the Aral lake, and one story says that he was slain in battle against them, and that the savage queen placed his head in a basin of blood. All we know with certainty is that his body was buried in Persia, and 200 years hence we shall visit his tomb at Pasargadae in the company of a conqueror who was mightier even than he. End of chapter 6, part 2. Chapter 6, part 3. Persian conquest of Egypt. Polycrates of Samos. The subjugation of Lydia and the Greek seaboard carried the borders of the Iranian Empire under its new dynasty farther westward than the Assyrian conquest had ever reached. 2 lords of Sardis had indeed acknowledged the overlordship of the kings of Nineveh, but that relation had been of brief duration and slight significance, and Lydia can hardly be said to have ever formed a part of the Assyrian dominion. In subduing the Greeks of the coast, at all events, Cyrus broke entirely new ground. They had never paid submission in any shape to Assyria. But while he far outpassed the utmost limits of Assyria in some directions, he left unconquered the great kingdom of the south, which had once been part of the Assyrian Empire. But his son Cambyses repaired the omission. It was inevitable that the new lords of Syria should seek to bring Egypt under their subjection. We saw how Egypt, like Media itself and Babylonia, threw off the Assyrian yoke and entered upon a new period of national prosperity under enlightened rulers. King Amasis, who climbed the throne by a revolution, maintained his power by a bodyguard of Ionian and Carian mercenaries, like a Greek tyrant. An Egyptian writing tells us how he loved the strong wine of Celebi of Egypt. He built great temples to the Egyptian gods, like the pharaohs of old, but in his patronage of Greece he may be compared to Croesus. He sent gifts to the Greek sanctuaries, he subscribed generously to the rebuilding of the temple at Delphi, he married a Greek princess of Cyrene. Under him Naucratis rose to the rank of a city, though the only city where Greeks were allowed to trade. He had extended his sway over the island of Cyprus when the power of Babylonia was declining, but the Cypriots threw off his yoke when Cyrus entered into the Babylonian heritage and made their submission to the Persian. Amasis trembled at the rise of the new power in the east, and he lived to witness with dismay the preparations of Cambyses. But he died a few months before the invasion, and the blow fell upon his son Psammetichus. A fierce battle near Pelusium delivered Egypt into the hands of the Persians. The conqueror led his army up the Nile, and perhaps he extended the southern frontier of the Egyptian kingdom on the side of Nubia. The Egyptians said that he planned the conquest of all Ethiopia and was compelled to return through want of provisions, so that his enterprise came to nothing. But the Egyptians hated Cambyses, who openly scoffed at their religion, and it is possible that they may have represented as an inglorious failure what was really a successful effort to secure the southern frontier. The conquest of Egypt, which became a Persian satrapy, led to the submission of Greek Cyrene, even as the conquest of Lydia had led to the subjection of the Greeks of the neighbouring coasts. Amasis and his son might have hoped, when the Persian danger threatened, that they could depend on the support of a powerful Greek friend, the lord of Samos. In that island, not long after the Persian conquest of Ionia, a certain Polycrates and his two brothers had established a joint tyranny over the state with the help of Lygdamis of Naxos. But Polycrates removed his brothers by death and banishment, and became sole tyrant. He organized a fleet of 100 Penteconters, and made Samos a strong power. As the Ionian mainland had fallen under Persian dominion, he had perhaps the strongest Greek sea power in the Aegean. His luxurious court was brightened by the presence of the Bacchic poet Anacreon. He completed the building of the great temple of Hera, but the most famous of his works was the aqueduct which supplied the city with water from a spring beyond a hill. The engineering skill of the Megarian architect Eupalinus, who perhaps also constructed the waterworks of Pisistratus at Athens, carried the duct through the hill by a tunnel. In all that he put his hand to, Polycrates prospered. He defied the power of Persia, he extended his influence over some of the Ionian cities under Persian sway, he hoped perhaps to become the lord of all Ionia. It was natural that he and Amasis of Egypt should form a close alliance based on the common interest of antagonism to Persia. But when the hour of peril came, when Cambyses moved upon Egypt, the Samian tyrant altered his policy. He felt that his navy was unequal to coping with the joint armaments of Phoenicia and Cyprus, and instead of coming to the aid of his old friend's son, he sent 40 ships to increase the fleet of the invader. These ships, however, never reached Egypt. The tyrant had manned them with those Samians whom he most suspected of hating himself and his tyranny, but his trick recoiled. At the island of Carpathus the crew took the resolve of sailing back to Samos and overthrowing the despot. Defeated in a battle, they sought the aid of Sparta, and their appeal was strongly backed by the Corinthians, whose trade probably suffered from the pirate ships of Polycrates. The Lacedaemonians sent an armament to besiege Samos. It was their first expedition to the east, and it was a failure. Despairing of taking the city, and repulsed in a conflict, they returned home. We cannot charge Polycrates with perfidy in espousing the cause of Persia against Egypt, since we are ignorant of his relations not only with Psammetichus, but with Amasis in the last years of that monarch's reign. We might indeed gather from the story of the ring of Polycrates that the alliance had ceased to exist, and that it was Amasis who had broken it off. Amasis, hearing of his friend's marvellous prosperity, never varied by a reverse, wrote him a letter, expressing misgivings at a good fortune so great and enduring that it could not fail to draw down the envy of heaven, and counselling Polycrates to cast away whatever possession it would give him the most pain to lose. Cast it away utterly, out of the world. Polycrates, taking the words to heart, manned a Penteconta, and having rowed out to sea, cast into the waves the most precious thing he had, an emerald ring engraved by the gem-cutter Theodorus. A few days later a fisherman came to his house and presented him with a huge fish. The ring was found inside it. Polycrates wrote to Amasis an account of what had happened, and Amasis, when he read the letter, discerned that it was impossible for any man to deliver another from that which was destined to befall him. Convinced, therefore, that Polycrates would come to no good end, and not wishing to have to grieve for a friend's misfortune, Amasis broke off the tie of guest friendship which bound them. The forecast of the Egyptian was fulfilled. Soon after his repulse of the Lacedaemonian attack, Polycrates fell into a trap laid for him by the Persian satrap of Sardis, and was seized and crucified. End of chapter 6, part 3. Chapter 6, part 4. Ionia under Darius. King Cambyses was recalled from Egypt by a rebellion. He had put to death, on suspicions of disloyalty, his brother Smerdis, to whom he had entrusted the regency of some of the eastern provinces, and a usurper had arisen, pretending to be the dead Smerdis, to whom he bore a remarkable likeness. Cambyses went in haste to crush the false Smerdis, but as he passed through Syria he found death by his own hand, as is related in a great writing on the rock of Behistun. The next heir to the Persian throne was a certain Hystaspes, who was satrap of Parthia, and had a son named Darius. But Hystaspes made no attempt to secure his right, and the false Smerdis established himself so firmly that, as Darius wrote afterwards in that famous inscription of the rock, no Persian nor Mede dared to oppose him. But Darius had different thoughts from his father, and conspiring with 6 nobles he killed the usurper and became king himself. In the first years of his reign his force and ability were proved in the task of quelling rebellions which broke out in almost all parts of the wide realm which Cyrus had put together. Elam, Babylonia, Media, Armenia revolted. A new false Smerdis arose. Babylon had to be twice besieged. Having established his power firmly and crushed all resistance, Darius recorded for future ages the hardly won successes of his first years in an inscription on the lofty rock of Behistun on the upper course of the river Coaspes. The writing is in the Persian, the Susic, and the Babylonian languages. By wedding Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus and widow of her brother Cambyses, Darius linked himself closely to the family of his predecessors. He proceeded to reorganize the administration of his dominion. He extended the system of satrapies or governments, and the whole realm was divided into 20 such satrapies. West of the Halys, the old kingdom of Lydia consisted of 3 provinces, but subject to 2 satraps. The Ionian and the Lydian under one governor who resided at Sardis, the Phrygian, which included the Greek cities of the Propontis, under a governor whose seat was at Deucalion. These satraps did not interfere in the local affairs of the Greek cities, which were ruled by despots, and the despots might do much as they pleased, so long as they paid tribute duly and furnished military contingents when required. The despots liked the Persian rule, which secured their power, and this explains the noteworthy fact that the Greeks of Asia Minor made no attempt to shake off the Persian yoke during the troubles which ushered in the reign of Darius. It is possible, too, that their condition under the rule of Cambyses was better than under Darius, for Darius is said to have instituted a fixed yearly tribute instead of irregular contributions. Commerce, however, was furthered by this king's monetary reforms, and by his improvement of the road system in Persia. He adopted the bimetallic coinage which Croesus had introduced in Lydia. The chief piece of Persian gold money was always known in Greece by the name daric. The royal road, by which the messengers between Susa and Sardis came and went, was divided into stages marked off by regular stations. Its length was over 1,500 miles, and the way was counted a 3 months' journey for a man on foot. A Greek who had to visit Susa would land at Ephesus and in 3 days reach Sardis. The road ran through the heart of Phrygia, by the tomb of Midas the Golden King, past Pessinus and Ancyra, and across the Halys to Pteria, the ancient Cappadocian city which Croesus took, then across the Halys again, southward to Mazaka and Comana, to cross the Taurus and reach the Euphrates at Samosata. Beyond the Euphrates it skirted the mountains which bound Mesopotamia on the north, passing Nisibis and reaching the Tigris at Nineveh, the ruined capital of Assyria. Beyond Arbela it went southeastward to the river Coaspes and Susa. A good and safe road, carefully maintained, brought Central Asia nearer to the Aegean, and helped to open the east to Western curiosity. The construction of the royal road must have had an incalculable effect in widening Greek ideas of geography. Its influence is shown by the importance which it assumed on the first Greek maps. Conceived as a straight line running east and west, it plays, on one of the maps which were used by Herodotus, practically the same part which is played in the modern atlas by the equator. The longitudes were determined by the conception that the Nile and the Danube, the 2 greatest rivers known within the range of the Greek world, were in the same meridian, the Danube being supposed to flow from north to south. This meridian line passed through Sinope. It was a principle of the early Greek geographers, who arose about the end of the 6th century in Ionia, that the features of the earth were symmetrically arranged. The attempt to apply mathematical principles to a small portion of the earth very imperfectly observed necessarily produced maps which to our fuller knowledge appear grotesque. But it would be hard to overestimate the intellectual activity of the Ionian investigators who made the new departure, Anaximander and Hecataeus, both citizens of Miletus. Anaximander constructed the first map,
and Hecataeus wrote a geography which served as a text to Anaximander's map. Hecataeus was himself a traveller. He composed the earliest guide-book to the wonders of Egypt, and he could supplement his own observations by second-hand material gathered, in the great centre of trade where his home was, from travellers and strangers. This development of geography in Ionia was certainly forwarded by the royal road, and so far the Persian conquest of eastern Greece was an advantage to European civilization. Europe owes so much to the Ionian intellects which at this period were breaking new paths of progress, that we may linger a moment longer over the movement of intellectual discovery before resuming the march of events. It was a movement of the most interesting kind, in which the instinct for speculation and the thirst for positive knowledge were closely united. For Anaximander, the first chartographer, map-making is only part of his wider work as a physical philosopher. Dissatisfied with the theory of Thales, who found the first principle of the universe in water, he sought it in a more general conception, which he designated, negatively, as the unlimited. Unlimited, that is, by qualities, and so capable of differentiation into all the kinds of definite matter which our senses perceive. Hecataeus is the founder of Greek history. He partly breaks with the old traditions and criticizes the Hesiodic school of theology. The heroes who appeared in legend as sons of the gods he regards as the bastard sons of women who, to shield their shame, ascribed the fatherhood to Zeus or Apollo. "The stories of the Greeks," he says, "are, in my opinion, manifold and absurd." Thus reason was asserting itself against authority in the religious sphere, and Hecataeus was one of the pioneers. But more effective than he in pressing the claims of reason was another Ionian, his contemporary Xenophanes of Colophon, and we shall have to consider the importance of his work in another connection. The remoteness of Susa from the Greek seas, and the homesickness of Greeks whom any chance transported to the far east, find an illustration in the curious story of the physician Democedes of Croton. This man's skill had earned high salaries as public physician at Aegina and Athens, and higher still in the service of Polycrates of Samos. He was carried off as a prisoner to Susa in consequence of a series of troubles which followed the death of that tyrant, and he was taken from his dungeon to try his craft for Darius, who had sprained a foot in the chase. His success gained him the king's favour, and there was nothing which he might not ask, except the one thing which he desired, permission to return to Greece. One day he was summoned by Queen Atossa, who was suffering from a tumour on the breast, and he made her swear that if he cured her, she would do what he asked. Acting by his directions, she stirred up the king to cherish the project of conquering the Greeks, and suggested that he should send spies under the conduct of Democedes to travel through Greece and bring back a report. These counsels of the daughter of Cyrus carried weight with Darius, according to the story, and the plan of Democedes succeeded. He promised to return to Susa, and Darius gave him rich presents for his kinsfolk. The Persians who accompanied him were privately charged to see that he did not escape. When they came to Taras, for the story assumes that Italiot Greece was included in the programme of the journey, the lord of that city arrested the Persians as spies, and kept them in prison until Democedes had time to escape to his native town. When the Persians were released, they followed him to Croton, but the Crotoniats refused to give him up. A Persian invasion of Italy was a contingency which they might reasonably risk.
Such is the strange story, blended of fact and fiction, which men told of the first Greek physician who practised at the court of Susa. He was not the last. We shall meet hereafter a more famous leech, who did not yearn back to Greece, and wrote the history of his adopted country. End of Chapter 6, Part 4. Recording by Graham Redman. Chapter 6, Parts 5 and 6 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 6, Part 5. The European Expedition of Darius, Conquest of Thrace. Cyrus had conquered the eastern coasts of the Mediterranean. Cambyses had completed and secured that conquest on the south side by the subjection of Egypt. It remained for Darius to complete and secure his empire on the north side by the reduction of Thrace. The possession of the adjacent part of the European continent was of like importance to the lord of Asia Minor as the possession of the adjacent part of the African continent to the lord of Syria. Having spent 8 years in setting his house in order, Darius prepared for his European expedition. It seems probable that his original design was first to subdue the Thracian peoples as far as the Danube, so as to make that river the northern boundary of his empire, and secondly to extend his power westward over Macedonia. The Thracian race was warlike, and the country is mountainous, so that the Persian enterprise was serious and demanded large forces and careful precautions. The skill of a Samian architect named Mandrocles was employed to throw a bridge of boats across the Bosphorus north of Byzantium, and, when the Persian host had passed over, Darius ordered 2 pillars to be set up on the European side, inscribed with the names of the various peoples composing his army, in Greek and cuneiform characters. These pillars were seen by the historian Herodotus. And in the temple of Hera at Samos there was to be seen another monument of the crossing into Europe. Mandrocles spent a part of the reward which Darius gave him in setting up there a painting in which the bridge and the crossing over, with Darius seated in a prominent place, were portrayed. He inscribed on it 4 verses to this effect: "Having bridged the fishy Bosphorus, Mandrocles dedicated to Hera a memorial of his raft bridge. A crown he set upon his own head, and glory upon the men of Samos, for the work he wrought pleased King Darius." A large fleet was also furnished by the Greek subjects of Persia to sail along the Thracian coast of the Black Sea as far as the mouths of the Danube, and to support and co-operate with the army. The contingents of the various Greek cities were commanded by their despots, prominent among whom were Histiaeus of Miletus, Hippoclus of Lampsacus, and Miltiades of the Thracian Chersonesus. No details of the warfare in Thrace are preserved. We are told that many tribes submitted, and the Getae signalize their love of freedom by refusing to surrender it without a struggle. It seems probable, however, that the Thracians made some preparations to meet the invader. North of the Danube, in the lands which are now called Wallachia and Moldavia, between the Danube, the Carpathians, and the Prut, lived tribes which were allied in many respects to the tribes south of the river. The Greeks included these tribes under the general name of Scythian, which they applied to the whole series of peoples who dwelled between the Carpathians and the Caucasus. While the most easterly of that series approximated in language to the Persian, the most westerly approximated to the Thracian. Nothing was more natural than that the people south of the Danube, threatened by an Asiatic invasion, should have taken steps to gain help from their neighbours on the north to oppose the Persian advance. Such help would have been readily given, and Darius doubtless became aware before he reached the Danube that the hostility of the Scythian beyond the Danube, whose frozen waters invited them to cross in winter, might be a frequent trouble to Persian rule in Thrace. The Greek fleet sailed up the mouth of the river, and a bridge of boats was thrown across. Darius and his army marched over into Scythia. But both the king's purpose and what he did in this remote corner of the world are hidden in a cloud of legend. That he may have wished to make a hostile demonstration and strike terror into the restless neighbours of Thrace is probable, but it is not the whole explanation. We may rather suppose that the chief object of the diversion beyond the Danube was to lay hands upon the gold mines of Dacia, which was then the land of the Agathyrsi, and to secure a route of communication between that land and the mouth of the Danube. For three facts seem to emerge from the mist. The first is that the Agathyrsi were active in opposing the march of the Persians. The second, that he erected forts on a river named the Oarus, a name otherwise unknown, but evidently a tributary of the Danube. The third, that his communications with the fleet which awaited his return were for some time cut off, and the Greek commanders were tempted to sail away and leave him in the lurch. He afterwards showed his gratitude to them for the loyalty with which they supported him in this expedition. The fact is that it would have been entirely contrary to their own interests to inflict a blow on the power which maintained despotism in the Greek cities of Asia Minor. But their loyalty at this juncture was all the more precious to the Persian king when he found on returning through Thrace that Byzantium, Perinthus, and Chalcedon had revolted. These revolts forced him to avoid the Bosphorus. He marched to the Thracian Chersonese and crossed the Hellespont, but left behind him an army under Megabazus, which was ultimately to complete the conquest of Thrace and immediately to reduce the Greek cities along the northern coast of the Propontis and the Aegean. Megabazus established Persian dominion actually as far as the Strymon, and nominally even farther west, for the Paeonians between the Strymon and the Axius were conquered, and Macedonia acknowledged allegiance to the great king. The Persian dominion over the eastern part of the Balkan peninsula lasted for about 15 years, and it was increased by the acquisition of the islands of Lemnos and Imbros. The excursion of Darius beyond the Danube, so far as it was intended to make an impression on the Scythians, seems to have been effective. It is only when the Persian power is shaken by a Greek revolt, and Thrace herself is able to throw off the yoke, that we find Scythians overrunning Thrace, and even driving Miltiades out of the Chersonese. The European expedition of Darius had thus been a distinct success, which might fearlessly be set beside the Egyptian expedition of Cambyses. But it has come down to us in a very different and totally fabulous shape. It is represented as not primarily an expedition against Thrace, but as an attempt to execute the mad project of incorporating the Scythians of the steppes of southern Russia in the Persian Empire. In this story, which is told with all the art of Herodotus, Thrace appears merely as the way to Scythia, and the actual conquest of Thrace sinks into insignificance beside the ignominious failure of the Persian army to achieve the ultimate end of their wild enterprise, the conquest of Scythia. Darius, whose purpose is said to have been to take vengeance on the Scythians for their invasion of Media 100 years before, dispatches the Greek fleet to the Ister simply for the purpose of throwing a bridge of boats across the river. His first idea was to break down the bridge when he had passed over and send the ships home, but by the advice of a prudent Greek he changed his plan. He took a cord, in which he tied 60 knots, and said to the Greek captains, "Untie one of these knots every day, and remain here and guard the bridge till they are all untied. If I have not returned at the end of that time, sail home." The Greek historian Herodotus then conducts Darius with his vast host through the steppes of Scythia, as it were through fairyland, without any regard to the rivers which had to be crossed, the leagues which had to be traversed, the want of supplies. He carries him to regions beyond the Don, and transports the river Oaros, on which Darius built his forts, from the neighbourhood of the Danube to the neighbourhood of the Maeotic Sea, placing this imaginary march of the Persians in the midst of a poetical picture of the Scythian folks and the Scythian land. In returning to the Danube, the Persians found themselves in sore straits, chased and harassed by the barbarians, and meanwhile the 60 days had passed. The Ionians waited at the river beyond the ordained time, and presently a band of Scythians arrived, urging them to destroy the bridge, so that they might ensure the destruction of Darius and gain their own freedom. Miltiades, the tyrant of the Chersonese, strongly advocated the proposal of the Scythians, but the counter-arguments of Histiaeus of Miletus prevailed, for he pointed out that the power of the despots in the cities depended on the Persian domination. They pretended, however, to fall in with the Scythian proposal, and destroyed a part of the bridge on the northern side, so that the Scythians went their ways satisfied that the retreat of Darius would be cut off. A little later Darius arrived in the dark hours of the night, and was filled with terror when he could discover no bridge. An Egyptian with a loud voice shouted the name "Histiaeus" across the water, and Histiaeus, who was himself keeping guard, heard the cry, brought up his boats, and renewed the missing portion of the bridge. Thus Darius, after an ignominious retreat, was saved by the good offices of Histiaeus, whereas if the advice of Miltiades had been adopted, the subsequent Persian invasion of Greece might never have taken place. Thus Greek imagination, inspired by Greek prejudice, has changed a reasonable and successful enterprise into an insane and disastrous expedition, and the transmutation was so skilfully wrought that the fiction was taken for history until the other day. End of chapter 6, part 5. Chapter 6, part 6. The Ionic Revolt against Persia. The Persian conquest of Thrace and Macedonia was a step, though there is no reason for supposing it an intentional step, towards a Persian attempt to conquer Greece. The attempt on Greece was not made till more than 20 years later, and for the first 12 years after the return of Darius from Thrace, nothing occurred which seemed likely to bring on a great struggle between Asiatic autocracy and European freedom. Hippias, the banished tyrant of Athens, repaired to Sardis and tried to induce the satrap Artaphernes to aid him in recovering his power. Artaphernes went so far as to threaten the Athenians. Envoys from Sardis said at Athens, "Take back Hippias if you look for safety." But he did nothing to enforce his menace. It was in consequence of events in which Hippias had no part that the expedition of the Persians against Athens was at last undertaken. The condition of politics in the island of Naxos led indirectly to an insurrection of the subject Greeks against the Persian power, and the part which Athens and other Greek cities played in connection with this revolt was the proximate cause of the Persian expeditions against Greece. In return for services rendered during the Thracian expedition, Histiaeus of Miletus was rewarded by Darius with a boon of his own requesting. He asked for Myrsinus, a town with fertile land on the lower Strymon, near the place where the famous Amphipolis was to be built at a later date, where he desired to found a colony. He seems to have accompanied Megabazus in his western march, and he set to work to fortify the place at once. Myrsinus was in the neighbourhood of silver mines, and there was abundance of wood suitable for shipbuilding. The Persian general thought it would be impolitic to allow a Greek colony to be planted in such a position, and communicated his views to the king, who was still at Sardis. And Darius, sending for Histiaeus on the plea that he was a friend whose company was indispensable, carried him off to Susa with the full purpose of never allowing him to return to the Aegean. Thus the schemes of Histiaeus were cut short, and he spent 12 years in regrets at the court of Susa before he had an opportunity of resuming his connection with the politics of the Aegean. Miletus was governed by his son-in-law Aristagoras, a man whose ability fell short of his ambition, but famous in history as the originator of the revolt of the Ionian Greeks. To this man came a number of Naxian oligarchs, who had been expelled from their city by a democratic rising, begging for help to put down the people and gain possession of the populous and wealthy island. Aristagoras discerned in the request a means for his own aggrandizement, but without Persian assistance the enterprise did not seem feasible. He therefore went up to Sardis and unfolded to Artaphernes a project of reducing all the Cyclades, and then perhaps Euboea itself, a project of which the occupation of Naxos was to be the first step. Artaphernes readily entered into the plan. The consent of Darius was obtained, and 200 ships under the command of Megabates were placed at the disposal of the Milesian. There is little doubt that the enterprise would have been entirely successful but for a quarrel between Aristagoras and Megabates. The Persian admiral spitefully warned the Naxians of the approaching danger. The islanders made such effectual preparations that they stood a siege of 4 months, and, as there was then no likelihood of reducing the city, the fleet returned to Ionia. This failure was fatal to the prospects of Aristagoras. He had wasted Persian money, forfeited the confidence of Artaphernes, and made a powerful enemy in Megabates. He resolved to retrieve his fortunes by inciting a revolt of the Asiatic Greeks against the Persian power. The story was that his father-in-law, Histiaeus, weary of his long exile beyond the Tigris, instigated Aristagoras to this step by a secret message branded on the head of a faithful slave. This message is said to have reached Aristagoras just at the moment when he was meditating a rebellion, and to have decided him. The motive of Histiaeus in desiring the revolt is supposed to have been the conviction that Darius would send him down to Ionia to restore order, but the story sounds improbable. Histiaeus, detained at Susa because he was already deemed dangerous to Persian interests in the Aegean, would rather have had reason to fear that a revolt promoted by his son-in-law would prove fatal to his credit with Darius. It was a surprising thing that Darius was afterwards induced to send down such a near relative of Aristagoras, and we may suspect that the story that Histiaeus instigated the rebellion was suggested by his subsequent conduct, possibly even invented by himself. There were the seeds of revolt in Ionia which only needed kindling to burst into flame. It would be a superficial view to suppose that the rebellion was due to the ambition of Greek despots. On the contrary, its indispensable condition was the widespread hatred of a despotic constitution which smouldered in the cities, and the despotic constitutions were part of the Persian system. An ambitious despot was indeed the means of calling this feeling into action, but in order to do so he had first to cease to be a despot. The initial step in promoting the rebellion was to set up democracies in the Greek states and drive out the tyrants. Aristagoras himself resigned his position in Miletus, and in most cases the change seems to have been accomplished without the shedding of blood. Mitylene was an exception. There the tyrant had earned such deep hatred that he was stoned to death. The next step was to obtain help from free Greece against the Persian power. Aristagoras undertook the mission. He went first to Sparta, but the Spartans refused to send help to free Ionia from Persian oppression, even as they had before refused to aid her against Persian invasion. In later days a delightful story was told of his visit. He went to King Cleomenes and showed him a map of the earth graven on bronze, displaying the countries of the known world, the seas, and the rivers. Cleomenes had never seen a map before, and the plausible Ionian tried to convince him that Sparta ought to aspire to the conquest of the Persian Empire. Cleomenes was impressed, but deferred his reply till the third day, and then asked Aristagoras the distance from Ionia to Susa. 3 months, said Aristagoras off his guard, and he would have described the road, but the king cut him short with the command, "Begone from Sparta, Milesian stranger, before the sun sets." Aristagoras made yet another attempt. Entering the house of Cleomenes as a suppliant, he sought to bribe him. Beginning with 10 talents, he gradually raised his offers till he reached 50. Then Gorgo, the king's daughter, a child of 8 or 9 years, cried out, "Father, the stranger will corrupt you." And moved by her words, Cleomenes left the room. The Milesian stranger fared better at Athens and Eretria. Both these cities sent succour. Athens 20 ships. Ships, says Herodotus, with the solemnity due to the historical significance of the moment, which were the beginning of ills between Greeks and barbarians. The prospects of success seemed unfavourable to those who were acquainted with the vast resources of the Persian Empire. When Aristagoras consulted with the men of leading at Miletus, the geographer Hecataeus had tried to dissuade him. Seeing that Aristagoras and the others had made up their minds and disparaged his arguments, Hecataeus gave a second best counsel. "If you do revolt, seize the treasure of the temple of Apollo at Didyma, and become masters of the sea, for if you do not, the enemy will." But the advice was not taken. With his Athenian and Eretrian allies, Aristagoras marched up to Sardis and occupied the city, but they did not take the citadel. While they were there, a fire broke out, and the town was burned to the ground. The Greeks left the smoking ruins, and marched back to the coast, but near Ephesus they were met by a Persian force and defeated. The Athenians straightway returned home, and with this battle the part played by Athens in the Ionic revolt comes to an end. But the brief episode was to bring serious consequences upon her in the future. The burning of Sardis was important not so much for the course of the revolt itself, as for what the revolt was to lead to. It irrevocably compromised two states of European Greece in the eyes of Persia. The story is that Darius, being told that Athenians had helped to burn Sardis, asked, "The Athenians? Who are they?" He then called for a bow, and shooting an arrow into the air, invoked heaven, that it might be given to him to punish the Athenians. Moreover, he bade one of his slaves to say to him 3 times at dinner, "Sire, remember the Athenians." The story has no historical value, but it has artistic significance in the narrative of Herodotus. The historian, as has been well observed, marks, by the significant word and act, that he has entered on a new phase of his great subject, the strife between Greeks and barbarians. The revolt extended southwards to Caria and to Cyprus, northwards to the Propontis. In Cyprus all the cities except Amathus threw off the Persian yoke, but a Phoenician fleet was sent, and the island was recovered. The Hellespontine towns were also subdued. In Caria the insurgents, after suffering 2 serious defeats, succeeded in destroying a Persian army. But Aristagoras was a man of slight spirit, not meant by nature to be the leader of such a movement. Seeing that Persia prospered in dealing with the rebellion, he despaired of his cause, and fled to Marcinus in Thrace. It is said that he called a meeting of his adherents to decide what they should do and whither they should flee. In that assembly it was proposed to sail to the distant shores of Sardinia, and here again Hecataeus is related to have offered advice, which Aristagoras and his friends rejected, the establishment of a fortress in the neighbouring island of Leros, from which, if fortune favoured, they might easily return to Miletus. Aristagoras soon met his fate at the siege of a Thracian town. His death did not affect the course of the rebellion, in which he had played a sorry part. He has hardly left the stage when his father-in-law appears, but the role of Histiaeus is even less important than that of Aristagoras. This adventurer persuaded, or professed that he had persuaded, Darius to send him down to the coast by promising to suppress the insurrection before he changed his tunic, and to annex Sardinia to the dominion of the great king. This promise of Histiaeus, though it may not be true to fact, is thoroughly characteristic of the Greek adventurers of that time, deceiving themselves and others with speculations on the remote island of Sardinia. When he came down to Sardis, Histiaeus found that he was deeply suspected by the satrap Artaphernes, and feeling himself unsafe, he fled to Chios. There he embraced the cause of the rebels, asserting that he had instigated the revolt, and perhaps spreading the famous story of the message written on the slave's head. Having obtained some ships from Lesbos, he adopted the congenial business of piracy, occupying Byzantium and seizing the ships that attempted to pass the straits as long as the revolt lasted. In the end he was taken prisoner and crucified by Artaphernes. The main and decisive event of the war was the siege of Miletus, on which the Persians at length concentrated all their efforts. The town was blockaded by the squadron of 600 ships which had just reduced Cyprus. The Greek fleet was stationed off the island of Ladi. It is said to have numbered 353 ships, but they were ill disciplined, and the contingents were not united under a single command, nor animated by a common spirit. In the battle which ensued, the Lesbians and Samians deserted. The men of Chios fought splendidly, but they were too few. Miletus was then taken by storm, the men were slain, and the women and children sent up to Susa. The temple of Apollo at Didyma, one of the chief oracular sanctuaries of the Greek world, was surrendered by the Branchidae, its hereditary priests, and was burnt down. Some of the statues which adorned the sacred way leading to the temple have partially survived. They are of great interest to the student of sculpture, but one of them is of interest also to the historian. It is a statue of Ceres of Tychiussa, who was doubtless a tyrant set up in that city by Darius, and thus it is a monument of the Persian domination in Ionia. We may suspect that the burning of Apollo's shrine was not approved of by Darius himself. The respect which the King of Kings felt for the oracular god is attested in a letter of admonition which he addressed to a satrap of Ionia. The text of a Greek version of this letter is partly preserved on a stone, and records the remarkable testimony of the king that Apollo always told the truth to the Persians. The capture of Miletus was followed by the reduction of Caria, where the rebels had for a time prospered, and by the conquest of the islands. Presently the Phoenician navy appeared in the waters of the Hellespont, and the attempt of eastern Greece to regain her independence was completely crushed. Though the Athenians had withdrawn from the movement in Ionia at an early stage, the tidings of the fall of Miletus produced at Athens a deep feeling of disappointment and sympathy, which found expression some time afterwards in the punishment of Phrynichus, a tragic poet, who made the catastrophe of Miletus the theme of a drama. The Athenians fined him for having recalled to their minds their own misfortunes. But in the meantime there had been won for them, from the Persian, what was destined to become afterwards a lasting possession. Miltiades, the tyrant of the Chersonese, took no part in the revolt, but he availed himself of it to strike for his own hand, and to seize the isles of Lemnos and Imbros. When the revolt failed, feeling himself unsafe in the Chersonese, he fled to Athens. His son was captured by the Persians, but was kindly treated by Darius, and this proves that Miltiades in his earlier career had been on friendly terms with Persia. At Athens he professed that he had conquered Lemnos and Imbros for her, and, though these islands seem to have been reoccupied by the Persians for a time, they passed back under Athenian dominion. End of chapter 6, part 6. Recording by Graham Redman. Chapter 6, Part 7 of A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Redman. A History of Greece to the Death of Alexander the Great, Volume 1, by John Bagnell Bury. Chapter 6, Part 7. Second and Third European Expeditions of Darius. Battle of Marathon. Having suppressed the rebellion, Persia had three things to do. Greek Asia was to be reorganized, Persian Europe was to be reconquered, and those free Greek states which had made war on Persia and occupied Sardis were to be punished. Artaphernes caused the territories of the Ionian cities to be measured and surveyed, and regulated the tributes accordingly. It was also ordained that the cities should no longer have the right of making war upon one another. But there was more to be done. The revolt had taught Persia that the system of tyrannies did not answer, and it was now resolved to make an experiment of the opposite policy. The despots were abolished and democratic governments were set up. The world may well have been surprised to see the great despotism of all favouring the institution of democracy. It was a concession to the spirit of the Greeks, which reflects credit on the wisdom of Darius. The king's son-in-law, Mardonius, was sent to reassert Persian supremacy in Thrace and Macedonia, and through Macedonia he proposed to advance into Greece in order to punish the two cities which had helped the Ionian rebels. A fleet sailed along the coast and subdued the island of Thasos on its way. Thrace was reduced, and Macedonia, then under King Alexander, submitted, a submission which was to be avenged in distant days to come by a descendant and a namesake. But the Greek expedition could not be carried out, since a disaster had befallen the fleet, which was partly wrecked in a storm off the perilous promontory of Athos. Mardonius returned. He had lost many ships, but he had fulfilled the more important parts of his task. But Darius was sternly resolved that Athens and Eretria should not escape without chastisement. Their connection with the burning of Sardis had deeply incensed him. It seemed an insult which the great king's pride could not let pass unnoticed. Moreover, Hippias, the banished tyrant, was at the court of Susa, urging an expedition against the city which had cast him out. It was decided that the new expedition should not be sent by way of Thrace and Macedonia, but should move straight across the Aegean Sea. The cities of the Persian seaboard were commanded to equip warships and transports for cavalry, and heralds were sent to the chief cities of free Greece that were not at war with Persia, requiring the tokens of submission, earth and water. In most cases the tokens were given, and among others by Aegina, the enemy of Athens. The command of the army was entrusted to Datis and Artaphernes, a nephew of Darius, and they were accompanied by the aged tyrant Hippias, who hoped to rule once more over his native country. The armament, 600 galleys strong, according to Herodotus, setting sail from Samos, made first for Naxos, the island where Aristagoras had failed. The inhabitants abandoned the city and fled up into the hills, and the Persians burned the town. The sacred island of Delos was scrupulously spared, but soon after the Persians had departed, it was shaken by an earthquake, and the unwonted event was noted as a sign of coming troubles. Having sailed from isle to isle, subduing the Cyclades, the fleet went up the channel between Euboea and Attica, and, reducing Carystus by the way, reached the territory of Eretria. It is strange to find that Athens and Eretria had made no common preparations to meet a common danger. Eretria was severed from Attica only by a narrow water, and yet there was no joint action. Athens indeed directed the colonists whom she had settled in the territory of her dependency Chalcis to assist their Eretrian neighbours, but she sent no other help. We hear of sharp engagements outside the walls of the Euboean city, but within 7 days it was delivered over to the invaders by the treachery of some leading burghers. The flames which consumed the temples of Eretria were a small set-off against the flames of Sardis. The inhabitants were enslaved. Of all the Greek towns which were involved in the strife between Europe and Asia, none was more ill-fated than Eretria. The Persian generals had accomplished the lesser half of their task. It now remained to deal with the other city which had defied their king. Crossing over the strait, they landed their army in the Bay of Marathon. For the second time an exiled tyrant of Athens came down from Eretria to recover his power. The father had come 50 years before with but a few mercenaries. The son came now with the forces of Asia. Yet so far as winning support at Athens was concerned, the foreign host was the weakest argument of Hippias. The house of the Pisistratids had many bitter enemies, but none was more bitter than one who had also known what it was to rule as a tyrant, Miltiades, son of Cimon. We have seen how he returned from the Chersonese after the Ionic revolt. His enemies accused him of the crime of oppressive rule in the Chersonese, but he was acquitted by his fellow citizens, to whom he had brought the gift of Lemnos and Imbros. His hatred of the Pisistratids was natural. They had put to death his father Cimon, celebrated as a victor in the Olympian chariot race. It is not surprising that Miltiades, who was active as a party man, who was known to be a hot foe of the tyrants, who had probably more first-hand knowledge of the Persians than any other man at Athens, was chosen as the strategos of his tribe. He was the soul of the resistance which his country now offered to the invader. Athens had changed much since Hippias had been cast out, though a generation had not passed. Athenian character had been developed under free democratical institutions. It has been said that if the Athenians had not been radically different from their former selves, Hippias would easily have recovered Athens. In other words, if the Persian invasion had happened 20 years sooner, the same stand would not have been made against it as Athens now made. The liberty of Greece would have succumbed. But it was no mere accident that the blow had not been aimed 20 years sooner. The Persian invasion was brought about by the same political causes which enabled Athens to withstand it. The Ionian Greeks would not have risen in revolt but for the growth of a strong sentiment against tyrannies, the same cause which overthrew the Pisistratids and created Marathonian Athens. On the other hand, if the Ionic revolt had broken out before the expulsion of Hippias, Athens would have taken no part in it, and the Persian invasion of Greece might not have followed. As the story is told by our historian, one would almost think that the enemy had already landed on Attic soil before the Athenians bethought themselves how they were to defend their city and their land. A fast runner was dispatched in hot haste to Lacedaemon to bear the news of the fall of Eretria and the jeopardy of Athens. The Lacedaemonians said that they would help Athens. They were bound to help a member of their league, but religious scruples forbade them to come at once. They must wait till the full moon had passed. But when the full moon had passed, it was too late. The whole army of the Athenians may have numbered about 9,000. The commander-in-chief was Callimachus, the Polemarch of the year, and the grave duty of organizing the defence rested upon him and the 10 generals of the tribal regiments who formed a council of war. Fortunately for Athens, Callimachus seems to have been willing to hearken to the counsels of Miltiades, and the joint authority of the Polemarch and the most influential general outweighed the scruples of their less adventurous colleagues. The enemy had landed near Marathon and clearly intended to advance on unwalled Athens by land and sea. The question was whether the Athenian army should await their approach and give them battle within sight and reach of the Acropolis, or should more boldly go forth to find them. This was a question which it devolved upon the Athenian people itself to decide. The hour when the assembly met to deliberate on this question was the most fateful moment in the whole episode. Miltiades proposed that the army should march to Marathon and meet the Persians there. To have proposed and carried this decree is probably the greatest title of Miltiades to his immortal fame. But if the tyrants had not pulled down the city walls, it would assuredly never have been carried. The plain of Marathon, stretching along a sickle-shaped line of coast, is girt on all other sides by the hills which drop down from Pentelicus and Parnes. In the northern part, and on the extreme south, the soil is marshy, and the plain is cleft into two halves by the path of a torrent coming down from the hills through the northern valley, in which the village of Marathon is situated. Two roads lead from Athens to Marathon. The main road, turning eastward, passes between the mountains of Hymettus and Pentelicus, and traversing the Deme of Pallene, skirting Mount Pentelicus, and then turning due north when it reaches the coast, it enters the plain of Marathon from the south. The other road, which is somewhat shorter but more difficult, continues northward, past the Deme of Cephysia, and running into the hills north of Pentelicus, finds two issues in the Marathonian plain. It divides into two paths, which encircle the hill of Catronae. The northern path goes on to Marathon and descends into the plain from the north along the banks of the torrent; the other, passing by a sanctuary of Heracles and descending the valley of Avlona, issues in the plain at its southwestern corner, close to the village which is now called Vrana. Callimachus took the northern road by Cephysia, and encamped in the valley of Avlona, not far from the shrine of Heracles. The choice of this admirable position was more than half the victory. The Athenians were themselves unassailable in the lower valley, except at a great disadvantage, and they commanded not only the mountain road by which they had come, but also the main road and the southern gate of the plain, for the Persians in attempting to reach that gate would be exposed to their flank attack. At this period Athens had accomplished strategists, and the brilliant campaign against Boeotia and Chalcis 16 years before has prepared us for the ability which our commanders now displayed in the presence of a graver peril. The Persians had encamped on the north side of the torrent bed, and their ships were riding at anchor beside them. It was to their interest to bring on a pitched battle in the plain as soon as possible. On the other hand, the Athenians had everything to gain by waiting in their impregnable position. If they waited long enough, they might hope for help from Sparta. Help from another quarter had already come. When they reached the sanctuary of Heracles, they were joined by a band of 1,000 Plataeans, who, in gratitude for the protection of Athens against the Theban yoke, now came to help her in the hour of jeopardy. Some days passed, and then, as the Greeks remained immovable, the Persians would wait no longer. Having embarked a part of the army, including the whole body of their cavalry, they made ready to move upon Athens by land and sea. The land force must follow the main road by Pallene, and was therefore prepared for battle, in case the Greeks should attack them before they defiled from the plain. Another critical moment had come for the Athenians, but the Polemarch and the generals had probably decided already what should be done when this contingency arose. That Miltiades, as before in the assembly so now in the camp, urged the boldest course, we may well believe; but the supreme direction belonged to the Polemarch, and he decided to attack the enemy as they marched southward. Callimachus, whether he acted of his own wit or by the counsel of others, showed now a skill in tactics as consummate as the skill in strategy which we have already witnessed. Outnumbered by the foe, if the Athenian line had formed itself in equal depth throughout, it would have swept the Persian centre into the sea, but then it would have been caught in a trap between the sea and ships on one side and the Persian wings, which would have closed in, on the other. Accordingly Callimachus made his own centre long and shallow, so that it would cover the whole Persian centre, while his wings, of the normal depth, would be opposed to the wings of the enemy. The long Persian line crossed the bed of the torrent and advanced along the shore. A large portion was detached to mask the Greek position, a precaution which was dictated by elementary principles of strategy, in order either to prevent or to repel a flank attack. With these troops to cover them, the rest of the host might march securely past. The Greek army had perhaps already appeared in the recess of the hills at the mouth of the valley of Avlona. Callimachus himself led the right wing. The Plataean allies were posted on the extreme left. Among those who fought for their country on this day we must notice one who, though he held no post of command, was destined to hold a greater place in Athenian history than any of his fellow warriors, Themistocles, the son of Neocles, who fought in the regiment of the Leontid tribe. Another of world-wide fame, Aeschylus, the tragic poet, also bore shield and spear and charged the Medes on this memorable day. When the Greeks drew near to the line of the enemy they were met by volleys of arrows from the eastern archers, and to escape this danger they advanced at a run into close quarters. The hoplites did not fail the generals. Their valour secured the victory which masterly strategy and tactics had prepared. All fell out as had been foreseen. The Athenian centre was driven back towards the hills by the enemy's centre, where the best troops, including the Persians themselves, were stationed. But the Athenian wings completely routed the wings of their foe. Then, closing in, and leaving the vanquished to reach their ships if they could, they turned upon the victorious Persians who were following the retreating Greek centre. Here again they were utterly victorious, breaking up the array of the enemy and pursuing them in confusion to the shore, where all who escaped the sword were picked up by the ships. Only a portion of the Persian army had been engaged. The main body doubtless embarked as soon as they saw the first signs of the disruption of the force on which they had relied to cover them from the enemy. It was not a long battle. The Athenian loss was small, 192 slain, and the Persian loss was reckoned at about 6,400, a number whose very moderation stamps it as probably near the truth. Datis and Artaphernes had still an immense host, which might retrieve the fortune of the campaign. Athens was not yet out of danger. The Persian squadron sailed down the straits and rounded Cape Sunium, while the victorious army, leaving one regiment on the field of their triumph to guard the slain and the spoils, marched back to defend Athens. They halted outside the city, near the shrine of Heracles in Cynosarges, on the banks of the Ilissus, and they beheld the fleet of the enemy riding off Phaleron. But it did not put into shore, and presently the whole squadron began to draw out to sea. Datis had abandoned his enterprise. Perhaps he had sailed within sight of Athens only on the chance of finding it undefended, and when he saw that the army was there, shrank from another conflict with the hoplites. But a Spartan army, 2,000 strong, cannot have been far from Athens now. It had set out on the day after the full moon, and it reached Athens soon after the battle. We may guess that tidings of the approach of the Spartans, if not their actual presence, had something to do with the sudden departure of the invaders, who, though they had received an unlooked-for check, had not endured an overwhelming defeat. The Spartans arrived too late for the battle. They visited the field, desiring to gaze upon the Persian corpses, and departed home, praising the exploit of the Athenians. The scene of the battle is still marked by the mound which the Athenians raised over their own dead. Callimachus was buried there, and Cynegeirus, a brother of the poet Aeschylus, who was said to have seized a Persian galley and held it until his arm was severed by an axe. Legend grew up quickly round the battle, and there was no historian to record at the time what had actually happened, so that, when a generation had passed, the facts were partly forgotten and partly transfigured. Three motives were at work in this transfiguration: the love of the marvellous, the vanity of the Athenians, and the desire of his family to exalt the services of Miltiades. Gods and heroes fought for Athens. Ghostly warriors moved among the ranks. The panic terror of the Persians at the Greek charge was ascribed to Pan, and the worship of this god was revived in a cave consecrated to him under the northwest slope of the Acropolis. Out of this grew a story which added a charming incident to the chain of Marathonian memories. The fast runner Phidippides, speeding through Arcadia on his way to seek Spartan help, had been accosted by Pan himself, who had asked why the Athenians neglected his worship, and promised them favours in the future. But the supernatural can be easily allowed for. It was more serious that the extraordinarily brilliant strategy and tactics to which the success was chiefly due should have faded out of the story, and that Marathon should have been regarded as entirely a soldiers' battle. It was soberly asserted and believed that those wonderful warriors had taken their enemy aback by advancing against them for a whole mile at a run. Miltiades, who was doubtless the heart and soul of the campaign, was raised by the Marathonian myth to be the commander-in-chief on the day of battle, and it was explained that the chief command each day devolved upon the generals in rotation. This was an arrangement which came into force a few years later, when the Polemarch lost his importance, but it supplied the legend with a ready means of setting aside Callimachus in favour of Miltiades. We need not follow the myth further. The Battle of Marathon was caught up into a cloud of glory which obscured the truth of the events, and historical criticism has been able to rescue only the barest outline. Callimachus in particular received less than his due, overshadowed by the fame of Miltiades, and it is interesting to find that there was at least a stone in Athens, set up perhaps by his son, which recorded the services of the Polemarch of the Athenians in the struggle with the Medes. A few precious words have been preserved. One mysterious incident connected with the battle must be numbered among those historical puzzles which have never been cleared up. When the Persians were already in their ships, a shield was flashed as a signal to them on the summit of Pentelicus. Who held up the shield, and what did the signal mean? The popular explanation in later days was that it invited the Persians to sail straight for Athens, and the enemies of the Alcmaeonids said that they were the treacherous authors of the signal. Herodotus doubted the explanation, but he was convinced that the flashing of the shield was a well-attested fact. In the holiest place of Greece, in the sanctuary of Delphi itself, have been found in recent years remains of the noblest monument of the victory of Marathon. Out of the Persian spoils the Athenians built a little Doric treasure house of marble from their own Pentelic quarries. It seems to have been a gem of architecture, worthy of the severe grace of the sculptured reliefs which ran round the inside of the building and have been safely preserved under its ruins. The sculptures represent the deeds of Theseus and of Heracles, and the battle of the gods and giants. The descendants of the Marathonian warriors derived perhaps their most vivid idea of the combat from a picture of it, which was painted about a quarter of a century later, one of the famous battle pictures in the portico of frescoes in the market-place. In one scene the Athenians and Plataeans advanced against the trousered barbarians. In a second the Persians in their flight pushed each other into the marsh, and in the last the Phoenician ships were portrayed and the Greeks slaying the foemen who were striving to reach the ships. Callimachus, Miltiades, Datis, and Artaphernes, Cynegeirus seizing the prow of a ship, could all be recognized, and Theseus, who was believed to have given phantom aid to the warriors, seemed to rise out of the earth. High above the raging strife, the artist, Micon was his name, showed the gods and goddesses, as they surveyed from the tranquillity of Olympus the prowess of their Greeks, smiting the profane destroyers of the holy places of Eretria. The significance of the victory of Marathon as a triumph for Athens, for Greece, for Europe, cannot be gainsaid, but we must take care not to misapprehend its meaning for Greece and for Athens herself. That significance is unmistakable, even if we minimize the immediate peril which was averted. The Asiatic invader had perhaps not yet come to annex. He had come only to chastise. It was enough for him if the rest of the Greeks looked on with respectful awe while he meted out their doom to the two offending cities. His work in Euboea had been purely a work of demolition. He had not sought to annex territory or add a satrapy to the Persian dominion. The Cyclad Islands and Carystus had indeed been compelled to submit to the formal authority of the great king, but it is not proved that Darius thought of reducing the western coasts of the Aegean to the subject condition of Ionia. Thus the danger which menaced Athens may not have been subjection to an Asiatic despot, nor was she threatened by the doom of destruction and slavery which befell Eretria. The Persian army had come to restore Hippias, and assuredly Darius did not purpose to restore his friend to a city of smouldering temples. The Athenians would be condemned to bow beneath the yoke of their own tyrant. They would not become, like their Eretrian fellows, the bondmen of a barbarian master. To be delivered over to an aged despot, thirsting for power and vengeance, embittered by 20 years of weary exile, this was the punishment of the Athenians, and this was the fate which they escaped by their valour on the field of Marathon. If they had lost that battle and the rule of the Pisistratids had been restored, the work of 20 years ago would have had to be done again. But that it would have been done again there can be hardly a doubt. The defeat of the Athenians would have arrested, it would not have closed, their development. It might even be argued that it would have saved Greece the terrible trial of the later Persian invasion, if that invasion was undertaken solely to wipe out the ignominy of the repulse at Marathon. Probably, if Datis had been victorious, the subsequent attempt of Persia to conquer Greece would have assumed a different shape. But the attempt would assuredly have been made. The history of the world does not depend on proximate causes. The clash of Greece and Persia, the effort of Persia to expand at the cost of Greece, were inevitable. From the higher point of view it was not a question of vengeance. Where Darius stopped, the successors of Darius would undoubtedly go on. The success of Marathon inspirited Greece to withstand the later and greater invasion, but the chief consequence was the effect which it wrought upon the spirit of Athens herself. The enormous prestige which she won by the single-handed victory over the host of the great king gave her a new self-confidence and ambition. History seemed to have set a splendid seal on her democracy. She felt that she could trust her constitution, and that she might lift her head as high as any state in Hellas. The Athenians always looked back to Marathon as marking an epoch. It was as if on that day the gods had said to them, "Go on and prosper." The great battle immortalized Miltiades, but his latter end was not good. His services at Marathon could not fail to gain for him increased influence and respect at Athens. His fellow citizens granted him, on his own proposal, a commission to attack the island of Paros. For the Parians had furnished a trireme to the armament of Datis, and had thereby made war upon Athens. Miltiades besieged the city of Paros for 26 days, but without success, and then returned home wounded. The failure was imputed to criminal conduct of the general. His enemies, jealous of his exploits in the Marathonian campaign, accused him of deceiving the people, and he was fined 50 talents, a heavy fine. It is not known what his alleged wrongdoing was, but afterwards, when the legend of Miltiades grew, and the part which he played in the campaign of Marathon was unduly magnified, it was foolishly said that he persuaded the Athenians to entrust the fleet to him, promising to take them to a land of gold, and that he deceived them by assailing Paros to gratify a private revenge. At Paros itself, in the temple of Demeter, the tale was told that when the siege seemed hopeless, he corrupted a priestess of the goddess named Tymo, and that, coming to meet her in a sanctuary to which only women were admitted, he was seized with panic, and in his flight, leaping the fence of the precinct, hurt his leg. Certain it is that he returned wounded to Athens, however he came by the chance, appeared on a couch at his trial, and died soon after his condemnation. End of Chapter 6, Part 7. Recording by Graham Redman.